In a land far removed from his homeland, Naruto stood resolute to protect those dearest to him. Yet, as the final battle reached its climax, he vanished into a mysterious rift in time and space. Upon awakening, he found himself transported back to the era when he first became a ninja. Faced with a world both familiar and foreign, he realized this was his opportunity to alter his destiny. He must thwart impending calamities, safeguard his beloved ones, and confront new challenges born from his intervention. From the betrayal of old friends to the emergence of new foes, from the death of kin to the crisis threatening his village, Naruto resolved to rewrite history, unaware that his actions would awaken darker shadows. Asterisk, asterisk, Chapter 1. Return to the beginning, asterisk, asterisk. Raising Gan. A spiraling beam of light surged forth at a terrifying velocity, colliding with an oncoming wave of catastrophic energy, generating a violent vortex of air that shook the very atmosphere. Naruto Uzumaki, the seventh Hokage of Konohagakure, exerted every ounce of his strength to combat the monumental threat poised to obliterate his village. Behind him lay his cherished village and the people he yearned to protect. Before him loomed an almost insurmountable power. Despite his body being weary and his inner strength depleted, he gritted his teeth and persevered. "This is my challenge," he declared, his visage resolute. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from his abdomen, enveloping him in darkness. His body, like a leaf caught in the wind, was swept away, and gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Naruto opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying amidst a scene both familiar and strange. Before him stood the home of his childhood, evoking a sense of nostalgia, yet also bewilderment. Returning to this place, where he once spent his formative years, left him engulfed in confusion. Have I returned? Indeed, he had journeyed back to the past, to the days before he became Hokage, when he was but a lonely child, orphaned and untouched by the ravages of war and slaughter. However, he also recognized that this world harbored countless dangers and enemies. Those he had once vanquished still lurked in the shadows, and he would have to confront them yet again. I must inform everyone to change all of this. Naruto clenched his fists, determination igniting within him. He resolved to seize this chance at rebirth, to alter every tragedy and protect all those he held dear. Yet, this would not be an easy endeavor. Naruto understood that the challenges he faced would be more formidable than any he had previously encountered, but he would not falter. For he was the Hokage of Konohagakure. He was Naruto Uzumaki. With unwavering resolve, he pushed open the familiar door, and the scene before him transported him back in time. The small table, the vintage television, and the pots and pans in the corner all seemed to be suspended in the echoes of his memory. He gently grasped the familiar leaf emblem, feeling its coolness against his fingertips. This emblem had accompanied him through innumerable hardships, guiding him from a ridiculed orphan to a hero of the village. "Hey, you're still here," Naruto mused to himself, gripping the emblem tightly, a smile gracing his face, his eyes alight with conviction. He then turned and made his way to the place he frequented daily, the Konoha Ninja Academy. The rhythm of his steps and the streets felt achingly familiar, stirring deeply buried memories within him. In those days, he was merely a boy bullied and isolated. Yet, he never relinquished his dreams, facing life's adversities with the most genuine of smiles. As he strolled through the well-known streets, he beheld the faces of familiar townsfolk, radiating joy and tranquility, living carefree lives. He thought of how he would protect it all, just as he had in the past. He would once more stand on the battlefield, confronting those who threatened him. He would wield his strength, resolve, and tenacity to defend his beloved village and its people. Gazing at the classroom that held so many memories, he smiled softly. He understood that from this moment onward, he would embark on a new journey, a new challenge. The Hokage of Konohagakure, Naruto Uzumaki, will rise again. No matter what, I will become Hokage and protect everyone, he silently vowed, his heart brimming with unwavering determination. Naruto stepped into the classroom of the Konoha Ninja Academy, finding it empty, the desks and chairs neatly arranged, steeped in silence. Approaching the window, he gazed at the familiar scenery, a mix of recognition and strangeness flooding his senses. He knew every inch of this land, every tree and building, yet it felt foreign at this moment. For he understood that this was the place where he must begin anew, to reacquaint himself with everyone and re-understand everything. Naruto resolved to seek out his teacher, Iruka. In his past life, Iruka had significantly influenced him, and he hoped to glean more about this era through him. Arriving at Irika's home, Naruto knocked gently on the door. It creaked open, revealing Irika, who appeared taken aback upon seeing Naruto. "Naruto, what brings you here? Didn't we agree to meet tomorrow?" Irika inquired, his expression a blend of surprise and curiosity. "I wanted to get a head start on some learning," Naruto replied, slightly bashful. Irika smiled warmly and nodded. "In that case, come in." They commenced their training. Although Naruto retained his original prowess, he chose to keep it concealed for fear it might arouse suspicion. Naruto trained diligently, not only enhancing his physical form, but also revisiting and understanding various jutsu. Irika, impressed by Naruto's dedication, felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity regarding his transformation. Yet he opted to support Naruto in his endeavors. Days turned into weeks, and Naruto's strength flourished alongside his comprehension and memory. He began to strategize for the future, aware that he must prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. Standing atop the roof of the Konoha Ninja Academy, he gazed at the vast sky, his heart filled with anticipation and resolve that Naruto Uzumaki, shall undoubtedly become Hokage. I will protect Konohagakure and safeguard those I love. He vowed silently, his eyes brimming with steadfast determination. Chapter 2. Seeking Former Comrades. Naruto embarked on a quest to locate his comrades. He understood that he could not face the impending challenges alone. In his recollections, he had many formidable allies with whom he had shared life and death, fighting side by side. He hoped they could once again stand united. His first destination was to find Sasuke Uchiha. He remembered that while their past was fraught with conflict and disagreement, they also shared common goals and adversaries. He longed for Sasuke to rejoin him as a comrade. Arriving at Sasuke's abode, Naruto knocked on the door, but received no response. A twinge of disappointment washed over him, yet he remained undeterred, choosing to wait. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Sasuke, who appeared surprised to see Naruto. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Sasuke asked, his tone cool and unyielding. Naruto smiled and replied, "Sasuke, I've come to find you. I hope you will once again become my comrade." Sasuke fell silent for a moment before responding, "I need to think about it." Naruto nodded, "That's fine. I will wait for your decision." Next, Naruto set out to find his other comrades, including Sakura Haruno, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga. He yearned for their solidarity as they faced the challenges that lay ahead together, but Naruto's quest did not unfold smoothly. His friends were astonished by his transformation and puzzled by his invitation. Yet, Naruto remained undeterred, firmly believing that once they comprehended his resolve, they would once again become his allies. This is Naruto, a person endowed with unwavering faith and determination. His resolve propels him forward, enabling him to confront all obstacles and challenges. He is convinced that as long as he persists, he will undoubtedly achieve his aspirations. Although Naruto found his old friends, they were bewildered by his metamorphosis. They recalled him as a mischievous child, but now he appeared composed, and his strength seemed to surpass their comprehension. Sakura Haruno was the first to voice her confusion. They sat beneath a cherry blossom tree, a cherished spot from their childhood. Gazing at Naruto, her eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Naruto, what has happened to you?" she inquired. "You seem changed. I feel as though you have grown stronger. Yet at the same time, you seem weary as if you bear an immense burden." Naruto did not respond immediately. He gazed at the cherry blossoms, his mind a tempest of thoughts. He understood why his friends were perplexed. After all, they were witnessing a person vastly different from the Naruto they remembered. However, how could he articulate this? After a moment of silence, Naruto finally spoke. "I have undergone experiences that have altered me. I have become stronger and more mature. But this was not a choice I made. It was a necessity I had to embrace." He turned to Sakura, her expression still clouded with confusion. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I hope you can understand that I have not changed in essence. I'm still me, still the Naruto you know." While his words did not fully alleviate their doubts, they were willing to trust him, to believe he remained their friend. Naruto recognized that this would require time, a journey for them to comprehend and accept. In the days that followed, Naruto trained alongside his friends, progressing together. The bonds between them gradually mended as they began to embrace this new version of Naruto and understand his choices. As for Naruto, he harbored a newfound resolution within his heart. He realized he could no longer face the impending challenges alone. He needed his friends, their support. He resolved to lead them as they confronted this new trial together. united in their fight for peace. Chapter 3. Secret Training. Although his friends had begun to accept the new Naruto, they were still astonished by his power. Their amazement stemmed not only from his strength, but also from his profound understanding and application of ninjutsu. It seemed as though he possessed a unique perspective, a way of viewing matters and resolving issues that was truly enlightening. At this moment, Naruto resolved to commence training his friends. His aim was not only to enhance their strength, but also to prepare them for the challenges that the future might hold. He sought to equip them to confront any potential dangers that lay ahead. Naruto led them to a clandestine training ground, a mystical place he had discovered in a future world, capable of simulating various combat environments. Here, they could train with unwavering focus, free from any disturbances. He first allowed them to experience his own formidable power, showcasing some of the powerful ninjutsu he had learned in that future realm. He then reassured them that they too could attain such strength, provided they were willing to exert themselves. In the days that followed, Naruto guided them through intense training sessions. He imparted new ninjutsu techniques, instructing them on the optimal use of chakra and how to better harness their own abilities. All of this preparation was for the uncertainties that lay ahead. They needed to grow stronger, to be ready to save the world when the moment demanded it. Meanwhile, Naruto himself was on a continuous journey of learning, tirelessly unearthing his own potential. He understood that he could not afford to rest or lower his guard, for their adversaries were also awaiting their challenge. Despite facing numerous difficulties during their training, they persevered. They recognized that these trials were essential to their growth. As sweat poured down during their grueling sessions, and as they clenched their fists in the stillness of night, they understood they were striving towards a common goal, fighting for peace. A radiant optimism and determination shone on Naruto's face as he gazed intently at his friends, each of whom listened to him with newfound seriousness. Our training will commence with the fundamental control of chakra, he declared, pointing to his own body. Chakra is the essence of our life force. To comprehend and control, it is essential for maximizing the efficacy of our ninjutsu. His gaze swept across their faces as he produced a few water balloons. Our first task is to refine our chakra control. Observe, this is a water balloon. I wish for you to sense it with your chakra and then reshape it using your chakra. As he spoke, chakra flowed from his hands into the water balloon. And with his intent, it began to alter its form. They watched in awe as the water balloon morphed with a lifelike fluidity, their eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. Naruto then meticulously explained what they needed to know, his gestures clear and his words lucid. He demonstrated how to condense chakra, focus it at their fingertips, and use it to perceive their surroundings. Though the training was monotonous, they did not falter. They listened intently to Naruto's instructions and diligently followed his guidance. Their gazes filled with resolve and determination. They experimented continuously, facing setbacks, yet they remained undaunted. Their hands trembled slightly, beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. And despite their fatigue, they pressed on. Each individual was striving to feel the presence of chakra and to master its control. Thus, an afternoon passed, and as the sun began to set, casting a warm glow on their weary yet resolute faces, they noticed the water balloons in their hands gradually changing shape. Though the changes were subtle, it represented a significant advancement for them. Naruto observed them with pride and satisfaction, aware that his friends were growing stronger, progressing towards their aspirations. As time flowed on, their training intensified. Each day, they engaged in chakra perception exercises, enhanced their physical strength, and practiced the fundamentals of ninjutsu under Naruto's guidance. With each passing day, their skills became increasingly refined. During this process, Naruto also introduced them to fundamental ninjutsu techniques. They began with the simplest transformations and substitution techniques, gradually mastering more advanced skills such as the shadow clone technique and the spiral sphere. Each new skill acquired deepened their understanding of their own abilities and instilled confidence in their future. One day, as they trained vigorously, sweat streaming down their faces, Naruto suddenly halted. He stood quietly, observing them. Over this period, your progress has been remarkable, he spoke, his voice calm yet powerful. But this is merely the beginning. The road ahead is long. His words prompted them to cease their movements, listening intently, their eyes brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. Naruto then began to impart the spirit of a ninja, informing them that the path of a ninja is fraught with challenges. But only through perseverance can one become a true ninja. He emphasized that they required not only strength, but also unwavering will and fearless courage. Naruto's words resonated deeply within them, inspiring them to train even harder, with the aspiration of becoming the strongest ninjas, dedicated to protecting their village, their families, and their friends. Thus, under Naruto's guidance, they embarked on their journey as ninjas. Each step they took was filled with challenges, yet they never wavered, their eyes shining with determination and courage. Their journey was just beginning. Chapter 4. Challenges. Months passed, and within this brief span, Naruto's team had adeptly mastered numerous foundational ninjutsu techniques. Though they were still at the onset of their journey, their progress filled Naruto with immense satisfaction. More importantly, the bonds between them had deepened considerably. One day, Naruto decided to introduce them to an entirely new training method: team collaboration exercises. He firmly believed that only through harmonious cooperation could they achieve victory in future battles. He devised a series of training tasks designed to enhance their teamwork skills. Each task required their collective effort. No individual could accomplish it alone. They needed to assist one another and learn from each other to succeed. Throughout the training, they explored various approaches, seeking the most effective solutions. Occasionally, disagreements led to quarrels. At times, frustration arose from failed attempts. However, each conflict and setback became a catalyst for their growth. They began to learn how to listen to each other's perspectives, how to synchronize their efforts as a team, and how to remain resolute in the face of adversity. This team training afforded them a deeper understanding of one another, further solidifying their relationships. They came to realize that true strength lies not only in individual prowess, but also in the power of unity. As Naruto watched them, his eyes brimmed with satisfaction and admiration. He recognized that his team had transcended the status of mere children. They were beginning to grasp the essence of being a ninja and the significance of teamwork. Gazing at them, he felt a renewed sense of hope. He believed their future would be even more brilliant. Their team was steadily evolving. On a bright morning, sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, reminiscent of a beautiful painting. Naruto gazed at the azure sky, inhaled deeply, and smiled slightly. Today, he planned to engage in practical training with Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, Sakura, are you ready? Naruto turned to them, a smile lighting up his face. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, while Sakura's gaze sparkled with excitement. She had awaited this opportunity for quite some time. Sasuke gave a slight nod, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. We can commence at any moment, Naruto. Naruto cast an approving glance at them before turning his attention forward, his voice low and resolute. Let us begin. I will first create several shadow clones, and you must locate my true self as swiftly as possible and defeat him. This was the training regimen Naruto had devised for them. They were to harness their own strengths to unearth and conquer him. This exercise would not only familiarize them with combat, but also enhance their collaborative skills. Suddenly, Naruto vanished from sight, leaving behind mere echoes of his presence. His figure materialized in various corners of the forest like a phantom. Upon witnessing this, both Sasuke and Sakura were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly separated, dashing off in different directions. The forest was teeming with Naruto's shadow clones, and they needed to utilize their perceptive abilities to discern the authentic Naruto among them. Throughout this process, they would have to contend with the clones' assaults while remaining vigilant against the real Naruto. Sakura was the first to encounter a shadow clone of Naruto, yet upon nearing it, she swiftly recognized it was not the genuine article. Regaining her composure, she melded back into the forest, seeking her next target. Sasuke, too, found a clone, which he swiftly dispatched with a shuriken. He then refocused, attuning himself to the chakra fluctuations around him in search of the true Naruto. Such training was no simple task for them, yet it was precisely what they needed. They had to learn how to confront multiple enemy clones, how to identify the true adversary under pressure, and how to wield their powers to vanquish their foes. In the depths of the woods, Naruto observed them with satisfaction, confident that his decision was prudent. Only through such rigorous training could they accelerate their growth. Day by day, under Naruto's guidance, their training persisted, and their abilities flourished. Gradually, they began mastering the art of battling shadow clones and identifying the real Naruto. Naruto watched them with a sense of fulfillment, aware that they were evolving and that his teachings were bearing fruit. He understood that as long as they continued to progress, they would inevitably tread the path toward greater strength. Chapter 5. Guidance. Under the blazing sun, rays of light illuminated every corner. Naruto observed Sasuke and Sakura as they trained. Nodding to himself, their progress was as anticipated, and it filled him with satisfaction. Sasuke's strikes had become markedly swifter and more precise, his chakra more stable, enabling him to better harness his strength. Sakura was equally impressive, her perceptive skills more acute, allowing her to swiftly locate the genuine Naruto. Her defenses had also strengthened, enabling her to protect herself while launching attacks. On this day, Naruto resolved to present them with a more formidable challenge. He instructed them to launch a combined assault against him, testing whether they could unite in their efforts to overcome him. This not only aimed to teach them cooperation, but also to enhance their combat capabilities. "I wish to see if you two can work together to defeat me," Naruto proclaimed. Standing at the forest's center with a subtle smile, his voice resonating through the trees. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged surprised glances, their eyes reflecting uncertainty. However, they understood that Naruto would not impose such a challenge without reason. Thus, they nodded in unison and charged toward him. Naruto regarded them with a glimmer of admiration, confident they would accomplish this task. As they attacked in unison, their strikes were akin to thunder, relentless and formidable. Their coordination grew increasingly seamless, enabling them to synchronize their offense and defense at critical moments. Naruto observed them with a faint smile, sensing their advancement. His own counterattacks intensified, and they managed to withstand his onslaught for a significant duration. Under their relentless assault, Naruto found himself retreating, exerting all his strength to fend off their strikes. His figure flickered through the woods, as he was compelled to harness his full power to guard against their advances. A glimmer of satisfaction illuminated Naruto's eyes. He recognized that his training had begun to yield results. Their strength was now sufficient to contend with him for an extended period, and their teamwork was becoming increasingly harmonious. At the day's end, they felt a profound sense of fulfillment. They were now aware of their capacity to engage Naruto, and their collaboration had significantly improved. They understood that their progress was merely the beginning, and a long journey lay ahead. Naruto regarded them with a gentle smile, assured that his teachings were effective. He recognized the road ahead was still long, yet he would remain by their side until they truly matured. As the morning sun bathed the village of Konoha, the streets buzzed with the sounds of a new day. Within the home of Naruto Uzumaki, a rigorous and focused training session had already commenced. Naruto stood in the courtyard, facing Sasuke and Sakura, his gaze penetrating as he held a wooden sword, guiding them through fundamental physical exercises. He could not suppress a satisfied smile as he observed their forms, sensing the indomitable resolve radiating from them. Sasuke's expression was sharp as that of a hawk. Despite his clothes being drenched in sweat, he persevered. Sakura's complexion may have paled, but her eyes were filled with determination. Naruto understood that this was their unwavering spirit. "Sasuke, Sakura, remember, a ninja's strength is not solely measured by chakra and jutsu. Your will and determination are your true power," Naruto imparted earnestly. He then turned to Sasuke, emphasizing, "Sasuke, broaden your perspective. The application of jutsu extends beyond mere opponents. Consider your surroundings, your allies, and your objectives. You must perceive every detail clearly. This is the hallmark of an exceptional ninja." Sasuke paused, fixated on Naruto, his eyes brimming with contemplation. Naruto then shifted his focus to Sakura, stating earnestly, "Sakura, you must cultivate greater resolve. Your chakra control is already remarkable, yet you must learn to remain calm in perilous situations and utilize your chakra effectively. Do not succumb to fear or doubt. Only by forging ahead can you become a true ninja." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura's complexion grew even paler. Yet she bit her lip firmly, her eyes shimmering with determination. Understood, they both replied in unison. Naruto nodded in satisfaction before demonstrating fundamental taijutsu and ninjutsu, aiding them in mastering chakra application and control. He recognized that their journey was extensive, with much yet to learn. He would devote himself to guiding them, nurturing their growth into true ninjas. Chapter 6. The journey begins though Naruto's guidance had markedly enhanced Sasuke and Sakura's abilities. It did not imply their training would proceed without obstacles. At times, setbacks and challenges loomed like clouds obscuring the sun, casting a pall of despair. Naruto discerned the flicker of doubt and confusion in Sasuke and Sakura's eyes as they encountered difficulties in chakra control, seemingly unable to surpass their limitations. Observing them, Naruto's heart brimmed with determination. He would not allow them to surrender. He knew they merely required a touch of guidance and encouragement. "Sasuke, Sakura," Naruto stood before them, his gaze steadfast yet gentle. "You are doing exceptionally well. Yet, remember, Training is not solely about enhancing strength. It is paramount to understand your limitations, recognize your shortcomings, and strive to transcend them. Therefore, one must never relinquish hope in the face of adversity. Do you understand my words? His speech resonated with strength, as if it could directly soothe the hearts of those who listened. Sasuke and Sakura gazed at Naruto, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve and determination. They comprehended that Naruto's message transcended their training challenges. It encapsulated their attitude towards the hardships and setbacks they would encounter in the future. "We understand, Naruto," Sasuke declared, his gaze steadfast. "We will strive with all our might," Sakura added, confidence radiating from her eyes. Observing them, Naruto beamed with satisfaction before resuming his training. He was acutely aware that their journey was far from over, fraught with obstacles and challenges yet to be surmounted. Nonetheless, he vowed to remain by their side, guiding and encouraging them. One day, after their training concluded, the trio sat together as dusk descended, enveloping the world in tranquility. The only sound was the distant chirping of insects echoing through the stillness. As Naruto contemplated the serene night, memories of the past flooded his mind. "Do you know?" he began, his voice heavy with emotion. "For a long time, I was unaware of who my parents were. I even believed they had abandoned me. In those moments, I felt utterly alone, as if I were the most helpless person in the world." Sasuke and Sakura listened in silence, their expressions filled with empathy and understanding. They recognized that Naruto's past was undoubtedly fraught with hardship. However, his voice gradually gained strength as he continued. "Yet, I did not succumb to despair. On the contrary, I cherished everything I possessed even more deeply, striving diligently to protect this village and those whom I hold dear." A fierce determination flickered in Naruto's eyes, as if it could ignite the very air around him. Sasuke regarded Naruto, his gaze imbued with resolve. He understood that his own past was similarly marred by anguish and sorrow, and he too had experienced confusion and turmoil. Yet, looking at Naruto, he felt an unprecedented sense of conviction and courage. Sakura admired Naruto, her heart swelling with respect and admiration. She had always known he was extraordinary, but she had never realized the profound resilience and strength that lay within him. As night deepened, the trio's eyes sparkled with unwavering light. They understood that their journey would be laden with trials and tribulations, yet they were prepared. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they would forge onward with determination. The following morning, they gathered at the village gate, anticipation and confidence gleaming in Naruto's eyes. He knew that while their abilities were still maturing, they were ready to face whatever came next. "Are you prepared?" Naruto inquired, his voice resolute and his gaze intense. "Indeed," Sasuke replied calmly. Yet his eyes burned with a fierce desire to fight. "I am ready as well," Sakura affirmed with a gentle nod, her face aglow with unwavering conviction. Naruto looked at them, his heart swelling with emotion. They had emerged from their past pains, poised to confront the future. With that, Naruto stepped forward, followed closely by Sasuke and Sakura. Together, they ventured beyond the village, into the uncharted world that awaited them. Along the way, they faced myriad challenges, including formidable foes and harsh environments. Yet they persevered with resilience. Their silhouettes appeared resolute under the sun, their eyes ignited with brilliance amidst adversity. They recognized that their journey was only just beginning, with more challenges looming ahead. Yet they also understood that with confidence and determination, they could conquer all. The future held greater trials, but they were prepared to face them. They would carry hope and resolve as they ventured into the unknown, ready to continue their quest, overcoming each obstacle in their path. For they realized that their strength did not solely stem from their jutsu, but also from their indomitable spirit. They would carry this spirit forward until they achieved their dreams and safeguarded those they cherished. This was their resolve, their belief, their path. Through their actions, they would proclaim to the world that they would never surrender, advancing steadfastly until the end. In this realm, they would emerge as the mightiest ninjas, warriors dedicated to the protection of their world. Their journey, their adventures, their battles would persist. Chapter 7. The beginning of trials. Their journey had only just commenced, with unknown challenges and new adventures awaiting them. On this day, they arrived at an unfamiliar town. At the heart of the town stood a towering stone monument, inscribed with a line of text: "Those who conquer 3 challenges shall gain boundless power." As Naruto gazed at the inscription, confusion knitted his brow. He was uncertain of its exact meaning, yet he sensed it was a pivotal juncture on their path forward. Turning to Sakura and Sasuke, A resolute gleam ignited in his eyes. Are we ready? Sasuke paused for a moment before nodding firmly, an unusual determination emanating from him. We have but one chance. We cannot fail. Sakura met Naruto's gaze, her expression gentle yet resolute. We will face this together, Naruto. The trio approached the monument, unaware of the challenges that awaited them, but filled with confidence and determination to confront all trials ahead. As they stood before the stone, Naruto placed his hand upon it, sensing a subtle vibration emanating from within. In an instant, their surroundings transformed, and they were transported to an unknown realm. Before them loomed a colossal statue, its countenance stern, with eyes that seemed to pierce through all, scrutinizing their every move. Then, the statue spoke, its voice deep and solemn. Are you willing to accept my 3 challenges? We are willing, Naruto replied resolutely. The statue nodded. Then, your trials commence now. They understood this would be a significant test in their journey, requiring their utmost effort to advance. The first challenge posed by the statue was a test of wisdom. It presented a conundrum concerning chakra control, a daunting puzzle for untrained youths, yet one that Naruto found effortlessly solvable. With focused concentration, he articulated his answer clearly, his voice echoing in the vast space, each word rippling through the air. After a moment of silence, the statue slowly nodded in acknowledgement of Naruto's response. Your answer is correct. You have passed the first challenge. At that moment, the tension in their hearts eased slightly, knowing they had taken the first step toward success. However, the subsequent challenge loomed even greater. The statue's second trial was a contest of strength. It unleashed stone soldiers, intent on subduing Naruto and his friends. Fear did not grip them. They recognized this was their trial, one they must face. They demonstrated remarkable teamwork, with Sasuke's fire jutsu, Sakura's chakra control, and Naruto's Rasengan defeating wave after wave of stone soldiers. Their coordination grew increasingly harmonious, and Naruto felt a surge of emotion. This was the team he had always longed for, the battles he had always desired to fight. Under their relentless assault, the stone soldiers ultimately succumbed. And the statue spoke once more, its voice tinged with a hint of approval. You have passed the second trial. Yet, they understood that the final challenge would prove to be the most pivotal. The statue's last trial was a profound test of the spirit. It addressed Naruto and his companions, stating, you must confront the fears within your hearts. Only then can you truly grow. Faced with this daunting challenge, Naruto and his friends fell silent, acutely aware that this would be their greatest and most formidable trial. They had to confront their innermost selves and their fears to advance genuinely. Closing their eyes, they began to delve into their inner worlds. They confronted their fears, their weaknesses, and their ignorance. They reflected upon their pasts and glimpsed their futures. They saw themselves and one another, unveiling their true selves. They faced their fears and ultimately triumphed over them. They had grown. They had become stronger. Upon reopening their eyes and gazing at the statue, their expressions radiated determination and resolve. We have passed the final challenge, Naruto declared resolutely. The statue nodded slowly, acknowledging, you have indeed succeeded in the final trial. You possess boundless strength. They recognized that they had emerged from this ordeal transformed, having gained growth and power. They continued their journey, their adventures, and their challenges, fully aware that this was merely the beginning, and their quest was far from over. Chapter 8. The Chunin Exams. Encounter with Orochimaru. Having successfully navigated the trial of the statue, Naruto and his comrades were filled with the joy of achievement as they embarked on their return to Konoha. Along the way, Naruto repeatedly practiced the tailed beast bomb. Sasuke pondered the new insights he had gained, while Sakura contemplated how her medical ninjutsu could better assist her teammates. Upon their return to Konoha, they were greeted by Kakashi's laid-back smile and Iruka's weary yet relieved gaze. They all recognized the transformation in Naruto and his friends. They were no longer the naive children of yore, but were now poised to shoulder the future of Konoha as Chunin, surrounded by a throng of competitors, each representing their respective villages and eyeing one another with palpable tension. The signal for the commencement of the exam shattered the tranquility. The first round was a survival trial, where they were tasked with locating essential supplies within the vast forest and returning to a designated location. Naruto and his team members, Sasuke and Sakura, supported one another, successfully passing the first round through unity and ingenuity. The second round involved combat. In the fierce competition, Naruto and Sasuke alternated in the arena, capitalizing on their opponent's mistakes and their own strengths to gain the upper hand. Naruto faced an adversary from Sunagakure, whose ninjutsu was formidable and cunning, frequently placing Naruto in precarious situations. However, Naruto, fueled by his unwavering determination and indomitable spirit, along with his strategic approach to combat, gradually seized control of the fight. Naruto's gaze pierced through the crowd, penetrating into the depths of the shadows. His eyes narrowed, muscles tensed, like a beast poised to pounce. In the darkness, a pair of cold, merciless eyes regarded him. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your target is Sasuke, but I shall not allow you to harm my friends, Naruto declared with resolute conviction. His voice as chilling as ice, resonating despite the distance separating them. A disdainful smirk crept across Orochimaru's lips. He did not respond immediately, but slowly raised his hand. Crimson chakra surging from his being, instantly saturating the space. Yet, Naruto seemed unfazed, his eyes devoid of fear or hesitation. Suddenly, his form split into dozens of identical clones, showcasing his signature technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly, sensing the pressure Naruto exerted. He attempted to strike, but Naruto's clones swarmed him like a tempest, rendering it impossible for him to locate the original. At that moment, Naruto had amassed enough chakra and shouted, Rasengan. A swirling orb of blue energy erupted from his hand, colliding with Orochimaru, the immense force sending him hurtling through the air. Orochimaru's expression soured, shock evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated Naruto's strength to reach such heights. Yet, he did not waver. Instead, he gritted his teeth and began to gather chakra anew. Surrounding his body, dense chakra coalesced into a massive white serpent. His signature technique, snake bite. Naruto squinted, tightly gripping his chakra, and unleashed the Rasengan once more. A larger blue whirlwind shot forth from his hand, directly targeting Orochimaru. The violent impact sent Orochimaru crashing against the wall, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief and trepidation. Naruto approached Orochimaru, locking eyes with him, and softly stated, Orochimaru, I am no longer the Naruto of old. He turned away, his gaze shifting to the arena, where the next battle awaited him. Chapter 9. A battle to fame. Leaving the astonished Orochimaru behind, Naruto returned to the battlefield, his expression resolute and a smile gracing his lips. He knew his actions had garnered the attention of those present. He needed to seize this opportunity to establish his presence and better protect those he cherished. Naruto Uzumaki faced Sasuke Uchiha in the next duel, a match long anticipated by many. Sasuke was the scion of the prestigious Uchiha clan, while Naruto was a self-made ninja, ever striving for improvement. This clash was destined to captivate. As the match commenced, Naruto charged at Sasuke without a moment's hesitation, his speed akin to a bolt of orange lightning. Sasuke reacted swiftly, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan in an attempt to decipher Naruto's movements. However, Naruto did not launch a direct attack. Instead, he halted mere feet away from Sasuke and summoned forth a multitude of shadow clones. Sasuke immediately felt the pressure, needing to divide his attention to combat Naruto's clones. Then, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to rush at Sasuke, while he himself quickly gathered chakra. He understood that Sasuke's Sharingan posed the greatest threat. He needed to create an opening to distract Sasuke from utilizing it effectively. As the clones barreled toward him, Sasuke calmly channeled his chakra, wielding his sword to fend off the oncoming shadow clones. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto's true form had vanished. Suddenly, a familiar spiraling chakra surged from behind Sasuke. It was Naruto's signature technique, the Rasengan. Sasuke had no time to turn, desperately attempting to defend against the oncoming attack with his chakra. However, the force of Naruto's Rasengan was overwhelming. He could not fully withstand it and was sent flying to the ground. Naruto approached Sasuke, looking down at him with a smile. Sasuke, is this truly your strength? Sasuke struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on Naruto, filled with resolve. Naruto, this match is far from over. Naruto met Sasuke's determined eyes, understanding that he must win this battle. His gaze brimmed with resolve. He knew he had many whom he needed to protect, and surrender was not an option. The match continued, and this encounter had already set the stage for Naruto's burgeoning renown. The duel between Naruto and Sasuke unfolded under the watchful eyes of all. Although Sasuke was struck by Naruto's Rasengan, he did not concede defeat. He summoned all his strength to rise again, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Naruto's provocation fueled an even stronger desire within him to triumph over Naruto. With a cold snort, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, preparing to unleash a formidable offensive. However, Naruto was ready. Instead of directly countering Sasuke's attack, he created dozens of shadow clones. The battlefield transformed into Naruto's domain, no matter how Sasuke struck. He only hit the clones. Utilizing the clones to confound Sasuke's vision, Naruto launched a sudden attack from behind. Sasuke was caught off guard and sent flying once more. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions of astonishment. They never expected Naruto's strength to be so overwhelming that he could easily defeat Sasuke. This revelation altered their perception of Naruto entirely. However, Sasuke refused to submit so easily. He rose again, determination etched in his gaze. He understood that he could not be vanquished here. He must bring honor to his clan and carve his own path. Sasuke launched another assault, this time employing his secret technique, Chidori. This jutsu, of his own creation, brimmed with potent electromagnetic force. Observing this, Naruto's expression grew serious. He realized that this confrontation would determine the outcome of their battle. Sasuke charged at Naruto, his Chidori aimed at him. Yet, Naruto did not evade. He too charged forward, gathering chakra to unleash his Rasengan. The two clashed, their immense power shaking the very ground. Ultimately, victory belonged to Naruto. His Rasengan proved superior to Sasuke's Chidori, leading to Sasuke's defeat. This battle marked Naruto's emergence, his strength astounding all who witnessed. Yet, he felt no joy in victory, only a profound emptiness. Gazing at the fallen Sasuke, his eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. He understood that his true aim was not to defeat Sasuke, but to protect him, to prevent him from straying into darkness. Naruto approached, kneeling beside Sasuke, and sighed deeply. He knew he had to express his feelings, even if it might provoke Sasuke's ire. Sasuke, he began, his gaze unwavering, I understand your deep sense of nostalgia and guilt regarding your family. You seek the power of revenge to deliver justice for them. But this path is not the one you truly wish to tread, is it? Sasuke, taken aback by Naruto's words, looked at him with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Naruto would comprehend his innermost thoughts. Naruto continued, You are not an evil person, Sasuke. You have merely lived for your family. But have you considered whether such vengeance would truly bring them joy? They would rather see you live happily and freely, without being ensnared in the shadows of revenge. Sasuke regarded Naruto, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied softly, Naruto, I need time to think. Naruto nodded, standing up to leave. He realized he had done all he could. The next steps depended on Sasuke's choices. After the match, Naruto sat atop a rooftop, gazing into the distance. He knew his journey was far from over. Many tasks awaited him. Yet, he believed that with perseverance, he could alter his destiny and the fate of the Hokage. As night fell and moonlight bathed the village of Konoha, everything appeared tranquil and beautiful. Yet within Naruto's heart, tumultuous waves surged. He understood that an even greater challenge lay ahead. Standing high above Konoha, he gazed at the distant skyline, filled with resolve and determination. Clenching his fists, he proclaimed within himself, I will change this world and the fate of the Hokage. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. Turning, he saw his mentor, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen regarded him with a smile of pride, yet concern lingered, for he knew Naruto bore not only his own future, but that of the entire village and the ninja world. Naruto met Hiruzen's gaze with unwavering eyes, declaring, Master, I know what I must do. I will strive to become a true Hokage and protect everyone. Hiruzen nodded, imparting wisdom, Naruto, becoming Hokage is not the end goal, but a means to an end. Remember, what truly matters is what you choose to do and what you aim to protect. Naruto nodded deeply, understanding the weight of Hiruzen's words, vowing to keep them close to his heart. As Hiruzen turned to depart, Naruto remained, filled with gratitude and respect. I will not let you down, Master. Gazing at the moonlit village of Konoha, he felt a surge of determination. He resumed his training, aware that a long road lay ahead. This was merely the beginning of his new journey. As dawn's first light began to break over the horizon, a new day was about to unfold, heralding the commencement of Naruto Uzumaki's new life. Chapter 11. The Hidden Crisis. While Naruto busied himself with rigorous training and demanding missions, an insidious crisis quietly approached Konoha. One day, Hiruzen sought out Naruto, his expression more serious than ever. He led Naruto to a secluded location and said, "Naruto, there is a grave matter that requires your attention." Naruto looked at Hiruzen, confusion evident in his eyes. "Master, what has happened?" Hiruzen took a deep breath, his gaze grave. "Our intelligence department has discovered that a potential enemy may be plotting an attack on Konoha." Naruto's demeanor shifted instantly to one of tension. His eyes sharpened as he inquired earnestly, "Do we have any leads?" Hiruzen produced a dossier, explaining in detail, this information was obtained from a captured spy. He belongs to an organization known as Akatsuki, comprised of powerful rogue ninjas. Their objective may very well be our tailed beast, the Nine Tails. At this revelation, Naruto's fists clenched tightly, a flicker of rage igniting within him. "I will not allow them to succeed." Hiruzen nodded, reassured by the determination in Naruto's eyes. "Naruto, you are the hope of our village. I believe in your ability to confront this threat. We need you to investigate this organization and uncover their true intentions." Naruto resolutely replied, "Understood, Master. I will do everything in my power." In that moment, he recognized the gravity of the task ahead. To safeguard Konoha, he knew he must act swiftly. As darkness enveloped the land once more, he embarked on this new journey, facing yet another daunting trial. Under the moonlight, Naruto's figure faded into the shadows, leaving behind only his steadfast vow and the unfinished mission. He would give his all, for Konoha, for their future. Alone, Naruto raced through the forest beneath the moonlit sky. The cold wind howled, brushing against his cheeks, bringing a chill that could not extinguish the fierce fire within his heart. In this moment, he had but one objective: to unveil the true nature of Akatsuki and thwart their impending assault on Konoha. After several days of arduous trekking, Naruto finally stumbled upon a concealed stronghold, guarded by formidable ninjas adorned with a distinctive emblem, a crimson cloud. Upon confirming his target, Naruto's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. He stealthily approached, keenly observing the surroundings. After an entire night of vigilant scrutiny, ensuring he had a comprehensive understanding of the base's layout, he made his decision at the break of dawn. As the sun rose, Naruto launched a surprise attack. His Rasengan pierced through the base's defenses with remarkable speed, inciting immediate chaos. In a flash, he appeared like a specter before one of the guards, completing his hand seals in an instant to execute the shadow clone technique. The guard's azure pupils dilated in shock as they reflected Naruto's shadow. Armed with a weapon, the guard lunged at Naruto, only to be ensnared by the shadow clone technique, allowing Naruto to easily subdue him, binding him with the remaining ordinary shinobi wire. Swiftly, Naruto moved like a gust of wind, effortlessly taking down the other guards without killing them, merely rendering them temporarily incapacitated. He then began his search for intelligence within the base. In a secret chamber, he uncovered a detailed plan of the Akatsuki's operations. As he read through the meticulously outlined strategy for attacking the Hidden Leaf Village, a heavy weight settled in his heart. This plan was already in its final stages of preparation, and he knew he had to return to the Leaf Village post-haste to deliver the dire news. At that moment, a formidable aura enveloped him, causing his body to tense instinctively. Slowly turning around, he beheld a figure emerging from the shadows, marked by the same crimson cloud emblem, yet exuding a far more potent presence: Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Upon sighting him, Naruto's eyes flickered with determination. He understood that he must conquer Pain to relay this crucial information back to the Hidden Leaf. Taking a deep breath, he fixed a resolute gaze upon Pain, declaring, "Your plan will not succeed. I shall thwart you." Pain regarded Naruto with a hint of derision, a smirk gracing his lips. "Is that so? Then come and prove it." No sooner had he spoken than the two collided in a fierce clash. Naruto was resolute in his determination, regardless of the formidable challenges ahead. He would fight to protect the Leaf Village at all costs. Chapter 12. Belief. Naruto entered the Land of Rain and sought out two familiar figures, Nagato and Konan. Taking a deep breath, he addressed them. "Nagato, Konan, I am aware of your endeavors. I know you have joined the Akatsuki. I did not come to defeat you. I merely wish to converse." Konan appeared visibly shaken by Naruto's words, her brow furrowing as she queried, "Who are you? How do you know our names?" Naruto chuckled lightly. "I am Naruto Uzumaki. I hail from the future." Konan's expression sharpened instantly, retorting, "From the future? Do you presume we would easily accept such absurdity?" Naruto nodded, seemingly prepared for her skepticism. "I understand this seems implausible, but I possess a means to substantiate my claim. You both must be aware of the Akatsuki's true objective, to gather all the tailed beasts to create a devastating weapon known as the Eye of the Moon Plan. Furthermore, you, Conan, have crafted the paper jutsu, while you, Nagato, wield the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. Their astonishment was palpable as Naruto unveiled their pasts. They exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a mix of confusion and caution. Naruto continued, I not only know your past, but I am also aware of your future. You will succumb to despair due to Yahiko's demise, and in your pursuit of peace, you will resort to extreme measures. However, I implore you to understand that such actions will only bring forth more suffering and harm. Upon hearing Naruto's revelations, both Nagato and Conan fell silent. They exchanged glances, words unspoken, yet their expressions revealed a flicker of uncertainty. In this atmosphere, Naruto began to share his own story, his experiences, failures, regrets, and hopes. He spoke of how he and his friends endeavored to seek peace, how they held steadfast to their beliefs, and how they confronted adversity. In the cadence of Naruto's words, Nagato and Conan felt an unprecedented impact. They began to reconsider their paths and choices. After a moment of contemplation, Nagato finally spoke. Naruto, we need time to reflect. Naruto nodded, gazing at them with earnestness. I understand this is challenging and requires time. But please remember, true peace cannot be achieved through war and destruction. It is realized through understanding and acceptance, through love and forgiveness. Nagato and Conan locked eyes, witnessing a shared uncertainty and contemplation reflected within each other. Naruto's words had etched a profound impression upon their hearts. After parting ways with Naruto, they returned to their dwelling, delving into deep reflection. Naruto's message had planted a seed within them, one that began to take root and flourish. Back in his own domain, Naruto commenced preparations for his next course of action. He recognized that numerous challenges awaited him, yet fear did not grip him, for he had glimpsed hope and possibility. At that moment, a messenger arrived with a message for Naruto. It was Gaara, the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village, extending an invitation for Naruto to visit. Gaara? A smile broke upon Naruto's face. It seemed the time had come to reunite with an old friend. Gaara, too, was a friend of Naruto's and a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. He had traversed a unique journey, evolving from a figure of fear and isolation into a revered leader. Thus, Naruto set forth for the Sand Village. During his travels, he encountered numerous obstacles, yet he remained undeterred. He pressed on, continuing to challenge and fight. In the Sand Village, Gaara welcomed Naruto warmly. He expressed joy at Naruto's arrival, informing him that he had heard of Naruto's deeds and wholeheartedly supported his convictions. With Gaara's assistance, Naruto embarked on his next mission. He sought out those who had been misled, aiming to persuade them, alter their perspectives, and assist them in finding the correct path. Their dialogues, debates, and reflections were all in pursuit of a singular goal: peace. Naruto remained steadfast in his belief that as long as they could understand and accept one another, peace could indeed be realized. This was Naruto's conviction, and it was his mission. Chapter 13. Return to the Leaf. The dialogue between Naruto and Gaara extended into the night, filled with fervor as they shared their visions of a new world, one brimming with peace and understanding. The following day, Naruto and Gaara sought out several key figures within the Sand Village. With their convictions and resolve, they endeavored to persuade them to abandon the notion of resolving conflicts through violence. Gaara approached his brother with unwavering determination, explaining Naruto's plan. However, his brother remained skeptical, believing that Naruto's ideals were merely wishful thinking, asserting that some matters in the real world could not be settled through peaceful means. Yet Gaara did not waver. He recounted his own experiences, sharing how he had once been plagued by the tailed beast sealed within him and feared by the villagers. Through his efforts, he had transformed their perceptions, earning their respect and trust. Meanwhile, Naruto engaged with the elders of the Sand Village, sharing his own experiences to convince them of the possibility of peace. His faith and determination resonated with them, garnering their admiration for his persistence. Naruto emphasized that peace necessitates effort and dedication. I understand that this path is fraught with challenges, but I am willing to try. I am willing to give my all. The elders of Sunagakure were moved by Naruto's unwavering conviction, prompting them to reevaluate their stance. They expressed their respect for Naruto and admiration for his determination. Day by day, Naruto and Gaara diligently advanced their plans, their words and actions influencing every inhabitant of Sunagakure. Ultimately, The people began to comprehend Naruto's intentions and to believe in the possibility of peace. Time passed in Sunagakure, and Naruto resolved to return to Konohagakure. Aware that much work remained and many hearts still needed persuasion, he bid farewell to Gaara and departed from Sunagakure, carrying with him renewed resolve and hope as he continued his journey. He recognized that the path ahead was long, yet he had taken the first step toward peace. Upon returning to Konohagakure, he found everything unchanged. He returned home to the warmth of familiarity. His first visit was to the third Hokage, where he recounted his experiences and plans in Sunagakure. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Your ideas are commendable, Naruto. Peace is the goal we have always pursued. However, reality is often far more complex than ideals." With a sigh, he added, "Yet, since you possess such determination, I shall support you." Next, Naruto sought out his mentor, Jiraiya, sharing his experiences and thoughts in detail. Jiraiya, smiling, patted Naruto on the shoulder, saying, "You are truly a thoughtful individual, Naruto. You remind me of my younger self. I will support you." Naruto also gathered his friends, sharing his vision with them. They were all deeply moved by his determination and passion, expressing their willingness to support him in the quest for peace. In the days that followed, Naruto tirelessly spread his message among the villagers of Konohagakure, asserting that peace could be achieved through collective effort. His words and actions gradually influenced the villagers, who began to embrace his ideas and support his decisions. As Naruto observed the changes within the village, his heart brimmed with hope. He understood that this was merely a part of his journey, with a long road still ahead. Yet, he was aware that he was making strides on the path to peace. With a smile, he gazed at the sky above Konohagakure, knowing he was striving for his goal, peace. His journey continued. After returning to Konohagakure, Naruto did not allow himself to rest. He understood that only through great strength could peace be maintained. To enhance his abilities, he embarked on rigorous training. During his practice, Naruto diligently honed his jutsu, aiming to master all the secret techniques. Not only did he need to learn these skills, but he also needed to wield them with proficiency. One day, while engrossed in training, Naruto sensed a powerful presence. Turning, he discovered it was Jiraiya. Approaching Naruto with a smile, Jiraiya remarked, "I see you've been diligently training here every day. I believe you are ready." Naruto nodded in silence. Jiraiya continued, "I have something I wish to pass on to you." With that, Jiraiya produced an ancient-looking book from his bag, inscribed with the words Ninja Secrets. He handed it to Naruto, stating earnestly, "This book was given to me by my teacher. I believe it is time to pass it on to you." Surprised, Naruto accepted the book, recognizing its significance to Jiraiya. He expressed his gratitude and began to read. The book contained detailed records of various secret techniques used by ninjas, including their jutsu, sealing techniques, and ultimate skills, knowledge previously foreign to Naruto. He studied diligently, repeatedly practicing each technique. In the days that followed, Naruto's training intensified. He mastered all the techniques within the book, significantly enhancing his strength. One day, after completing his training, Naruto stood in the training field, feeling prepared. He was aware that the challenges ahead would be formidable, yet he remained confident. Gazing at the sky, determination shone in his eyes. He understood that his journey was just beginning. Chapter 14. The confrontation with Obito. Naruto recognized that persuading Nagato and Konan was a crucial step. But to truly alter the future, many more individuals and matters required his attention. Next, his focus turned to Obito. Obito posed a considerable challenge. With his pervasive doubts and extreme obsession with power, Naruto resolved to confront him personally, striving to alter his perspective and prevent him from straying down a misguided path. With determination, Naruto set off alone toward Obito's location. His sudden appearance surprised Obito, creating a tense atmosphere as they cautiously assessed each other. Naruto articulated his purpose, seeking to persuade Obito to change his course. However, Obito remained unyielding. "I cannot heed your words. I am aware of the path I must take," Obito coldly replied, his gaze resolute. Accepting Obito's rebuttal, Naruto understood that changing his mindset would not be easy, but he was not inclined to surrender. "Then let us see whose path is more suitable," he declared, straightening his back as powerful chakra enveloped him, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Obito. Unfazed, Obito summoned his own chakra, his eyes equally piercing. "Let me witness your strength." Thus commenced their battle, a fierce clash between Obito's Sharingan and Naruto's chakra. igniting an intense ninja conflict. The convergence of Obito's Kimui and Naruto's Ninetales chakra mode produced earth-shattering impacts. Each of their assaults struck like lightning, swift, vicious, and imbued with lethal intent. In that moment, the distance between them seemed an insurmountable chasm. Obito's Sharingan continuously scanned Naruto's movements, attempting to discern his weaknesses. However, Naruto's speed and power far exceeded Obito's expectations, placing him under immense pressure. Each attack compelled Obito to defend with all his might, resorting even to his substitution technique to evade. Naruto seized every opportunity to strike, unleashing a barrage of Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, and Giant Rasengan that forced Obito into a defensive position. As their battle intensified, Naruto unexpectedly halted his assault, gazing at Obito with calm resolve. You see, there is no disparity in our strength. I hail from the future, aware of the path you will tread, a path fraught with suffering and despair. I do not wish to witness you or our village, our comrades, embark upon such a journey. Obito paused, confusion swirling in his eyes as he regarded Naruto. He struggled to comprehend why Naruto was so resolute, why he exhibited such power, yet chose to lay down his weapons to converse. Silently, he scrutinized Naruto, his thoughts a tumultuous whirlwind. He began to reflect upon his actions, choices, and the memories of his mentor and friends, as well as his aspirations. Naruto's words acted as a key, unlocking the deep-seated chains within Obito's heart, prompting him to reevaluate himself and the world around him. He began to comprehend that true strength is not merely individual power, but the capacity to transform oneself, to influence others, and to change the world. This realization stemmed from his encounter with a Naruto from the future, one who was willing to wield his strength to reshape destiny. The battle between Naruto and Obito burned like a fierce flame in the darkness, illuminating the entire realm. Their silhouettes flickered across the battlefield. Each strike and evasion resembled a silent dialogue. Within Obito's Sharingan, a flash of lightning surged, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Naruto. His sword poised with lethal intent aimed at Naruto's back. Yet, just as the blade was about to pierce him, Naruto's form disintegrated, morphing into countless miniature Rasengans, while his true self emerged behind Obito, striking him with a colossal Rasengan. Obito, taken aback, fragmented into a pile of stones, his real self materializing at a distance. He gazed at Naruto, his eyes glinting with a frigid light, as small rocks began to whirl around him like stony armor. Without a hint of hesitation, Naruto surged towards Obito once more, his speed nearly imperceptible, leaving behind a trail of turbulent air. Obito's cold gaze flickered with surprise as he discerned the presence of the Nine-Tailed Shadow behind Naruto. The power of the Nine-Tails elevated Naruto's offensive capabilities to unprecedented heights, each attack imbued with insurmountable destructive force. Despite Obito's fervent defense, cracks began to appear in his stone armor under Naruto's relentless onslaught. However, just as Naruto was poised to determine the outcome of their clash, he abruptly halted, fixing his gaze upon Obito with resolute determination. Obito, I do not wish to defeat you. I merely hope you understand that your choices are not the sole path. This confrontation bore no victor or vanquished, for both had discovered their own truths. Naruto found a way to alter the future, while Obito uncovered his own sanctuary. Their confrontation ultimately culminated in reconciliation, heralding the quiet emergence of a new future. Chapter 15. Transformation. You are truly a stubborn one, Obito scoffed, his gestures swiftly shifting as the ground beneath him fractured. Stone columns erupting from below, hurtling towards Naruto with great speed. Unfazed, Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, his chakra igniting with fervor akin to flames. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he declared, unleashing a massive fireball that collided fiercely with the stone pillars. The two formidable forces collided, consuming each other until they dissipated into nothingness. Obito smirked, forming seals once more, as a multitude of stones ascended from the earth, coalescing into a gigantic stone fist aimed at Naruto. Yet, Naruto evaded the strike, vanishing at the last moment, reappearing behind Obito, wielding a colossal Rasengan ready to strike. In a split second, Obito invoked Earth Style, Earth Flow Rampart. As the stone fist and the Rasengan crashed together, shattering the earthen barrier and sending debris scattering. Seizing the momentum, Naruto swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Obito. The latter's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Naruto's power to have grown to such an extent. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he resolved to unleash his full potential. At that moment, Naruto's form began to transform. The chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth, encircling him. The mark of the Nine Tails appeared upon his visage, his eyes morphing into slitted pupils akin to a fox's. Witnessing this transformation, Obito's heart raced. He realized that the battle had entered its final phase. Surrounded by the crimson chakra, which was potent and wild, Naruto's gaze sharpened, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Obito inhaled deeply, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Behind him, the terrifying chakra of his Rinnegan began to coalesce. Infused with his will and determination, he understood that only by exerting his utmost strength could he hope to prevail against Naruto. Naruto regarded Obito with anticipation. This was the opponent he had longed for, a confrontation thrilling enough to ignite his spirit. Infused with the chakra of the Nine Tails, his power reached its zenith. Earth style, Earth Flow Mountain. Obito roared. As the ground split open, a monumental earthen mountain rising into the sky, propelled by boundless force, aimed directly at Naruto. At that moment, Obito pressed forward, the might of his Rinnegan intensifying, a sphere of black radiance shimmering behind him, embodying the power to obliterate all. Undeterred by Obito's onslaught, Naruto swiftly formed seals, exclaiming, "Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation Jutsu." A scorching wave erupted from his mouth, a colossal inferno surging towards the earthen mountain. The two powers collided violently, fire and earth consuming one another, culminating in a tremendous explosion at the center. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Obito's Rinnegan had yet to fully manifest. His eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. "Now is the time for our decisive battle," he bellowed, unleashing the full force of his Rinnegan, which took the form of a massive black sphere hurtling towards Naruto. "Is this truly all your might?" Naruto, enveloped in crimson chakra, faced Obito's assault with unyielding determination. His hands formed seals, gathering immense chakra, manifesting into a vast Rasengan, which he propelled towards Obito's Rinnegan. The two forces clashed midair, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the very fabric of the world. Yet, Naruto pressed forward, charging into the eye of the storm, his Rasengan clashing against Obito's Rinnegan. In that fleeting moment, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes, a determination to determine the outcome. "I will not be defeated," he roared, his voice thundering through the air. With all his might, his Rasengan began to overpower the Rinnegan, the immense force surging towards Obito. A flicker of astonishment crossed Obito's gaze. He had not anticipated Naruto's strength to be so formidable. Nevertheless, he did not falter. A fierce light shone in his eyes, embodying an unwavering resolve. Yet, against Naruto's overwhelming power, his Rinnegan ultimately proved insufficient. In the final instant, the Rasengan collided with him, propelling him backwards and slamming him violently into the ground. Breathless, Obito gasped for air, his body weary, yet his gaze remained steadfast. He looked upon Naruto, the former adversary who now embodied hope. "I surrender," Obito uttered with great difficulty. Realizing he could not surpass Naruto, perhaps following him was the correct path. His decision cast a heavy silence over the battlefield. Yet, Naruto felt no joy. He understood that this was merely the beginning. His journey was far from over. Chapter 16. A new alliance standing in the wind. Naruto's hair danced wildly, the crimson chakra dissipating, leaving behind a figure both fatigued and resolute. He gazed at the fallen Obito, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within him. He recognized this as a new beginning, a fresh challenge. Approaching Obito, Naruto knelt beside him, studying his weary face, which still bore a steadfast gaze. He understood that this was Obito's choice, his decision. Naruto smiled, admiration glimmering in his eyes as he regarded the man who had once been his enemy, who now stood as a beacon of hope. "You have done remarkably well, Obito," Naruto said gently, extending his hand to grasp Obito's. In that fleeting moment, their gazes intertwined, their hearts resonating in unison. Obito regarded Naruto, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He slowly sat up, his gaze sweeping over Naruto before settling upon his eyes. A faint smile graced his lips, sincere yet tinged with fatigue. "I possess nothing of worth," Obito confessed, "merely a failure, a misguided soul. Yet, I am willing to place my trust in you, in your strength and determination. For you have illuminated the path of hope, revealing a glimpse of the future." As Naruto absorbed Obito's words, a profound depth enveloped his eyes. a smile gracing his lips, though he remained silent. He understood that this was Obito's resolution, his choice, beyond his power to alter or critique. All he could do was accept, and together, they would forge ahead. Our battle is far from over, Naruto declared. Numerous adversaries and challenges lie ahead. However, if we persevere, I believe we will uncover that future. Obito listened intently, his gaze sharpening, his grip on Naruto's hand tightening, his resolve now unshakable. I will follow you, Naruto, Obito affirmed. For you are my hope, my future. Naruto looked at Obito, a resolute light shimmering in his eyes. He recognized this as his challenge, his opportunity. There could be no retreat, no yielding, only a steadfast march toward that future. As he gazed at Naruto, a profound contemplation settled on Obito's face. His eyes brimmed with anticipation for the future, yet tinged with unease. Nevertheless, he nodded firmly and said to Naruto, "Let us confront this together." Naruto cast a glance at him, respect evident in his gaze. Obito's transformation astonished him, yet he felt a deeper sense of relief. He extended his hand, and as they clasped, they shared an unspoken understanding of each other's resolve. In the days that followed, Naruto and Obito moved in unison, aiding one another as they faced their foes. In every skirmish, they exhibited an extraordinary synergy. In each fleeting moment, they resembled true brothers, offering mutual support and encouragement. Once, while resting in a small town within the land of rain, Obito suddenly directed a profound gaze toward Naruto. "Naruto," he began slowly, "you have always been this way. Even in the face of adversity, you remain optimistic, never yielding. I hold great admiration for that." Upon hearing these words, Naruto's eyes gleamed with brightness. A broad smile illuminated his face, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Obito," he expressed earnestly. "But I know that my achievements are only possible because of you all standing by my side. Your presence grants me strength." This declaration elicited a flicker of surprise on Obito's face, swiftly followed by a deepening of his resolve. He looked at Naruto and nodded solemnly, as if to affirm his commitment and determination. From that moment on, their friendship solidified further. No matter the circumstance, they stood together, confronting challenges and sharing joys alike. Their bond, weathered by the passage of time, deepened profoundly. In the radiance of this camaraderie, Naruto and Obito's strength flourished. In every battle, they discovered their direction, unearthing the power to overcome adversity. This was their strength. This was their friendship. The days they traversed together unfolded like a beautiful tapestry, blossoming in their hearts and bestowing upon them immeasurable strength and courage. They understood that as long as they remained united, nothing would prove insurmountable. Chapter 17. The Secret Plan. After persuading Nagato and Konan, Naruto felt an immense sense of fulfillment. He gazed at the rising sun, his heart brimming with hope and anticipation. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the inception of a protracted struggle. Naruto immersed himself more deeply in his training, channeling additional energy into contemplating how to influence events yet unknown to him. He recognized that the emergence of the true leaders of Akatsuki, Kagaya, and Madara would pose a grave threat to Konohagakure. As the future Hokage, he bore the responsibility to prevent such calamities. His days grew increasingly hectic, beyond his daily training. He collaborated with Obito to devise strategies to influence future events. Although their objective was not to directly assault Akatsuki, the challenge lay in altering Kagaya and Madara's actions and steering future events away from a path of disaster. Simultaneously, Naruto began to feel the weight of leadership pressing upon him. Once merely a lowly ninja, he now faced a myriad of complex considerations. Each decision held the potential to impact thousands. This burden weighed heavily upon him. Yet, he did not waver. He understood this was the path he must traverse. Having returned from the future, he had resolved to transform this world. Regardless of how arduous the journey or the sacrifices required, he would resolutely press on. Throughout this process, Naruto began to grasp the true essence of leadership and responsibility. His gaze grew more resolute, his determination more steadfast. He was prepared to alter the course of the world, to save those he cherished. Kagaya and Madara continued to observe Akatsuki's movements from the shadows, sensing anomalies. They harbored suspicions regarding Nagato and Konan's actions, yet remained oblivious to the presence of Naruto and Obito. They resolved to enhance their surveillance, ready to act at the first sign of any threat. Meanwhile, Naruto and Obito clandestinely communicated with Nagato and Konan, laying the groundwork for their plan. They decided to initiate change from within Akatsuki, gradually influencing and redirecting its trajectory. Naruto understood that their plan required utmost caution and discretion to avoid early exposure to Kaguya and Madara. They embarked on their mission with meticulous care, employing various means to sway Nagato and Konan. They sought to provoke reflection on their actions, illuminating the potential consequences for the Land of Fire and the entire ninja world. During this process, Naruto and Obito's bond deepened. They endured life and death together, shared burdens, and fought for their common goal. Their connection tightened, reinforcing their resolve to reshape Akatsuki's direction. Under their influence, Nagato and Konan began to undergo gradual transformation. They started to reflect on their actions, contemplating what they truly desired. Doubts about Akatsuki's true intentions began to surface, leading them to question Kaguya and Madara. Thus, Naruto and Obito's plan unfolded in the shadows, their influence gradually taking root within Akatsuki. Yet, they were acutely aware that if Kaguya and Madara discovered their intentions, they could face grave peril. Therefore, they had to proceed with utmost caution, ensuring their plan's success. Beneath the cold moonlight, Naruto and Obito sat atop a rooftop, surveying the bustling village below. Their faces appeared somewhat pale in the moon's glow, yet their eyes radiated determination and resolve. "Do you believe we are doing the right thing?" Naruto broke the silence, his gaze fixed on Obito, his expression serious and unwavering. Obito met his gaze, his eyes profound, and nodded. "I believe we are on the right path. We cannot allow Akatsuki to continue its course. Their actions will inflict profound suffering upon the entire ninja world." Naruto nodded in agreement. "I concur. We cannot stand idly by as they shatter the peace. We must act to stop them." His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. Obito regarded him with a subtle smile. "You are always so resolute. This is what I have always admired about you, Naruto. We all have our responsibilities." Naruto replied, "Now, we must proceed with caution. We cannot allow Kaguya and Obito to discover our plans." Obito nodded, determination evident in his gaze. "I understand. We will surely succeed, Naruto." Naruto looked at him, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. "I know, Obito. We will undoubtedly achieve success." They fell into silence once more. Yet their determination and steadfastness shimmered with unwavering brilliance beneath the moonlight. They understood they were confronting a formidable battle, but they also knew that with confidence and resolve, success was within their grasp. Chapter 18. In search of truth in a concealed location, Obito and Naruto engaged in a clandestine discussion. Within a chamber enveloped by a deep forest, the scant light cast elongated shadows across their faces. "We must unite against the Otsutsuki clan." Naruto's voice resonated in the stillness of the room. His eyes brimmed with determination, leaving no doubt about his intentions. Obito regarded Naruto silently, and after a few moments, he slowly nodded. His gaze was stern and resolute, deeply fixed on Naruto, seemingly validating his conviction. He knew Naruto would not yield easily, and neither would he. Despite their origins from disparate worlds, their shared objective was to confront the Otsutsuki clan. As a member of the Akatsuki, Obito did not fully comprehend the true intentions of the Otsutsuki clan. He was manipulated by Madara and only privy to fragments of the plan. Nevertheless, he sensed something amiss and began to harbor doubts regarding Madara's scheme. To avoid alerting the Otsutsuki clan, they resolved to keep their intentions secret, ensuring no one became aware of their plot. Naruto began to endeavor to understand the Otsutsuki clan's true motives, working closely with Obito in pursuit of a solution. Meanwhile, Kaguya remained oblivious to their machinations. She continued to advance her own agenda, unaware of Naruto's existence. She had always regarded Obito as her loyal aide, completely ignorant of his betrayal. However, this was merely the beginning. The collaboration between Naruto and Obito, along with the challenges they might initiate, would undoubtedly have profound ramifications for the ninja world. In the tranquil chamber, Naruto unveiled a startling truth to Obito, his gaze resolute and determined, his voice imbued with unyielding strength. "Obito, Kaguya's ultimate goal is to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. She intends to ensnare all of humanity within an endless Tsukuyomi, rendering them her puppets." Naruto's unwavering gaze met Obito's, knowing he had to articulate this truth, even if it might shatter Obito's spirit. Obito remained silent for a moment, his eyes filled with astonishment and uncertainty, yet he chose to trust Naruto's words. He nodded quietly, evidently accepting this harsh reality. "I understand," he murmured, his eyes brimming with determination. He recognized he must stand alongside Naruto to confront the Otsutsuki clan. To verify this truth, Obito resolved to confront Kagaya. Acknowledging the peril of this decision, he felt compelled to uncover the reality. Naruto watched as Obito departed, his heart filled with anticipation and trepidation. He understood that this decision could alter the fate of the entire ninja world, yet he had no choice but to persevere, as he knew this was their only opportunity. After hearing Naruto's words, Obito was engulfed by fear and doubt. He needed to ascertain the situation, but simultaneously understood that he could not reveal his relationship with Naruto to others. "I will go find Kagaya," Obito declared resolutely, his voice firm and unwavering. Naruto furrowed his brow, aware that this would be a treacherous endeavor, yet he understood Obito's necessity. "Be careful, Obito," Naruto cautioned earnestly, concern evident in his gaze. "I will," Obito replied, his demeanor cold and resolute. He exited the chamber, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto gazed at Obito's retreating figure, a mix of worry and hope stirring within him. He recognized that Obito's decision could alter their fates, yet they had no alternatives. He could only wait patiently for Obito's return, hoping he would bring the information they desperately needed. Beneath the moonlight, Obito's silhouette resembled a streak of black lightning as he traversed the village in near silence. Heading straight for Kagaya's abode, his movements were swift and agile, as if he had melded into the night itself. He quietly opened Kagaya's door, cautiously stepping into the room. Kagaya sat there, gazing out the window as if she were a statue. Obito approached her from behind, a wave of tension washing over him. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady his racing heart. "Kagaya," Obito began, his tone calm and steady, "I have been contemplating that our original intent in forming the Akatsuki was to create peace. Yet look at the actions we are undertaking." He paused, fixing his gaze upon Kagaya's silhouette. She remained unresponsive, simply listening intently. "We kill, we attack villages. We use our people as pawns. Is this truly the peace we seek?" Obito questioned, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Kagaya offered no reply, her eyes still fixed on the window. Obito recognized that he could not directly inquire about Kagaya's true intentions. He needed to guide her subtly to reveal her plans. Discovering Kagaya's genuine strategy was crucial for their future. He understood that this would be a protracted struggle, yet he was prepared to endure, unwavering in his commitment. Chapter 19. Undercurrents. Obito, is this truly how you perceive peace? Kagaya's voice sliced through the stillness like a winter wind, laced with a hint of disdain as well as anticipation. Obito fell silent, aware of the test concealed within her question. Rising from his chair, he approached Kagaya, his expression grave, his eyes glimmering with steadfast resolve. "At times, we must indeed undertake actions we are reluctant to embrace in the name of peace," Obito responded earnestly, his gaze unwaveringly meeting hers. Kagaya slightly turned her head, her eyes resembling deep voids, filled with uncertainty and danger. "Obito, your perspective exudes leadership qualities. But do not forget our objective." Obito felt a tightening in his chest. Kagaya's words, though indirect, bore a vague warning that intensified his determination. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew frigid, and Obito sensed an unsettling chill at his back. He understood that he must proceed with utmost caution, subtly steering Kagaya toward their desired direction. After leaving, Obito remained alone in his room, repeatedly perusing the booklet Naruto had gifted him. This booklet chronicled Kagaya's past deeds and Naruto's insights into her character. He needed to unearth a method to defeat Kagaya, to discover a way to alter her mindset. Only then could they hope to save the world. Moonlight bathed Obito's face, illuminating his resolute and determined gaze. He recognized that retreat was not an option. They could not falter. For the sake of peace, they must prevail. Kagaya's words pierced Obito's heart like a blade, yet he chose to persist. He understood that every action and word he uttered could irrevocably impact their future. Thus, he had to be prudent and composed. Returning to his chamber, Obito opened the booklet bestowed by Naruto. He leafed through its pages, each word encapsulating Naruto's understanding and hope for the future. And Obito recognized that he must transform these insights and aspirations into reality. However, he also understood that his current situation was exceedingly delicate. Though a member of the Akatsuki, he harbored profound doubts about the organization's objectives. He understood that persisting in this manner would only lead him deeper into turmoil. Thus, Obito resolved to engage in a genuine dialogue with Black Zetsu. He yearned to comprehend how Black Zetsu perceived peace. If their views diverged significantly, he would need to devise a means to persuade Black Zetsu to alter his perspective. However, executing this decision proved to be no simple task. Obito recognized that any hint of skepticism towards Black Zetsu could trigger immediate suspicion. Therefore, he had to approach cautiously, step by step, to uncover Black Zetsu's true thoughts. Seated at his desk, the moonlight casting a soft glow upon his visage, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He was acutely aware of the immense pressure weighing upon him. A swift resolution was imperative. Immersed in thought, Naruto's words echoed in his mind. Peace must be earned collectively, not achieved by the efforts of a solitary individual. We shall walk this path together. Naruto's unwavering resolve and conviction infused Obito with strength. Yet, as he lifted his gaze to the luminous moon outside, the turmoil within him remained unresolved. He understood that the road ahead was long, fraught with challenges yet to be addressed. Nevertheless, despite the obstacles that lay ahead, Obito remained undeterred. He firmly believed that perseverance would illuminate their future path. Taking a deep breath, his determination solidified further. He knew he must forge ahead, regardless of the hardships that awaited him. The evening breeze caressed his face as he stood before Black Zetsu's door and knocked gently. "Come in," came Black Zetsu's voice from within. Obito inhaled deeply, cautiously pushed the door open, and entered. Black Zetsu sat at his desk, his silver hair appearing strikingly rigid under the moonlight. He raised his teacup, regarding Obito with an expression devoid of emotion. Approaching Black Zetsu, Obito fixed him with a penetrating gaze before speaking. "I wish to discuss the matter of peace." A faint smile flickered across Black Zetsu's lips as he set down his cup and regarded Obito. "So what do you wish to know?" Obito understood that direct confrontation was unwise. He needed a more subtle approach to discern Black Zetsu's genuine thoughts. "What do you believe peace is?" he inquired. Black Zetsu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "Peace is a state devoid of war and suffering, a world where everyone can lead a happy life." Obito's heart leapt with joy. He sensed he had discovered a pathway to Black Zetsu's inner convictions. He continued, "Do you think our current actions can achieve peace?" Black Zetsu's gaze shifted, revealing a complex mix of emotions, and he responded, "I hope we can attain peace. But reality is often cruel. I know our actions may incite war and cause suffering, yet I am willing to proceed. For I believe that true peace can only be realized through conflict." Upon hearing this, Obito recognized the contradiction within Black Zetsu's heart. He resolved to seize this opportunity to unveil Black Zetsu's true thoughts. Chapter 20. Before dawn, Obito regarded Black Zetsu. "Do you genuinely believe your actions are for the sake of world peace?" Black Zetsu's demeanor remained impassive. "To me, war and peace are merely tools. My ultimate goal is to fulfill Kagaya's wishes and establish a true new world order." Obito was momentarily taken aback. "In this new world order, will there be a place for me and my friends? For all those who dream of peace and wish to protect their comrades?" Black Zetsu's response was chillingly blunt. "A new world order necessitates new rules and sacrifices. Not everyone can adapt to that, but it is unavoidable." Obito's gaze hardened. "Black Zetsu, you are mistaken. Sacrificing others and comrades will only breed more pain and resentment. This is not peace, nor is it the world we desire." Black Zetsu regarded Obito with an expressionless face. "I understand your perspective, but I cannot accept it. Our goals differ, and thus we cannot reach an agreement." Obito inhaled deeply. "Indeed, our goals diverge, which is why I must stop you. I seek to protect not only myself, but all those in this world who aspire to peace." Silently, Obito exited Black Zetsu's abode. A serious expression etched upon his face. He had just concluded his conversation with Black Zetsu, yet he had not achieved the desired outcome. He realized that the Akatsuki's objective was not to forge a peaceful world, but rather to create a stage for the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The silvery moonlight bathed the village of Konoha. The ancient houses glimmered under the moon's glow, each stone seemingly recounting its own tale. The old scars and silent years coming to life in that moment. It was a tranquil night, with only the distant sounds of flowing water and the occasional whisper of the wind breaking the stillness. The vast village lay immersed in serenity, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. Yet upon the hills, two figures gazed down at the tranquil village. Obito stood with his hands tucked in his pockets, his long black hair gently swaying in the breeze. His features were sharply defined in the moonlight, and his deep eyes reflected a chasm of emotions. He stared at the village, his homeland, his roots, his everything. In his heart, he silently prayed for the eternal peace and tranquility of his cherished home, wishing for the happiness and well-being of those he loved. Beside him, Naruto also gazed at the village, his blue eyes ablaze with fervor, an embodiment of his hopes for the future, his thirst for challenges, and his love for his homeland. He raised his hand, pointing towards the distant village. Obito, look, that is the home we must protect. We cannot allow anyone to harm it, no matter who they are or how powerful they may be. Obito turned to face Naruto, witnessing the flames of determination in his eyes, the resolute expression on his face, and the fearless glint in his gaze. A slight smile graced his lips. You are right, Naruto. This is our home, and we will never allow anyone to harm it. They exchanged a smile, a gesture laden with resolve for the future, an embrace of the challenges ahead, and a celebration of their friendship. Standing under the moonlight, they resembled two guardian spirits, safeguarding their home, their village, their everything. Then, they vanished into the moonlight, disappearing into the night. Their forms faded like phantoms into the endless darkness, yet their hearts brimmed with strength and conviction. They knew that their battle had only just begun. They were Naruto. They were Obito. Their adventure was just unfolding. They were guardians, they were warriors, they were ninjas. They were the heirs of the Hokage, the protectors of Konoha, the harbingers of hope for the future. Their journey had only just begun. Chapter 21. The conspiracy of the Akatsuki. The library within the Hokage's residence was a breathtaking realm. Countless books, scrolls, and manuscripts densely populated the vast wooden shelves, chronicling the wisdom of past Hokages and the evolution of Konoha's history. Naruto and Obito labored in the weighty and solemn atmosphere, their eyes reflecting determination and focus. Each word, each illustration, could potentially unveil clues to thwart Kagaya Otsutsuki's resurgence. Obito gently extracted an ancient-looking scroll, carefully unfurling it. The handwriting on the scroll had become somewhat faded, yet it was evident that this was a study regarding the Otsutsuki clan. He furrowed his brow, meticulously reading each word. Meanwhile, Naruto sifted through a pile of research reports, his gaze shimmering with determination and hope. Despite the specialized and intricate nature of the documents, he refused to surrender. I found it, Obito suddenly murmured, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Naruto immediately set aside the report he was holding and hurried to Obito's side, peering at the scroll in his hands. What did you discover? Obito pointed to a passage on the scroll, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. The power of Kagaya Otsutsuki seems to be related to a forbidden technique known as the Otsutsuki system. This technique is the clan's most formidable art, possessing the power to alter the world. However, the research indicates that the cost of utilizing this forbidden technique is exceedingly high. Naruto gazed at Obito with anxiety. What should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Obito replied, we need to uncover the weaknesses of this technique or find a way to counter it. This revelation instilled renewed hope within them, while also presenting a formidable challenge. They understood they were in a race against time. They had to find a means to thwart the Akatsuki organization's Moon Eye plan before it was set in motion. Naruto and Obito quickened their pace, delving into more books and gathering additional information. They were aware that their quest was not solely for themselves, but for the world and for all those they cherished. Their resolve was stronger than ever, and their objectives clearer than before. Through their diligent efforts, the archives of the Hokage's residence became increasingly lucid, revealing more information about the Otsutsuki clan, along with clues that might indicate the weaknesses of the Otsutsuki system. Although their progress was promising, they recognized that numerous challenges lay ahead, with a long road still to traverse. Yet, they also understood that as long as they did not falter and maintain their faith, they could alter the fate of the world. As night fell, they finally concluded their day's labor. Naruto looked at Obito. We uncovered some leads. We must act swiftly. Obito met his gaze and nodded earnestly. Indeed, we must proceed without delay. Their eyes reflected unwavering determination, their resolve unyielding. They knew the challenges continued, their journey far from over. There was still more information to seek and obstacles to overcome. However, they also recognized that they had taken the first step, catching a glimpse of hope's dawn. In the secret base of the Akatsuki, Black Zetsu sat alone in a quiet study. Before him lay an ancient tome, its cover ravaged by time. This was the forbidden technique of the Otsutsuki system he had long sought. His gaze was steady and profound, his fingers delicately turning the pages. Each word, and symbols subjected to his thoughtful scrutiny. This might be the key to awakening a new world. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. Black Zetsu, there are new developments. Pain's voice was cold as the wind, tinged with a hint of tension. Speak. Black Zetsu did not lift his eyes, remaining fixated on the book. Obito's movements are becoming increasingly active. Pain's voice trembled slightly, as if he were searching for something significant. I suspect he has uncovered some of our clues. Black Zetsu's gaze shifted slightly. And so what? As long as they remain unaware of our ultimate objective, all efforts are in vain. Yes, I will keep a close watch on his movements, Pain affirmed, nodding before turning to leave. The door closed softly behind him, restoring the room's former tranquility. Black Zetsu glanced over the last page of the book, a complex symbol materializing in his mind. He took a deep breath, closed the book, and returned it to the shelf. Then he approached the window, gazing at the starry sky. He understood that their plans were far from complete. The journey ahead still long. Yet he also realized that with every step they took, they drew closer to their destination. Meanwhile, Obito was actively pursuing his agenda. His resolve remained unshaken, his eyes filled with determination. He sought clues and possible means to thwart the Akatsuki's plans. He recognized that his mission was fraught with challenges and dangers. Yet he also understood that only he could protect this world from impending calamity. His adventure had only just begun. Chapter 22. The Moon's Eye. Obito sat in the center of the room, clutching the precious documents. His eyes, a blend of red and black, shimmered with an inscrutable light, mirroring his seemingly steadfast yet complex convictions. This information encompassed the history of the Otsutsuki clan and the life of Kagaya Otsutsuki, meticulously gathered during their solitary battles and ventures. Within these fragmented records, Obito needed to identify important clues regarding Kagaya Otsutsuki, the legendary figure revered by Black Zetsu and sought for resurrection. Furrowing his brow, Obito pondered a recurring question. Why was Black Zetsu so relentlessly devoted to this goal, willing to sacrifice everything? As he sank into deep thought, a familiar voice emerged from the communicator beside him. Obito, have you found anything? It was Naruto's voice, attempting to mask his urgency and concern. Obito set aside the documents, grasped the communicator, inhaled deeply, and began to respond. I'm still searching. Everything is under control. His voice was steady and resolute, reflecting his unyielding spirit and determination. They could not afford to panic or let the pressure of time cloud their judgment. This fleeting calm might dictate their ultimate success or failure. After concluding the communication, Obito resumed his examination of the treasured documents, his gaze intense as he meticulously deciphered the information within. Each record, every minute detail, could conceal vital clues about Kagaya Otsutsuki. He needed to remain vigilant, allowing no room for oversight. The night desert was eerily silent, with only the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating Obito's focused face and the aging documents. He understood that his task was not yet complete. His challenges had only just begun. He knew their time was limited, yet he persevered, for he recognized that only by refusing to give up could they uncover the key to changing the future. Only by persisting could they safeguard the world they cherished. After an entire night of searching and organizing, Obito compiled all available information regarding Kagaya Otsutsuki. She was the progenitor of the Otsutsuki clan, who had consumed the fruit of the divine tree, acquiring immense power and becoming the ruler of the moon. Her strength and wisdom were both a blessing and a curse to the world. A flicker of doubt crossed Obito's mind. Did Black Zetsu possess some unique understanding of this legend? He resolved to uncover the answer to this enigma. Naruto, what we seek may not only be clues about Kagaya Otsutsuki, Obito communicated through the device, his tone resolute. We need to understand why Black Zetsu is so fixated on her. Therein may lie the key to altering everything. Upon hearing Obito's suggestion, Naruto paused momentarily before responding. You're right. We should consider this issue from a different angle. I will do my utmost to seek relevant clues. Their mission had become more arduous, yet they remained undeterred. They understood that only by continually challenging the unknown could they hope to reveal the truth. In the subsequent days, Naruto and Obito embarked on their respective quests for clues, each from their unique perspectives. They sought not only the secrets of Kagaya Otsutsuki, but also the unwavering dedication of Kagaya's will. Naruto, through various channels, gathered every fragment of information that could possibly relate to Kagaya. Meanwhile, Obito infiltrated the inner workings of the Akatsuki organization, tracing the remnants of Kagaya's past. Their efforts did not go in vain. A few days later, Obito unearthed a document titled Project Tsuki no Mi within the clandestine archives of the Akatsuki. The file meticulously detailed Kagaya's understanding of the world and her grand design. As Obito perused the document, a torrent of astonishment and trepidation surged within him. It became evident that Kagaya's aspiration was not merely for mundane world peace, but rather a peace achieved through the manipulation of human consciousness. She intended to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki to fulfill this ambition. Obito realized that this document might be the pivotal clue they had been desperately seeking. He needed to convey this information to Naruto. Together they must thwart the impending catastrophe. His heart raced, for the significance of this revelation far surpassed their initial expectations. Chapter 23. The alliance of tailed beasts. The dawn bathed the village in golden light, rendering everything serene and orderly. Naruto and Obito sat upon a wooden bench, observing the daily lives unfolding before them. "Obito, we need to initiate our plan," Naruto asserted, his gaze resolute and filled with determination. Obito nodded, stating, "First, we must locate all the tailed beast Jinchuriki and forge an alliance with them." A subtle smile graced Naruto's lips. "I know precisely where to begin. I share a profound bond with Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, as well as with the two-tails Jinchuriki, Matatabi, from the Cloud Village. They will heed our counsel." Thus, they embarked on their quest to find the tailed beast Jinchuriki, their first stop being the Sand Village in the Land of Wind. Before entering the Sand Village, they faced numerous challenges and adversities, yet they overcame each hurdle with unwavering resolve, their determination fueling their journey. The leader of the Sand Village was Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Upon their arrival, Gaara appeared both astonished and wary, but as Naruto elucidated their purpose, his expression gradually softened. "Gaara, I understand this may be difficult for you to accept," Naruto began, "but it is the truth. The Akatsuki is orchestrating a cataclysmic plan, and we must prevent it." Gaara regarded Naruto and Obito, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "I will stand with you, Naruto. To protect the Sand Village and this world, I am willing to fight alongside you." With Gaara's pledge to join their cause, the confidence of Naruto and Obito soared. Their next objective was to secure the alliance of Matatabi, the two-tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village. Naruto and Obito had yet to encounter Matatabi and were largely unfamiliar with her, relying solely on the intelligence gathered from the Akatsuki. They understood that the two-tails Jinchuriki was a reclusive and independent individual, making the task of persuading her a formidable challenge. Upon reaching the Cloud Village, they engaged in an extensive search, ultimately discovering Matatabi within a secluded cave. She appeared guarded, her gaze rife with suspicion. "Who are you? Why have you come to find me?" she inquired nervously. Naruto stepped forward, stating, "Matatabi, we are ninjas from Konoha. We have uncovered a secret concerning the Akatsuki that poses a threat to the existence of all tailed beast Jinchuriki, including you and me." Matatabi scrutinized them, her skepticism unwavering. "How do you know this? Why are you telling me? I don't know you. Why should I trust you?" Naruto met her gaze and slowly recounted his own story, how he traversed time to return to the past, how he learned of this information, and why he sought her out. His words resonated with sincerity, and the determination in his eyes was palpable. As Matatabi listened, her expression shifted from confusion to a flicker of understanding and acceptance. "I need time to contemplate," she finally replied. Naruto and Obito nodded in understanding, recognizing that this revelation would require time for Matatabi to process. In the ensuing days, Naruto and Obito awaited Matatabi's response while continuing to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki within the Cloud Village. Eventually, Matatabi approached them, her eyes filled with resolve. "I will stand with you against the Akatsuki," she declared. "Although I do not fully trust you, I am willing to give trust a chance to protect myself and prevent the calamity you spoke of." With Matatabi's commitment, Naruto and Obito's morale surged even higher. They understood that the challenges ahead would be arduous, yet they also recognized that they were no longer alone. They had formidable allies by their side. On a small island at the center of the misty lake in the village hidden in the mist, Yagura was interrupted from his contemplation by Naruto and Obito. He was a taciturn man, initially harboring wariness and doubt towards these two strangers. However, the sincerity of Naruto and Obito gradually eased his defenses as they shared the impending crisis, elucidated the Akatsuki's plans, and expressed their unwavering resolve to resist. Despite the turmoil in Yagura's heart, he began to waver in his skepticism. At that moment, a chilling voice shattered the relative calm. "Your hypocritical sincerity is truly nauseating." Kakuzu emerged from the shadows, his body ensnared by 5 colored threads, his gaze brimming with malice. Naruto and Obito instantly shifted into a combat stance. Acutely aware of Kakuzu's formidable strength, he possessed not only 5 hearts, but also the ability to manipulate 5 different chakra natures. The sparks of battle ignited in an instant. Kakuzu utilized his threads to control his body, launching rapid assaults. His power was immense, yet Naruto and Obito, drawing upon their own formidable abilities and exceptional teamwork, valiantly resisted. Despite Obito's familiarity with Kakuzu's combat style, they found themselves struggling to keep pace with his relentless attacks while ensuring Yagura's safety, complicating the battle further. Yagura observed from the sidelines, witnessing Naruto and Obito's determination to protect him at all costs. Their steadfast gazes and indomitable spirit igniting a sudden resolve within him. He could no longer remain a mere bystander. He summoned the 3 tails, unleashing a surge of potent chakra. With the strength of the 3 tails, Yagura launched an offensive, successfully suppressing Kakuzu. Overwhelmed by the power of the 3 tails, Kakuzu was compelled to retreat, albeit temporarily. Following the battle, Yagura could no longer deny Naruto and Obito's unwavering conviction. He resolved to trust them and join their ranks in the fight against the Akatsuki. This victory bolstered their confidence, solidifying Naruto and Obito's commitment to their goal. They would continue to seek out other Jinchuriki, hopeful that together they could thwart the Akatsuki's dreadful scheme. Chapter 24. The choice of the 4 tails navigating through treacherous mountains. Naruto and Obito arrived at the remote village hidden in the rocks, where houses were nestled within towering cliffs, creating a picturesque harmony between nature and humanity. At the highest point of the village resided Ozai, whose calm and profound gaze seemed to encompass all the wisdom of the world. He regarded the 2 young men with a hint of curiosity in his smile. "We hope you will join us to avert a future catastrophe," Naruto stated earnestly. "Catastrophe? What are you referring to?" Ozai's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes deepening with contemplation. Yet before they could elaborate, a chilling voice pierced the tranquility. "I have come to find you, Ozai, the 4 tails Jinchuriki." The figure of the speaker emerged from the shadows like a specter, clad in black robes, revealing himself as Kisame, a member of the Akatsuki. When he appeared, his voice was imbued with indifference and resolve. His silken hair billowed in the gentle breeze, akin to a ghost in the night, and his gaze was sharp and frigid. Extending his hand from within his robe, water elements swiftly coalesced in his palm, forming a pulsating sphere of azure light. Naruto, observing Kisame, felt an overwhelming sense of determination surge within him. He understood that this confrontation was a pivotal battle on the path he and Obito were treading in pursuit of the 4 tails Jinchuriki, Old Zetsu. He grounded himself, striving to steady his racing heart. His gaze unwavering, teeth clenched, he was imbued with the spirit of combat. Obito too sensed the tense atmosphere. The earth around him began to churn, moving like a living organism at his fingertips. He glanced at Naruto, nodding solemnly. Their eyes met, silently conveying their readiness to embrace the impending challenge. Kisame sneered, swiftly waving his hand, causing water to ripple as the water dragon bullet shot forth from his palm. The air reverberated with a sound reminiscent of crashing waves, heralding the arrival of a tempest. In an instant, Naruto and Obito launched their counterattack. Obito's Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart formed a solid line of defense between them, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the water dragon bullet, while Naruto conjured a Rasengan that swirled in his hand like a burning flame. After a brief stalemate, the 2 formidable forces collided violently. The water dragon bullet splashed against the Earth Flow Rampart, but the barrier remained steadfast, repelling Kisame's assault. Despite the robustness of their defense, both Obito and Naruto felt the immense pressure weighing upon them. They recognized that mere defense would not suffice to secure victory. They needed to identify their adversaries' vulnerabilities and strike back. Naruto's eyes were like those of a hawk, keenly observing Kisame's every maneuver. He understood that even the slightest movement could signify Kisame's imminent attack. His heartbeat echoed in his ears as he concentrated all his energy, preparing to unleash his assault in a fleeting moment. Amidst another water dragon bullet attack, Naruto discerned Kisame's opening. He propelled his Rasengan forward, charging towards Kisame's weakness with the swiftness of lightning, leaving Kisame with scarcely any time to react. In an instant, the Rasengan struck Kisame, sending him hurtling back like a kite severed from its string, landing some distance away. Though struck by Naruto's Rasengan, Kisame did not succumb. Rising from the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes glimmered with an even fiercer resolve. Shaking off the impact, he regained his footing and slowly raised his hand to summon a more potent water release technique, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Obito pressed forward relentlessly, the power of his earth release surging in his palm. He understood that the next strike would dictate the battle's outcome, and his determination remained unshaken. In an instant, Obito and Kisame's assaults converged. The clash of earth release and water release unleashed an astonishing force, momentarily solidifying the very air around them. As the two techniques collided, a massive vortex formed, enveloping both combatants and the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Zetsu. Just as the vortex reached its zenith, Naruto's figure erupted from the edge, his Rasengan having reached its utmost potential. His eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve, radiating a brilliant golden light, his target fixed firmly on Kisame. "This time, I will defeat you," Naruto roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. His Rasengan struck Kisame with blinding speed, and in the following moment, an explosive force erupted at the heart of the battlefield, illuminating the entire arena. The dust of battle swirled in the air as Kisame fell to the ground, unable to resist. Meanwhile, Naruto and Obito, though weary, wore expressions of satisfaction. "We have won," Obito murmured gently, gazing at Old Zetsu with eyes filled with determination and hope, eager for their collaboration to confront the looming crisis. Though the battle had concluded, their mission was far from over. They would continue their quest to locate other tailed beasts and thwart the plans of Kaguya. This was their calling, their promise for the future. Chapter 25. Journey to the Five Tails. Following their victory, Naruto and Obito engaged in a lengthy conversation with Old Zetsu. They shared insights about the future, informing him of potential events to come. They hoped the Four Tails would join them in opposing the schemes of Kaguya and the Akatsuki. After listening to their words, Old Zetsu expressed his intention to make the best choice, albeit requiring some time for deliberation. Naruto and Obito understood, pledging to protect the tailed beasts and their hosts at all costs. After bidding farewell to the Four Tails, Naruto and Obito resumed their journey, their next target being the host of the Five Tails. Along the way, they encountered various challenges, such as inclement weather and food shortages. Yet, they persevered, their resolve only strengthening in the face of adversity. They recognized the significance of their mission, which fueled their determination amidst hardships. Throughout their lengthy journey, the bond between Naruto and Obito deepened. They supported one another, facing challenges together, their friendship profoundly influencing them and solidifying their commitment to safeguarding the world. However, the actions of the Akatsuki began to stir concern within them. Signs encountered along their path indicated that the organization was hastening its clandestine operations. They understood that failing to locate all the tailed beasts swiftly could allow Kaguya's plans to come to fruition. Thus, the urgency and danger of Naruto and Obito's journey intensified. Nevertheless, they recognized that these trials were inevitable. For the future, for the world, they were willing to sacrifice everything. Upon discovering that the Five Tails host was Han, Naruto and Obito began to scour intel and maps for possible leads. They knew this process would be arduous, as Han was adept at concealing himself, and his tailed beast was immensely powerful. After several days of searching, they finally traced Han to an abandoned village nestled in the hills. They decided to conduct reconnaissance before devising a detailed strategy. As night descended, Naruto and Obito stealthily approached the village. They noted that the settlement had seemingly been forsaken for quite some time, with only a few flickering lights illuminating the darkness. Upon investigation, they discovered Han seated leisurely in a corner of the village, a large pot beside him, as if reveling in solitude. Determined, Naruto and Obito approached him directly. They understood that to persuade Han, they must convey their sincerity, as their options were limited. When they reached Han, he lifted his gaze, observing them in silence. Naruto spoke first. "Han, we have come to seek your aid in thwarting a conspiracy that could annihilate the world." Han did not respond immediately. He merely regarded them quietly before turning away again to tend to his pot. However, Naruto and Obito remained undeterred, aware that they needed patience, time, and compelling reasons to convince Han. In the distance, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, leaving a luminous trail behind it. In the fleeting moment of a meteor streaking across the sky, Naruto clenched his fist with determination. He turned to Han, his voice resolute. Han, this conspiracy does not concern us, but if we fail to thwart it, the world will face annihilation, and every soul, including ours, will perish. Han slowly turned his head, his gaze filled with confusion and skepticism, yet he refrained from outright rebuffing Naruto. After a brief silence, he simply remarked, "Is what you speak of true?" Obito responded calmly, "We have no reason to deceive you, Han. We merely hope that you will place your trust in us, and together, we can safeguard this world." Despite this, Han's eyes reflected weariness. "What can I possibly do? I am merely a vessel for a tailed beast. How could I obstruct a conspiracy that threatens to destroy the world?" Obito tightened his fists, looking intently at Han as he asserted, "Your power possesses the potential to transform the world, Han. Your tailed beast is an integral part of this world, and together, we can resist that conspiracy." Naruto nodded in agreement, his gaze upon Han brimming with conviction. "Han, we need you. The world needs you. If you stand with us, we have a chance to reshape this reality." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Han's eyes as he regarded Naruto and Obito. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply and nodded, "Very well. I am willing to give it a try." Both Naruto and Obito exhaled in relief, knowing they had taken the first step towards altering the course of the world. Ahead of them lay greater challenges and difficulties, yet they felt prepared. At that moment, another meteor appeared in the distant sky, illuminating their faces and their hearts. Chapter 26. The Six Tails. Yutaka, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, clad in a cerulean robe, sat quietly atop a colossal tree, the bubble-blowing apparatus in his hand shimmering faintly in the sunlight. He exuded an air of elegance and indifference, despite the potent six tails sealed within him. He appeared as an ordinary youth, unburdened by the pressures and troubles that typically accompany a tailed beast. Naruto and Obito approached slowly, their expressions grave yet filled with respect and anticipation. They understood that their need for Yutaka extended beyond mere strength. They sought the experience and wisdom that accompanied his role as a Jinchuriki. Lord Yutaka, Obito stepped forward, meeting the gaze of the figure perched upon the tree. His voice clear and firm, "We have important matters to discuss with you." Yutaka leisurely blew a bubble, gradually turning to face them, his calm eyes concealed beneath long bangs. As if the world around him could not disturb his equanimity, he remained silent, listening intently to Obito's words. Obito recounted the Akatsuki's conspiracy and the looming threat of Kaguya, elucidating the purpose of their visit. Naruto joined the explanation, hoping Yutaka would comprehend their dire situation and the necessity of his assistance. After a contemplative pause, Yutaka's gaze shifted from Obito and Naruto to the distant landscape. He inhaled deeply, as if weighing their words. Eventually, he turned back to them, a resolute glimmer igniting in his eyes. Setting aside the bubble apparatus, he declared, "I am willing to assist you, but first, I require your help with a certain matter." His statement startled both Naruto and Obito. They looked at Yutaka, eager for his next words. "I need you to help me find someone, my former student, Hikari." Yutaka's voice remained tranquil, yet his request placed an unspoken weight upon Naruto and Obito. They exchanged glances before responding in unison, "We will find her." Yutaka nodded and resumed his bubble blowing, crafting enchanting orbs in the sunlight. Naruto and Obito departed, determined to locate Hikari, not only for their own quest, but to aid Yutaka as well. They recognized that finding Hikari would not be a simple task. After leaving Yutaka, she had wandered the ninja world alone, her whereabouts becoming increasingly elusive. Nevertheless, Obito and Naruto resolved to persevere. They returned to Hikari's former village, hoping to uncover clues. They inquired amongst the villagers, searching for places she might frequent, even scouring her former residence, but yielded no useful information. Thus, they broadened their search. They traced Hikari's previous locations, journeying northward, traversing deep mountains and rivers, navigating rugged paths. Their expedition was fraught with challenges, yet they remained undeterred. At last, in a secluded valley, they discovered traces of Hikari. Within a cave, they found her dwelling and several items she had left behind. Among those items was a letter addressed to Yutaka. In the letter, Hikari expressed her gratitude and conveyed her decision to explore the world independently, seeking her own path. Having read the letter, Naruto and Obito realized that their quest was not solely to find Hikari, but to embrace a belief, a steadfast conviction in the way of the ninja. They may not have located Hikari, but they discovered a sense of purpose and determination. This conviction would fuel their journey forward, empowering them to confront the Akatsuki. Thus, they continued their journey, aware that their path was long, their mission unfinished, and their search for Hikari, in their own way, had only just begun. Chapter 27, Yutaka. Hikari. After discovering Hikari's letter in the cave, Obito and Naruto sat down to rest in silence. Naruto gazed at the letter, lost in thought, before turning to Obito and saying, "Obito, we've searched for so long, but where could Hikari possibly be?" Obito gently stroked his face, his eyes deep and contemplative. He spoke slowly. "This world is vast, filled with countless possibilities. Hikari has chosen her own path, and we must respect her decision. Our task is to find her and convey our sentiments." Listening to Obito's words, Naruto offered a bittersweet smile. He lifted his gaze to the starry sky and murmured, "Indeed, we must honor her choice. Yet, we cannot simply give up. We must find her and persuade her to see that our decision is also the right one." Obito nodded slightly, meeting Naruto's gaze, and replied, "Then let us press on, Naruto. As long as we persist, we will eventually find Hikari." The two stood resolute, determined to continue their quest. They understood that no matter how arduous the road ahead, they would not falter. United by a common goal, to locate Hikari and discover their own ninja way, they pressed onward to the hidden rain village, where they had heard was the birthplace of Yutaka's disciple, Hikari. Under the guidance of Yu-Gi-Oh, they pledged to find Ing and expressed their desire for Yu-Gi-Oh to join their ranks. Through inquiries with the villagers, they ultimately located a forest frequented by Ing. There, they discovered a crystal-clear stream beside a quaint wooden cabin, exuding an aura of harmony and tranquility. "Is this Ying's home?" Naruto mused, gazing at the serene scene before him. It appeared exceedingly peaceful. Obito also expressed curiosity about the modest cabin. They approached and gently knocked on the door. Slowly, it creaked open, revealing a beautiful woman standing before them. It was Ing. "Who are you?" she inquired, studying them closely. Naruto replied, "We are Obito and Naruto, sent by Mr. Yu-Gi-Oh to find you." Upon hearing Yu-Gi-Oh's name, a complex expression crossed Ying's face. She silently regarded them for a moment before slowly speaking. Then, "What brings you here?" Naruto and Obito exchanged glances, and Naruto began, "We seek your assistance. Mr. Yu-Gi-Oh has agreed to join us, but he wishes for you to accompany us as well. We are gathering all the Jinchuriki to combat the Akatsuki organization." Ing looked at them in disbelief, seemingly taken aback by their request. She turned to the cabin, her face reflecting deep contemplation. Obito broke the silence, moving closer to Ing with a resolute tone. "Ing, we understand this may be difficult for you to accept. However, the world is facing an unprecedented crisis. We need every ounce of strength, every willing ally by our side." Ing gazed at Obito, visibly moved by his words. After a moment, she softly replied, "I will consider it." Observing the shift in Ying's demeanor, Naruto and Obito felt a sense of relief. They recognized the necessity of granting her time to reflect on this significant decision. In the following days, they stayed in the Rain Village, forging a deep friendship with Ing. Throughout this process, they came to appreciate Ying's kindness and resilience, intensifying their hopes for her to join their cause. Finally, on a dawn morning, Ing stood at the cabin's entrance, approaching Naruto and Obito. "I have made my decision," she stated firmly, looking at them. "I will join you in the fight against the Akatsuki." Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Obito beamed with joy, knowing it was the most rewarding acknowledgement of their efforts. For Yu-Gi-Oh, this was undoubtedly the outcome he had yearned to witness. In their laughter, Ying's decision heralded a new chapter. Chapter 28. The gathering stormed deep within the village. Naruto and Obito stealthily entered, striving to maintain a low profile while remaining ever vigilant. They understood that every step and gesture could determine the success of their plans. Before an isolated wooden cabin, they halted. This cabin appeared more modest than the others, yet it radiated a tranquil and serene aura. Obito gently knocked on the door, and a youthful woman emerged. She had short, teal-green hair, adorned with an orange hairpin on her right side, and her dark skin glowed healthily under the sun. Her orange eyes sparkled with intelligence and determination. This was the person they sought, Maple. Although she appeared friendly and cheerful, her alertness remained undiminished. Upon seeing strangers, she instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Despite Naruto and Obito harboring no ill intentions, caution was warranted in this world fraught with uncertainty and peril. They candidly revealed their purpose, hoping Maple would join them in the fight against the Akatsuki. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, followed by contemplation. This decision bore significant weight for her, necessitating time for reflection. Just then, commotion erupted from the distant village. Instantly, Naruto and Obito tensed, exchanging knowing glances, realizing that the Akatsuki had arrived sooner than anticipated. Maple hesitated, biting her lip as she gazed towards the familiar village, her home, where her family and friends resided. Faced with such a crisis, she could not remain idle. Action was imperative. Drawing a deep breath, she summoned her chakra from within, channeling the power of the Seven Tails. At that moment, two resplendent butterfly-like wings materialized behind her, a manifestation of her chakra, affirming her identity as a Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. "It seems we have no time for hesitation," Maple declared, her gaze steady upon Naruto and Obito. "Let us confront the Akatsuki together." Her eyes brimmed with resolve. Recognizing the imminent threat posed by the Akatsuki, she chose to face it head-on. The wings sprouting from her back fluttered in the wind as she gracefully soared towards the heart of the village. "Maple, we fight together," Naruto proclaimed resolutely, following her lead. Obito nodded silently, taking a deep breath and hastening after Naruto towards the village's center. In the heart of the village, two figures loomed ominously. Their faces inspired a chilling dread. Haiden's silver hair was neatly slicked back, and his crimson eyes seemed to blaze with demonic fire. He was enveloped in a shroud of black chakra, exuding an air of arrogance and madness. Beside him stood Kakazu, with black hair cascading to his shoulders, a large horn protruding above his left eye, while the right was obscured by a headband. His visage embodied a cold and profound intensity, with black tendrils coiling around his right hand, augmenting his menacing presence. They were two members of the Akatsuki, a looming threat ahead. Despite this, Naruto and Obito pressed forward, unyielding in their resolve to face the impending battle. However, just as they approached the village center to confront Haiden and Kakazu, a sharp and commanding voice pierced the air. "Wait, I am here as well." They turned to see Maple descending from the sky, landing beside them. Her teal-green hair fluttered in the wind, and her butterfly wings shimmered brightly. Her gaze was resolute as she addressed Haiden and Kakazu, declaring, "You will face not just them, but me as well." The atmosphere in the village became charged with tension. Naruto, Obito, and Maple stood united, prepared to face this unavoidable confrontation. The arrival of Haiden and Kakazu heralded an impending storm. Together, they were ready to stand firm amidst the tempest, safeguarding all they held dear. Maple's brief declaration resonated in the air, ushering in a profound silence. It was her unwavering proclamation against the Akatsuki, a steadfast promise to herself. Naruto regarded Maple, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He understood her inner resolve and found inspiration in her courage. He looked to Obito, who nodded in agreement. Together, they faced Haiden and Kakazu, ready to embrace the challenge. Haiden smirked, his crimson eyes glinting with an unsettling light. He regarded the trio before him, a derisive smile curling at his lips. "Are you all coming together?" Or, his words were cut short by Kakuzu's steady voice. "There is no need for further words," he asserted, his black tendrils weaving ominously in the air, heralding the approaching storm. Maple unfurled her chakra-formed wings, Naruto clenched his fists, and Obito summoned rock formations as a response to Kakuzu's provocation, affirming their fearlessness. The storm seemed to be brewing. Maple surged forward towards Haiden, while Naruto and Obito charged at Kakazu. In an instant, the air crackled with the energy of chakra, sparks igniting as if the entire village was on the verge of combustion. Yet, even as the battle commenced, the true trial had only just begun. The power of the Akatsuki was formidable. Naruto, Obito, and Maple would need to muster every ounce of strength to stand against it. Chapter 29. Echoes of the Heart. Fang's pupils constricted as her blue-green hair danced in the wind. She charged towards Fadewan, her heart brimming with tension and fervor. Fadewan's silver hair fluttered as he awaited her, his violet-red eyes sparkling with madness and anticipation. He spread his arms wide, as if to welcome the imminent battle. The twin blades in Fang's hands coalesced with chakra, swiftly transforming into a colossal chakra sword, illuminating her face with its radiant glow. Naruto and Obito followed closely behind, rushing towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu's black hair billowed in the breeze, his expression calm as if everything was within his control. His arms writhed, black tendrils swirling in the air like dark serpents. Obito's eyes were filled with resolve as he summoned rocks to construct a defense, while Naruto conjured shadow clones, ready to counterattack. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the brilliance of chakra illuminating the air. Each face was etched with tension and determination as they focused intently, striving with all their might. The clash between Feng and Fadewan was ferocious. Each strike caused Fadewan's body to split apart, only to reassemble time and again. Yet, Feng's gaze remained unwavering. She believed that with relentless assault, she would ultimately prevail. Naruto and Obito's battle against Kakuzu was equally brutal. Kakuzu's black tendrils lashed out, repeatedly breaching Obito's rocky defenses to launch his attacks. However, they did not falter. Naruto's shadow clones charged at Kakuzu, while Obito erected barriers of stone time and again. The air was thick with the haze of battle, the sparks of chakra flickering throughout. Each assault heightened the tension on the battlefield as they fought amidst the smoke, devoted to safeguarding their world. The fervent clash continued, each warrior exerting their utmost efforts to protect what they cherished. Smoke wafted through the air, enveloping the village like a shroud. Feng's figure flickered in the sky, her blades tracing arcs of blue-green light. Fadewan, like an immortal beast, swiftly recovered from even the most grievous wounds. His violet-red eyes gleamed amidst the smoke, his laughter resonating in the air like a battle hymn. Naruto and Obito faced Kakuzu's onslaught with unwavering courage. Kakuzu's black tendrils whipped through the air, each strike causing the earth to tremble. Naruto's clones soared, repeatedly breaking through Kakuzu's defenses, while Obito fortified their position with unyielding stone barriers. Their gazes met, sparks igniting. Each exchange filled the air with palpable tension. Their hearts brimmed with resolve. This was their war, their duel, and losing was not an option. The intensity of the battle surpassed all expectations, especially in the clash between Feng and Fadewan. Fadewan's immortal form intensified the pressure on Feng, yet she resolutely faced his attacks, her chakra surging as she deflected each blow. Meanwhile, Naruto and Obito's synergy compelled Kakuzu to feel the weight of their combined might. Their seamless cooperation, one attacking, the other defending, left Kakuzu with no opportunity to retaliate. The ferocity of their conflict escalated, each strike shaking the ground, each defense freezing the air. This was a true life-and-death struggle, with no retreat, only forward. In the air, Feng moved like a dancer, her twin blades carving elegant arcs. Fadewan's violet-red eyes glimmered with cold light, his immortality rendering him fearless in battle. He greeted each of Feng's assaults with laughter, amplifying the pressure she felt. Nevertheless, Feng did not waver. Her gaze radiated determination. This was her battle, her vow. No matter Fadewan's strength, she must overcome him, for her village, for her promise. On the ground, Naruto and Obito's fight raged on. Their attacks were as fierce as a tempest, their defenses as solid as mountains. Kakuzu's black tendrils lashed out, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Yet, Naruto and Obito stood undeterred, their gazes resolute and unwavering. Their fists struck Kakuzu repeatedly, their strides unyielding. The echoes of their hearts resonated across the battlefield, their resolve as unyielding as stone, refusing to falter in the face of adversity. This was their war, their final confrontation, their sacred vow. Chapter 30. The power of bonds. The intensity of the battle exceeded everyone's imagination. Each clash, each encounter, seemed capable of tearing the air and shattering the earth. The night in Takigakure was illuminated brilliantly, the intertwining of blades and chakra resembling a dazzling yet perilous display of fireworks. Feng's every leap in the air conjured a tempest, her sword striking towards Fadewan like bolts of lightning. Her eyes radiated resolution and courage, her wings glimmering in the light like flames bursting in the night sky. Fadewan scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with manic revelry. Each of Feng's attacks, he evaded or countered effortlessly, as if playing a game. However, as Feng's relentless onslaught continued, Fadewan's grin gradually faded, replaced by surprise and respect. Meanwhile, the struggle on the ground intensified. Naruto and Obito's fierce battle against Kakuzu continued, each collision causing the surrounding air to tremble. Kakuzu's tendrils, like dark monsters, sought to tear apart everything in their path. Yet, faced with such a formidable adversary, Naruto and Obito showed no signs of retreat. Their eyes burned with unwavering conviction. Their muscles surged with strength, their chakra swirling within, resisting Kakuzu's relentless attacks. Obito gazed intently at Kakuzu, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "We cannot afford to lose. This is not merely our battle, but the battle of all Jinchuriki." Naruto nodded in agreement, determination filling his gaze. "Indeed, we must not falter. We must protect all the Jinchuriki." With renewed vigor, they charged towards Kakuzu, their chakra burning brighter, their figures leaving unique trails against the night sky. This was their war, their decisive battle. Their bond fortified them on the battlefield, their shared belief lending strength to their fists. Their resolve, their courage, their unity coalesced into an immensely powerful force. They inscribed their battle hymn with their lives and unwavering faith. As the battle deepened, the earth began to fracture, buildings crumbled, and the village felt as if it were swept away by a storm, leaving chaos in its wake. Foam, Naruto, and Obito clashed fiercely with Fadewan and Kakuzu. The interplay of blades and the collision of chakra rendering the world around them dim. In the air, Fang's brow furrowed, her face bearing the marks of exhaustion. Each encounter with Fadewan's attacks drained her chakra significantly, yet his relentless assault surged like a tidal wave, leaving no respite. Fadewan mocked her, disdain lacing his words. "It seems your strength is nearly depleted, Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails." Foam bit her lip, refusing to respond. She understood the peril of her situation. Yet she chose to persevere, clinging to her resolve until the very last moment. On the ground, Naruto and Obito faced a similarly grim scenario. Kakuzu, with his astonishing recovery abilities, seemed impervious to their relentless onslaught. Their chakra reserves dwindled, yet the dawn of victory remained elusive. Obito's face grew pale, yet his gaze remained resolute. "We cannot afford to lose, Naruto." Naruto, fatigued, nodded as he gripped the chakra-formed sword tightly. "Yes, we must win." At that moment, Fadewan and Xiao Du launched their attacks almost simultaneously, leaving Foam, Naruto, and Obito gasping for breath, their bodies retreating under the immense pressure. Yet, they did not surrender. The flames of determination blazed in their eyes. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra emanated from afar, prompting them to turn and behold a figure swiftly approaching. That familiar chakra ignited a spark of hope within them. "It's Yagao!" Foam exclaimed, her eyes shining with renewed vigor at the sight of their allies' arrival. Yagao's presence introduced a new variable to the battle. Faced with the impending shift in the tide of war, Foam, Naruto, Obito, and Yagao gripped their weapons tightly, their faces etched with unwavering resolve. Amidst the swirling dust, Yagao appeared somewhat fatigued, his attire tattered and multiple wounds adorning his body. Yet the fierce spirit of combat still blazed within his gaze. He smiled at Foam, radiating confidence and steadfastness that instilled her with immense strength. "I apologize for my tardiness," he said to her, then turned to face Fadewan and Xiao Du, his expression cold and resolute. "I shall not let you prevail." The arrival of Yagao caused a subtle shift in the demeanor of Fadewan and Xiao Du. Fadewan scoffed, the host of the Six Tails. "Do you think your arrival will alter the situation?" Yagao remained silent, directly unleashing the power of the Six Tails, blue flames of chakra manifesting behind him. His piercing gaze exuded a powerful will to fight. Meanwhile, Naruto and Obito readied themselves, aware that this would be a grueling battle. Retreat was not an option, and defeat was unthinkable. With Yagao's arrival, the atmosphere of the conflict intensified. The clash of four formidable warriors ignited the battlefield, each impact rendering the air nearly suffocating. Fadewan engaged Yagao in fierce combat, his attacks frenzied and merciless, each strike aimed at a lethal conclusion. Yet, Yagao did not falter. He utilized the power of the Six Tails to continuously block Fadewan's onslaught, while seeking opportunities to counterattack. On the ground, Naruto and Obito battled Xiao Du fiercely. Although Xiao Du possessed a terrifying regenerative ability, he began to show signs of struggle against the relentless assaults from Naruto and Obito. The ferocity of the battle rendered the surrounding air searing hot. Every movement, every strike, was imbued with absolute resolve and determination. They understood that the outcome of this battle would reverberate throughout the entire world. However, regardless of the outcome, they were prepared to sacrifice their lives to protect this world and their comrades. This was their conviction, their oath. On that stormy night, the four ninjas commenced their fierce confrontation. The smoke of battle had yet to dissipate, their decisive clash was merely beginning. Chapter 31. The triumph of perseverance. The intensity of the battle escalated, and Feng felt the air around her become almost incendiary. She relentlessly harnessed the power of the seven tails, launching attacks at Fei Duan, each strike like a force capable of tearing the sky asunder. However, Fei Duan, relying on his mysterious and formidable strength, consistently evaded her assaults. On the ground, Naruto and Obito were similarly embroiled in a grueling struggle. Xiao Du's ground-based attacks seemed inexhaustible, expanding and retracting like tentacles in an attempt to ensnare them. His face remained impassive, save for the cold glint in his eyes, betraying his unyielding resolve. Feng inhaled deeply, then intensified her onslaught. Her wings flapped with greater ferocity, a powerful wind swirling behind her. Her gaze sparkled with determination, unwavering and bright. Fei Duan, your opponent is me, Feng declared loudly, her eyes brimming with the spirit of duel. Fei Duan smirked mockingly. How amusing, little girl. He scrutinized Feng with his crimson eyes. Undeterred, she tightened her fists, silently vowing to protect her friends at all costs, refusing to allow the Akatsuki to succeed. Simultaneously, Naruto, Obito, and Yagao unleashed their own ferocious assaults. The tempest raged around them, the winds howling as the flames of war intensified that night. The confrontation among the four warriors had reached a boiling point. The howling winds echoed like feral cries throughout the battlefield. Feng clashed fiercely with Fei Duan in the air, while Naruto, Obito, and Yagao engaged Xiao Du on the ground in a brutal contest. Their figures raced through the storm, casting twisted shadows in their wake. Naruto gripped the Rasengan tightly, its thunderous roar resounding as he locked his sharp gaze on Xiao Du, his eyes akin to the fangs of a predator. Obito, with a grave expression, met Xiao Du's gaze, arms crossed over his chest, seemingly strategizing their next move. Yagao's expression was equally resolute, the fire of battle reflected in his blue eyes. Xiao Du remained calm and composed, his dark tendrils swirling around him like ominous clouds. His golden pupils were elongated and profound, reminiscent of an owl stalking its prey under the cover of night. High above, Feng's seven tails power manifested as a colossal hurricane. Each flap of her wings summoned a fierce storm. Meanwhile, Fei Duan employed his curse technique, perpetually challenging Feng's defenses. With a determined expression, Feng concentrated chakra into her right fist and struck towards Fei Duan. Yet, he effortlessly evaded her attack in an instant. Be careful, little girl, Fei Duan taunted, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Feng gritted her teeth, refusing to back down. She resolved to abandon defense in favor of an all-out assault. A tempestuous power surged within her, the essence of the seven tails igniting her spirit. At that moment, Naruto's voice rang out. Feng, we believe in you. Turning her head, Feng met the unwavering gazes of Naruto, Obito, and Yagao. A warm surge enveloped her heart, the trust and encouragement of her comrades. Empowered by their faith, Feng soared once more towards Fei Duan. The tempest had ignited within her soul, a storm of fury and resolve, a battle against the Akatsuki, her battle. The heart of the storm was primed for confrontation. Thunder roared overhead, yet not a single raindrop fell. This was the battlefield of Feng and Fei Duan, rife with conflict and resistance. Fei Duan's cursed techniques exploded in the air, leaving behind dark imprints. Feng, while evading his attacks, relentlessly retaliated with fierce blows. You seem resolute, yet it will not alter your fate, Fei Duan remarked coldly, his crimson eyes glinting with cruelty. Feng, however, did not respond. She poured her energy into attacking Fei Duan, attempting to breach his defenses time and again. Her butterfly wings traced graceful arcs in the air, resembling a butterfly navigating through a storm. On the ground, Naruto, Obito, and Yagao continued to engage Xiao Du in fierce combat. Xiao Du's abilities lashed out like black tendrils between them. Yet, they showed no fear, courageously pressing their assault against him. Naruto's Rasengan and Obito's Earth-style techniques bombarded Xiao Du relentlessly, but he appeared unscathed. Meanwhile, Yagao attacked while simultaneously healing Naruto and Obito's wounds with chakra. As the battle wore on, their stamina and chakra began to wane. Obito's Earth-style techniques lost their potency. Naruto's Rasengan lacked its previous might, and even Yagao's healing proved insufficient. We cannot lose, Naruto gasped, gritting his teeth, his gaze resolute. Seeing Naruto and Obito on the ground, Feng felt a surge of determination swell within her. She understood she could not give up. She could not let them down. Just then, Feng sensed a powerful force coursing through her. It was a sensation unlike any she had experienced before. Her chakra felt as if it were ablaze, and her wings seemed to gain newfound strength. This is the power of the seven tails, Feng murmured softly, her gaze solidifying with determination and brilliance. Once more, Feng unfurled her wings and launched a fierce assault on Phaeton. Caught off guard by her sudden onslaught, Phaeton found his curse techniques shattered by Feng's chakra, and his defenses gradually crumbled under her relentless strikes. Witnessing this turn of events, Naruto and Obito exchanged delighted smiles, recognizing that they had glimpsed the dawn of victory. Feng's attacks rained down like a tempest, relentlessly battering Phaeton until he could withstand no more. His body erupted in midair, disintegrating into countless black fragments. On the ground, Naruto and Obito finally discovered a means to vanquish Kakuzu. Utilizing the healing techniques of Yukitaka, they struck Kakuzu repeatedly until his earth grudge fear was completely nullified. As Kakuzu's form dissipated, so too did the remnants of Phaeton scatter in the wind. Only Naruto, Obito, Yukitaka, and Feng remained, standing amidst the now tranquil battlefield. They had triumphed over the Akatsuki, emerging victorious in this battle. Yet, they were acutely aware that their struggle had only just commenced. They would press on, continuing to fight until peace was restored to the world. After the battle concluded, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, though the resolute gleam in their eyes spoke of newfound confidence born from their perseverance. The fight was far from over. They prepared themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 32. A renewed confrontation after the battle. The four of them were utterly spent. Although victorious, the aftermath's ruins and scars served as a poignant reminder that this was merely the beginning of their strife. We should take a moment to rest, Obito suggested. Surveying his companions, they found a relatively intact wooden cabin where they could recuperate and regain their strength. Naruto and Obito stood guard outside, vigilant against any potential resurgence of the Akatsuki, while Feng and Yukitaka tended to their chakra and wounds within the cabin. Obito gazed quietly at the surrounding devastation, his heart swelling with determination. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we must prevail, he murmured. Naruto nodded, his gaze unwavering. We must protect this world, safeguard everyone. Just as they were recuperating, the sudden sound of footsteps jolted them into alertness. Approaching rapidly were several figures clad in black cloaks. The Akatsuki returns. This time, the members were unlike any they had encountered before. They lacked the madness and ferocity of Phaeton and Kakuzu, their eyes betraying a calmness as if they had already seen through everything. Naruto and Obito assessed their adversaries, understanding that this battle would be even more arduous and brutal than the last. Fear not. We shall emerge victorious, Obito declared, his fists clenched with resolve. Naruto echoed the sentiment, his own fists tightening. They knew retreat was not an option. They must give their all. This was a new challenge, a battle of greater hardship. However, Naruto, Obito, Feng, and Yukitaka stood ready. They would face this new trial with courage and determination. They understood that only through relentless combat could they restore peace to the world. They would not surrender. They would forge ahead until the final victory was theirs. Are you ready? Obito inquired, fixing his gaze on Naruto. I am ready, Naruto replied with a smile. The new challenge was on the horizon, and they were prepared. Together, they would embark on their journey of battle once more, armed with their courage and resolve to protect this world. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Naruto and Obito faced the approaching Akatsuki members, hearts brimming with determination. Feng and Yukitaka swiftly joined them, united in their resolve to confront the impending challenge. The Akatsuki members, cloaked in black, wore masks that concealed their identities. Their cold gazes suggested they were unfazed by the presence of the four. Are you here to challenge us? One of the Akatsuki members asked disdainfully. We are here to stop you, Obito replied, his eyes glinting with unwavering conviction. At that moment, the battle ignited. The four surged forward with lightning speed, launching a fierce assault on the Akatsuki members. Obito brandished his sword, dashing toward his foes with unparalleled swiftness, unleashing a flurry of sharp blades that struck like a tempest. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to execute his shadow clone technique. Feng and Yukitaka followed closely, their attacks infused with the might of tailed beasts, powerful and ferocious. Feng transformed, her chakra manifesting as butterfly wings, soaring gracefully through the air, scattering a flurry of scales. Meanwhile, Yukitaka took on the form of the Six Tails, his strikes crashing like surging waves. This was a breathtaking confrontation, where both sides engaged with unwavering commitment in offense and defense. Yet, the strength of the Akatsuki members was formidable. They retaliated with overwhelming force, seeking to subdue the four. Undeterred, Naruto and Obito met the challenge with heightened resolve, their faces devoid of fear and filled with determination. The battle raged on. With the four fighting fervently to protect the world, failure was not an option. The intensity of the conflict exceeded anyone's imagination, as they fought with their very lives on the line, refusing to retreat. As the fierce struggle progressed, the disparity in power between the four and the Akatsuki members became increasingly evident. Under the combined onslaught of Naruto, Obito, Foam, and Yukitaka, the Akatsuki members began to falter, retreating step by step in the face of relentless attacks, fatigue creeping upon them. This cannot end here. Obito's roar echoed across the battlefield. The four pressed on with unwavering determination, undeterred by the enemy's counterattacks. However, even as the Akatsuki members were pushed back, they did not yield entirely. After enduring tremendous strikes, they began preparing to retaliate. One member suddenly unleashed a powerful ninjutsu, its force distorting the very air of the battlefield. Naruto, Obito, Foam, and Yukitaka felt the potency of this technique, their expressions turning grave. Yet, rather than retreating, they surged forward with renewed determination. At this moment, the clash between the four and the Akatsuki members reached its zenith. Each side unleashed their full potential, intertwining and colliding their formidable chakra and techniques. The eruption of chakra heated the air, and the tension in the battlefield reached unprecedented heights. Regardless of the outcome, they were prepared. With unwavering resolve, they faced this life-and-death struggle. We must win. Naruto's eyes shone with fierce determination. United, the four prepared to launch their final assault. Their attacks surged forth like a searing flame, propelled by an unstoppable conviction toward the Akatsuki members, who, in turn, retaliated with all their might. The two forces collided in the air, igniting a violent explosion. On the battlefield, only the sounds of clashing chakra and roaring flames remained. As the smoke of the explosion began to dissipate, the silhouettes of the Akatsuki members had vanished. Through their steadfast resolve and combined strength, the four emerged victorious over the Akatsuki members. Standing upon the battlefield, each bore their wounds, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of triumph. We did it, Naruto gasped, breathless yet elated. Obito, Foam, and Yukitaka shared in the smiles, having successfully defeated the Akatsuki members and safeguarded all that they held dear. However, the battle was far from over. They understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Akatsuki's machinations, and greater challenges awaited them on the horizon. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, they will unite and forge ahead with unwavering determination. They understand that only through solidarity can they surmount any obstacle. Standing together on the battlefield, the four of them gazed at the sky, their eyes brimming with resolve and courage, ready to confront the trials that awaited them. Chapter 33. The temptation of Kurizetsu. Following Itachi's vow, Naruto stood alongside him. They both recognized that the path ahead would not be smooth. Yet they felt confident in their ability to face all adversities. Itachi's decision astonished the other members of the Akatsuki, who questioned his choice and urged him to reconsider. However, Itachi's resolve was unwavering. He was certain that his decision was just. With Naruto's support, he finally found the courage to embrace the challenge. Yet, the news of this decision spread tumultuously. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, expressed profound discontent, deeming Itachi's actions as betrayal and an affront to the organization's ideals. Consequently, he resolved to intervene personally to prevent Itachi's return to Konoha. Itachi and Naruto decided to confront Pain together, fully aware that this battle would be arduous but understanding that victory was essential for their return to their village. In the face of Pain's challenge, Itachi and Naruto did not waver. They fought side by side, their strength countering Pain's formidable onslaught. Their eyes radiated determination and valor, their movements sharp and precise. Their prowess left the other Akatsuki members in awe. However, the battle was far from favorable. Pain's might exceeded their expectations, with each assault thrusting them deeper into peril. They had to exert every ounce of strength to withstand Pain's relentless attacks. At the brink of despair, Itachi unleashed his ultimate technique, Tsukuyomi. With this powerful illusion, he ensnared Pain in a profound delusion. Ultimately, they triumphed over pain, collapsing to the ground, yet smiles adorned their faces. They were aware that they had emerged victorious. Drawing ever closer to their return to Konoha, Naruto looked at Itachi, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. "You did well, Itachi," he said, his voice faint yet filled with strength. Itachi smiled, determination flickering in his gaze. "This is merely the beginning. We have a long road ahead." Kurizetsu concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze piercing through the dense foliage of the forest, fixated on Itachi and Naruto in the distance. He understood that they had successfully swayed pain, a surprising outcome that piqued his interest, prompting him to orchestrate a minor trial. His fingers traced intricate hand seals in the air, and after a brief silence, his yin-yang release technique manifested, conjuring several powerful shadow clones. His plan was straightforward, to test Itachi and Naruto's strength and observe their reactions under pressure. However, Kurizetsu preferred to manipulate the situation from behind the scenes rather than directly engage in battle. Thus, he leaned against a great tree, his eyes locked onto his subjects. Itachi and Naruto faced formidable ninjas created by Kurizetsu's yin-yang technique. Each clone wielded potent jutsu, rendering the battle nearly unwinnable for any ordinary ninja. Yet, Itachi and Naruto were no ordinary ninjas. A calm, yet resolute flame burned in Itachi's eyes, wielding the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Each swing of his blade claimed an opponent. His strikes were razor-sharp, yet he deftly avoided delivering fatal blows, aware that these ninjas were merely Kurizetsu's puppets. Naruto, with eyes alight with courage and determination, unleashed powerful assaults, his figure darting across the battlefield as he struck at the ninjas while shielding the defenseless around him. His movements exuded resolve, as if declaring to Kurizetsu that no matter the means employed by the adversary, he would not retreat. The battle raged for several hours as Kurizetsu observed silently from a distance. He witnessed Itachi and Naruto's strength and their unwavering resolve. In the face of his trial, they did not falter. Instead, they advanced with even greater determination. A faint smile crept across his lips, as if he were savoring a splendid performance. The confrontation concluded with Itachi and Naruto emerging victorious. Kurizetsu regarded them with a deep sense of admiration, beginning to reevaluate their strength and resolve. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The challenges ahead would be even more daunting. Chapter 34. The revelation of truth before Kurizetsu. Pain emanated a formidable aura. The silver of his eyes reflected a glimmer of resolute intent. Kurizetsu, undeterred, met his gaze with a seemingly placid blackness that concealed decisive power. The standoff between them was silent, yet resounded louder than words. "I am aware of your intentions, Kurizetsu. You aim to wield Tsukuyami to unify the world, do you not?" Pain's voice was calm, yet the underlying strength was unmistakable. Kurizetsu smiled and replied, "Indeed, Pain. This has been my goal all along, and I will pay any price to achieve it. And that price includes our friendship?" Pain's words made Kurizetsu frown slightly. Understanding the implication, Pain was questioning his resolve. If necessary, yes, Kurizetsu's answer was resolute and merciless. This response deepened Pain's frown, for he had not anticipated Kurizetsu's willingness to so swiftly forsake their bond. Yet, he recognized it as Kurizetsu's decision, his determination. As they confronted one another, a jutsu shot forth from the distance, aimed directly at Kurizetsu. It was a sudden and unpredictable attack. Kurizetsu had little time to react, bracing himself as he closed his eyes, awaiting the impact. Yet, the attack never reached him. Instead, he felt a powerful shockwave. Itachi had intervened, blocking the assault. Kurizetsu glanced at Itachi, a flicker of gratitude crossing his eyes. However, this was merely the beginning. The battle continued, escalating in intensity as Itachi and Naruto joined the fray, complicating the dynamics. The clash of the four warriors ignited the battlefield, leaving all in astonishment. Just as their combat reached its peak, Kurizetsu made a decisive choice. He resolved to withdraw from the fight, recognizing his need for greater power and preparation. He could not hope to achieve his goals under such circumstances. Thus, he opted to retreat, employing his yin-yang technique to vanish from sight, leaving the others to continue their battle. Kurizetsu's departure momentarily halted the conflict. Itachi, Naruto, and Pain ceased their assaults, gazing in the direction of Kurizetsu's disappearance, enveloped in silence. They understood that this war was merely the beginning. In the shadows, Kurizetsu bore a cold smile. He surveyed the scroll in his possession, its brilliance gleaming in his eyes. This scroll contained the answers he had long sought, the key to resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. At last, I have found it, he murmured, his voice infused with satisfaction and excitement. He had been on a quest for this answer, knowing that reviving Kagaya was the sole path to achieving his vision of world unity. The journey would be fraught with difficulties and setbacks, yet he had never wavered. Reflecting on his past, Kurizetsu felt a pang of sorrow. He recalled his companions and the battles they had fought together, now long absent from his side. The only course left was to press forward, to fulfill the ambitions they had left unachieved. Now, having discovered the method to resurrect Kagaya, he recognized that the road ahead would be even more arduous. Yet, he was prepared to pay any price to see his objectives realized. As Kurizetsu immersed himself in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps abruptly shattered his reverie. He lifted his head and beheld a figure clad in black entering his line of sight. This individual was a member of his companion organization, Akatsuki. Black Zetsu. We have encountered some developments. He approached Black Zetsu and whispered. Black Zetsu retracted his thoughts and replied calmly, Speak. He was acutely aware that this war had only just begun, and there was much left for him to accomplish. Reviving Kagaya Otsutsuki was merely his initial step. He would still face numerous obstacles and challenges ahead, yet he was prepared. He would strive relentlessly for his objectives. We have tracked Naruto and his companion's location. The Akatsuki member continued. They are currently in the village hidden in the clouds, attempting to persuade the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, to join them. Black Zetsu furrowed his brow slightly. He understood Naruto's eloquence and influence. He recalled how Naruto had once persuaded Pain to alter his convictions. Should he succeed in convincing Killer Bee, their strength would significantly amplify. What shall we do? Black Zetsu inquired. I suggest we act swiftly to thwart their plans. The Akatsuki member asserted, determination etched across his face. We cannot allow them to gather all the Jinchuriki together. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. They needed to act promptly to impede Naruto's scheme. Very well, we shall proceed according to your plan. Black Zetsu rose and moved towards the depths of the Akatsuki base. We must not afford them the opportunity to succeed. The Akatsuki member watched Black Zetsu's retreating figure, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes. He understood that in this war, they could not afford to lose. They must exert every effort to thwart Naruto's ambitions. Meanwhile, Naruto and his allies were in the village hidden in the clouds, endeavoring to convince Killer Bee. They recognized that the key to this war might hinge on their ability to persuade all the Jinchuriki. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Akatsuki had already discerned their whereabouts and was plotting their next move. They must prepare themselves to face the impending storm. Chapter 35. The thunder of conspiracy. The large sword gleamed ominously, aimed directly at Black Zetsu. Itachi's gaze was icy, his voice a low murmur. I am no longer a member of your Akatsuki, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu offered no reply, his eyes glinting with a ruthless light, never diverting his gaze from Itachi. All present held their breath, the tension in the air palpable enough to suffocate. Itachi then turned and walked towards Naruto, seemingly unfazed by the peril of turning his back on Black Zetsu. Naruto observed Itachi's silhouette, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that Itachi had resolved to stand alongside them. Though they had once been adversaries, Itachi's decision instilled in Naruto a profound sense of admiration and closeness. Itachi approached Naruto's side, offering no words, yet his actions spoke volumes. He had chosen to ally with Naruto and his companions against Black Zetsu and Akatsuki. Black Zetsu watched Itachi's retreating form, a swirl of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He remained silent, slowly turning back to his seat. Naruto regarded Black Zetsu's figure, aware that their battle had only just commenced. He must devise a way to unite all the Jinchuriki to collectively confront Akatsuki. Not far from them, Kagaya and Obito were also observing the unfolding events with bated breath. They understood the precariousness of the current situation and the necessity for constant vigilance against a surprise attack from Akatsuki. We can wait no longer, Kagaya whispered. We must swiftly locate the remaining Jinchuriki and gather them. Obito nodded in agreement, acknowledging the urgency of Kagaya's assessment. Time was of the essence, and they needed to act without delay. At that moment, a deep rumble of thunder echoed from the distant sky, a flash of lightning slicing through the night, illuminating the world. Everyone raised their heads to behold the impending storm. We must set out immediately, Naruto resolved, forcing a smile despite the foreboding challenges that lay ahead. He glanced at Itachi, who nodded in affirmation of his intent to cooperate fully. Black Zetsu gazed towards the distant heavens, his expression growing darker. He spoke not, yet his demeanor betrayed his contemplation and apprehensions. He recognized that Akatsuki's plans were becoming increasingly intricate and chaotic. He needed to find a way to regain control. The group hastily departed the ruins, venturing into the depths of the shadowy night. They lacked a specific destination, merely following Kagaya's lead towards a location they suspected might harbor more Jinchuriki. Along the journey, Itachi and Naruto walked side by side, both silent yet united in thought. They pondered how to locate the remaining Jinchuriki and persuade them to join their cause against Akatsuki. We need to gather more intelligence. Itachi finally broke the silence. His voice low and steady. Akatsuki's actions have been shrouded in secrecy. We must uncover any clues that will lead us to the remaining Jinchuriki. Naruto nodded, understanding the truth in Itachi's words. They required additional information, more leads to successfully find the remaining Jinchuriki. Ahead of them, a storm was brewing, mirroring the challenges and adversities they were about to confront. Yet Naruto knew they could not retreat in the face of this tempest. They must press onward for their friends, their homeland, and their ideals. As the thunder continued to rumble, a tempest was on the horizon, and Naruto and his companions were soon to face the greatest challenge of their lives. The signs of the impending storm grew increasingly evident. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the shadowy earth below. We should find shelter, Itachi suggested. Kagaya shook her head. Akatsuki may exploit this whether to launch an attack against us. We must persist in our advance, denying them any opportunity. Tsunade sighed. I understand your intentions are for the greater good, but we cannot allow the injured among us to continue in this state. We need to find a place to rest and recuperate. Naruto furrowed his brow, surveying the path ahead and glancing back at the injured within their ranks. He understood the risks of continuing onward, yet halting was not a viable option either. As they hesitated, the distant sound of horse hooves echoed through the air. A group of riders swiftly approached them. It's Akatsuki. Kagaya narrowed her eyes. However, as the riders drew near, the leader revealed a familiar face, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee from the village hidden in the clouds. Hey, brothers. Fancy meeting you here. Killer Bee greeted them with a casual tone, though his eyes warily scanned Itachi and the others. Itachi replied coolly, Killer Bee, what brings you here? Killer Bee chuckled. I came to find you guys. Someone wants to meet you. Who? Naruto inquired, curiosity piqued. Killer Bee squinted. Let us find a safe place to talk. Chapter 36. The calm before the storm under Killer Bee's guidance. The group arrived at a concealed cave, surrounded by sheer cliffs, with only one entrance, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Killer Bee began to speak. In truth, the village hidden in the clouds is already aware of Akatsuki's plans. We have decided to assist you in combating them. Naruto was taken aback. How did you find out? That is of little consequence. What matters is that we share the same goal, to protect our homeland and friends. Killer Bee responded resolutely. Tsunade nodded. With your assistance, our chances of success will significantly increase. Kagaya took a deep breath, seemingly contemplating something before stating, So, what should we do next? Killer Bee revealed his signature smile. First, we must collaborate. We need to be aware of your plans, while simultaneously sharing our intelligence with you. Itachi's gaze was sharp as a blade. Very well, let us commence. In a concealed cavern, the two groups engaged in an intense strategic discussion. Naruto and Killer Bee, two vibrant leaders, sat together, devising a plan for a common goal. Killer Bee stated, as far as we know, the Akatsuki organization intends to launch a large-scale assault on the 5 great nations tomorrow night during the new moon. Their primary target is Konoha, but other villages will not be spared. Konoha's Tsunade furrowed her brow. So soon? We must make decisions swiftly. She rubbed her temples. Konoha's defenses are in place, but we cannot merely wait for them to come. We need to take the initiative. Itachi's eyes were cold. I propose we divert their attention and disrupt their plans. Killer Bee nodded in agreement. I concur with Itachi's assessment. We can split into several teams, feigning attacks on their bases to draw their attention. Naruto looked at everyone. Then I and Killer Bee will lead 3 teams to assault the 3 main bases of the Akatsuki. Tsunade slapped the table decisively. Agreed, it is settled. As the night cloaked the world, dark clouds obscured the stars, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the earth. Under such conditions, the Akatsuki commenced their plans. Unbeknownst to them, the 5 great nations had prepared a surprise. Naruto, Killer Bee, and Itachi stealthily approached the Akatsuki's 3 bases, with Killer Bee's team being the first to act. They swiftly and accurately defeated the guards and infiltrated the base. Killer Bee's usual playful demeanor was absent. His expression was serious, every movement deliberate. Simultaneously, Itachi's team began their operation. With Itachi's formidable genjutsu, they easily infiltrated the base, casting illusions to ensnare the enemy in a thick fog. Finally, Naruto's team launched their assault, entering the base with the speed of the Hokage, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. The 3 battles erupted nearly simultaneously and concluded just as swiftly. The Akatsuki was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of the 5 great nations' counterattack. Their bases were destroyed in a matter of moments. When the Akatsuki's leader received the news, astonishment crossed his face. He had not anticipated such a response from the 5 great nations. But this was merely the beginning. Although 3 bases were obliterated, the true strength of the Akatsuki had yet to be fully revealed. Their leader, the enigmatic Kaguya, finally resolved to intervene personally. They have destroyed our bases. We shall strike directly at their core. Kaguya's voice was chilling and resolute. Within the ranks of the 5 great nations, Naruto and the others deliberated their next course of action. Our current advantage lies in the fact that the Akatsuki is unaware that we know their true objective. Tsunade spoke gravely. Indeed, we must leverage this advantage for preemptive defense, Itachi added. Killer Bee pounded the table. What we need to do now is locate their true target and prepare accordingly. Kaguya stood atop a mountain, gazing into the distance. What was his true plan? It remained a closely guarded secret. Not only did he intend to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki, but he harbored an even greater ambition, to control all tailed beasts through her and become the most powerful being in this world. The resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki was merely the first step. What he sought was supreme power. Kaguya murmured incantations. At that moment, an Akatsuki member hurried over. My lord, we have found the materials necessary to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya smiled faintly. Excellent, then let us begin. The people of the 5 great nations reinforced their defenses, fortifying each village in anticipation of the impending storm. Naruto and Killer Bee resolved to take action first, leading a small team of elites deep into the heart of the Akatsuki, aiming to thwart Kaguya's plans. Itachi chose to infiltrate stealthily, seeking an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Kaguya. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, yet this calm heralded an impending tempest. In Chapter 37, The Dance of Bubbles, the evening breeze caressed the serene forest. Yutaka sat by the lake, quietly observing the fireflies dancing upon the water's surface. As the Jinchuriki of the 6 tails, he bore immense power, yet his heart remained as tranquil and profound as the still waters of the lake. Suddenly, the ripples on the lake caught his attention. A droplet leapt from the surface, shattering the stillness, glistening brilliantly under the moonlight. Yutaka frowned slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the forest by the lake. Yutaka instantly became alert. This was no ordinary animal traversing the woods. Taking a deep breath, his expression shifted from calm to keen. The intruder made no effort to conceal their approach. Emerging from the thicket was a figure cloaked in black. Emotionless and cold, they held a peculiar vial directed at Yutaka. I believe you are already aware of who I am and why I have come, the figure spoke, their voice frigid and merciless. Yutaka remained silent for a moment before slowly rising to meet the black-cloaked figure's gaze. You are from the Akatsuki. You have come for my tailed beast. The figure nodded slightly. Then you must understand, this battle is unavoidable. Yutaka inhaled deeply, aware of the impending confrontation. However, he would never yield. For the sake of his friends and to protect his homeland, he must fight this adversary. Let us commence, Akatsuki, Yutaka declared with unwavering resolve, his eyes shining with determination. The atmosphere by the lake grew heavy and tense as Yutaka faced the cloaked figure, both gazes icy and resolute. The lake shimmered under the moonlight, reflecting the inevitability of the forthcoming clash. Slowly, Yutaka raised his hand, swiftly forming hand seals. Suddenly, the water of the lake surged, coalescing into countless small bubbles that expanded and glimmered with faint luminescence under his ninjutsu. Water release, bubble projectile, Yutaka shouted, launching the massive bubbles toward the cloaked figure like bullets. Though seemingly innocuous, upon contact, these bubbles would explode, unleashing powerful shockwaves. The cloaked figure retreated rapidly, evading the bubble onslaught. yet soon realized their exceptional tracking ability left little room for escape. In an instant, several bubbles detonated nearby, sending the figure hurtling through the air. Before stability could be regained, Yutaka unleashed his second wave of attack. Placing his palm to his mouth, he blew forth a colossal bubble that floated and gradually expanded, seemingly containing formidable power within. Water release, acidic bubble bomb. Yutaka's voice resonated, and with his declaration, the immense bubble erupted, showering corrosive acid in every direction. The cloaked figure hastily channeled chakra to form a protective barrier, attempting to shield against the acid, but the corrosive strength proved overwhelming, swiftly dissolving through the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Yutaka advanced, engaging the cloaked figure in close combat. Each of his strikes was agile and lethal, yet the cloaked figure was no pushover. Despite being pressed by Yutaka's relentless assault, they managed to withstand most of the onslaught. The battle intensified, lake water splashing wildly, while surrounding trees were decimated by the acidic liquid, leaving only withered branches in their wake. Just as the two sides reached an impasse, Yutaka unleashed his trump card, bringing his hands together in prayer to gather a substantial amount of chakra, then shouted, "Water release. Bubble cage." Instantly, a massive bubble encapsulated the cloaked figure, sealing them completely within. The man in the black robe struggled within the bubble cage, but Yugao immediately merged with the power of the six tails, infusing the bubble cage with a potent acid that gradually eroded the chakra defenses of the man in black. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the dual assault of acid and foam, succumbing to severe injuries and collapsing to the ground. Yugao ceased his assault, casting a cold gaze at the fallen figure before turning away from the lakeside to continue his journey. Chapter 38. A clash of wills as night deepened. Yugao walked along the lakeside, heading towards the village where the next Jinchuriki resided. Unbeknownst to him, the Akatsuki organization had already set their plans in motion, secretly observing his every move. At the village's entrance, a thin layer of mist began to spread, enveloping the entire settlement. The villagers sensed something amiss and retreated into their homes, leaving Yugao to traverse the village alone. In the mist, Yugao's vision was severely restricted, making it nearly impossible to discern the path ahead. Yet, he felt no fear, for the power of the six tails was at his side, ready to confront any unforeseen danger. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over him as faint footsteps echoed around him. Though soft, the sound seemed to surround him with countless unseen foes. He halted, strained to listen, attempting to pinpoint the source of the noises. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the mist, brandishing a long blade aimed directly at Yugao's throat. Reacting instinctively, he evaded the attack, but before he could counter, several more figures lunged at him from all directions. Clad in black robes with veils obscuring their faces, their cold eyes were the only visible features, and their movements were remarkably agile, each strike aimed at Yugao's vital points. A knot of tension formed in Yugao's heart. He recognized these were not ordinary foes, but elite members of the Akatsuki, meticulously trained for combat. He began to channel chakra through his hands, preparing to unleash his bubble jutsu. However, he soon discovered that the mist not only impaired his vision but harbored a greater secret. It could absorb and dilute chakra, severely restricting the abilities of the ninja. Yugao attempted to cast his jutsu, but only a feeble foam emerged, incapable of inflicting any harm on his assailants. Realization struck him like a cold wave. He had fallen into a trap set by the Akatsuki. Yet, he refused to succumb to despair. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to rely on his physical strength to combat this group of adversaries. He swiftly swung his fists, each blow imbued with immense power, pushing the black-robed figures back. Yet, they seemed endless, more and more emerging from the mist to launch relentless assaults. Breathing became increasingly labored, his chakra dwindled, and his injuries mounted. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a booming voice resonated through the mist. "Stop." Accompanying this command, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a towering figure, the leader of the Akatsuki, Kurizetsu. He regarded Yugao with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "Yugao, your strength is indeed remarkable, but you are still too young, too easily led astray." Yugao, panting heavily, struggled to steady himself, his eyes wide as he glared at Kurizetsu. "What do you want?" Kurizetsu chuckled softly, his gaze devoid of warmth. "Your tailed beast power and the chakra of the six tails that resides within you." A glimmer of despair flashed in Yugao's eyes, Yet he was resolute not to yield easily. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Even in death, I will not allow you to succeed." Kurizetsu smirked lightly, his indifference palpable as if regarding a lamb destined for slaughter. "I see your determination. But do you truly believe you can withstand my full might?" Yugao clenched his fists with unprecedented resolve. "I am willing to try." He understood the monumental challenge of overcoming Kurizetsu, yet fear eluded him. The six tails roiled within, urging him onward. Kurizetsu was their foremost enemy, and if he could be stopped, it was Yugao's duty to act. Suddenly, Yugao's body began to emanate a brilliant light, and as his chakra surged, he slowly levitated. Foam erupted from his form, each bubble infused with the power of the six tails, highly acidic and capable of instant corrosion. Seeing this, Kurizetsu no longer regarded him lightly. He formed hand seals, gathering immense yin-yang chakra around him to form a colossal black and white shield, attempting to withstand Yugao's onslaught. Without hesitation, Yugao surged towards Kurizetsu. When his fist collided with the shield, the air seemed to tear apart. A tremendous explosion echoed through the night sky, sending shockwaves that blew everything around them into disarray. The ferocity of their clash was such that even the surrounding mist was swept away, revealing all the Akatsuki members hidden in the shadows. Utilizing his bubble technique, Yugao relentlessly pressured Kurizetsu, who, despite his formidable yin-yang chakra, began to be forced into a defensive position. At that moment, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, hurtling towards Yugao. He felt a surge of oppressive force. The shadow was a massive wooden construct summoned by Kurizetsu using wood release. Despite his quick reflexes, Yugao found himself pinned beneath the colossal trunk, immobile. Kurizetsu approached coldly. "Now, I shall take your six tails chakra." Yet Yugao refused to surrender. Silently, he communicated with the six tails, pleading for assistance. Sensing his unwavering resolve, the six tails decided to cooperate fully. Suddenly, Yugao's body radiated a fierce red light, expanding into a gigantic crimson fox. Upon its emergence, Kurizetsu and the other Akatsuki members were violently thrown back. Now fully transformed into the six tails, Yugao charged at Kurizetsu, igniting an even fiercer battle. Chapter 39. Constriction. In the imposing form of the six tails, Yugao faced Kurizetsu, exuding an overwhelming aura. Each movement stirred up fierce winds, every step resonating as if shaking the earth itself. The Akatsuki members surrounding them appeared diminutive and powerless in the face of such might. Yugao's eyes glimmered with a fiery red light as he lifted his immense tail, its tips dripping with corrosive acid. Kurizetsu maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, he was on high alert. He understood that a mere touch from the six tails' power would be beyond his ease of resolution. The battle commenced swiftly. Yugao launched the first attack, swinging his tail ferociously towards Kurizetsu. The latter evaded deftly, only to realize that the ground beneath him had been ravaged by the acid, riddled with craters. Yugao raised his tail once more, sweeping towards Kurizetsu, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of foam from his mouth in an attempt to ensnare him. Kurizetsu swiftly released his yin-yang chakra, erecting a massive barrier to fend off Yugao's assault. However, the sheer force of the six tails attack proved too potent, and the barrier began to fracture almost immediately. Witnessing this, other Akatsuki members rushed to assist Kurizetsu. Yet Yugao denied them the opportunity. While entangled in combat with Kurizetsu, he simultaneously unleashed foam and acid upon the other members. The fight escalated, vast swathes of forest laid to waste, and the air reverberated with continuous explosions. Although Yugao found himself at a disadvantage, his determination remained unwavering. Each time he was struck, he retaliated immediately. Kurizetsu, feeling the pressure mount, despite his formidable strength, struggled against the unleashed power of the six tails. He began to employ wood release techniques, attempting to create sufficient obstacles to contain Yugao. The confrontation between them reached a fever pitch. Each collision seemed capable of shaking the very world. Yet neither anticipated the greater crisis that was silently encroaching. The colossal form of the six tails confronted Kurizetsu in a tense standoff. Surrounded by members of the Akatsuki, movement was nearly impossible due to the oppressive atmosphere. Yet they all understood that the crucial task at hand was to support Kuratsuchi. Suddenly, emerging from the shadows was a figure, Kakazu, a member of the Akatsuki. He bore no weapons, yet the chakra emanating from him was sufficient to instill a sense of dread in all present. Kakuzu fixed a cold gaze upon Yutaka and swiftly formed hand seals. A multitude of rocks erupted from the ground in an attempt to ensnare Yutaka. Without hesitation, Yutaka retaliated with corrosive liquid, swiftly dissolving the rocks. Seizing the opportunity, Kuratsuchi moved rapidly behind Yutaka, casting a formidable ninjutsu aimed at exploiting Yutaka's vulnerabilities. Yutaka was evidently taken aback by Kuratsuchi's speed. The attack struck him, but he immediately countered with a sweeping motion of his massive tail toward Kuratsuchi. Kakuzu intervened once more, endeavoring to erect a stone barrier to shield against Yutaka's onslaught. Yet, his speed paled in comparison to Yutaka's, as the colossal tail shattered the stone barrier and struck Kakuzu forcefully. Chaos ensued as other members of the Akatsuki sprang into action, seeking to assist Kuratsuchi and Kakuzu. However, Yutaka's strength surpassed their expectations. Even in unity, they struggled to inflict meaningful damage. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from afar. All turned to see a figure rapidly approaching from the distance. As the figure drew nearer, it became clear that it was Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. His gaze was icy as he regarded Yutaka, declaring, "Do you believe you can oppose the entire Akatsuki?" Yutaka remained silent, his eyes locked onto Pain, seemingly challenging him. Thus, a new battle was on the horizon. With Pain's arrival, the tension on the battlefield escalated dramatically. Although Yutaka was formidable, the presence of Pain clearly weighed upon him. Pain approached Kuratsuchi and Kaku, forming a triad that enclosed Yutaka in the center. Pain's gaze was filled with resolve and conviction as he addressed Yutaka. "Why do you rebel? Why challenge the Akatsuki?" Yutaka scoffed. "Pain, do you truly believe the Akatsuki can realize that foolish ideal? In this world, only power is the ultimate truth." Chapter 40. Yutaka's sacrifice. As Pain unleashed his Kagaya technique, the battlefield was enveloped by a colossal white ring and streaks of light, akin to falling meteors, plummeted from the sky towards Yutaka. Fully aware of the technique's potency, Yutaka concentrated all his energy into the chakra of the six tails, forming a massive blue chakra barrier in an attempt to thwart Pain's assault. Bubbles rose from the barrier as they collided with the descending beams of light, generating a dazzling display. Both Kuratsuchi and Kakuzu were not complacent. They quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance from Pain, knowing that this strike would determine the battle's outcome. Amidst the blinding radiance, the two formidable forces clashed violently, the ground trembled, and the surrounding trees and stones were obliterated. The battlefield transformed into a vast vortex, where all caught within faced annihilation. Suddenly, a dark fissure appeared at the center, rapidly expanding until the entire vortex was consumed by darkness. Then, a tremendous explosion reverberated, sending all combatants sprawling. As the dust settled, the battlefield was unrecognizable, a vast crater marking the site, with trees and stones vanished. In the center of the crater, both Yutaka and Pain were gravely wounded, visibly exhausted, yet neither displayed any intention of surrendering. Pain coughed up blood, struggling to rise, determined to continue the fight. Yutaka, though injured, retained an indomitable spirit. The two rose once more, preparing for their final confrontation. Kakuzu and Kuratsuchi had also returned to the fray. Aware that the battle had entered its climactic phase, no one could afford to be careless. Their gazes locked once again. The tense atmosphere enveloped the battlefield. This was a decisive battle among four, where the victor would claim survival and the vanquished demise. Meanwhile, other Akatsuki members stood ready in the distance, aware that the outcome of this conflict would shape the future of their organization. Amidst the scarred battlefield, Yutaka and Pain faced each other. Each breath they took felt heavy, their eyes filled with respect, animosity, and determination. Behind them, Kuratsuchi and Kakuzu stood alert, prepared to strike at any moment. Yutaka was the first to advance, his body enveloped in fox chakra, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Pain summoned 5 additional bodies, forming the 6 paths of Pain, their collective gaze fixated on Yutaka. The battle reignited. Yutaka unleashed a tailed beast bomb against Pain, while Pain's Azura path countered with mechanical weaponry. The two potent energies collided, emitting resplendent light. Kakuzu and Kuratsuchi were equally engaged, battling the Hungry Ghost and Hell paths, respectively. The intensity of the combat exceeded all expectations, each clash accompanied by colossal energy fluctuations. The earth was torn asunder, forests set ablaze, and the battlefield was strewn with ruins. In the heat of battle, Pain's human path successfully closed in on Yutaka. attempting to seal him. However, Yutaka was prepared, seizing the human path's hand and unleashing a powerful surge of chakra, sending it reeling. At that moment, Pain's Deva path joined the fray, its eyes shimmering with a mysterious glow as a formidable gravitational wave propelled Yutaka away, temporarily incapacitating him. Witnessing this, Kakuzu and Kuratsuchi resolved to join forces with Pain, the three launching a rapid onslaught against Yutaka. Yet, Yutaka did not falter. He maximized the power of the Six Tails, engaging in a desperate struggle against the trio. The battle raged on, and ultimately, Yutaka, exhausted from exertion, succumbed to the three. Upon witnessing this, the Akatsuki members collectively sighed in relief, knowing that victory in this battle belonged to them. Yet, the cost of victory was steep. The battlefield was littered with shattered bodies and debris. Pain approached Yutaka, regarding him with solemnity. Yutaka, your strength is formidable, yet it ultimately cannot withstand the Akatsuki. Now, relinquish the power of the Six Tails within you. Yutaka smiled faintly, despite his defeat, his resolve unwavering. You may claim my tailed beast's power, but I have never regretted my choices. Pain fell silent for a moment before beginning to extract the Six Tails' power from Yutaka. As the energy drained, Yutaka's form gradually withered until he ultimately disintegrated into a cloud of dust, vanishing from the battlefield. Victorious, the Akatsuki members gathered, and a faint smile graced Pain's lips. This battle, though won, came at a significant cost. To realize our ideals, we must strive even harder. The others nodded in agreement, cognizant that there remained a long road ahead in pursuit of the Akatsuki's objectives. Chapter 41. Pain's decision. In the aftermath of victory, the Akatsuki had little time to rest. Kakuzu swiftly summoned all members, presenting a small crystal ball. Within it, a mysterious force writhed, seemingly striving to escape. What is this? Pain inquired. Kakuzu pondered for a moment. I discovered this in an ancient ruin. While it does not possess the power of a tailed beast, it appears equally formidable. Kakuzu squinted his eyes, contemplating. If we could harness this power, the strength of the Akatsuki would be significantly augmented. However, Pain shook his head, stating, we are entirely ignorant of this force. Recklessly introducing it would only heighten the risks for the Akatsuki. As the three debated, the crystal ball suddenly shattered, and a figure emerged, rapidly expanding into the form of a colossal beast. This monstrosity possessed 8 razor-sharp tentacles, its body cloaked in darkness, save for 2 eyes that emitted a chilling blue glow. The members of the Akatsuki immediately prepared for battle. The creature unleashed a deafening roar, its tentacles flailing, attempting to strike Pain and the others. Black Zetsu swiftly employed a sealing technique, but it appeared ineffective against the beast. Kakuzu resorted to his earth release technique in an effort to immobilize the creature. Yet its strength proved overwhelming, allowing it to break free from Kakuzu's grasp. Witnessing this, Pain quickly summoned Deva Pain and engaged the beast in combat. The ferocity of this battle surpassed even that against Yutaka. After a grueling struggle, Pain, Black Zetsu, and Kakuzu finally managed to seal the beast. This incident served as a wake-up call for the Akatsuki, as they realized that beyond the tailed beasts, many unknown powers lurked in the world. The Akatsuki resolved to proceed with heightened caution to avoid encountering similar threats in the future. The members of the Akatsuki convened at a concealed base. Pain and Black Zetsu occupied the seats of authority, while the other members formed a semicircle around them. A temporary calm enveloped the aftermath of the battle. Yet the tension in the air lingered. In this operation, we have secured the Six Tails from Yutaka, Black Zetsu spoke coolly. But our aspirations extend far beyond merely collecting tailed beasts. Pain's gaze fixed on Black Zetsu, fully aware of the implications behind his words. What we seek is absolute power. Derived from Kagaya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu continued, his voice icy yet authoritative. Kakuzu raised his head, puzzled. Why resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki? She was a terrifying figure in history. A faint smile crossed Black Zetsu's lips. Only by wielding the most formidable power can we act as we wish in this world. Kagaya's power is the key. Shocked by Black Zetsu's ambition, the others remained silent, while Pain comprehended the truth. The true objective of the Akatsuki was not the peace he sought, but rather Black Zetsu's personal desires. I hope everyone can strive toward this goal and not let anything hinder our plans, Black Zetsu declared, his eyes glinting with determination. Finally, Pain spoke, Black Zetsu, You know I joined the Akatsuki to pursue peace, not to fulfill your ambitions. Black Zetsu turned to Pain, a slight smile gracing his lips. Pain, do you truly believe that peace exists in this world? Only absolute power can dictate everything. Pain inhaled deeply, realizing he could not persuade Black Zetsu. He could only hope the members of the Akatsuki would grasp the truth. Black Zetsu rose and moved toward the exit, issuing an order. Continue the search for the other tailed beasts in preparation for Kagaya's resurrection. The members of the Akatsuki dispersed, leaving Pain standing alone. Filled with confusion and uncertainty, he knew he had to make a decision, to continue following Black Zetsu or to fight for genuine peace. Amidst the ruins, Naruto sat atop a collapsed structure, with Pain and Konan in the distance. This was their secret meeting place after their previous encounter, shrouded from prying eyes. Pain inhaled deeply and approached Naruto. Naruto, I have been reflecting on our last conversation. Naruto nodded. I understand that your pursuit has always been peace. However, the Akatsuki, especially Black Zetsu's intentions, extend far beyond mere peace. Konan clenched her fists and moved closer to Pain. Aware of the inner turmoil he faced and the impact Naruto's words would have on him, Pain lowered his gaze. I know that resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki requires the power of the Rinnegan. Yet, I have always believed that the means justify the ends. Naruto looked steadfastly into Pain's eyes. But do you truly think that will lead to genuine peace? Pain remained silent for a moment. I do not know. I have been searching for answers. Naruto sighed. Pain, do you know why I have always pursued friendship and the path of a ninja? Because I believe that true strength lies not in how one wields power, but in how one uses it. Pain regarded Naruto intently. What do you mean by that? Naruto smiled. I believe that true peace is not achieved through overwhelming power, but through mutual understanding and trust. After a moment of silence, Pain slowly stated, Naruto, I have decided to stand by your side for the sake of true peace. A smile graced Konan's face, as she realized Pain had finally found his answer. Naruto grasped Pain's hand tightly. Then let us move forward together. The three resolved to unite against Black Zetsu and his ambitions, while the Akatsuki braced for a brewing storm. Chapter 42. Internal conflict in the dense woods. Kankuro and the Jinchuriki Han were moving swiftly. Their breaths were slightly labored, yet their gazes remained unwavering. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted nearby. As Deidara's clay explosive beasts rampaged through the forest, shattering trees into fragments. Han gritted his teeth, flames surging from his body, colliding with the explosive beasts to create a searing inferno. However, from a distance, Kakuzu offered them no respite. A gigantic hand of rock emerged from the ground, reaching for Kankuro and Han. Kankuro leaped, swirling blades of wind severing the rocky appendage. He shouted, Han, we must join forces. Han nodded, combining the powers of the Five Tails with the wind abilities of the Seven Tails to form a massive fire tornado. The fiery vortex surged towards the Akatsuki members, incinerating a wide area into charred earth. Deidara screamed in rage, you insects. He produced more clay explosive beasts, clashing with the fire tornado in a cacophony of sound. Kakuzu furrowed his brow, swiftly creating an underground passage with earth release, attempting a surprise attack from below. Yet, this maneuver did not escape the watchful eyes of Killer Bee. He flashed forward, appearing before Kakuzu and delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. In the distance, the Akatsuki's newly recruited members joined the fray, unleashing sealing techniques and a myriad of powerful attacks in an effort to capture the Jinchuriki. The battle escalated within the forest, with flames, wind blades, explosions, and rocks intertwining in the air, wreaking havoc. Ultimately, the numerical advantage of the Akatsuki cornered the three Jinchuriki. Despite their relentless efforts, they were gradually overwhelmed and successfully captured by the Akatsuki. Konan observed the entire battle from afar, knowing that she needed to make a decision, to continue following her heart or to strive for the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Once the Akatsuki members had tidied the battlefield, they departed swiftly, leaving Konan standing alone in the woods. Her long hair danced in the wind, as complex emotions flickered in her eyes. In her hand, she clutched a paper crane, a symbol of her bond with Nagato and her ties to the past. Lowering her gaze to the crane, she suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. Slowly lifting her eyes, she noticed Naruto approaching, his gaze fixed on her. Stepping before Konan, Naruto declared resolutely, Konan, do you truly believe in the Akatsuki's objectives? Do you genuinely think that peace can be achieved through war? Conan remained silent for a moment before responding, I don't know. But I know Nagato strives for a better world. Naruto inhaled deeply. Nagato is my friend, and I understand his struggles. However, true peace cannot be attained through force and conflict. It is achieved through understanding and friendship. Xiaonan remained silent, fully aware of the true intentions behind the Akatsuki organization. She wished to prevent Nagato from becoming a pawn in the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki, yet she also did not wish to betray the Akatsuki. Naruto continued, we all aspire to bring peace to this world. However, our methods differ. I hope you can reconsider and choose a path that genuinely leads to peace. As Xiaonan gazed at Naruto, the confusion in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination. Naruto, I will contemplate your words. But for now, please allow me some solitude. Naruto nodded and turned to leave. Xiaonan's gaze returned to the origami crane. A flicker of resolve crossing her features as she resolved to rethink her path. Meanwhile, the other members of the Akatsuki had returned to their base, bringing with them the captured Jinchuriki to make the final preparations for resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yagura, the three-tails Jinchuriki, found himself imprisoned alongside the other captives within the Akatsuki's secret stronghold. Karabi attempted to communicate with him, seeking a way out. Yagura, Karabi whispered, how well do you understand the barrier here? Yagura remained silent for a moment, clenching his fists. I've tried several times. This barrier is exceedingly tight. I can hardly feel the flow of chakra from the outside. Karabi furrowed his brow. But we must take action. We are like lambs awaiting slaughter. However, Yagura continued, I sense some instability within the Akatsuki. This may be our opportunity. In the Akatsuki's conference hall, the atmosphere was palpably tense. The confrontation between Pain and Black Zetsu had clearly drawn the attention of the other members. The Straw Hat Man and the Wind Shadow stood evidently on Pain's side. Pain's gaze was icy as he stared down Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, I believe you have heard of my decision. Black Zetsu replied coolly. You choose to side with the traitor Naruto, defying the Akatsuki's goals, do you? Pain calmly stated. You have concealed the truth behind Kagaya Otsutsuki's resurrection. But I have always believed that the pursuit of peace should not be conducted in this manner. The Straw Hat Man interjected. Pain, do you truly intend to oppose the Akatsuki? Pain nodded, affirming, I believe this is the right choice. The Wind Shadow stepped forward as well, then I will support you. At that moment, another door opened, and Xiaonan entered, fixing her gaze on Black Zetsu. I know your true intentions, but I will not allow you to succeed. The situation appeared to crystallize, signaling the imminent eruption of internal conflict. Chapter 43. The final decision. The air in the conference hall thickened, the confrontation between two forces heightening the tension around them. Pain and Black Zetsu stood mere steps apart, their eyes locked in a fierce clash, as if the very air crackled with electricity. Suddenly, Black Zetsu launched an attack, swiftly swinging his blade toward Pain's heart. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact, Xiaonan's paper bird darted out from the side, colliding with the weapon and successfully intercepting Black Zetsu's strike. I never expected you would fight for Pain, Black Zetsu scoffed, though a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. The Wind Shadow quickly activated a sand shield, protecting himself and Pain, then unleashed an assault, transforming a vast expanse of sand into countless sharp blades aimed at Black Zetsu. The Straw Hat Man did not remain idle either. He swiftly unleashed his wind techniques, seamlessly coordinating with the Wind Shadow in an attempt to ensnare Black Zetsu. Though formidable, Black Zetsu found himself at a disadvantage against the combined onslaught of Pain, the Wind Shadow, and the Straw Hat Man. Meanwhile, other members of the Akatsuki had also sprung into action, turning the conference hall into a colossal battlefield. On the prison side, Yagura and Karabi sensed the commotion outside. Karabi's eyes burned with determination. This is our best chance to escape. Yagura nodded in agreement. We need to join forces and use this opportunity to break the barrier. The two began to prepare, gathering their chakra. Yagura unleashed the power of the three tails, merging it with Karabi's 8 tails chakra to form a powerful wave of energy aimed at shattering the barrier. Just then, the battle outside escalated, with Pain, Xiaonan, and the Wind Shadow working more harmoniously together, while Black Zetsu found himself clearly on the back foot. Suddenly, Black Zetsu let out a chilling laugh, swiftly producing a sealing scroll from his robe and chanting incantations. A peculiar symbol emerged from the scroll, hurtling towards Pain. Pain's expression grew grave. He recognized this as Black Zetsu's trump card, but at that moment, there was no time to evade. In that instant, everyone in the conference hall held their breath, awaiting the decisive moment. Just as Black Zetsu's sealing symbol was about to strike Pain, a surge of black and white yin-yang energy erupted from within Pain, colliding with the sealing symbol. The two immense forces clashed, creating a massive energy vortex that drew everything in its vicinity. The walls of the conference hall, the furniture, even nearby trees were affected, scattered by the overwhelming energy. The Wind Shadow and the Straw Hat Man quickly retreated, while Xiaonan swiftly maneuvered her paper birds to shield Pain. Yin-yang energy? Black Zetsu's face paled. He had not anticipated that Pain possessed such power. Standing at the vortex's center, Pain's eyes radiated determination, fully aware that this was his moment to confront Black Zetsu. Suddenly, Pain clasped his hands together, reciting a series of incantations, and his body began to emit a blinding light, illuminating the entire conference hall. Xiaonan, the Wind Shadow, and the Straw Hat Man were awestruck by the brilliance, knowing that Pain was preparing his ultimate technique. Black Zetsu dared not underestimate him. He immediately summoned his own yin-yang techniques, ready to face Pain's formidable strike. Just then, the barrier on the prison side shattered, and Yagura and Karabi successfully broke through the blockade, rushing to join the fray and engaging in fierce combat with other Akatsuki members. Pain sensed the strength of Yagura and Karabi. He understood that this was their final opportunity, and he had to give it his all. He charged at Black Zetsu, enveloped in yin-yang energy, forming a colossal sphere of power. Black Zetsu, unwilling to yield, summoned more sealing symbols, colliding with Pain's energy sphere. In that moment, the entire conference hall transformed into a vast battlefield where countless chakra energies clashed, resulting in massive explosions. The Wind Shadow, Xiaonan, Yagura, Karabi, and other Akatsuki members joined the struggle, engaging in a life-and-death battle against Black Zetsu. This was a war devoid of smoke, yet filled with bloodshed and madness. Each individual fought for their beliefs, pouring their all into the conflict. In this battle, there were no victors or vanquished, only those unwavering warriors who fought for their convictions until the very last moment. In the center of the conference hall, the fierce clash between Black Zetsu and Pain threatened to obliterate the entire structure. Both knew that this battle could not continue, lest everything be reduced to ashes. The yin-yang energy surrounding Pain gradually waned, while Black Zetsu appeared increasingly weary. Yet, the determination in their eyes remained unyielding. They understood that this would be their final confrontation. Pain, do you truly believe that your actions can usher in peace? Black Zetsu taunted, a malevolent glimmer in his gaze. Pain took a deep breath, calmly regarding Black Zetsu. Peace is not something I can dictate alone, but I believe that if we steadfastly uphold our convictions, peace will eventually arrive. Black Zetsu scoffed. Convictions? Peace. These are but ephemeral concepts. True power is the ultimate truth of this world. Pain offered no reply. He understood that debating with Black Zetsu was futile. He concentrated all his strength, preparing to unleash his final strike. Meanwhile, Yagura and Killer Bee engaged in fierce combat with other members of the Akatsuki organization. Every corner was filled with tension and exhilaration. Suddenly, Conan descended from the sky, enveloped by countless paper shards, each imbued with potent chakra. She hurled these paper pieces at Black Zetsu in an effort to assist Pain. With a cold sneer, Black Zetsu used a sealing talisman to block Conan's assault. Yet this presented Pain with an extraordinary opportunity. Seizing the moment, he charged at Black Zetsu, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just at this critical juncture, Naruto appeared at the entrance of the council chamber, wielding a colossal Rasengan, and charged towards Black Zetsu. Caught between two attackers, Black Zetsu appeared momentarily flustered. He attempted to evade Pain and Naruto's onslaught, but it was already too late. The Rasengan collided with Pain's yin-yang power, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The entire council chamber was shaken by this immense energy, dust swirling in every direction. As the dust settled, Black Zetsu had vanished, leaving only a vast crater in his wake. Pain, Naruto, and Conan clasped each other's hands tightly, aware that this battle had concluded. Yet the path to peace had only just begun. Chapter 44. Beneath the shadow within the council chamber, smoke billowed and injuries were evident. After a fierce battle, the members of the Akatsuki were defeated, yet the cost of victory was grievous. Many Jinchuriki sustained severe injuries, with Killer Bee and Yagura suffering the worst. Fugao approached Naruto, his eyes reflecting gratitude and remorse. Naruto, thank you. Without you, we might have already become mere pawns of Black Zetsu. Naruto shook his head. This is what we must do. We cannot allow Kagaya to resurrect. Pain surveyed the aftermath, lamenting, true peace is always accompanied by sacrifice. We must remember this lesson and prevent history from repeating itself. Konan nodded. We must unite to safeguard this world. In a corner of the chamber, Sasuke stood silently, observing the battle, his heart filled with conflict. He understood that peace was not easily attained and that he bore responsibility. Naruto approached him, gently saying, Sasuke, we have a long road ahead, but I believe that as long as we stand united, nothing can impede us. Sasuke met Naruto's gaze deeply, then slowly nodded. The doors of the council chamber creaked open, and Obito entered. He surveyed the injured, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Is this the price of peace? Naruto inhaled deeply, responding, peace has never come easily. We must fight for it, and be willing to sacrifice. Obito nodded, I understand. Naruto smiled faintly, that's good. In the council chamber, everyone gathered together to discuss the path forward. Although peace was hard-won, as long as everyone remained united, nothing could defeat them. Meanwhile, in the distance, a figure shrouded in darkness observed everything, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. He murmured, this is far from over. Under Konan and Pain's leadership, the Akatsuki began a new integration. Old grievances and misunderstandings were reconciled for a common goal and ideal. Yet this did not imply that all issues were resolved. In the heart of the Akatsuki, Pain and Konan convened all Jinchuriki for a confidential discussion. We need to establish a protective system for each Jinchuriki, Pain stated. Black Zetsu's previous actions exposed the vulnerabilities of the Jinchuriki. If the tailed beasts are extracted, their corresponding Jinchuriki will lose their lives. Fugao nodded. Indeed. We must ensure the safety of the tailed beasts. Konan added, moreover, we need to establish an intelligence system. We cannot overlook any external developments. Killer Bee interjected. What is our primary objective? Is it peace or safeguarding the tailed beasts? Pain took a deep breath. Both are essential. Peace is our ultimate goal. But prior to that, we must protect the tailed beasts to ensure they do not fall into enemy hands. Outside the council chamber, Sasuke stood quietly, his heart filled with uncertainty. Naruto approached, gently patting his shoulder. What's wrong? Sasuke turned to look at Naruto. I'm pondering, what is true peace? After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, peace is when every life is respected and lives are not lost due to conflict and war. Sasuke nodded thoughtfully, but peace always seems so difficult to attain. Naruto smiled. We must strive for it, mustn't we? Both looked up at the sky, their hearts brimming with hope. At that moment, a messenger rushed in, terror etched on his face. Report. An unidentified group is approaching our base, targeting the tailed beasts. Pain and Konan immediately rose, determination etched on their faces. Fugao clenched his fists, and Naruto and Sasuke prepared for battle. The fight for the tailed beasts, for peace, was about to reignite. As the Akatsuki's alert system sounded, all members of the base entered combat readiness. This mysterious team displayed formidable strength. Their movements were swift and organized, clearly not ordinary foes. Cloaked in black, adorned with a red-eye symbol, these invaders wielded various ninja weaponry, advancing towards the heart of the Akatsuki with lightning speed. Killer Bee, Yagura, and Fugao stood at the forefront, ready to confront the enemy. Naruto and Sasuke followed closely behind, resolute in their commitment to protect the Akatsuki. Pain activated the full power of the Six Paths, determined to counter this crisis with his utmost strength. When the first invader rushed into their line of sight, Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto the target completely. He noticed a unique mark on this invader, one that exuded an uncanny aura. Naruto immediately recognized the mark. That's the symbol of the Eye of the Moon. They are members of the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan? Killer Bee inquired, perplexed. Pain's brow furrowed. They seek the power of the tailed beasts to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. We cannot allow them to succeed. The battle erupted swiftly. Killer Bee unleashed the power of the Eight Tails, clashing with two of the invaders, while Yagura utilized the power of the Three Tails to create a massive water column, ensnaring several other invaders. Fugao released the Six Tails bubbles, constructing a significant barrier to impede the intruders' advance. Naruto and Sasuke joined the fray, with Sasuke unleashing consecutive lightning and fire techniques, while Naruto crafted multiple shadow clones using the chakra of the Nine Tails. Pain activated the abilities of the Deva Path, launching a potent gravitational assault on the invaders. Nonetheless, the members of the Akatsuki felt immense pressure. These invaders were evidently elite, their prowess formidable. Conan, positioned in the rear, unleashed a multitude of paper airplanes, ready to provide support at a critical moment. The battle intensified, both sides exerting their utmost, showing no signs of retreat. In this war for the tailed beasts, for peace, who would emerge as the ultimate victor? Chapter 45. The dawn of peace. The members of the Akatsuki faced formidable challenges against the oppressive might of the Otsutsuki clan. Although each of them was an elite, the members of the Otsutsuki clan seemed akin to S-rank fugitives. On the battlefield, Pain fought alongside other Akatsuki members against multiple powerful Otsutsuki warriors. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the Otsutsuki ranks, Kagaya Otsutsuki, a legendary warrior of immense strength. He cast a cold glance at Pain, stating, "Pain, I have heard that you possess the secret of the Rinnegan. Surrender it, and I can grant you a swift demise." Pain replied with a cold chuckle, "Do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" Otsutsuki Koka, without further ado, charged towards Pain. Surrounding him was an aura of formidable chakra, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Naruto and Yutaka, witnessing this, rushed to intercept Koka, striving to buy time for Pain to devise a strategy. However, they were swiftly halted by other members of the Otsutsuki clan. Yagura and Killer Bee were also ensnared in fierce combat with the enemy. Yagura unleashed powerful Suidan techniques, harnessing the strength of the three tails, while Killer Bee engaged his foes with the might of the eight tails. The battle between Pain and Otsutsuki Koka intensified. Koka employed his unique Mokuton techniques, while Pain sought to counter with his Rinnegan. Sasuke and several members of the Akatsuki were engaged in battle with other Otsutsuki clan members elsewhere, his Sharingan clashing against the enemy's Tsuki no Mi. The entire battlefield had devolved into a chaotic melee, yet all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the confrontation between Pain and Otsutsuki Koka. For the outcome of their clash would determine the course of this great war. The very ground seemed to tremble. The energy unleashed from the duel between Otsutsuki Koka and Pain nearly tore the air asunder, each collision accompanied by deafening roars. Despite Pain's formidable Rinnegan, Otsutsuki Koka evidently held the upper hand. He not only mastered the primal techniques of Mokuton, but also seemed to wield an unknown power. Each of Koka's assaults plunged Pain deeper into dire straits. Yet, Pain did not relent. He recalled his conversation with Naruto, the unwavering conviction that fueled him. He fought not merely for himself, but for a grander ideal, for those who had sacrificed for that dream. "Koka, you may not comprehend, but I will not allow your plans to succeed," Pain gasped. Koka sneered, "Do you think you can stop me? The only reason I have allowed you to live this long is to witness the limits of your Rinnegan." At that moment, Yagura and Killer Bee combined their efforts to execute a powerful sealing technique, momentarily halting the advance of the other Otsutsuki clan members, granting Pain a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Pain felt the chakra within him rapidly depleting. He understood that he could no longer afford to delay. He resolved to utilize the ultimate secret technique of the Rinnegan, the 6 paths of rebirth. The air around him seemed to solidify as Pain enveloped himself in a blue luminescence, attempting to seal Koka with his final strength. Koka's expression shifted dramatically, for he had not anticipated that Pain had mastered such a technique. He hastily retreated, striving to evade the impending threat. However, as the power of the Rinnegan was unleashed, the entire battlefield was shaken. A colossal vortex of energy formed, seeking to engulf Koka. Otsutsuki Koka fought with all his might against the force. Yet in the face of such unparalleled power, he appeared diminutive. Ultimately, Koka was fully sealed, while Pain collapsed from the excessive use of chakra. The battle concluded, but the cost was immense. Although the conflict between the Akatsuki and the Otsutsuki clan had temporarily subsided, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and challenge. As Koka was sealed away, the tension in the battlefield gradually dissipated. Weary ninjas sat down, striving to recover their chakra. Naruto and Sasuke approached Pain, both wearing expressions of concern. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said, "We need to treat him quickly, or else." Naruto interrupted, "I know. We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain." Konan emerged from the crowd, her eyes swollen from tears, yet her gaze was resolute, determined to use her paper of life to heal Pain. After considerable effort, Pain gradually regained consciousness. He saw Naruto and Sasuke, then turned to Konan, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Naruto grasped Pain's hand, saying, "You did well, Pain." "Thank you." Pain smiled faintly, responding, "Naruto, I should be thanking you. It is you who has made me understand the essence of true peace." As time passed, the injured were treated, and the lives lost were deeply etched in the hearts of all. Yet this war also imparted a profound understanding of the true meaning of combat. The village of Konoha resolved to establish a new alliance, involving all major villages to jointly uphold the peace of this world. The Akatsuki, too, decided to disband, with its members joining this alliance to strive for peace. Naruto and Sasuke chose to return to Konoha to continue their ninja careers, while Pain and Konan opted for a different path, embarking on a journey to propagate the ideals of peace, enlightening others about the horrors of war and the value of tranquility. As night fell, Naruto, Sasuke, and Pain stood atop a small hill, the brilliant starry sky stretching before them. Naruto inhaled deeply. "I am truly glad that we can stand together for the peace of this world." Pain nodded. "Yes, Naruto. We must cherish this peace." Sasuke gazed at the stars and smiled softly. "It is time to embark on a new journey." The three exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts filled with anticipation and hope. Thus, the world ushered in a new era of peace. Chapter 46. The crisis in the Rain Village in Konoha. Night had descended. The streets were aglow with lights, and the people wore relaxed smiles. Under the peaceful atmosphere, each ninja felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Naruto and Sasuke decided to rest at home to prepare for the new mission the following day. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Konoha convened in the conference hall for an urgent meeting to discuss future developments. With the Akatsuki disbanded and a new alliance formed, "We must contemplate how to further strengthen our collaboration with other villages," remarked Hokage Kakashi, occupying the chair. "Indeed. We need to consider ways to enhance our cooperation with other villages," replied Uchiha Hinata. "Simultaneously, we must also think about how to cultivate the next generation of ninjas, allowing them to thrive in this peaceful environment," added Hyuga Hinata. The meeting progressed. Various topics were raised and deliberated upon. Konoha was rapidly advancing, with the future brimming with endless possibilities. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Naruto and Sasuke rose early, heading to the Hokage's office. "Kakashi-sensei, we are here to take on a mission," Naruto exclaimed with a smile. "Very well, Naruto, Sasuke. Your task is to travel to the Rain Village for friendly exchanges and to further strengthen cooperation," Kakashi instructed. The two accepted the mission and set off promptly. Along the way, they encountered many familiar faces, each greeting them with smiles, which warmed their hearts. Upon arriving at the Rain Village, they were met with a warm welcome. The villagers were friendly, and the bond between the ninjas of Konoha and the Rain Village deepened significantly. This exchange enriched both Naruto and Sasuke, instilling in them a greater understanding of the importance of peace, and they resolved to strive for it. Upon returning to Konoha, they reported the mission's outcome to Kakashi, who expressed his satisfaction and praised their efforts. "Well done. You both performed exceptionally. Keep up the good work, contributing even more to Konoha and to peace," Kakashi commended. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with anticipation and motivation. A new day commenced, and the ninjas of Konoha were diligently working towards peace, knowing that only through continuous progress could they safeguard this tranquil world. Although the friendly exchange mission between Konoha and the Rain Village was a resounding success, Naruto and Sasuke were unaware that the day after their departure, a mysterious force infiltrated the Rain Village, clad in black cloaks that concealed their true identities. These enigmatic figures advanced with intent. They are immensely powerful. Their mere presence has plunged the Rain Hidden Village's defenses into a dire predicament. The village chief urgently summoned all capable ninjas to engage in fierce combat against this enigmatic group. However, not only were these mysterious individuals numerous, but each possessed extraordinary strength. In a brief span, the ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village suffered devastating casualties. Among them was a formidable female ninja named Sai, who resolved to lead a small team deep into enemy territory to uncover the true intentions of these mysterious figures. Sai's team successfully circumvented the enemy's encirclement and infiltrated their temporary camp. Upon reconnaissance, they discovered that the group's aim was not the destruction of the Rain Hidden Village, but rather the search for an artifact known as the Eye of the Moon. This legendary item was said to grant its possessor the ability to control the minds of others, turning them into mere puppets. Sai recalled having heard whispers of the Eye of the Moon during her youth from the village elders. Yet, This remained but a legend, its veracity unproven. Determined to return to the rain-hidden village to relay her findings, Sai remained oblivious to the fact that they had been discovered. A shadow swiftly materialized before her, launching an immediate attack. With quick reflexes, Sai evaded the strike, yet she understood that escaping this group would not be easy. She resolved to sacrifice herself to buy time for her comrades. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before her, intercepting all enemy assaults. It was her dear friend, Mizuki. Together, they fought valiantly and evaded their pursuers, returning to the rain-hidden village with vital intelligence. Sai reported her findings to the village chief, who decided to urgently seek assistance from the Leaf Village, hoping they would dispatch ninjas to aid the rain-hidden village. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke received the distress call from the rain-hidden village and resolved to set out immediately. A monumental battle loomed on the horizon, and once again, Naruto and Sasuke would face formidable trials. Chapter 47. The Secret of the Eye of the Moon. Naruto and Sasuke raced to the rain-hidden village, discovering it engulfed in turmoil. Before their arrival, the village had endured several rounds of intense combat, with the shadowy cloaked organization gradually gaining the upper hand due to their extraordinary prowess. Sai and Mizuki personally welcomed Naruto and Sasuke, guiding them to a safe location. Sai swiftly briefed them on the current situation and the information they had gathered about the Eye of the Moon. According to legend, the Eye of the Moon was concealed in a secret location within the rain-hidden village, yet until now, its precise whereabouts remained unknown to its inhabitants, Sai explained. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke inquired, "What is so special about the Eye of the Moon that it draws them here?" Sai took a deep breath and replied, "It is said that the Eye of the Moon possesses dual powers of sealing and control. Not only can it dictate the actions and consciousness of the sealed, but it can also absorb their strength for the wielder's use." Naruto frowned. "But does such a thing truly exist?" Sai sighed. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I have only heard tales from the elders. However, seeing the lengths to which these individuals are going for the eye, I suspect that the legend may hold some truth." Sasuke fell silent for a moment before stating, "We need to locate the Eye of the Moon, regardless of its existence, if it falls into their hands. The consequences could be catastrophic." Naruto nodded in agreement. "I concur. First, we must protect the rain-hidden village, then search for the Eye of the Moon." Thus, the four split into two groups. Sai and Naruto took on the task of safeguarding the village, while Mizuki and Sasuke ventured deeper into the village in search of the fabled eye. However, as they delved into their search, they were continually besieged by the shadowy organization, who were evidently in pursuit of the eye and had become aware of Mizuki and Sasuke's movements. During an encounter with the enemy, Sasuke and Mizuki found themselves trapped within a mysterious stone cave. The cave emanated a peculiar luminescence, and Sasuke keenly spotted an enigmatic stone tablet. Inscribed upon it were ancient characters, which Sasuke attempted to decipher, discovering it to be a guide pointing to the location of the Eye of the Moon. Following the directions, they eventually arrived at a mysterious altar, upon which rested a radiant crystal sphere, the legendary Eye of the Moon. However, as Sasuke and Mizuki reached for it, they realized that the power of the eye far exceeded their expectations. What adventures and trials awaited them next? As Sasuke and Mizuki touched the Eye of the Moon, the entire altar began to tremble violently. The light within the crystal intensified, enveloping the entire space in an extraordinary force. Suddenly, the Eye of the Moon emitted a powerful beam, shooting skyward, a spectacle so astonishing that even Naruto and Sai, far away in the village, could perceive it. Sasuke and Mizuki found themselves nearly immobilized by the intensity of the beam, struggling to channel their chakra to resist its overwhelming force. Yet, the power of the eye seemed to transcend their comprehension. Any attempts at resistance felt as futile as an ant shaking a tree. At that moment, a deep voice reverberated through the air, as if echoing from the depths of time. "Seekers, you have awakened the Eye of the Moon. But do you truly comprehend its power?" Sasuke strained to lift his gaze, witnessing a colossal shadow materialize above the altar. This shadow bore a semblance to both human and beast, radiating an aura of mystery. "Who are you?" Mizuki asked, her voice trembling. The shadow smiled faintly. "I am the guardian of the Eye of the Moon, known as Munya. You have awakened the eye, but to truly master its power, you must undergo my trials." Sasuke gripped his sword tightly, asking, "What must we do?" Munya slowly descended, standing before the altar, pointing at Sasuke and Mizuki. "First, you must prove your strength. Only those who are truly powerful are worthy of wielding the eye's might. With that, Mengye unleashed his assault. An indescribable energy surged from him, hurtling directly towards Sasuke and Mizuki. They had little time to react, desperately channeling their chakra to withstand the formidable force. However, Mengye's attacks were relentless, and in an instant, he overpowered Mizuki, pinning her to the ground. With a furious roar, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, unleashing a brilliant light as he launched himself into battle against Mengye. The confrontation was fierce, each clash causing the surrounding space to tremble as if the very heavens quaked in response. Yet, Mengye clearly held the advantage. No matter how valiantly Sasuke fought, he could not budge him an inch. Just as Sasuke seemed on the verge of defeat, a familiar figure flashed beside him. It was Naruto. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Naruto called out, "Sasuke, I'm here to help you." The two joined forces, engaging Mengye in an earth-shattering battle. After a grueling fight, they finally triumphed over Mengye, claiming the power of the Eye of the Moon. As Mengye's form began to dissipate, he smiled gently. "You have passed my trials. The power of the Eye of the Moon now belongs to you. But remember, this power is not to be abused, but to be wielded for protection." With that, Mengye vanished entirely, leaving behind only the shimmering Eye of the Moon. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, understanding Mengye's message. They resolved to use the power of the Eye for noble purposes, to safeguard the innocent. However, this was merely the beginning. Formidable adversaries awaited them, and numerous challenges lay ahead. Chapter 48. The new organization of Black Zetsu at the altar. Naruto and Sasuke gripped the Eye of the Moon, which radiated a warm glow, bestowing upon them tremendous power. They resolved to return to Konoha village to study how to harness the power of the moon's eye, while simultaneously organizing their forces to thwart the ambitions of the Shadow Organization. However, the members of the Shadow Organization were not idle. They convened an urgent meeting in a clandestine underground chamber. "Our intelligence indicates that Naruto and Sasuke have already acquired the moon's eye, posing a significant threat to our plans." Kaguya sat at the head of the table, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. One member proposed, "We should act swiftly to reclaim the moon's eye." Another added, "Moreover, we must expedite our plans to capture the remaining Jinchuriki. Once we obtain the powers of all the tailed beasts, Naruto and Sasuke will not stand a chance against us." Even with the moon's eye, all present members nodded in agreement. Kaguya sighed, stating, "We must not underestimate Naruto and Sasuke. We must proceed with caution. I have devised a plan." She retrieved a scroll from a nearby cabinet, unfurling it to reveal a grand array inscribed with 9 symbols. "This is an intricate formation I have studied for a long time. It can absorb the powers of the tailed beasts, enhancing our strength. Once we acquire all the Jinchuriki, we can utilize this formation to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki." The assembly was taken aback by Kaguya's audacious plan. One member inquired, "But Naruto and Sasuke will do everything in their power to stop us. What will we do?" Kaguya smiled faintly. "Fear not. I have already anticipated this." Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke had returned to Konoha village, where they briefed Tsunade in the Hokage's office about the situation. Tsunade sighed, "Kaguya's ambitions are truly vast. We must act swiftly to thwart them." Sasuke replied coldly, "I will personally handle them." Naruto looked at Sasuke and declared, "We shall go together." Tsunade smiled at them. "Very well. I will assemble the strongest team of ninjas to support you." Thus, Konoha prepared for a battle against Kaguya, heralding the onset of a protracted war. Kaguya sat in the darkened center of a hall, her eyes flickering with a blue glow. Surrounding her were ninjas endowed with unique skills and abilities. Elite members she had selected to form a new organization known as the Shadows. Although the Akatsuki had been dismantled, their objectives remained clear. The power of Kaguya Otsutsuki would be pivotal in achieving their goals. Kaguya spoke coldly, "Our greatest threats are Naruto, Sasuke, and Konoha." A burly man stepped forward, named Beast Bone, Kaguya's lieutenant, possessing a unique bone release ability. "Our most pressing danger is Naruto and Sasuke, along with Konoha." Kaguya nodded in response, "Indeed, but we must not underestimate them. Naruto and Sasuke's strength far exceeds our expectations, and with the moon's eye, they could potentially be our nemesis. What shall we do now?" inquired a woman named Ice Feather, a core member of the Shadows wielding ice release techniques. Kaguya smiled slightly, "I have formulated a plan. We will distract them. On one hand, we shall capture the Jinchuriki, while on the other, we will harass Konoha through various means, forcing them to divide their forces." Beastbone pondered for a moment and asked, Kagaya, while this plan is indeed sound, how will we divide our forces? Kagaya replied, we will split the shadows into 3 teams. You and I will lead one team to capture the Jinchuriki. Ice Feather will lead another to disturb Konoha. And the third team will be tasked with gathering intelligence and resources. Ice Feather and Beastbone nodded in understanding. Kagaya continued, we must act swiftly. Time is not on our side. Furthermore, I sense that this war will be more arduous than we anticipate. Beastbone clenched his fists, regardless. We must fight for our ideals. Ice Feather added, indeed, our goal is to unify the ninja world and establish true peace. Kagaya smiled faintly, then let us commence. The members of the Shadows rose, their objectives clear. For the sake of their grand dream, they were prepared to pay any price. Chapter 49. The initial signs of alliance in Konoha village. Naruto and Sasuke gathered the elite ninjas of the village. Shikamaru, Hinata, Choji, Ino, and many others who had fought alongside Naruto in previous battles assembled. Kagaya's faction had formed a new organization called the Shadows. Sasuke spoke gravely, revealing that he had learned this information from an informant, and their objectives remained focused on the tailed beasts and Kagaya. Naruto furrowed his brow. We cannot allow them to succeed. The tailed beasts are the balance of the ninja world, and we must protect them. Ino voiced her concerns. But how can we guard against them? We currently lack knowledge of their strength and numbers. Hinata added, moreover, their targets extend beyond the tailed beasts. They also threaten Konoha. Naruto replied earnestly, thus, we must prepare. We will formulate strategies, bolster our defenses, and actively gather intelligence regarding the shadows. Sasuke nodded. I will work with Shikamaru on intelligence collection. Shikamaru immediately affirmed, understood. Choji proposed, we could consider setting traps. If members of the shadows attempt to infiltrate Konoha, we can capture them swiftly. Hinata suggested. Additionally, we must enhance vigilance in the village, ensuring all who enter and exit Konoha undergo thorough checks. Naruto nodded. Excellent idea. Let us proceed with this plan. Sasuke added, I believe we should seek assistance from other ninja villages. Kagaya's ambitions extend beyond Konoha, and other villages will also be in peril. Naruto pondered for a moment and then declared, you are right. I will personally write to the leaders of the other villages, requesting their aid. Subsequently, the group began to assign tasks, preparing for the impending battle. Every corner of Konoha was filled with a tense yet resolute atmosphere. They all understood that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the entire ninja world. Kagaya sat in a shadowy hall, flanked by Qingxuang and Kuin. Blue flames flickered on the walls, casting an eerie ambience throughout the chamber. Qingxuang, how is the intelligence gathering on Konoha progressing? Kagaya inquired. Qingxuang gently handed a scroll to Kagaya. According to my reconnaissance, Konoha has heightened their defenses. They are aware of our presence, and Naruto and Sasuke are personally preparing their defenses. Kagaya scoffed, what a bunch of clowns. Do they believe they can stop us with such measures? Kuin added, moreover, it is said that Konoha has sought assistance from other ninja villages, hoping to unite against us. Kagaya smiled faintly, let them try. Let us see who can thwart our plan to resurrect Kagaya. Qingxuang proposed, we should expedite our actions, striking before they are fully prepared. Kagaya contemplated for a moment before nodding. You are correct. We will launch our attack on Konoha in 3 days, utilizing the cover of night to conceal our movements. Kuin asked, what about the other ninja villages? Should we be concerned about their intervention? Kagaya coldly laughed. They will merely become our sacrifices. For now, we shall concentrate our forces against Konoha. As for the other villages, once we conquer Konoha, they will naturally submit. Qingxuang and Kuin nodded in understanding. The hall fell silent once more, the blue flames dancing alone. Kagaya's plan had been set into motion, and the threat of the shadows was poised to descend upon the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, Konoha was diligently preparing for the impending confrontation. In the conference room of Konoha, numerous ninjas gathered in the Hokage's office. Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, Nagato, Konan, and other elite ninjas attentively listened to the words of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. The strength of the Shadow Organization must not be underestimated. Their objective is to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. Should they succeed, the entire ninja world will face annihilation, Tsunade stated solemnly. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. We have already contacted the other ninja villages. Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumabakure have all expressed their willingness to join forces against the Shadow Organization. Naruto clenched his fists. This is a battle we must win. We cannot allow Kurizetsu and the others to succeed. Obito sighed. I had already noticed Kurizetsu's ambitions back when I was with the Akatsuki. I never anticipated he would be so audacious. Nagato remarked, before my demise. I had encounters with Kurizetsu. His heart is filled with hatred and a desire for vengeance. Such a person will resort to any means to achieve his goals. Tsunade took a deep breath. So, what is our strategy? Sasuke stood up and unfurled a map. We cannot wait for them to attack. We should take the initiative. Disperse their forces and eliminate them swiftly. Naruto nodded. We should first gather the strength of the ninja world to ensure we possess sufficient power to confront them. Obito added, I believe we should locate the Shadow Organization's base and eliminate their leader, Kurizetsu. Only then can their plans be thoroughly thwarted. Konan sighed. The Shadow Organization is more powerful than we imagine. We must act with caution. Tsunade looked at everyone present. Our war has begun. And every ninja is a crucial part of this battle. We must unite and protect our homeland. The assembly responded in unison, yes. Following this meeting, Konohagakure swiftly took action, ramping up vigilance and maintaining close communication with other ninja villages in preparation for the impending war. Chapter 50. Movements of the Shadow Organization in a remote valley. The Shadow Organization established a temporary headquarters. This location was nearly isolated from the outside world, known only to a select few. Kurizetsu sat at the center, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Flanking him were other members of the organization, each gaze sharp and filled with murderous intent. Konoha has already learned of our existence. Kurizetsu spoke slowly, his voice icy, but this is not unexpected. We must accelerate our plans. A burly man with a stern expression spoke up. Konoha has begun contacting other ninja villages. They intend to ally against us. We need to act swiftly. Kurizetsu nodded. They will certainly attempt to probe our movements. We need to provide them with bait. A cunning glint flashed in the eyes of another female member. Shall we set a trap to lure them in? Kurizetsu smiled, exactly as planned. We will be both anticipated and unexpected. Everyone smiled, knowing that Kurizetsu's scheme was meticulously crafted. So, who will execute this task? The burly man inquired. Kurizetsu surveyed the crowd, finally resting his gaze on a red-haired woman. Red Sand. This mission is entrusted to you. Red Sand nodded. Rest assured, I will complete the task. Kurizetsu nodded in satisfaction. Then, let us proceed. We must act before Konoha launches their attack. The group replied in unison, understood. The Shadow Organization's plans swiftly unfolded, while Konoha was also preparing with full force. Both sides knew that the spark of war could ignite at any moment. The intelligence department of Konoha had been closely monitoring the activities of the Shadow Organization, but the organization was evidently not an easy opponent. They consistently managed to evade Konoha's surveillance, making the intelligence department's work exceedingly difficult. During a surveillance mission, the intelligence department discovered traces of Red Sand. As a core member of the Shadow Organization, her presence indicated that the organization might be planning a new operation. The intelligence department immediately reported this information. Drawing the attention of the Hokage, Naruto convened the advisory council and other senior officials for an emergency meeting. The appearance of Red Sand certainly signifies that the Shadow Organization is up to something significant, Naruto stated gravely. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative, Kakashi proposed. I agree, Tsunade nodded. Though Red Sand is formidable, capturing her would deal a significant blow to the Shadow Organization. Naruto contemplated. We can devise a plan, allowing the intelligence department to set a trap to lure Red Sand in. However, we must not take risks. The plan must be foolproof, Kakashi added. After thorough discussion, Konoha decided to take action. They dispatched a small team of elite ninjas, led by Kakashi himself, with the objective of capturing Red Sand. Meanwhile, Red Sand was concealed in a dense forest, having sensed Konoha's movements through her chakra. It seems they have become aware of my presence. A cold smile crept across Red Sand's lips, her eyes filled with challenge. Instead of fleeing, she chose to wait for Konoha's ninjas to draw closer. Having already set a cunning trap to ensnare them, Kakashi's team approached Red Sand's location cautiously, fully aware of the perilous nature of the mission. Any minor oversight could lead to their demise. However, just as they were about to close in on Red Sand, an unexpected event transpired. Kakashi suddenly felt a powerful surge of chakra erupting from below, causing the ground to quake violently. Chapter 51. The clash of wind and sand. The chakra surging from underground was as fierce as a storm, relentlessly battering Kakashi and his team. The entire forest transformed into a colossal vortex, with trees, shrubs, and everything around being consumed by this force. "Everyone, be careful," Kakashi shouted, attempting to stabilize himself with his chakra, only to realize that his chakra paled in comparison to the overwhelming surge from below. Red Sand stood aloft, coldly observing the chaos below. This trap was premeditated. Utilizing a unique form of chakra, it would unleash this fierce force upon anyone entering, completely ensnaring the enemy. "The ninjas of Konoha are indeed overconfident," Red Sand scoffed, having foreseen the outcome for this team. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped from the vortex of chakra. It was Kakashi, his Sharingan spinning as he formed intricate hand seals. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Kakashi shouted, and in an instant, dozens of shadow clones appeared at various positions, each forming the hand seals for lightning release and directing their techniques toward the ground. Lightning struck, tearing through the earth, as the powerful current surged toward the source of Red Sand's chakra. Soon, the trap Red Sand had set began to tremble, losing its stability. Red Sand's expression shifted to one of surprise. She hadn't anticipated Kakashi possessing such a method. Just before the trap collapsed, she quickly formed seals and summoned a massive sand shield, encasing herself within. The vortex of chakra gradually dissipated, and Kakashi's companions were freed from its binding. Red Sand realized that relying solely on the trap would not suffice to defeat Kakashi and his team. She needed to adopt a different strategy. Within the sand shield, she waited patiently, preparing for her next assault. Kakashi remained vigilant, knowing that this battle was only just beginning. Red Sand emerged slowly from the sand shield, her eyes now a vivid crimson, sand particles swirling around her as if they were an extension of herself. Behind her, a colossal hand made of sand materialized. Kakashi immediately heightened his guard, sensing the immense power radiating from this gigantic hand. "This is clearly the trump card of Raza. Kakashi, you have defeated my chakra trap. But can you withstand my ultimate technique of sand?" Raza's voice was cold and resolute. No sooner had she spoken than a massive hand of sand surged toward Kakashi with ferocity, the sound of swirling grains reminiscent of eerie, ghostly wails, chilling to the bone. Kakashi opted not to confront it head-on. He swiftly retreated while forming hand seals, preparing for Raza's next assault. Noticing Kakashi's evasion, Raza displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Yet she did not relent in her onslaught. The hand of sand swung again, this time dispersing into countless grains, surging toward Kakashi and his companions like a swarm of locusts. "Lightning release, electric cage," Kakashi shouted, as electricity coalesced around him, attempting to ensnare the grains of sand. However, Raza's particles seemed impervious to the lightning, effortlessly passing through the electric barrier and continuing their advance. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma joined the fray, forming hand seals and exclaiming, "Wind release, wind blade technique." A sharp blade of wind emanated from Asuma's hands, swiftly slicing through the grains. Yet, the sand appeared inexhaustible. The severed grains were immediately replaced by fresh ones. Kakashi's expression grew grave. He understood that neither he nor Asuma's techniques could truly contain Raza. They needed to devise a new strategy. Meanwhile, Raza observed their counterattack with a smirk, knowing her sand techniques were nearly invincible on this battlefield. However, she was also aware that the battle was far from over and that she needed to find a definitive path to victory. In this moment of stalemate, both sides sought each other's vulnerabilities, waiting for the next eruption. Kakashi exchanged glances with Sarutobi Asuma, and they both recognized the necessity of finding a way to break the deadlock. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi resolved to unleash his ultimate move, Lightning Cutter. Raza, noticing Kakashi's intent, understood that it would be a formidable strike and fortified her sand defense in an attempt to intercept the Lightning Cutter. Yet just then, Sarutobi Asuma activated his wind release technique, perfectly coordinating with Kakashi's Lightning Cutter. The combination of lightning and wind generated a powerful wave, directly assaulting Raza's sand technique. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, Raza quickly adjusted her defenses, but still staggered under the impact of the wind-electric wave. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma rushed toward Raza, fully aware that this was a prime chance to subdue her. However, Raza was no easy opponent. She swiftly regained her footing and summoned the sand to form a barrier, creating a standoff with Kakashi and Asuma. "Kakashi, your teamwork is commendable," Raza remarked with a slight smile, "but I am not so easily defeated." With that, she rapidly formed hand seals and shouted, "Gravel storm." A fierce tempest erupted around her, and grains of sand whirled within, coalescing into a massive vortex. The power of this whirlwind far surpassed her previous sand techniques. Kakashi and Saratobi Asuma immediately sensed the overwhelming pressure, aware that this assault was significantly more potent than before. The two swiftly formed hand seals, bracing for Raza's full-force strike. However, at that critical moment, a shadow descended from the sky, crashing into the gravel storm. Raza was caught off guard by the unexpected blow. The storm was instantly dispersed, and she was sent flying to the ground by the impact. Kakashi and Saratobi Asuma stared in astonishment at the sudden arrival of Killer Bee. "Looks like you two needed my assistance," Killer Bee said with a smile. Kakashi exhaled in relief, knowing that with Killer Bee's arrival, victory in this battle was within reach. Chapter 52. The Mysterious Man in Black. With Raza's retreat, a brief tranquility enveloped the battlefield. Amidst the scarred land, Kakashi and Saratobi Asuma regrouped with Naruto and the others, exchanging brief information. Sakura tended to Killer Bee and the other injured comrades, while Naruto and Sasuke discussed the next steps with Kakashi. Raza cannot act alone, Kakashi frowned. Such a large operation must be supported by another organization. Saratobi Asuma nodded. Indeed. I sensed an unusual fluctuation in Raza's chakra, reminiscent of some kind of seal. A seal? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Precisely, Asuma replied. The fluctuation of the seal relates to the power of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The group's expressions shifted at this revelation. If that is the case, then this new organization must possess formidable strength, Sasuke analyzed calmly. Raza's objective appears to be the collection of tailed beasts to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. Her earlier attack on the village might have been a ploy to lure us in order to locate the other tailed beasts. Naruto clenched his fists, murmuring, "We cannot allow her to succeed. We must protect every Jinchuriki at all costs." Saratobi Asuma glanced at Kakashi and slowly stated, "To combat such an enemy, we need more power. Naruto, Sasuke, you should seek out the other Jinchuriki and gather them to confront this new organization together." Naruto and Sasuke nodded, understanding that this would be a hard-fought battle, but they would never falter in their resolve to protect their homeland and comrades. Meanwhile, not far away, Raza was conversing with a cloaked figure, shrouded in a black cape, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. "Failed?" the figure asked coldly. Raza bowed her head. "I apologize. Their strength exceeded my expectations." The figure scoffed. "No matter, you have bought us enough time. Now, let me bring this to an end." With that, the figure vanished from sight, leaving only a drifting black cloak and a chilling aura behind. The moonlight, like water, illuminated the ravaged village as Naruto, Sasuke, and their companions deliberated on how to find the other Jinchuriki, pondering the true intentions of this new organization. Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted their discussion. "You fools really think you can stop us?" The group immediately tensed, scanning their surroundings to see a figure in black appearing at the village's edge, cloaked in darkness, revealing only those cold eyes. "Who are you?" Sasuke demanded, gripping his sword tightly, a sharp glint in his eyes. The figure in black smirked with derision. "I am your doom. What do you want?" Naruto frowned. The figure slowly raised his hand, revealing a peculiar symbol etched into his palm, resembling some form of seal. "I will capture all of your tailed beasts and resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, plunging this world into absolute ruin." Saratobi Asuma spoke gravely. "Kagaya Otsutsuki? She has already been sealed. Why do you traitors persist in betraying this world?" The figure in black sneered. "Sealed? That is merely temporary. Once I acquire all the tailed beasts, Kagaya will return, and you will all become her slaves." Naruto retorted angrily. "Stop spouting nonsense. Why do you think you can defeat us?" The figure slowly moved to the center of the village and suddenly leaped, appearing before Naruto and Sasuke in an instant. The two quickly drew their swords in defense. However, the speed of the figure was overwhelming. With a mere flick of his finger, he sent Naruto and Sasuke flying into a wall. Kakashi, Sakura, and the others looked on in shock at this unexpected turn of events. They had never witnessed anyone capable of so effortlessly defeating Naruto and Sasuke. The man in black coldly gazed at the crowd and disdainfully remarked, "You jest, thinking you can oppose me?" As his words lingered in the air, his figure vanished, leaving only a swirling black cloak and an icy aura in his wake. The onlookers, still shaken, saw Naruto and Sasuke rise, determination etched on their faces. "This individual possesses formidable strength, yet we shall not surrender easily," Naruto declared. Sasuke nodded in agreement. "It is time to seek out the other Jinchuriki. We require greater power. The group concurred and departed from the ravaged village, advancing toward an uncertain battlefield. Chapter 53. The risk of synchronization. Under Naruto's leadership, the group arrived at a concealed valley. This valley, situated at the border of the land of fire and the land of wind, was a neglected expanse, yet it served as a gathering place for Jinchuriki. At the center stood a spacious stone dwelling, surrounded by dense trees and towering cliffs. Upon entering, they discovered an assembly of various Jinchuriki, all targets of the Akatsuki and the man in black. Among them were Yagura, Fu, Killer Bee, and others already introduced. Their expressions were grave, clearly aware of the man in black's threat. Yagura smiled upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke. You have finally arrived. I hear you encountered considerable trouble outside. Naruto nodded, indeed, but we will not relent. We need everyone's strength to confront this new foe. Killer Bee, unusually serious, remarked. I've heard that the man in black's power surpasses that of pain. We must be prepared. Sasuke glanced at Yagura and Killer Bee. With your assistance, we can certainly defeat him. Fu bit her lip, saying, however, we must first ensure the safety of every Jinchuriki. We cannot allow them to capture all the tailed beasts. Kakashi nodded, exactly. We must ensure that each Jinchuriki masters the power of their tailed beast, so even if captured, they won't be easily controlled. Naruto pondered. We need a special training method that allows each Jinchuriki to swiftly harness the power of their tailed beast. Suddenly, Yagura stood, proclaiming, I know a way. All eyes turned to him as he continued. Long ago, there existed a unique sealing technique that allowed Jinchuriki to achieve perfect synchronization with their tailed beasts. But it was deemed too dangerous and subsequently sealed away. A glint of resolve flickered in Naruto's eyes. This is an urgent situation. We need that method. Yagura nodded. Very well, I will share this method, but everyone must exercise extreme caution, or it may result in loss of life. The group agreed, and they would begin this special sealing training to prepare for the impending conflict. The interior of the stone dwelling was rearranged, and in the spacious hall, a massive sealing array was inscribed. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the other ninjas encircled the array, ready to embark on this perilous training. Yagura guided Naruto to the center of the sealing array, explaining, this array is specifically designed to synchronize the chakra of the tailed beast with that of the Jinchuriki. However, the process will be excruciating. You must remain calm, or your chakra may spiral out of control. Taking a deep breath, Naruto nodded resolutely. I am ready. Yagura began to chant the incantation, and the sealing array emitted a golden glow. Within Naruto, he felt the chakra of the Nine Tails surging, clashing with his own chakra. The Nine Tails voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Kid, what is this? What do you intend to do? Naruto replied, I aim to achieve perfect synchronization with you, enabling us to face our enemies more effectively. The Nine Tails scoffed. This method is fraught with danger. Should it go awry, your life will be at stake. Naruto calmly responded, I have faith in myself and in you. After a moment of silence, the Nine Tails conceded, very well, I will cooperate, but you must exercise caution. As time passed, the chakra within Naruto grew increasingly potent, enveloping his body in a golden glow. Yet he remained composed, preventing his chakra from spiraling out of control. Eventually, as the golden light began to fade, Naruto slowly stood. His gaze sharpened, and his aura stabilized. Sasuke approached with a smile. You did it. Naruto nodded. I feel as though I have truly synchronized with the Nine Tails. Our power has been augmented. Yagura stepped forward, stating, next, every Jinchuriki must undergo this training. However, there must be supervision throughout the process to ensure the chakra does not go awry. Sasuke, Kakashi, and the other ninjas agreed and pledged their full cooperation. Subsequently, Fu, Killer Bee, and others commenced their training. Despite the challenges faced, through collective effort, they ultimately succeeded. Upon completing this training, the combat strength of the group significantly increased, instilling them with renewed confidence to face the forthcoming battle. Chapter 54. The storm approaches with the conclusion of the Jinchuriki's chakra synchronization training. An intensified spirit of combat filled the stone dwelling. They understood that time was of the essence against the onslaught of the Akatsuki. In a secluded corner, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto convened an urgent meeting. Kakashi began, from the intelligence I've gathered, the Akatsuki's ambitions extend beyond the tailed beasts. Their greater goal is to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, with the tailed beasts merely a step in that direction. Sasuke's gaze turned icy. Kagaya's power is an irresistible temptation for them. We must thwart their plans. Naruto clenched his fists. We shall protect this world and prevent them from succeeding. Kakashi nodded. We must formulate a plan swiftly. They are likely aware of our presence. And our advantage lies in this terrain. Sasuke proposed. We can set traps, utilizing the landscape to weaken them one by one. Naruto added, simultaneously. We must ensure that each Jinchuriki has an elite ninja as a bodyguard. Kakashi looked at Naruto. Your suggestion is excellent. Sasuke, you can lead a portion of the ninjas to set the traps. Naruto, you will assign bodyguards. I will coordinate defenses with other high-level ninjas. Both Sasuke and Naruto nodded in agreement and immediately set to work. Outside the stone dwelling, Yagura and the other Jinchuriki were anxiously finalizing preparations. Fu turned to Killer Bee. No matter what, we must hold this ground and not allow them to succeed. Killer Bee flashed a confident smile. Rest assured, I will give it my all. Yagura took a deep breath, sensing that the prelude to the decisive battle had commenced. Meanwhile, in the distance, the man in black stood atop a high vantage point, surveying the stone dwelling. A glint of cold light shone in his eyes, and his remaining members were poised for action. In a low voice, he commanded, commence the operation. At his behest, the members of the Akatsuki charged toward the stone dwelling like ferocious beasts. Inside, all the ninjas stood ready for battle, fully aware that the curtain was rising on the final confrontation. The members of the Akatsuki surged toward the stone dwelling like a tempest, each face marked by resolve and madness. They knew that with the power of the tailed beasts, they would be unstoppable. Sasuke's team lay hidden in the dense forest, their meticulously prepared traps at the ready. As the vanguard of the Akatsuki stepped into the woods, a multitude of fine lines snapped taut in an instant. Dozens of ninjas simultaneously unleashed their lightning release techniques, with currents swiftly conducting along fine lines. In an instant, the dense forest was illuminated by flashes of electricity, and the sharp crackle of energy reverberated through the sky. The members of the Black Zetsu organization, trapped within, were struck painfully, desperately attempting to evade. Yet their movements were severely restricted in the thick underbrush. Kakashi, leading the elite ninjas, had set up a formation around the stone hut. As the members of the Black Zetsu organization rushed into the formation's vicinity, they were immediately met with an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if ensnared in a quagmire. Each movement becoming extraordinarily arduous. What kind of formation is this? One member of Black Zetsu shouted. Kakashi replied coldly, this is a chakra suppression formation. As long as you remain within its bounds, your chakra will be significantly diminished. Naruto, Yagura, and Killer Bee formed a protective circle around the stone hut, bracing themselves for the imminent assault from Black Zetsu. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Black Zetsu's figure materialized before the stone hut, flanked by several elite ninjas. His gaze was cold and resolute as he pointed at the hut, declaring, surrender the tailed beasts, or I shall reduce this place to ruins. Naruto stepped forward defiantly. If you desire the tailed beasts, let us see if you possess the capability. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from behind the stone hut, as a massive fireball ascended into the sky, illuminating half of it. Turning to look, Naruto beheld a familiar yet strange figure emerging from the flames. It was Pain. Black Zetsu's expression shifted to one of shock. Pain, how did you come to be here? Pain replied nonchalantly, this is my choice. For the sake of true peace, I stand with Naruto. In that instant, the tide of battle shifted once more, the confrontation reaching a fever pitch as the storm of conflict loomed on the horizon. Chapter 55. Black Zetsu's resolution. As the battle intensified, each individual exerted their utmost abilities, yet the true focal point remained the duel between Pain and Black Zetsu. Every strike exchanged between them was rife with psychological warfare and strategy. Pain summoned the Deva Path once more, employing the universal pull technique to immobilize Black Zetsu. However, Black Zetsu, undeterred, released a beam of energy utilizing yin-yang release, aimed directly at the Deva Path. Just as their formidable powers were about to clash, Pain abruptly halted his assault and gazed deeply at Black Zetsu, his eyes filled with inquiry and contemplation. Black Zetsu, slightly taken aback, asked, why have you ceased? Pain slowly responded, combat cannot resolve our issues. I wish to converse with you. Black Zetsu scoffed, do you think this is child's play? Pain shook his head. I wish to understand your true intentions. Is it to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, or something else? Black Zetsu remained silent for a moment before slowly articulating. My goal is to end all suffering in this era and create a perfect new world. Pain offered a wry smile. Do you believe that can be achieved through violence and oppression? Black Zetsu regarded Pain. No, what I require is absolute power, the kind that can obliterate everything. Naruto observed their exchange, understanding that this was a battle of minds, far more intense than any physical confrontation. Pain took a deep breath. If I were to say that such a new world would only bring about more suffering, would you believe me? Black Zetsu coldly replied. That is because you have yet to witness true power. Pain smiled slightly. Perhaps, but I firmly believe that genuine peace is founded upon understanding and trust. Black Zetsu hesitated. Do you truly believe such peace exists? Pain nodded affirmatively. I do. On the battlefield, the other ninjas also ceased their fighting, attentively listening to the dialogue, filled with anticipation. Black Zetsu regarded Pain deeply. Perhaps you have a point. Pain smiled. Then, are you willing to cease hostilities and join us in the pursuit of true peace? Pain's words pierced Black Zetsu's heart like a blade. Though his exterior appeared calm, an internal struggle raged within. As a product of Kaguya, his existence was intended for her resurrection, yet he harbored his own will and thoughts. Black Zetsu remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Do you think I can attain true freedom? To break free from Kaguya's control and live according to my own will? Pain met Black Zetsu's gaze earnestly. Every existence has its meaning and purpose, yet we all possess the right to choose our fate. No matter whose creation you are, you can determine your own path. Black Zetsu laughed coldly. You are too naive. I exist to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. She is my creator, and I am her puppet. At this juncture, Naruto could not refrain from interjecting, but you are free now, are you not? You are not Kaguya's puppet, but an entity with your own thoughts. Black Zetsu turned to Naruto, a hint of complexity in his eyes. Do you truly believe I can become like you? Pain nodded seriously. Everyone can choose their own destiny, as long as you genuinely wish to. Black Zetsu fell silent for a moment before slowly stating, perhaps I shall give it a try. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, as a scout ninja rushed over, breathless, reporting, report. Kaguya Otsutsuki's power is rapidly gathering. If we do not act soon, she will soon be resurrected. The expressions of Naruto and Pain grew grave, while Black Zetsu's face displayed conflict and turmoil. Pain inhaled deeply. We have no time to lose. We must act immediately. Black Zetsu, will you join us in preventing Kaguya's resurrection? Black Zetsu cast a deep glance at Pain and Naruto, the conflict and struggle evident in his eyes, but ultimately, he nodded. I am willing to try. Naruto smiled gratefully. Then let us together avert this catastrophe. United in purpose, they prepared to face the impending clash. Deep within the hidden base, Black Zetsu confronted Naruto and his companions, his icy gaze betraying unfathomable intentions. His inner world was intricate. As a direct product of Kaguya, he understood his mission and responsibility. Sasuke fixed a sharp gaze on Black Zetsu, inquiring, what do you truly desire? If it is to rally us against Kaguya, then you are mistaken. Black Zetsu responded calmly, rebellion? Why should I rebel against my origin, my mother? My cooperation with you stems from a shared objective. Once that objective is achieved, I will unhesitatingly fulfill my task. Naruto furrowed his brow. Then why not directly obstruct us? Why allow us to proceed? Black Zetsu's lips curled into a slight smile. You are powerful, yet you have yet to grasp the true situation. The peace you seek aligns with Kaguya's vision. However, her methods are unacceptable to you. Sasuke scoffed. Do you believe that plunging the entire world into an endless dream equates to peace? Black Zetsu shook his head. It is not my belief, but a fact. True peace is not attained through war and struggle, but through unity and control. Naruto retorted angrily. Such a controlled peace is not worth pursuing. We seek genuine peace. Black Zetsu regarded Naruto thoughtfully. What is true peace? Is it the end of war, or is it the genuine understanding and acceptance of people? If Kaguya's methods can achieve this, why do you oppose it? Naruto fell silent, aware that debating with someone like Black Zetsu was futile. He took a deep breath and stated, regardless of your perspective, we will pursue peace in our own way. If you wish to obstruct us, then come at us. Black Zetsu chuckled lightly. You are still too young, too naive. But I shall wait. Wait for the day you see the truth. After speaking, Black Zetsu's figure flickered and vanished, leaving Naruto and his companions standing face to face, their eyes brimming with resolve. Chapter 56. The Power of Unity. Once Black Zetsu disappeared, Naruto and his team swiftly returned to Konohagakure to report the intelligence and their encounters. A meeting of the five Kage was convened once again, with the agenda focused on how to confront Kage Otsutsuki and her forces, as well as ensuring the safety of the tailed beasts and their jinchuriki across the villages. We can no longer afford to wait passively, Gaara, the Kazekage, stated solemnly. We need more intelligence to ascertain the enemy's true intentions. The Reikage from Kumogakure nodded in agreement. I concur. We must delve deep into enemy territory to understand their true movements. Naruto stood up resolutely. I volunteer to infiltrate enemy lines. I seek the truth. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, his voice grave. I will accompany you. It is too perilous to go alone. The Mizukage, Terumi-me, remarked nonchalantly, you two are perpetually reckless. Nevertheless, I support your endeavor. Tsunade, the Hokage, sighed deeply. Naruto, Sasuke, exercise caution on this mission. Kage Otsutsuki's influence extends far beyond our current knowledge. I understand, Hokage-sama, Naruto replied, his gaze unwavering. Sasuke cast a glance at Tsunade. We will be careful. Subsequently, Naruto and Sasuke began to prepare their gear for departure. At the village's gate, they exchanged knowing smiles and set forth, vanishing into the distance. Following the direction of Black Zetsu's disappearance, Naruto and Sasuke began their pursuit. They moved swiftly, striving to conceal their chakra to avoid detection by the enemy. Along their journey, they encountered several ambushes, all of which they deftly countered. However, these assaults made it clear that they had entered the enemy's surveillance zone. Within a dense forest, they stumbled upon a concealed base, teeming with numerous ninja, all subordinates of Kage Otsutsuki. It appears we've found the right place, Sasuke whispered. Naruto nodded. We need to find an opportunity to infiltrate the base. The duo approached cautiously and discovered an unnoticed entry point, utilizing a stealth technique to slip inside. At the heart of the base, they beheld a vast array of formations, seemingly designed to seal the tailed beasts. Surrounding the formations were numerous ninja preparing for some ritual. What are they plotting? Naruto asked anxiously. Sasuke's eyes glinted with determination. Whatever their intentions, we cannot allow them to succeed. They braced themselves for combat, resolving to wait for the right moment to disrupt the formations and thwart Kage Otsutsuki's plans. At the center of the base, a massive altar was adorned with various peculiar items, prepared for Kage Otsutsuki's resurrection. The ninja encircled the altar, commencing a chant, causing the entire space to distort. Concealed in the shadows, Naruto and Sasuke witnessed the unfolding events. Sasuke's Sharingan sensed a powerful anomaly. Is this ritual connected to my Sharingan? Sasuke murmured, puzzled. Naruto, anxious, inquired, what is happening? Sasuke shook his head. I am uncertain, but we must remain vigilant. Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows, sensing Naruto and Sasuke's presence. What a troublesome duo you are. Sasuke, your Sharingan is crucial to this ritual. Join us. Naruto retorted furiously, no way. Just as the standoff intensified, reinforcements led by the Reikage suddenly swooped down from the skies, shattering the brief tranquility. Chapter 57. The battle at the altar. The reinforcements engaged the base's guards in fierce combat, an array of jutsu weaving through the air, creating a visual spectacle. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke confronted Black Zetsu. Despite his formidable strength, their synchronized efforts put him at a disadvantage. Sasuke disrupted the ritual with his Sharingan, while Naruto endeavored to dismantle the altar. To thwart their efforts, the ninja joined the fray. However, with the assistance of the Reikage and other allies, Naruto and Sasuke gradually gained the upper hand. In a decisive collective strike, the altar was destroyed, interrupting the ritual. Black Zetsu glared furiously at Naruto and Sasuke. Do you think this is the end? Yet behind him, the shadow of Kage Otsutsuki began to dissipate, the resurrection plan having failed. Naruto clenched his fists. We will not allow you to triumph. This narrative primarily revolves around the theme of thwarting resurrection, and I hope it aligns more closely with your expectations. Chapter 58. Unforeseen allies. As the ritual was disrupted, the enemies within the base began to retreat. However, Black Zetsu refused to concede easily. He began to gather his chakra, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu. Naruto and Sasuke quickly readied themselves for the impending confrontation, but just as they were about to strike, a figure appeared before Black Zetsu. It was Nagato, who had previously confronted Naruto. Nagato! Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Nagato smiled faintly at Naruto before turning to Black Zetsu. I was once deceived by you, but now I see clearly. Your aim is not peace, but destruction. I can no longer follow you. Black Zetsu roared in fury. You betray me. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Nagato wielded his Rinnegan to combat Black Zetsu, the clash escalating in intensity. Witnessing this, Naruto and Sasuke rapidly regrouped with the Hokage and his reinforcements to strategize on how to decisively conclude this conflict. Chapter 59. The Power of Unity. The battle between Black Zetsu and Nagato raged on, yet the remaining enemies began their withdrawal, clearly unwilling to face Naruto and his allies directly. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto resolved to organize a formidable force to completely eradicate Black Zetsu's influence. As the leader of the coalition, the Hokage began mobilizing resources and personnel. Soon, ninjas from the 5 great nations converged, forming a colossal army. Simultaneously, Black Zetsu's subordinates gathered, preparing for the final confrontation. The two armies faced each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. Yet Naruto remained undaunted, firmly believing that unity would enable them to vanquish Black Zetsu. The battle erupted swiftly, with ninjas from both sides engaging in fierce combat. Under the leadership of Naruto and Sasuke, the coalition gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, in a decisive assault, Black Zetsu was defeated by Naruto and Sasuke, and his forces were entirely dismantled. Nagato approached Naruto, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Thank you, Naruto. You have taught me the essence of true peace." Naruto nodded. "As long as we stand united, there is nothing we cannot achieve." With the war finally concluded, the ninjas of the 5 great nations began their journey back to their respective lands, while Naruto and Sasuke continued their quest, seeking the true meaning of peace. Chapter 60. The Pursuit. Through the dense forest. In the peaceful era that followed the war, Konohagakure regained its former prosperity and bustling activity. However, for Naruto and Sasuke, they chose not to rest. The two resolved to continue their travels, aiming to explore every corner of the world and discover the true essence of peace within their hearts. Their journey was not in pursuit of power or combat, but rather to understand the world and the cultures and stories of various nations and clans. Their first destination was the Land of Rain, a region perpetually shrouded in rainfall, enveloped in lush greenery. Here, they encountered their former comrade, Conan. She had established an orphanage, providing refuge for many children who had lost their homes due to the ravages of war. Conan guided them through the orphanage, sharing her experiences over the years. Deeply moved, Naruto remarked, "True peace is not merely the cessation of war, it is the respect and care afforded to every life." Following this, they journeyed to the Land of Wind, the Land of Clouds, the Land of Sand, and the Land of Stone. In each nation, they encountered unique stories and left their own footprints behind. On this journey, Naruto and Sasuke gained a profound understanding of the world. They came to realize that true peace is not attained through force, but rather through understanding and communication. After an extended period of travel, Naruto and Sasuke resolved to return to Konoha village. As they entered the village, a grand welcome ceremony awaited them. The villagers lined the streets, applauding and cheering for their return. Both Naruto and Sasuke were deeply moved by such an emotional reception, their eyes glistening with tears. They were ushered into the Hokage's residence, where many familiar faces greeted them with smiles. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Ino, and Hinata were all there to welcome them back. That evening, a lavish banquet was held in the village. Everyone gathered together, sharing stories and laughter. Naruto rose to address the assembly, stating, "Through this journey, I have deeply understood the essence of peace. Peace is not merely the cessation of war. It is the understanding and communication between each of us." Sasuke also stood, smiling as he said, "I once lost my way, but thanks to Naruto and all of you, I have rediscovered myself. I hope we can cherish this peace and prevent the tragedies of history from repeating." That night, the entire Konoha village was enveloped in joy and warmth. After Naruto and Sasuke's return, life in Konoha gradually resumed its normal rhythm. However, for the two of them, the days of tranquility did not last long. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura, holding a document with a grave expression. "Recently, we received intelligence regarding a group of unidentified ninjas operating around Konoha. They seem to be searching for something secretive." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Could it be related to the previous Akatsuki organization? Sarutobi shook his head. "It is unclear, but their movements are exceptionally clandestine, and they possess formidable strength, which raises my concerns for Konoha's safety." Kakashi squinted. "We must ascertain their origins promptly to avert any danger." Hiruzen took a deep breath. Thus, I wish for the four of you to form a small team to infiltrate the ninja's base discreetly and uncover their true intentions. Naruto clenched his fists. Understood, Hokage-sama. We will complete the mission. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura stealthily ventured deeper into a dense forest, following the directions provided by the intelligence, marking their path to avoid losing their way. On the third day of their journey, they finally stumbled upon the group of unidentified ninjas. Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique to create a clone for surveillance. Through their observations, they discovered that this group was apparently in search of an ancient ruin, said to conceal the powerful secrets of ancient ninjas. Sasuke frowned. If they obtain that secret, it poses a significant threat to Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Kakashi stated earnestly, we must act before they acquire that secret. Sakura nodded. We should locate that ruin swiftly and ensure that the secret does not fall into their hands. The four swiftly devised a plan of action, deciding to shadow the group of ninjas until they found the ancient site. A new adventure was about to unfold. Chapter 58. The search for the mysterious key. Naruto and his team ventured further into the dense forest. After passing through a cacophony of birds, they finally arrived at a mysterious valley. In the valley stood a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with ancient runes. Is this the ancient ruin? Sasuke squinted, surveying the surroundings. Sakura handed Kakashi a scroll. This scroll describes some legends of the ruin, stating that it conceals a secret technique capable of enhancing a ninja's power. Kakashi took the scroll and quickly scanned it, then looked at Naruto and the others. We must prevent them from obtaining this technique. The four swiftly assumed a defensive stance, vigilant of their surroundings. Soon, the group of black-clad ninjas arrived, evidently aware of the existence of the technique. You are ninjas from Konoha. One of the black-clad ninjas glared at Naruto and his companions, hostility radiating from his eyes. Sasuke drew his sword, coldly stating, if you know what is good for you, you should leave here immediately. However, the black-clad ninjas did not retreat. They exchanged glances and launched an assault on Naruto and his team. In the ensuing fierce battle, Naruto and Sasuke joined forces, employing powerful ninjutsu against the black-clad ninjas, while Sakura and Kakashi protected the mysterious stone tablet. After approximately half an hour of combat, the four from Konoha finally repelled the black-clad ninjas, but not without incurring some costs. Leaning against the tablet, Kakashi gently touched the runes. These runes seemed to conceal some sort of secret. Sakura carefully observed and discovered a small recess on the tablet, shaped like a keyhole. Naruto exclaimed, could it be that there are other secrets behind this stone tablet? Sasuke gazed at the distant sky. We must find this key quickly, otherwise, the secrets of this ruin may remain buried forever. The four decided to return to Konoha to search for more clues regarding the ruin to unravel this ancient mystery. Upon returning to Konoha, Naruto and his team immediately reported their findings to Tsunade. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade retrieved a small box from her drawer. Inside lay an ancient key, engraved with runes similar to those on the stone tablet. This key was left by the first Hokage. He mentioned this ruin in his will. Tsunade explained. Kakashi took the key and examined it closely. This might be the key we need. Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Why would the first Hokage possess this key? Did he already know the secrets of the ruin? Tsunade sighed. I cannot say for certain. But since you have discovered the ruin, you must proceed with caution to ensure that the technique does not fall into the wrong hands. Naruto clenched his fists. We certainly will. Once more, Naruto and his team returned to the mysterious valley. They carefully inserted the key, and the stone tablet slowly shifted aside, revealing a dark passage. The four ventured into the passage and discovered a vast underground palace. In the center of the palace stood an ancient altar, upon which rested a shimmering crystal ball. Sasuke gazed at the crystal ball, sensing a powerful chakra emanating from it. Is this the secret technique? Sakura approached the crystal ball, attempting to touch it, when suddenly a voice echoed in her mind. Who dares disturb my slumber? The four immediately became alert as a figure clad in ancient armor emerged from the shadows, his eyes ablaze with fury. I am the guardian of this place. You insignificant beings dare to disturb me, truly seeking death. The guardian bellowed. Kakashi tightened his grip on his kunai. We only wish to find the secret technique. We do not seek to be your enemies. The guardian sneered. To obtain the technique, you must first pass my trial. Thus, Naruto and his comrades commenced a fierce battle against this enigmatic guardian. Naruto swiftly made a decision. he and Kakashi resolved to distract the Guardian, allowing Sasuke and Sakura the opportunity to approach the crystal ball. Kakashi hurled several shuriken at the Guardian, while Naruto transformed into shadow clones, encircling the Guardian. The Guardian appeared undeterred, as his palms began to radiate a golden light, dispersing the shadow clones one by one. Seizing the moment, Sasuke dashed toward the altar. But just as he was about to touch the crystal ball, a surge of dark chakra erupted from it, striking Sasuke in the chest and forcing him to stagger back. Sakura rushed to Sasuke's side, hastily employing medical ninjutsu to heal his wounds. The Guardian observed the scene with a faint, cold smile. Addressing Naruto and Kakashi, the secret technique you seek is not simple. Its power is beyond the grasp of mere mortals like yourselves. Kakashi, his gaze resolute, replied, "We are aware of its might, yet we also recognize its peril. Our sole intention is to ensure it does not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals." The Guardian fell silent for a moment, his eyes resting upon Naruto. "I can sense a unique chakra within you. Is it the power of the Nine Tails?" Naruto nodded. "Indeed. I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, I have mastered this power and reached a reconciliation with it." The Guardian inhaled deeply, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. "The Nine Tails, a being of great antiquity, you are the first to truly wield its power." Gradually, his form became translucent as he gestured towards the altar. "If you can prove your resolve is steadfast enough, I shall entrust this secret technique to you. But bear in mind, its power is immense. If it spirals out of control, it could annihilate the entire world." Chapter 59. A distant premonition. The crystal orb upon the altar emitted a brilliant azure light, captivating the attention of all present. Naruto stepped forward, each stride quickening his heartbeat. He could feel the power within the orb, as if it were beckoning him. Standing before it, he extended a finger to gently touch its surface. A surge of potent chakra erupted from the orb, coursing into Naruto's being. He felt as if his consciousness were being drawn into a colossal vortex, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, he found himself in a familiar realm, the depths of his own mind, the place of communion with the Nine Tails. Yet this time, the Nine Tails did not manifest. Instead, a series of vivid scenes unfolded before him. He beheld his parents, glimpsed his lonely childhood, recalled the warmth bestowed by Irika-sensei, and revisited cherished moments with Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. Most poignantly, he confronted the myriad challenges he faced, alongside his resolve and perseverance. Ultimately, he witnessed a vast whirlpool of flames. At its center, a colossal nine-tailed fox. However, this incarnation of the Nine Tails appeared not malevolent, but rather tranquil, its gaze filled with anticipation. The Nine Tails spoke, "Naruto, this is your trial. I wish to see if you truly possess the will to command this secret technique." With that, the Nine Tails surged towards Naruto, who instinctively prepared to defend himself. Yet, he soon realized that the Nine Tails was not attacking. Instead, it enveloped him in a warm embrace of chakra. Naruto felt this chakra, a fusion of his own and the Nine Tails' strength, both comforting and formidable. He understood that the Nine Tails was aiding him in this trial. After an indeterminate period, Naruto's consciousness returned to the present. He found himself gripping the crystal orb, his body surrounded by a golden radiance. An unprecedented sense of power surged within him. The Guardian smiled faintly. "It appears you have passed the trial. This secret technique is now yours." Naruto stowed the orb in his storage pouch and smiled gratefully at the Guardian. "Thank you." The Guardian shook his head. "There is no need for thanks. This is your own strength. But remember, regardless of how great your power may be, it must be wielded for righteous purposes." Naruto nodded, departing this enigmatic place alongside Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. Their adventure was only just beginning. In this chapter, Naruto successfully navigated the Guardian's trial and acquired the enigmatic secret technique. This experience also deepened his bond with the Nine Tails, laying the groundwork for future developments. After leaving the altar, Naruto and his companions reunited with their team outside. They shared their encounters, learning of the mysterious footprints and pursuers that Ino and her group had encountered. Kakashi's expression turned serious. "This new adversary demands our vigilance." As night fell, sparks flew from the campfire, where Naruto and his friends gathered, the silvery moonlight casting their shadows. Sasuke stared into the flames, lost in thought, as if the fire held the essence of his past and future. Naruto turned to Sasuke, gently inquiring, "What occupies your mind?" Sasuke lifted his gaze, Naruto, why do you think we repeatedly encounter so many enemies and trials? Naruto pondered briefly. Perhaps it is because we possess great power, and many seek to seize or control it. Sasuke smiled slightly. But it is not solely that. I sense a deeper reason. Our fates may be intricately intertwined with this world. Sakura interjected. Are you suggesting we are guardians of this world? Sasuke nodded. Perhaps. Yet, it is imperative we do not forget our original intentions. Regardless of the obstacles we face, we must fight for peace. At that moment, distant footsteps echoed. As a leaf ninja rushed in, urgently reporting, Captain Kakashi, we have discovered a mysterious ninja squad operating covertly. They may belong to the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi's brow furrowed. Do we know their objectives? The leaf ninja shook his head. Not yet, but we have dispatched a reconnaissance team to track them. Naruto clenched his fists. If they threaten our village and friends again, I will not let them escape. The night deepened. Yet Naruto and his companions understood that new adventures and battles were on the horizon. As dawn broke, golden sunlight spilled forth, mingling with the dew of the distant morning, casting a hazy glow. The camp began to stir, with smoke rising as everyone prepared to continue their journey. Kakashi summoned the Leaf Ninja from last night to inquire about the mysterious ninja squad's progress. The Leaf Ninja reported, currently, their movements lack a clear target, but they frequently appear in several nearby villages, seemingly searching for something. We cannot allow them to act with impunity, Sasuke stated coldly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Sakura suggested, we should divide into several teams to closely monitor them. Any unusual behavior warrants immediate intervention. Kakashi concurred with Sakura's proposal and swiftly devised a plan of action. He led Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata into 3 groups, each heading in different directions. Naruto and Hinata formed one group, traversing the dense forest. The air between them sweet and charged. Hinata queried, Naruto, what do you think they are searching for? Naruto's gaze was resolute. I do not know, but whatever their intentions, I will not allow them to succeed. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted from the trees, hurtling towards Naruto and Hinata. Naruto instinctively entered a combat stance, hands forming seals to unleash a Rasengan. However, the shadow did not attack. Instead, it swiftly passed by, leaving behind a thin slip of paper. Naruto picked up the note, which read, in the depths of the valley lies a mysterious temple, awaiting your arrival. Hinata, puzzled, asked, what does this mean? Naruto's fists tightened. It seems they wish to confront us directly. Chapter 60. The undercurrents of Konoha with the dispersal of the teams. Word of the mysterious temple quickly spread among all 3 groups. Kakashi decided to first consolidate the gathered intelligence before making further decisions. Sasuke and Ino's group encountered a faction of the Akatsuki organization, resulting in a fierce battle. During the skirmish, they uncovered clues about the temple. It was an ancient site of sealing, said to have once contained a powerful force, which the Akatsuki seemed intent on acquiring. Simultaneously, Sakura and Haruno's group faced an ambush from enemy forces. By a small river, they engaged in a fierce confrontation with several cloaked ninjas. After Haruno adeptly employed water techniques to subdue the foes, they learned from one of the captives that the temple indeed existed, housing an ancient altar for summoning that mysterious power. After compiling all the intelligence, Kakashi resolved to explore the temple and ascertain the truth behind it. He led everyone deep into the valley, where a massive stone door, partially concealed behind rocks, came into view. Ancient runes were inscribed upon the door, seemingly depicting matters concerning a seal. Naruto rushed towards the stone door and pushed it with all his might, but it remained immovable. Sasuke stepped forward, attempting to decipher the runes with his Sharingan. Moments later, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, revealing that the door required a specific type of chakra to be opened. Kakashi decided to let everyone attempt to see whose chakra would resonate with the door. One by one, they approached and infused their chakra into the stone. Ultimately, when Hinata stepped forward, the door suddenly emitted a sound and began to slowly open. Cautiously, they entered the temple, revealing an ancient hall with an altar at its center, upon which lay an old scroll. Surrounding the altar were 4 massive stone statues, each bearing a seal. Tension filled the air as they approached the altar, and Kakashi carefully picked up the scroll, revealing it contained an ancient sealing technique meant to contain a mysterious power. Just then, a chilling laughter echoed around them as members of Kuroji's organization suddenly surrounded them from all directions. Accompanied by the dark laughter, 4 figures clad in black emerged, each standing before one of the enormous statues, as if they shared a profound connection with them. Naruto's eyes widened as he tightly gripped the scroll. We cannot allow them to succeed. Sasuke quietly drew his grass-cutting sword and activated his Sharingan. He pointed at the 4 figures. Their aim is not us, but these 4 seals. Ino raised her hand, brandishing her shuriken, and declared, "We must defend this place until we ascertain the location of that mysterious power." The battle erupted in an instant. The 4 figures in black were immensely powerful, and in response, the stone statues began to animate, as if imbued with life, synchronizing their movements with those of the black-clad adversaries. Kakashi faced off against one of the black figures, electricity crackling in his hand as Raikiri was prepared. The black figure summoned a colossal fireball, and the 2 chakra forces collided, resulting in a resounding explosion. Sasuke's battle with another black figure was even more intense, as his sword clashed with the opponent's long blade. Sparks flying. Suddenly, the black figure began to chant, unleashing a massive wind blade aimed directly at Sasuke. In an instant, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, dispersing the wind blade with the power of his Rinnegan. Sakura and Hinata joined forces against the 3rd black figure, with Sakura's fists charged with chakra, each strike carrying tremendous force, while Hinata summoned a gigantic water dragon using water release, charging towards the enemy. The black figure dodged, but was still struck by the dragon's tail, staggering. Naruto engaged with the 4th black figure, both moving at extraordinary speeds, exchanging dozens of attacks in mere moments. Naruto harnessed the power of the tailed beast, enveloped in a layer of golden chakra, delivering blows of astonishing might. The black figure continuously summoned icy chakra, attempting to freeze Naruto's movements. The 4 battles raged on for an extended period, both sides exhausting their chakra reserves. Finally, Ino seized an opportunity, executing a powerful earth release that trapped one of the black figures in a massive earthen fortress. At that moment, Sasuke, utilizing the power of his Sharingan, successfully defeated another black figure. Naruto and Sakura also triumphed over their opponents, the 4 of them uniting to successfully protect the 4 seals. As the battle concluded, they were left panting heavily from exhaustion. Naruto gazed at the scroll in his hand, deciding to return to Konohagakure to discuss strategies with their comrades. Upon returning to the village, they immediately proceeded to the Hokage's office to report on the mission. Inside the office, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and several elders awaited their arrival. Naruto placed the scroll firmly on the table. "Hokage-sama, we have successfully guarded the 4 seals, but judging by the strength of our adversaries, the forces behind them are far more formidable than we anticipated." Tsunade looked at Naruto with a grave expression. "Naruto, I am aware that you faced great peril. The pressing question is, what secrets do these 4 seals conceal? Why are so many powerful factions coveting them?" Jiraiya picked up the scroll, gently tracing its surface. "This scroll is likely connected to ancient legends. I have read in some old texts that these 4 seals are the key to containing a certain powerful force. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, they could wield this power to inflict catastrophic damage upon the entire shinobi world." Kakashi pondered. "Our task now is to uncover the secrets contained within the scroll and preemptively seal that force." Tsunade nodded. "Ino, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you 4 should rest for now while the rest of us stay behind to discuss our next course of action." One by one, they left the office, and Ino led Naruto and the others to the lounge. On the way, Naruto suddenly halted. Gazing into the distance at Konohagakure, "I have a feeling that something monumental is about to occur." Sasuke's eyes gleamed coldly. "The strength of those adversaries should not be underestimated. We must always remain prepared." Sakura clenched her fists resolutely. "No matter what happens, we will protect Konohagakure and each and every person here." Ino smiled. "Yes, we are the ninjas of Konohagakure. It is our mission." Chapter 61. The Unknown Enemy at Night. The scenery of Konohagakure was tranquil and beautiful. The sky was filled with stars, reminiscent of the passion with which past Hokages guarded this land. However, the stillness of the night did not imply peace within the village. Jiraiya sat in his study, perusing an ancient tome that had long gathered dust. The title of the book was The Legend of Otsutsuki. He inhaled deeply and began to read attentively. Within this ancient text, it chronicled the actions of the Otsutsuki clan upon their arrival in this world. Of particular concern to Jiraiya was the origin of the 4 seals. It turned out that the Otsutsuki clan, in order to maintain their dominion, created a sealing technique capable of absorbing all life force, serving as their ultimate means against the shinobi. However, due to the overwhelming power of this sealing technique, they decided to divide it into 4 parts, sealing each in different locations to prevent a catastrophic outbreak. As Jiraiya read on, he became increasingly alarmed. He realized that those seeking the 4 seals merely desired to wield their power to dominate the entire shinobi world. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock at the study door. Jiraiya set the book down and opened the door to find Ino. Ino spoke anxiously. "Master, we have detected some troubling signs. Since earlier, a large number of foreign ninjas have appeared around Konohagakure, and they seem to be plotting something significant." Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. "Ino, gather a team to monitor those foreign ninjas. I will inform Tsunade immediately. We must respond swiftly." Ino nodded and quickly departed. Jiraiya returned to his study, retrieving a special communicator to send an urgent message to Tsunade. He understood that in the days to come, Konohagakure would face an unprecedented crisis. Meanwhile, not far away, a figure stealthily approached the borders of Konohagakure. His gaze was predatory, fixated on the village. He murmured softly, "Konohagakure, you had better be prepared, for you are about to face a true challenge." Upon receiving Jiraiya's message, Tsunade immediately summoned the heads of the village's prominent clans and elite ninjas for an emergency meeting. "We have intelligence indicating that a significant number of hostile ninjas are currently gathered around the outskirts of Konohagakure, though their objectives remain unclear," Tsunade announced gravely. "Why have they suddenly congregated around Konohagakure?" Ino queried, perplexed. Jiraiya took a deep breath. "I suspect they are after the 4 seals." Tension etched on the faces of the gathered crowd. The power of the 4 seals was formidable enough to disrupt the entire balance of the shinobi world. "What should we do now?" inquired Niji Hyuga. "We must organize elite ninjas and strike them preemptively. We cannot allow them to succeed," suggested Akatsuki. Tsunade nodded in agreement. "We need to leverage the geographical advantage of Konoha and execute a phased assault, eliminating them one by one." During the meeting, each clan dispatched their elite ninjas to form a temporary strike team, led by Naruto and Sasuke. Under the moonlight, the night was eerily silent as Naruto and Sasuke stealthily approached the enemy camp. "According to Lady Tsunade's plan, we will encircle them in 3 teams. Wait for my signal before launching the attack," Sasuke instructed in a low voice. Naruto, Sasuke, and their team members dispersed as planned, inching closer to the enemy. Suddenly, a sharp wind blade sliced through the air from behind Naruto. He deftly evaded it, but the blade struck a nearby tree, splitting it in 2. "Hurry, they've spotted us," Sasuke shouted urgently. A glimmer of fierce determination flashed in Naruto's eyes. "Then let us make it a swift and decisive battle." With that, he unleashed the power of the 9 tails. As Naruto roared, a fierce battle erupted. The ninjas of Konoha clashed violently with the intruding foes beneath the moonlight. The night was ablaze with the clash of blades and thunderous explosions. Konoha found itself embroiled in a struggle against fate. Under the moon's glow, the silhouettes of the ninjas darted like phantoms, each strike delivering lethal intent. Sparks and clouds of blood intertwined in the air, creating astonishing arcs. Sasuke's Sharingan revealed its formidable prowess. He could anticipate enemy attacks and counter with precision. Yet, he felt the weight of pressure against such formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, Naruto tapped into Sage Mode, each punch delivering destructive force, but he soon realized that their enemies were not mere ninjas. Their bodies contorted in strange ways, rapidly healing from each blow. "What in the world are these creatures?" Naruto gasped amidst the fray. Hinata Hyuga calmly analyzed. "It seems these individuals are under the influence of some unknown force. They feel no pain and cannot die from injuries. What should we do?" Niji from the stone village asked, his brow furrowed. In an instant, Akatsuki unleashed the 100 healings technique, sending dozens of sharp needles piercing through several enemies' hearts. She quickly informed the others, "Despite their peculiar bodies, their hearts are their weak points. If we destroy their hearts, they will be incapacitated." Sasuke and Naruto grasped the essence of her words and coordinated their assault, targeting the enemy's hearts. As the battle raged on, the ninjas of Konoha gradually gained the upper hand, eliminating numerous foes. However, at that moment, a powerful chakra surged from the distance, which both Naruto and Sasuke sensed with unease. Emerging from the shadows was a figure cloaked in black, his face obscured, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. "You are insignificant," he stated icily. Sasuke gripped his sword tightly, while Naruto stared at the newcomer. Who are you? The figure slowly lowered his hood, revealing his true identity. Shikamaru. Shikamaru, why are you here? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Shikamaru glanced at him with indifference. This is your fate, the end of Konoha. Chapter 62. Undercurrents. As Shikamaru stepped into the moonlight, his pallid features glowed faintly, almost revealing the rhythm of his pulse, giving an impression of fragility, yet contrasting sharply with the powerful chakra emanating from him. Shikamaru, why are you doing this? Sasuke demanded coldly, his eyes flickering with confusion and anger. Shikamaru smiled faintly. For power, to grow stronger. Isn't that what you seek, Sasuke? Aren't you doing the same? Sasuke roared, I am nothing like you. A flicker of indifference crossed Shikamaru's eyes. Really? Perhaps deep down, we are the same, merely choosing different paths. Naruto tightened his grip on his kunai, reluctant to fight Shikamaru, yet aware that avoiding battle was not an option at this moment. Akatsuki and Neji also readied themselves, knowing they could not afford to underestimate an opponent like Shikamaru. The battle commenced swiftly. Shikamaru utilized his unique techniques and shuriken skills, overwhelming everyone. However, Naruto and Sasuke refused to back down, combining their powers to unleash their strongest techniques. In an intense clash, Shikamaru underwent a transformation, his form morphing into a black cocoon, from which he burst forth as a colossal deer. Witnessing this, everyone was taken aback. Was this Shikamaru's true power? Once transformed, Shikamaru's fighting style shifted. He no longer relied on ninjutsu, but instead pressed his opponents with overwhelming physical strength and speed. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves in a grueling struggle. Despite Shikamaru's relentless assaults, they were undeterred, knowing that defeating him was the only way to save Yagura and the other Jinchuriki. As the battle reached its climax, a familiar chakra emanated from afar. Accompanying it was a figure draped in a white cloak, wielding a large blade, Obito. He coldly regarded Shikamaru. I shall bring this battle to an end. Shikamaru and Obito locked eyes, disbelief mingling with hostility. Obito swung his blade, engaging Shikamaru in a breathtaking duel. Every strike reverberated through the ground, as if the world trembled with their fury. In this confrontation, Obito showcased his might, employing not only earth-release ninjutsu, but also melding it with lightning release, rendering his attacks extraordinarily sharp. Though formidable, Shikamaru found himself overmatched by Obito's prowess. Ultimately, Obito pierced Shikamaru's body with a lightning release technique, vanquishing him. The sight left everyone in a state of shock. Obito approached Naruto and Sasuke, coldly stating, this battle has only just begun. Shikamaru's body trembled on the ground before falling still. Obito withdrew his blade, gazing at the blood-stained edge, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. Why? Akatsuki stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked down at Shikamaru's fallen form. She struggled to comprehend how a once-cherished comrade could become such a foe. Obito ignored Akatsuki, turning towards Naruto and Sasuke. This world is no longer what we once knew. Kagaya's plan has been set in motion, and soon a new war will commence. Naruto clenched his fists. We will stop him. Obito smirked faintly. Really? Do you understand Kagaya's true intentions? Sasuke scoffed. We don't need to know. As long as he threatens our village, we will stand against him. Obito regarded them with a hint of depth in his gaze. So, are you prepared? The power of the Otsutsuki is beyond your comprehension. Akatsuki regained her composure, reminding them, we should focus on locating the other Jinchuriki to prevent Kagaya's resurrection. Neji nodded. Yes, we must act before Kagaya does. Obito gazed into the distance, sighing deeply. Time is of the essence. Kagaya's minions have already begun their movements. You must seek something known as the Sage of Six Paths Legacy. It is crucial to restraining the power of the Otsutsuki. Naruto furrowed his brow. The Sage of Six Paths Legacy? What is that? Obito sighed. It is an ancient power, left behind by the predecessors of the Otsutsuki clan. Only by acquiring this power can you hope to combat Kagaya and her schemes. The group exchanged solemn glances, each understanding that the days ahead would be fraught with trials and tribulations. Naruto resolutely declared, regardless of the obstacles, we will protect this world and thwart Kagaya's plans. Obito nodded slightly before turning to depart, leaving behind a single phrase, I hope so. As night descended, the group gathered around a fire, strategizing their next course of action. Meanwhile, from the shadows, a mysterious figure observed them, seemingly awaiting an opportune moment. Chapter 63. The final battle against the serpent. The stars in the sky gradually faded, and as the night deepened, the group sat beside the flickering flames, deliberating on the clues regarding the Sage of Six Paths. After all, this could very well be their sole means of restraining Kaguya Otsutsuki. Naruto gazed into the crackling fire and mused. The intelligence we have suggests that the sage's lineage might be connected to the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, with a complex expression, nodded in agreement. There are indeed rumors surrounding the Uchiha clan, but I have never heard of any specific leads. A glimmer of insight sparked in Hanabi's eyes. If it truly pertains to the Uchiha clan, we should inquire with certain key individuals. Surprised, Naruto turned to her. Are you suggesting? Hanabi smiled slightly. Kakashi-sensei. Neji added thoughtfully. Kakashi possesses the Uchiha's ocular prowess. He might know things we are unaware of. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then added. If it is indeed a matter concerning the clan, there is someone else who could assist us. The group turned their eyes towards him, and Sasuke took a deep breath. My brother, Itachi Uchiha. In the darkness, a shadow rapidly approached their camp, halting on a nearby tree, coldly observing the group. It was Kaguya Otsutsuki. A smirk graced her lips. The Sage of Six Paths lineage. This is becoming quite intriguing. She intended to forge ahead and locate the sage's legacy first, planning to collaborate with Kaguya while secretly nurturing her own ambition to strengthen her powers until she was invincible. Unbeknownst to Naruto and his comrades, Kaguya had stealthily drawn near. But upon receiving a warning from one of the sentinels, they swiftly prepared for battle. Kaguya grinned, not desiring a direct confrontation with Naruto, merely intending to gauge their strength. She retrieved a sealing tag from her pocket, releasing a formidable force that summoned a colossal beast before them. What is this? Hanabi gasped, her eyes wide with shock as a grotesque serpent, radiating an icy chill, emerged. Naruto's eyes gleamed with determination. No matter what it is, we cannot allow it to harm our village. The group nodded in unison, steeling themselves to confront the serpent, while Kaguya remained at a distance, quietly observing their capabilities. With tension in the air, their resolve ignited. They vowed to protect their homeland and loved ones, refusing to let any enemy prevail. The flames illuminated the battlefield as the massive summoned beast loomed like a living fortress, its chilling aura shaking the ground with every movement. Naruto quickly devised a plan. Sasuke, Hanabi, you two focus on disrupting its attacks. Neji and Rock Lee, prepare for ranged assaults. I will draw its attention. Sasuke nodded, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A gigantic fireball hurtled towards the serpent. Hanabi, meanwhile, retrieved dozens of sealing tags from her pouch, ready to support her comrades at a crucial moment. Rock Lee and Neji began channeling chakra, preparing to unleash their specialized techniques. Their combined assault of wind release, wind blade, and water release, water dragon bullet, formed a formidable duo. The serpent roared in response to the oncoming attacks, its tail crashing down like a massive hammer aimed at Naruto. He quickly summoned his Rasengan to counter it. Seeing this, Sasuke rushed toward the serpent, attempting to seal its movements with shurikens. Hanabi applied her sealing tags, her techniques significantly slowing the serpent's actions. Despite being besieged by Naruto, Sasuke, and Hanabi, the serpent remained relentless, thrashing its tail in an effort to fend them off. At that moment, Neji and Rock Lee's combined technique struck, a massive water dragon, enhanced by a blade of wind, collided with the serpent's neck. The beast let out a pained roar, yet its ferocity only grew. Naruto glanced toward Kaguya in the distance, sensing her overwhelming chakra. Everyone, be cautious. This is merely the beginning, he shouted. As the battle raged on, the serpent, though wounded, began to emanate a frigid aura that dulled everyone's movements. Hanabi's eyes hardened with resolve. She unleashed a powerful sealing technique in an attempt to immobilize the serpent. Simultaneously, Naruto and Sasuke prepared their ultimate skills. Now, Naruto bellowed as the trio launched their assault in unison. Ultimately, the serpent was vanquished, but Kaguya's shadow loomed still. She smiled faintly before vanishing into the darkness. We must hasten to locate the Sage of Six Paths legacy. Otherwise, the battles that lie ahead will be even more arduous, Sasuke stated. Naruto nodded, and the group tightened their grips on their weapons, pressing onward. Chapter 64. Sealing Techniques and Kaguya's surprise attack. The group ventured deeper into the uncharted territory. According to legend, the Sage of Six Paths left behind relics that could counter the Otsutsuki clan. However, The exact location of these artifacts had never been revealed, making their discovery paramount in the face of Kage's threat. After several days of relentless exploration, they finally arrived at a mysterious ancient ruin. It was a vast cavern, its entrance adorned with archaic inscriptions and symbols. Niji approached to examine them closely, inhaling sharply as he realized these markings bore the handwriting of the Sage of Six Paths. Hanabi produced an ancient tome, quickly flipping through its pages. These symbols resemble those I've seen in this book. They appear to be a form of ancient sealing technique. Sasuke calmly assessed. It seems this cavern could be the location of the sage's relics. We need to decipher these seals to enter. Rock Lee hesitated. Could this be a trap? The Otsutsuki clan might have anticipated our arrival. Naruto clenched his fists, resolute. Regardless, we must take the chance. This could be our only opportunity. The group began to follow the instructions within the ancient text, attempting to unravel the seals. After several hours of effort, the entrance to the cavern finally creaked open, revealing a profound darkness. Naruto stepped inside first, followed closely by his companions. The interior was not entirely dark. Ethereal lights illuminated their path as they ventured further. They discovered numerous murals depicting the life of the Sage of Six Paths etched into the walls. Eventually, they reached a spacious hall. In the center stood a grand altar, atop which rested a scroll shimmering with golden light. Sasuke cautiously lifted the scroll, revealing intricate symbols and texts within. Hanabi's eyes sparkled with recognition. This is a sealing technique, and it's exceedingly complex. It seems designed to seal away a potent force. Naruto's gaze shifted to the opposite side of the hall, where an ancient stone tablet was inscribed with the words, "This artifact is my legacy. I hope future generations will continue to safeguard this land." It appears we have found the right place. Naruto smiled faintly. Let us study this sealing technique and prepare for the battles that lie ahead. The group commenced their intense study within the ancient ruins, fully aware that the forthcoming conflict would determine the fate of the ninja world. Hanabi meticulously scrutinized the scroll's contents, her expression growing increasingly grave. Although this sealing technique is powerful, it requires a considerable amount of time to execute. Time is currently their greatest adversary. This sealing technique necessitates the collaboration of 3 individuals to be fully unleashed. It has the capacity to temporarily suppress the power of the Otsutsuki clan, granting them a chance to confront it, as explained by Hondo. Sasuke furrowed his brow, realizing that they needed to find a suitable location to perform the sealing while ensuring they were not interrupted. Just as they were in discussion, a violent tremor suddenly shook the surroundings. With a series of loud crashes, one side of the hall was breached, and amidst the swirling dust, Otsutsuki Kid slowly entered. "You certainly have put in a lot of effort, but all of this is futile," he sneered. Naruto and Sasuke immediately positioned themselves in front of Hondo, ready to engage in battle. Rock Lee and Niji also assumed combat stances. A glint of cunning flashed in Otsutsuki Kid's eyes as he remarked, "Did you think I would come alone?" As his words fell, more members of the Otsutsuki clan surged in through the breach, surrounding the entire hall. "Begin the sealing," Sasuke urgently called out to Hondo. Promptly, Hondo, Niji, and Rock Lee formed a triangular formation and commenced the intricate sealing technique. Simultaneously, Naruto and Sasuke took on the role of vanguards, blocking the advance of the Otsutsuki clan members. Each move, each strike, carried their utmost strength, for they understood that failure was not an option. Sasuke's Rinnegan and Naruto's Ninetales chakra harmonized flawlessly, creating an almost impenetrable defense. Yet, the sheer number and strength of the Otsutsuki clan remained daunting. Otsutsuki Kid, expressionless, wielded his staff, each attack wreaking widespread destruction, all the while targeting the trio performing the sealing. At that moment, a lightning-fast figure descended from above, directly assaulting Otsutsuki Kid. It was the Hokage. "Continue. I will hold him off," the Hokage shouted. The battle within the hall raged fiercely, filled with sparks and smoke. Each second felt like an eternity. Yet Naruto and the others had no intention of surrendering. For the sake of peace and the ninja world, they had to overcome the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 65. The ancient library. The clash between the Hokage and Otsutsuki Kid was exceptionally intense. When the Hokage's lightning techniques collided with Otsutsuki Kid's Otsutsuki techniques, it seemed as though heaven and earth themselves were shaken. Massive currents of lightning twisted through the air, each strike accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. "Why do you assist these ninjas? Are you not the Hokage?" Otsutsuki Kid scoffed. The Hokage resolutely replied, I am the Hokage, but first and foremost, I am a ninja who fights for peace. The two engaged once more, this time with the Hokage employing his secret technique, Raikiri. This attack, infused with immense lightning chakra, would be difficult for even the Otsutsuki to withstand if struck. Meanwhile, Hondo, Niji, and Rock Lee's sealing technique was nearing completion. The ground began to manifest layers of intricate sealing patterns, spreading throughout the hall. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and Sasuke carved a path, doing their utmost to delay the offensive of the remaining Otsutsuki clan members. With the assistance of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto executed a sage technique unseen by Otsutsuki Kid, successfully obstructing their advance. Time dragged on, each second feeling infinitely prolonged. Finally, the sealing patterns enveloped the entire hall, radiating a blinding light. Subsequently, a colossal transparent energy dome encased the hall, surrounding everyone within. Otsutsuki Kid stared in shock at this scene, attempting to break the seal, but no matter how he attacked, he could not budge it in the slightest. What sort of seal is this? Otsutsuki Kid inquired, astonished. Hondo, exhausted, replied, "This is a seal created by the combination of our 3 chakras and bloodline powers. It can temporarily seal the powers of your Otsutsuki clan." Otsutsuki Kid roared in fury. "This is only temporary. The power of the Otsutsuki clan is beyond your comprehension, you mere insects." Naruto gazed at the sealed Otsutsuki members, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet he understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The true battle was still ahead. They needed to prepare more thoroughly to genuinely vanquish the Otsutsuki clan and safeguard the peace of the ninja world. As the Otsutsuki clan members were temporarily sealed, the tense atmosphere in the hall finally eased to a degree. However, this tranquility did not signify victory. Both Naruto and Sasuke were acutely aware that greater challenges awaited them in the days to come. Hondo and Rock Lee approached Naruto and Sasuke, their expressions somber. "This seal can only last a few days. We must find a way to utterly defeat them before then." Naruto nodded, stating earnestly, "We need to compile all available information regarding the Otsutsuki clan to see if there is anything we can exploit." "I believe," Sasuke interjected, "that first we need to understand why the Otsutsuki clan has suddenly appeared and is attempting to control this world. What is their true objective?" Niji joined the discussion. "Indeed. If we uncover their true intent, perhaps we can identify a flaw." After a moment of contemplation, Hondo remarked, "I suspect that the Otsutsuki clan's true purpose is not to control this world, but to seek a certain energy or item." Naruto furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Hondo shook his head. "I am uncertain, but I once encountered a description related to the Otsutsuki clan in an ancient book. This book stated that the Otsutsuki clan sought the Eye of God, a mysterious object that could amplify their power." Sasuke calmly analyzed, "If that is the case, our foremost task is to locate this Eye of God before they do." Naruto nodded. "All right, let us divide our efforts. Sasuke, you will search the library for information on the Eye of God. Hondo, Niji, and I will inquire around to see if we can uncover any clues." Rock Lee clapped Naruto on the shoulder. "I will remain here to guard, ensuring the seal is not broken." Naruto expressed his gratitude with a glance. "Thank you, Rock Lee." The four swiftly devised their plan and set forth into action. However, unbeknownst to them, the Otsutsuki clan consisted of more than just those sealed. Hidden forces were quietly observing their movements, waiting for the opportune moment to reclaim the Eye of God. Sasuke arrived at the ancient library of Konohagakure. This library, steeped in centuries of history, housed numerous texts on ninjutsu, history, and sealing techniques. Inside, the library exuded an atmosphere of antiquity and tranquility, the heavy tomes emanating a faint scent of aged paper. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke began to scour the shelves for information regarding the Eye of God. Hours passed as he searched through every book, yet he found no mention of the eye. Just as he was about to leave, an elderly man entered. He was short in stature, with a head full of white hair, dressed in simple cloth attire. His keen gaze seemed particularly interested in Sasuke. The old man approached Sasuke and softly inquired, "What are you searching for?" Sasuke eyed him warily. "I am looking for a book on the Eye of God." The old man furrowed his brow. "The Eye of God? That is a forbidden object. Why do you seek it?" Sasuke replied directly, "The Otsutsuki clan is currently searching for it, and I need to find it before they do." The old man's eyes suddenly brightened. "I see. Follow me." He led Sasuke to the deepest part of the library and retrieved an ancient tome from a pile of dust-laden books. "This book has been passed down through my family. It contains the origins of the Eye of God and sealing techniques. Sasuke's eyes lit up as he took the book and began to peruse its contents. The text detailed that the Eye of God was an immensely powerful force, capable of granting limitless power to anyone who possessed it. However, it was also a double-edged sword, for if misused, it would consume the user's soul. The book also records the sealing technique of the Eye of God, along with its location. Nestled within an ancient ruin near the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke gazed gratefully at the old man and expressed his thanks. The elder smiled and replied, "As long as I can prevent the Otsutsuki clan from wreaking havoc, I am willing to do anything." Sasuke nodded, hurriedly departed from the library, and conveyed this news to Naruto. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, members of the Otsutsuki clan had already learned of Sasuke's plan and resolved to act swiftly to locate the Eye of God before Naruto and his companions could. Chapter 66. The Radiant Barrier. As dusk fell, the ancient ruins near the Hidden Leaf Village were shrouded in thick fog, a mysterious aura permeating the air. The entrance to the ruins was guarded by a stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters, narrating the mysteries and dangers of the Eye of God. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Jiraiya had gathered here, acutely aware of the urgency. They needed to locate and seal the Eye of God before the Otsutsuki clan arrived. Jiraiya addressed the group. "The interior of this ruin is fraught with peril. We must proceed with caution. Moreover, sealing the Eye of God involves a complex barrier that requires our unified effort." Sakura, visibly anxious, inquired, "Will the Otsutsuki members come here?" Sasuke, with unwavering determination, responded, "They will undoubtedly come. We must be prepared for battle." Naruto, ignited with resolve, clenched his fists, declaring, "No matter how many they send, we will safeguard the Eye of God." With utmost caution, the group entered the ruins, which unfolded into a vast labyrinth laden with traps and barriers. Relying on the map Sasuke had procured from the library, they pressed deeper into the maze. At that very moment, the Otsutsuki clan members arrived at the entrance. They formed an elite squad comprised of formidable warriors, led by Otsutsuki Ashura, who coldly surveyed the stone tablet before commanding his subordinates to enter. As Naruto and his companions ventured further, they stumbled upon a colossal stone door, before which lay a stone pedestal with a recess, clearly requiring a specific item to unlock it. Sasuke examined the map and confirmed that this was indeed the location of the Eye of God. "We must find the key to open the stone door," he urged. While the group searched, the Otsutsuki members closed in on their position, employing their acute sensory abilities to pinpoint Naruto and his companions, initiating their assault. A fierce battle erupted deep within the ruins, where flames, thunder, and the clash of blades intertwined in a chaotic symphony. The confrontation between Ashura and Sasuke was particularly intense, each clash resonating through the air. Amidst the chaos, Sakura discovered the key to the stone door and quickly passed it to Naruto, who dashed towards the door. However, just as he was about to insert the key, a shadow darted forward, another member of the Otsutsuki clan, who swiftly attempted to seize the key. Naruto engaged in a fierce struggle with him, their powers evenly matched. At this critical moment, Sasuke unleashed his new skill, forcing the Otsutsuki member back and buying Naruto precious time. With determination, Naruto successfully inserted the key, causing the stone door to slowly creak open, revealing a grand altar at its center, upon which lay the shimmering Eye of God. Yet, at that very instant, reinforcements from the Otsutsuki clan arrived, intensifying the conflict. Thus commenced a fierce struggle for the Eye of God. Despite the arrival of the Otsutsuki reinforcements, the Leaf Village ninjas showed no signs of retreat. They fiercely defended the Eye of God against the Otsutsuki clan. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, formed a formidable barrier to protect the altar. Each time an Otsutsuki member attempted to approach, the powerful energy of the barrier repelled them. The battle between Sasuke and Ashura reached a boiling point. Sasuke's Sharingan clashed with Ashura's unique abilities, resulting in tremendous energy fluctuations. They seemed like two whirlpools, drawing the gaze of all around. Meanwhile, Naruto faced another powerful member of the Otsutsuki clan in combat, their struggle akin to a battle between dragon and tiger, unleashing earth-shattering energy. In one exchange, Naruto was pushed back and inadvertently stumbled into the center of the altar, where his hand accidentally brushed against the Eye of God. Suddenly, a surge of immense energy erupted from the eye, resonating with Naruto's chakra. The Nine-Tails chakra enveloping Naruto began to swirl, forming a connection with the Eye of God, significantly amplifying his power in an instant. The Otsutsuki members sensed this powerful energy and halted their attacks, turning their attention to Naruto. Rising to his feet, Naruto radiated a golden glow, his eyes deepening with insight as if he could perceive everything. With a gentle wave of his hand, a colossal Rasengan formed and shot towards the Otsutsuki members. The might of this Rasengan far exceeded any previous, obliterating the Otsutsuki barrier and sending several members flying. Ashura, witnessing this turn of events, displayed a flicker of shock in his eyes, but quickly regained his composure, charging at Naruto as the two again engaged in fierce battle. Seizing this opportunity, Sasuke, Sakura, and the other ninjas swiftly targeted the remaining Otsutsuki members, aiming to conclude the conflict expeditiously. In the skirmish between Naruto and Ashura, Naruto gradually gained the upper hand, utilizing the power of the Eye of God to repeatedly push Ashura back. Ultimately, Naruto unleashed a massive Rasen Shuriken, defeating Ashura and propelling him from the ruins. Seeing Ashura's defeat, the remaining Otsutsuki members chose to retreat. The Leaf Ninjas successfully defended the Eye of God. Subsequently, they sealed the ruins, ensuring the Eye of God would remain beyond reach. The group returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, where they were greeted with a grand celebratory feast. This battle not only protected the Eye of God, but also showcased the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, Naruto and Sasuke, through this ordeal, fortified their friendship, shaking hands and pledging to strive together for peace. Chapter 67. The Secret of Chakra. Although the assault by the Otsutsuki clan had been successfully repelled, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village understood that this tranquility was merely temporary. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and other elite ninjas resolved to investigate the true intentions of the Otsutsuki clan. At Kakashi's suggestion, Naruto and Sasuke decided to visit the Uzumaki clan, a family known for their generational inheritance of the Kotoame Tsukumi secret technique, hoping to uncover clues regarding the Eye of God. Within the Uzumaki clan, they learned that the Eye of God was originally a treasured artifact of the Otsutsuki clan, said to possess the power to alter the world. To prevent its power from being abused, it was sealed within the ruins. However, as time passed, the legends surrounding the Eye of God gradually faded into obscurity. The Otsutsuki clan, intent on reclaiming this treasure, was willing to oppose the Hidden Leaf Village. Their true aim was to harness the power of the Eye of God to fulfill their ambitions and dominate the entire ninja realm. Determined to uncover the hiding place of the Otsutsuki clan and thwart their nefarious plot, Naruto and Sasuke embarked on an adventurous journey under the guidance of the Uzumaki clan, seeking the secret base of the Otsutsuki clan. After a series of trials and battles, they finally located the clandestine base of the Otsutsuki clan. There, they discovered a massive sealing array, within which was imprisoned a colossal sphere of chakra. This was the true objective of the Otsutsuki clan, to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. To prevent this impending catastrophe, Naruto and Sasuke engaged in a decisive battle against the leader of the Otsutsuki clan. This confrontation was fought for the peace of the entire ninja realm. In the midst of this intense struggle, Naruto and Sasuke once again harnessed the power of the Eye of God, engaging in a life-and-death battle against the Otsutsuki clan leader. After an intense battle, Naruto and Sasuke ultimately emerged victorious, thwarting the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Upon their return to the Hidden Leaf Village, they were met with a warm welcome from the villagers, who understood that the preservation of this peaceful land required continued effort. Gradually, the village began to return to tranquility after the confrontation with the Otsutsuki clan. However, the battle endowed Naruto and Sasuke not only with combat experience, but also with hopes for the future and a yearning for greater strength. Despite their success in preventing Kagaya's revival, other threats within the ninja world remained unvanquished. One day, Naruto and Sasuke received a summons from the Mist Village. The Mizukage, Uchiha Suigetsu, sought to discuss matters concerning a mysterious chakra. This chakra bore similarities to that of tailed beasts, but was far more enigmatic and potent. In the Mist Village, Suigetsu unveiled an ancient stone tablet that chronicled the origins of this secret chakra. It was said that this chakra had been extracted from an otherworldly entity by the Otsutsuki clan in ancient times, possessing a power so formidable that it could rival that of tailed beasts. The Mizukage implored Naruto and Sasuke to assist in investigating the true nature of this chakra and to prevent it from falling into nefarious hands. Eagerly accepting the mission, Naruto and Sasuke embarked on a new journey. Throughout their quest for the secret chakra, they encountered a myriad of formidable foes, including ninja organizations intent on seizing this extraordinary power. After a series of battles and challenges, they finally located the source of the chakra. Within an ancient temple, they discovered a colossal sphere of chakra, the essence of the secret chakra. There, they met a mysterious elder who identified himself as a member of the Otsutsuki clan and the guardian of the temple. The elder informed them that the power of this chakra was exceedingly perilous and should not be misused. He hoped that Naruto and Sasuke would help protect the temple to ensure that the chakra's power would not be exploited by malevolent forces. After careful consideration, Naruto and Sasuke resolved to collaborate with the elder to safeguard this sacred land, ensuring the responsible use of the secret chakra. This marked the beginning of their new journey. The elder, named Jinran, recounted the tale of the secret chakra in detail. Long ago, when the Otsutsuki clan first descended upon this world, they sought not the chakra of tailed beasts, but rather this pure and more potent chakra. Jinran was an anomaly among the Otsutsuki. Disapproving of his kin's willingness to harm other beings in pursuit of power, he revealed to Naruto and Sasuke that the true name of the secret chakra was Source Chakra, the origin of all chakra, with the capacity for both creation and destruction. Naruto recalled the Nine-Tails chakra within him and inquired about the distinction between Source Chakra and that of the tailed beasts. Jinran pondered for a moment and responded that the chakra of tailed beasts was merely a branch of Source Chakra. While powerful, it paled in comparison to the Source Chakra. Should a ninja master the Source Chakra, their strength would surpass all others. Sasuke, frowning with concern, remarked that if such formidable power fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. Jinran sighed, explaining that this was precisely why he chose to remain hidden, guarding the Source Chakra to prevent its misuse by evil forces. However, concealment was not a sustainable solution, especially as the various factions within the ninja world began to sense the existence of Source Chakra. They needed to devise a better strategy to ensure its safety. Naruto asserted that true stability could only be achieved when all ninjas recognized the significance of this power and united to protect it. He resolved to return to the Hidden Leaf Village first to inform the five Kage about Source Chakra and seek their support. Sasuke decided to remain at the temple, assisting Jinran in safeguarding the land until Naruto's return, hoping that his strength could help ensure the security of the Source Chakra. As Naruto departed the temple to journey back to the Hidden Leaf Village, he faced not only the challenge of distance, but also countless adversaries intent on seizing the Source Chakra. Chapter 68. The establishment of the Guardian Organization. On his way back to the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto encountered a task force comprised of various villages. Their mission was to investigate the Source Chakra and seize this powerful force for their own villages. Naruto knew that if the Source Chakra fell into their hands, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Combat was unavoidable. He engaged them in a fierce confrontation, undeterred by the formidable opposition, employing all the skills he had acquired in a life-or-death struggle. Just as Naruto found himself in dire straits, a swift figure darted past, swiftly dispatching two of his powerful foes. It was Aoba, a member of the Hidden Leaf Esumbu. "You seem to have gotten yourself into trouble again, Naruto," Aoba remarked casually. Embarrassed, Naruto scratched his nose and replied, "Thank you for your timely arrival, Aoba." The two wasted no time and returned directly to the Hidden Leaf Village. In the conference room of the Five Kage Summit, Naruto recounted his experiences in the temple, sharing the information about the Source Chakra with the Kage. After listening to Naruto's account, the Kage remained silent for a considerable time. Gaara, the current Kazekage, broke the silence by stating, "The matter of Source Chakra is of great importance. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of ill intent." The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, concurred, saying, "We need to initiate a large-scale operation to ensure the safety of this power." Hinata Hyuga suggested, "We could establish a specialized unit in the Hidden Leaf Village dedicated to guarding the Source Chakra and invite elites from various villages to join." At this juncture, the Reikage interjected, "While the Source Chakra is crucial, we must not overlook the potential wars that other villages might wage to obtain this power." Naruto resolutely declared, "Thus, we must unite to collectively safeguard this force, not for individual gain, nor for our villages, but for the peace of the ninja world." The Kage exchanged glances. Recognizing the determination in each other's eyes, they resolved to form a united chakra protection force to jointly defend the Source Chakra and ensure peace within the ninja world. Meanwhile, The adventures of Naruto and Sasuke continued. Within the conference room of the Five Kage Summit in the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto conveyed his experiences in the temple and the details surrounding the source chakra to the Kage. After his narration, Gaara, the current Kazekage, was the first to break the silence. The situation regarding source chakra is of utmost significance. We cannot let it fall into the hands of malicious individuals. Terumi, the Mizukage, nodded in agreement, stating, "We need to establish protective measures to ensure that this power is not misused." Hinata Hyuga added, "Such an endeavor requires cooperation from all parties. We cannot allow further contention between villages." The Reikage, the leader of the Hidden Cloud, joined the discussion, noting, "Source chakra is more than just a power. It could become a new focal point for conflict." Naruto affirmed, "We need to form an alliance to collectively protect this power for the sake of peace in our world, not for the selfish interests of individual villages." Gaara nodded in agreement, stating, "Naruto is correct. We must establish a joint guardian team composed of elites from all major villages, specifically tasked with the defense of the source chakra." After a series of discussions, the Five Kage decided to take collective action and establish a cross-village guardian organization dedicated to ensuring the safety of source chakra and preventing any attempts to steal or misuse its power. Naruto and Sasuke's adventurous journey was far from over as they decided to join this new guardian organization, while each village selected its own elite representatives, including Gaara from the sand, Terumi Mei from the mist, Onoki from the stone, and the Reikage from the cloud. This guardian organization was named the Chakra Guardians. Their headquarters is situated in a neutral zone, distanced from the major villages, facilitating communication with each of them. This is a clandestine base hidden within a valley, fortified with a robust defense system and a communication network. Naruto was chosen to lead this organization, yet he insisted on co-leading with Sasuke, who primarily took charge of intelligence gathering and strategy formulation. Soon, the Chakra Guardians received intelligence indicating that a mysterious force sought to steal the source of chakra. "We cannot allow them to succeed," Sasuke stated solemnly. Gaara proposed, "We need to set traps to capture these thieves." Onoki added, "Our intelligence shows that this group is dispatched by an organization known as the Shadows." Naruto furrowed his brow. Shadows? I have never heard of that name. Sasuke analyzed. From the name, they may be connected to Kurizetsu. We need to investigate further. After several days of preparation, the Chakra Guardians laid out a series of traps while simultaneously reinforcing the protection of the source chakra. However, they were well aware that the true battle was only just beginning. For Naruto and Sasuke, they were about to confront not merely combat, but profound reflections on peace, friendship, and sacrifice. Chapter 69, Shadows and Light. Following rigorous training and preparation, the members of the Chakra Guardians were well equipped for the impending threat. Due to his exceptional tactical acumen, Onoki was appointed as the head of defensive strategy. "Everyone, this is not just our fight. It is a battle for the entire ninja world," Onoki declared gravely in the strategy meeting. Gaara was tasked with managing the outer sand defenses to prevent anyone from approaching the source chakra. At that moment, Sasuke's Raven returned with news. The Shadow Organization had mobilized and was expected to arrive at the source chakra's location within 2 days. Naruto frowned. "That is sooner than anticipated. We must hasten our preparations." Subsequently, they each set about completing their final tasks. The Chakra Guardians stood at the edge of the jungle, moonlight illuminating their faces as each gazed solemnly into the distance. Onoki, the brilliant tactician, cast a heavy glance over his teammates. "We cannot let them near the source chakra. The consequences would be dire," he warned. Gaara placed a hand on the ground, silently manipulating the sand to sense the enemy. Suddenly, his expression shifted. "They are coming," Gaara announced. A marking of a teleportation technique appeared on the ground, and a group of figures clad in black emerged. "What do you want?" Naruto shouted. One of them removed their mask, revealing an unfamiliar face. "We are the Shadows, and you possess what we desire," the stranger replied coldly. Sasuke could not contain his fury. "Do you think you can defeat us? Try and see." With a wave of his hand, the members of the Shadow Organization launched an attack on the Chakra Guardians. "Are you ready, everyone?" Onoki inquired. "Of course," Naruto responded, drawing his shuriken as a surge of chakra emanated from the blade. "Let them witness the will of fire." Yagura brandished his spear, the chakra of the three tails forming a protective barrier around him. Gaara's sand rose from the ground, shaping into a colossal wall to block any approaching foes. Suddenly, Obito appeared from a teleportation mark, standing alongside the Chakra Guardians. Obito, you've come. Naruto exclaimed joyfully. I promised you I would stand on the right side, Obito replied. At that moment, the battle erupted in earnest. Gaara's sand began to assault the front lines of the Shadow Organization, massive sand hands ensnaring several enemies, while bolts of lightning shot from Yagura's spear, striking the foes. Obito utilized his teleportation technique, instantly appearing behind the enemy ranks, piercing several foes with his sword. Sasuke said little. He drew his sword and engaged in an exhilarating duel with a swordsman from the Shadow Organization. His Sharingan tracked the enemy's sword trajectory, responding instantaneously as a ninjutsu struck true. Naruto unleashed his Rasengan and multiple shadow clones, each attack landing with precision. They are far stronger than we anticipated. Inoki observed from the battlefield, but we are not to be underestimated. Suddenly, the stranger began to gather a massive amount of chakra, their gaze becoming increasingly cold. Be careful. What is he planning? Obito warned loudly. In that critical moment, Inoki activated his special earth technique. The ground trembled as a gigantic stone wall abruptly emerged, blocking the formidable energy the stranger was about to unleash. This time, you have failed, Inoki said coolly, but this does not signify the end of the war. The stranger's face turned pale, retreating a few steps behind other members of the Shadow Organization. Do you think this will stop us? He taunted. Obito glanced at Naruto, then turned to Inoki. This battle is far from over, but now, we must drive them out. Inoki nodded and instructed Gaara and Yagura, prepare for a full assault. Understood. They replied in unison. Suddenly, chakra from the Nine Tails began to swirl around Naruto's body. Harnessing this potent energy, he formed an enormous Rasengan. Watch this, Naruto shouted. Simultaneously, Gaara's sand coalesced into a gigantic sand fist. Yagura's chakra transformed into a blue energy wave, while Obito began to chant, marking several teleportation technique symbols around the Shadow Organization members. Now, Inoki shouted. At that moment, all attacks struck their targets almost simultaneously. Naruto's Rasengan, Gaara's sand fist, Yagura's energy wave, and Obito's teleportation markings converged, unleashing a colossal force that sent all members of the Shadow Organization flying. The stranger was struck by the overwhelming energy, letting out a pained roar before vanishing into a plume of black smoke. They are retreating, Obito sighed in relief. But they will undoubtedly return, Sasuke warned alertly. Regardless of whether they come back, we will be prepared, Naruto asserted resolutely. What we need to do next is continue to protect this place and ensure that the source of chakra does not fall into anyone's hands, Inoki stated seriously. At the same time, we must investigate what this Shadow Organization is truly about. They seem to possess knowledge of many things we do not, Obito added. Everyone nodded, realizing that even though they had won this battle, the true war had only just begun. Chapter 70, Prelude to the Storm. Everyone, stay here for now, Obito commanded. Sasuke and I will investigate this Shadow Organization to discern their true intentions. Naruto, I trust you to safeguard this location. Naruto nodded. Rest assured, I will protect this place. Obito and Sasuke swiftly vanished in a flash of teleportation, reappearing moments later in a secluded forest. Do you sense that dark chakra? Obito inquired. Sasuke nodded. Follow me. The two moved stealthily until they arrived at a hidden base concealed within a cave. They positioned themselves at a distance, prepared to eavesdrop on the conversations within. Meanwhile, Naruto and the other Jinchuriki continued to bolster their defenses. Inoki guided Yagura on better controlling the chakra of the three tails, while Gaara began to establish sand barriers around the perimeter. If they come again, we will surprise them with this, Gaara remarked with a smile. Yagura gazed at those surrounding him, feeling a warmth within his heart. He had never imagined he could stand alongside so many formidable individuals. That is because you are one of the strong, Yagura, Inoki encouraged. In the cavern, Obito and Sasuke overheard some shocking revelations. The resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki is merely a matter of time, and we must act swiftly, one member stated. Once she is revived, the world will be united once more, and all suffering, war, and inequality will vanish. However, we require the power of the Sage of Six Paths to complete the resurrection ritual. The pressing issue is that Naruto and his friends have begun to harbor doubts. Obito felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, but he was also acutely aware that they might be facing a threat more grave than any they had encountered before. We need to return. Now, Sasuke said tensely. The two immediately utilized their teleportation technique, reappearing at Naruto's location. What's wrong? You both look unwell, Naruto inquired with concern. We have a significant problem to address. But for now, we must unite. Ahead lies an unprecedented trial, Obito stated gravely. Everyone inhaled deeply, steeling themselves for the impending storm. Kagaya Otsutsuki? The entity said to bring destruction upon the world? Gaara's expression turned serious. Obito nodded, affirming, indeed. The intelligence we gathered from that clandestine organization points to this. They plan to resurrect her for some extreme form of peace, but we all know that such peace would only usher in more suffering and chaos. How do we stop them? Inoki asked. First, we must uncover the details of their plan to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki and then dismantle it. Sasuke and I will continue our investigation. Meanwhile, Naruto, I believe you are best suited to protect this place. Will you take on that responsibility? Obito looked towards Naruto. Naruto smiled. Of course, I will ensure everyone has safety. Good, then let us act. Time is of the essence. We can wait no longer, Sasuke urged. Obito and Sasuke once again employed their teleportation technique, arriving near the cavern, this time with heightened caution. They decided to split up to enhance their efficiency in gathering information. Sasuke swiftly made his way to the opposite side of the cavern, locating a room filled with documents. He utilized his ocular technique to rapidly peruse the files, ultimately discovering the details regarding the ritual to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, Obito entered a chamber brimming with mysterious artifacts. One item caught his eye, a mirror adorned with ancient runes. Is this what they intend to use to resurrect her? He pondered. Suddenly, the mirror began to glow, revealing an image of Black Zetsu. You have uncovered our secret. Black Zetsu sneered. Do you believe you can stop us? Obito took a deep breath, realizing that the battle ahead would be more arduous than any prior confrontation. Nevertheless, I will not allow you to succeed, he retorted. Black Zetsu chuckled, then let us engage in a showdown. Just then, the mirror erupted in an explosion, prompting Obito to swiftly employ his space ninjutsu to shield himself from the blast. It appeared that the true battle was only beginning. Clenching his fists, Obito prepared himself for the fight. Chapter 71. A new mission. Obito instantly opened a spatial door and stepped through. Moments later, he found himself in a dense forest, where Black Zetsu's figure soon came into view. You may have passed my first barrier, but that does not mean you can thwart me, Black Zetsu's voice dripped with disdain. Your plan will ultimately fail, Black Zetsu. You believe that harnessing Kagaya Otsutsuki's power will bring peace, yet it will only plunge the world into deeper darkness, Obito replied earnestly. Black Zetsu smirked. Then what is there left to discuss? With that, dark energy began to coalesce around Black Zetsu, transforming into numerous black beams that shot toward Obito. Quick on his feet, Obito utilized his space ninjutsu to redirect the beams into another dimension, then teleported behind Black Zetsu, poised to deliver a lethal strike. However, Black Zetsu appeared to be prepared as he spun around, unleashing a beam of darkness from his hand that instantly shattered Obito's attack. Do you think you can defeat me? Black Zetsu taunted. Obito paused briefly before slowly responding. I may not be able to defeat you solely with my own strength, but I believe in my friends. I trust that Naruto and the others will find a way to stop you. Meanwhile, Sasuke had returned to the location of Inoki and Gaara, presenting them with the details of the ritual he had discovered. With this, we at least understand their plan. Now it depends on whether Obito can subdue Black Zetsu, Gaara remarked. Back on the battlefield, the energies of Obito and Black Zetsu were escalating. Obito knew that time was not on his side. He needed to conclude this confrontation quickly. Just as he prepared to unleash his final technique, a figure appeared in the distance. Naruto, I have arrived. Let us end this together, Obito smiled. Then let us commence, Naruto, he replied. The two stood united, each readying their most potent attacks. Now is the time to bring everything to a close, they declared in unison. Obito and Naruto stood side by side, gazing at Black Zetsu. They understood that this battle was not merely about themselves, but the future of the entire shinobi world. Black Zetsu scoffed. Two children think they can stop me? At the very least, we shall try, Naruto responded without hesitation. Obito inhaled deeply, opening a spatial door. Are you ready, Naruto? Of course, Obito, Naruto affirmed, clenching his fists as he prepared to unleash his Rasengan. Obito shook his head. No need to call me senpai. We are comrades. Their gazes locked once more onto Black Zetsu. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Inoki, and Gaara were meticulously examining the details of the ritual. Suddenly, Gaara furrowed his brow. This ritual requires a specific flow of energy. It seems to demand more than just the power of the tailed beasts. Are you implying? Inoki began. Yes. It appears that the ritual also requires the power of the Rinnegan as a medium, Gaara concluded. Returning to the battlefield, Black Zetsu sensed a powerful energy coalescing. He recognized that Naruto and Obito were preparing a combined attack. A smile graced his face. Finally ready, are we? Obito and Naruto nodded, aware that this was their optimal moment to counterattack. Spiral space, transfer cannon. They shouted in unison. Naruto's Rasengan and Obito's space ninjutsu fused together, forming a swirling spatial rift that shot directly toward Black Zetsu. How amusing, Black Zetsu chuckled, ready to utilize his own power to block the attack. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain emanating from his back. What is? He turned to see Sasuke standing there, clutching a glowing scroll. You are also part of the plan. Black Zetsu, Sasuke stated coldly. The scroll contained the method to disrupt the ritual using the power of the Rinnegan, which Inoki and Gaara had uncovered. At last, Obito and Naruto's attack struck Black Zetsu, sending him into a different dimension. This should be the end, Obito sighed in relief. Don't celebrate too soon, Sasuke cautioned. Black Zetsu is merely a pawn. We have more work ahead. You speak the truth. Naruto nodded, acknowledging that at least we have taken the first step. Although we successfully defeated Black Zetsu, the clues regarding the ritual still lingered. Sasuke's gaze shifted to Inoki and Gaara. Kagaya had not yet been resurrected. But we must prepare for the worst. Inoki nodded in agreement, stating that our primary task now is to uncover who is orchestrating these events and thwart their plans. Obito took a deep breath, declaring that he would contact the higher-ups in Konoha to see if they possessed any intelligence. I will also return to Sunagakure to investigate, Gaara added. Subsequently, Naruto and Sasuke returned to Konoha together, while Obito utilized space-time ninjutsu to directly enter the Hokage's office. Welcome back, Obito. Hokage Sakura greeted him with a smile. Sakura, do we have any new information? Obito inquired. Regarding the puppet master, we still lack concrete evidence. However, reports from various regions indicate that similar rituals are occurring simultaneously in multiple locations. Obito furrowed his brow, realizing that this meant the puppet master might possess a vast organization and substantial resources. Indeed, we cannot underestimate the gravity of this crisis, Sakura sighed. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto arrived at the intelligence department of Konoha. Hello, how may I assist you? The intelligence chief, Hinata Hyuga, greeted them with a smile. Hinata, we need to investigate all historical events and documents related to the Otsutsuki clan, Sasuke stated bluntly. Understood. I will immediately arrange for personnel, Hinata replied, turning to instruct her subordinates. A few hours later, Inoki and Gaara also brought intelligence from their respective villages. According to information from Sunagakure, there has been a surge of unidentified ninja activity, Gaara reported. The same is true for Awagakure. It seems a large organization is operating in the shadows, Inoki added. The four Hokages stood together, acutely aware that a greater war was imminent. Chapter 72. The final battle at Aoyun village. Sakura placed her hand on a wooden map marked with numerous red and blue dots. The red dots indicated rituals that had already occurred or were ongoing, while the blue dots represented locations we suspected might be the next targets. What do these rituals have in common? Inoki inquired. We have noticed that most rituals are taking place in areas documented to have tailed beasts or Jinchuriki activity, Sakura responded. Is this related to the tailed beasts? Gaara asked, his brow furrowed. Very likely. We suspect they may be attempting to harness the power of the tailed beasts to achieve some objective, Obito remarked. What should we do? Naruto asked. We must find them before the next ritual occurs. At the very least, we need to discern their intentions, Sasuke asserted. Meanwhile, in a remote cave, a shadowy figure stood before a massive array. We only need the power of 3 more tailed beasts to complete the ritual, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Are you certain this is the right course of action? The indistinct figure turned to see Uchiha Madara standing at the cave's entrance. Madara, you arrived just in time. The figure said. You still haven't answered my question. This is the only way. Only through this can true peace be attained in this world. In Konoha, Naruto patted Obito's shoulder. We must leave, Obito. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, do not act recklessly. We are still unclear about the enemy's true strength, Obito warned. Rest assured. We will exercise caution, Sasuke replied. The two departed from the Hokage's office, embarking on a new journey towards Aoyun village, where the recent rituals had taken place. They needed to uncover the truth behind it all, and time was of the essence. Aoyun village, nestled within the jungle, enveloped Naruto and Sasuke in a palpable sense of unease the moment they stepped into the village. Something feels off here, Sasuke observed, sensing an impending misfortune. I feel it too, Naruto admitted, clenching his fists nervously. No matter what happens, we must resolve this issue. At that moment, a faint glow flickered in the central square of Aoyun village. Naruto and Sasuke approached to find a colossal array surrounded by a group of cloaked figures. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly, a familiar face emerged from the shadows. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, how is it possible that you are still alive? Sasuke could hardly believe his eyes. Death is merely a process. My goals have never wavered, Black Zetsu smiled. What is your goal? Naruto asked tensely. This time, it is not solely my objective. Black Zetsu pointed towards a nearby cave, where a figure stepped out, Madara. It has been a long time, my friends, Madara declared. This time, we will collaborate to execute a grand plan, to awaken Kagaya Otsutsuki. You've lost your minds. That would plunge the entire world into chaos. Sasuke exclaimed in anger. Chaos? No. This is the only path to true peace, Madara retorted. Your so-called peace will only bring suffering to more people. Naruto shouted in fury. Humph. Do you truly believe you can stop us? Black Zetsu scoffed. At that moment, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the entire square. Let the ritual commence, Madara commanded. The array began to activate as Black Zetsu and Madara simultaneously chanted incantations. The air around them felt as if it had solidified. Naruto and Sasuke understood that the ensuing battle would be pivotal for the fate of the world. The array's glow intensified, forming a colossal luminous ring encircling Black Zetsu and Madara. Sasuke's pupils dilated, sensing a powerful surge of chakra. We must stop them. Now is the time, Sasuke urged. Naruto clenched his fists tightly and nodded. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones appeared around him. Sasuke, not to be outdone, summoned his Susanoo. Let us go. The two charged towards the array almost simultaneously. Do you think you can thwart us? Madara said leisurely, conjuring a black chakra barrier with a wave of his hand. Naruto and Sasuke were forcefully repelled, yet they refused to relent. Ultimate sword technique, Dance of Flames. Sasuke clasped his hands together, igniting the sword of his Susanoo, slashing through the black chakra barrier. Rasengan. Naruto's clones prepared their Rasengans, launching them towards the chakra barrier in unison. Under the barrage of attacks, the chakra barrier finally began to crack. Now, Sasuke shouted. He and Naruto broke through the barrier simultaneously, charging at Black Zetsu and Madara. It's too late, Black Zetsu grinned as the array's ring turned dark red. Suddenly, a blinding light descended from the sky, illuminating all of Aoyun village. Naruto stared in shock at the sky, where a colossal, nearly transparent beam had manifested. The awakening of Kagaya Otsutsuki is about to be completed, Madara proclaimed arrogantly. We cannot allow you to succeed. A voice suddenly rang out. It was Obito. I promised Naruto that I would protect this world, Obito declared, drawing his Kusanagi sword and charging forward. The clash of Obito's Kusanagi sword and Sasuke's Susanoo sword erupted with a deafening roar, creating a chakra shockwave that destabilized the array. This is our final chance, Naruto said, summoning the chakra of the Nine Tails. Everything hinges on this moment. The three of them rushed towards the heart of the formation. Chapter 73, The Awakening of Kagaya. Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito united their strength to charge at the center of the formation, forcing Black Zetsu and Madara to cease their manipulation of the array and counter the trio's fierce onslaught. You must not succeed, Naruto bellowed, his Rasengan infused with the chakra of the Nine Tails, launching a fierce attack at Madara. Madara smirked as he deflected the assault and retaliated with a powerful gaze directed straight at Naruto. Sasuke, observing the impending danger, immediately positioned himself in front of Naruto, using his Susanoo's shield to absorb Madara's strike. Do you really believe that the three of you can thwart me? Black Zetsu remarked coldly, dark chakra surging from his palm toward Obito. Tension mounted as Obito dodged with urgency, wielding the Kusanagi sword in an attempt to strike Black Zetsu. You cannot win. Madara's eyes glimmered with a strange light as his form suddenly vanished from sight. Be careful, Sasuke shouted, but it was too late. Madara had already reappeared behind Obito, a conical spike of dark chakra striking him with blinding speed. Obito. Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in alarm. I'm fine, keep going. Obito grunted as he forced himself to rise. As time ticked away, the signs of Kagaya Otsutsuki's awakening grew increasingly pronounced, the sky above Konoha enveloped in a crimson glow. We must hasten our efforts, Naruto urged anxiously. Understood, Sasuke and Obito replied in unison. The trio launched another attack, yet Black Zetsu and Madara's defenses had become even more impregnable. A flicker of surprise crossed Madara's eyes as he sensed the unwavering resolve emanating from the three. We will not be defeated, Naruto shouted defiantly. At that moment, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from within Black Zetsu's being. What is this? Black Zetsu gasped, staring at his own body in astonishment. It seems you have not fully grasped Kagaya's power, Madara said, his brow furrowing. What do you mean? Black Zetsu asked, bewildered. Madara's expression turned grave as he sensed an overwhelming crisis. We must awaken Kagaya immediately, or all will be for naught, he urged. Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito felt the disturbance, recognizing it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, attack with all your might, Sasuke commanded. The three unleashed their most potent strikes, finally exposing a weakness in Black Zetsu and Madara's defenses. We won, Naruto cried out in exhilaration. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the sky above Konoha suddenly fractured, a crimson beam shooting into the heavens as the world trembled beneath its might. It's too late, Madara murmured, aware that Kagaya had awakened. The trio's assault struck the center of the formation, but it was all in vain. Kagaya's awakening was now inevitable. The crimson beam ascended into the sky, and the world quaked under its power. A colossal energy coalesced in the air, forming a massive silhouette. Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito gazed at the spectacle above, their faces pale with dread. Kagaya has awakened. Your efforts are futile, Madara scoffed. However, Black Zetsu's expression grew complex as he observed the luminous figure, anxiety swelling within him. Black Zetsu, why are you silent? Madara inquired, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. I sense something amiss, Black Zetsu finally spoke. Something amiss? Kagaya's awakening signifies our success. What could possibly be wrong? Madara questioned, perplexed. Kagaya's power appears far more formidable than I anticipated. Black Zetsu's voice trembled with fear. Madara's countenance shifted, an intense pressure emanating from the figure in the sky. Impossible, he muttered. The silhouette in the sky grew clearer, revealing a colossal figure. It was Kagaya. With her eyes closed, her form descended slowly towards the ground. Lady Kagaya. Madara's voice quivered. Lady Kagaya, you have finally awakened. Black Zetsu also knelt. Kagaya gradually opened her eyes, coldness radiating from her gaze. Madara, Black Zetsu, how have you accomplished this? Her voice resonated with an ethereal depth. It was we who summoned you. Now the entire world lies within your dominion, Madara replied with reverence. Kagaya cast a glance at Madara before turning her attention to Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito. Who are you? Why do you seek to impede my awakening? Her tone bore an air of confusion. Are you Kagaya Otsutsuki? Naruto boldly inquired. Indeed. Kagaya nodded. Do you intend to destroy our world? Naruto's voice brimmed with indignation. Kagaya regarded him, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Destroy? Why would I seek destruction? Do you not wish to conquer the world and turn everyone into your slaves? Naruto roared. A hint of bewilderment flickered in Kagaya's eyes. I do not recall. All were taken aback by her words. You do not remember? Naruto could scarcely believe his ears. I only recall having a purpose, but now that memory eludes me. Kagaya's voice held a trace of confusion. How is this possible? Madara's voice was laden with shock. A glint of coldness flashed in Kagaya's eyes. Madara, you awakened me. You should know my intent. Madara's heart quaked, realizing Kagaya's power could obliterate him. I do not know, he stammered. Kagaya scrutinized him, suspicion evident in her gaze. Madara, you lie. Black Zetsu suddenly interjected. Madara's complexion shifted, shocked that Black Zetsu would betray him. A flicker of fury ignited in Kagaya's eyes. Madara, you dare deceive me? Terror gripped Madara's heart, for he understood his fate was no longer in his hands. Black Zetsu, tell me, what is my purpose? Kagaya's gaze turned icy. Black Zetsu's face paled, knowing he could no longer conceal the truth. Lady Kagaya, your purpose is to create a peaceful world. You once envisioned a method to unite all hearts, to eradicate war and hatred, Black Zetsu confessed, unable to hold back the truth. A flicker of clarity crossed Kagaya's eyes as she turned to Madara. Madara, You have distorted my ideals and deceived me. You deserve to be punished. Madara trembled, aware that his life was nearing its end. No, Lady Kaguya, I did not deceive you. It was Black Zetsu, he pleaded in fear. Kaguya silenced him with a wave of her hand, and a powerful force tore Madara's body apart. His screams echoed through the air. Black Zetsu, you too have betrayed me. Your fate shall mirror Madara's, Kaguya declared coldly. Despair enveloped Black Zetsu as he realized he could not escape Kaguya's grasp. Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito stood aghast at the scene before them, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of Kaguya's power. Kaguya turned to face the trio. You are not my enemies. I shall not take your lives. The three were rendered speechless. Kaguya began to ascend, soaring towards the heavens. I will pursue my ideals and create a world of peace. Her voice resonated in the air, and then she vanished into the sky. Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito gazed upward, their hearts filled with confusion and astonishment. Kaguya's awakening did not herald disaster. Rather, it brought an end to a protracted conflict. Yet, they understood that Kaguya's power was formidable, and whether her ideals could truly be realized remained an enigma. Everything was far from over. Chapter 74. The true intentions after Kaguya's departure, Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito fell into deep contemplation. Kaguya's ideals, while appealing, invoked concern due to her methods. Can we trust Kaguya? Sasuke inquired. Naruto furrowed his brow. I'm uncertain. Her power is overwhelming, and if we oppose her, we may have no chance. Obito silently gazed into the distance, pondering. Kaguya's ideals sound genuinely noble, but how does she intend to realize them? The three exchanged glances, each harboring the same doubts. At that moment, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky, unleashing a surge of potent energy. What is this? Naruto exclaimed. Be careful, Sasuke urgently urged, pulling Naruto and Obito to safety. The energy rapidly spread across the sky, coalescing into a crimson cloud. They looked up, witnessing the cloud stabilize as if it had become part of the heavens. Is this Kaguya's power? Obito questioned, perplexed. I believe so. This energy is remarkably unique, Sasuke observed. What does this signify? Naruto felt a sense of unease. The trio fell silent. Suddenly, the entire world was enveloped in a warm force, one that seemed to penetrate the very hearts of the people. Naruto sensed a pervasive aura of peace enveloping the globe. This as he expressed, astonished. Kaguya has commenced her plan, Sasuke stated solemnly. Can she truly create a world of peace? Obito's voice was laced with skepticism. We cannot know for certain, but for now, this world appears to be genuinely transforming into one of harmony, Sasuke replied. As time flowed, Kaguya's influence spread throughout the world. Wars ceased, and people began to coexist amicably, with the barriers of race and religion gradually dissolving. Hatred and jealousy seemed to evaporate, replaced by mutual understanding and tolerance. The world was rapidly transforming. Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito observed this remarkable change, their hearts filled with astonishment. Is this truly Kaguya's power? Naruto queried. I believe it is. She is manifesting her ideals, Sasuke responded. But how long can this last? Obito could not help but ask. The trio once again fell into silence. The dawn of this new world, albeit beautiful, heralded a long road ahead. Whether Kaguya's power could genuinely forge a peaceful world remained an unanswered question. Everything was still far from concluded. The tranquility of the new world seemed to arrive overnight. In the streets, people exchanged smiles, while quarrels and conflicts faded into mere legends. In the Hokage's office within the Land of Fire, Naruto sat in the Hokage's chair, a pile of documents spread before him, yet his thoughts were evidently elsewhere. Is Kaguya truly this powerful? He muttered to himself. Sasuke and Obito were equally lost in thought, each acutely aware of the changes wrought by Kaguya's power. Yet the underlying true intentions remained a mystery. Suddenly, Obito raised his head, his gaze sharp. We must uncover Kaguya's true purpose. Her power is too great. And if she harbors ulterior motives, the entire world could be plunged into peril. Sasuke nodded in agreement. We cannot simply take her words at face value. What should we do then? Naruto inquired. First, we need to understand how she accomplished this, how she influenced the hearts of the entire world, Sasuke stated. The trio set about their investigation, with Obito employing his space-time ninjutsu to gather information from various locales. Days later, the three reconvened. I found some leads, Obito announced. It seems Kaguya is utilizing a form of sealing technique to directly influence people's hearts, eliminating hatred and anger. directly influencing hearts? Naruto exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Sasuke contemplated. This could be an extraordinarily powerful genjutsu, but the chakra required to affect the entire world would be immense. How could she have achieved this? Naruto wondered aloud. The trio sank back into contemplation. At that moment, Obito's eyes lit up. I believe I understand how she did it. She may be harnessing the energy released by the God Tree. That crimson cloud could be the medium of the sealing technique. The God Tree, Sasuke mused. So, what shall we do? Naruto pressed urgently. We must delve deeper to ascertain her true intentions. If she indeed has other plans, we must thwart her, Obito declared resolutely. The three exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in unison. Though the dawn of the new world was promising, they all understood that there could be deeper conspiracies lurking beneath the surface. Kagaya's power and intentions remained a mystery. Everything was merely beginning. Meanwhile, in a distant and enigmatic realm, Kagaya stood atop a high platform, surveying the Otsutsuki clan below. Everything is proceeding according to plan, she remarked with a cold smirk. The new world is on the verge of arrival, and those foolish ninjas will never comprehend our grand design. The Otsutsuki clan cheered in unison. A strange glimmer flickered in Kagaya's eyes. The true nature of the new world was about to be unveiled. Chapter 75. The return of Black Zetsu. Kagaya's power obscured the sky, and the prologue of the new world had begun. However, the Otsutsuki clan's machinations extended far beyond this. It was merely the beginning. Within a mysterious underground organization, a figure long forgotten by the world was slowly awakening. Black Zetsu, a mysterious entity, murmured, his voice imbued with the essence of control and scheming. The one-eyed Black Zetsu awakened, enveloped by powerful chakra, gradually regaining his strength. Once a formidable ninja, his heart brimmed with hatred and resolve. You have awakened, Black Zetsu. The mysterious figure revealed a sly smile, one that resonated with malice. Black Zetsu stood, gazing at the enigmatic figure, confusion etched on his face. Who are you? Why have you rescued me? I am a member of the Otsutsuki, the figure replied. Now that the new world has commenced, our plan is nearing completion. Plan? New world? A flicker of doubt crossed Black Zetsu's eyes. Indeed, Lord Kagaya is forging a brand new world, one devoid of war and hatred, the figure clarified. Black Zetsu fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. Your plans have nothing to do with me. I seek only retribution against those who betrayed me. The figure's expression darkened slightly. Retribution? Do you believe you have the right to speak of vengeance? Currently, you are merely a pawn in our hands. A flash of anger flickered in Black Zetsu's gaze, but it was swiftly suppressed. Since you have saved me, I am willing to serve, he stated calmly. The figure smiled faintly. Excellent, you are now one of us. Meanwhile, in the land of fire, Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito had commenced their investigation into Kagaya's scheme. We must exercise caution, Sasuke advised. Kagaya is far too powerful at present. We cannot act impulsively. Obito nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must identify her weaknesses, otherwise, all will be in vain. The three set off toward the God Tree, determined to uncover the truth behind Kagaya's real plans. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that a new adversary was lurking in the shadows, one who was once their ally. The return of Kagaya Otsutsuki cast a mysterious shadow over the new world. The plans of the Otsutsuki clan gradually became clearer, yet the truth of this new world remained elusive. A fresh conflict was brewing, and this time, the enemy was not only Kagaya, but also a former formidable warrior. Black Zetsu. Everything was merely the beginning. The curtain had risen on the new world, as Kagaya's power ravaged the skies, and everything was in a state of constant flux. Meanwhile, in the villages of the Land of Fire, the minions of the Otsutsuki clan had begun their operations. They stealthily infiltrated the villages in search of certain unique artifacts. In the Village of Leaves, a team of ninjas led by Sarutobi Hiruzen commenced tracking the Otsutsuki clan members. Hiruzen furrowed his brow and remarked, their movements are exceedingly suspicious. We must remain vigilant. A young ninja beside him nodded. Indeed, Lord Third Hokage. What could their intentions possibly be? Hiruzen sighed. I cannot say for certain, but it is undoubtedly not for good. We must be on constant alert. Simultaneously, Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito delved deeper into the celestial pillar. They arrived at an ancient temple, filled with symbols of the Otsutsuki clan. Sasuke retrieved an old tome, which chronicled the history and secrets of the Otsutsuki. Obito's eyes reflected contemplation. These symbols seem to convey something significant. I sense they are connected to Kagaya's plans. Naruto gazed at the intricate symbols, unable to comprehend their meaning. Sasuke pondered briefly. We need to locate the heir of the Otsutsuki clan. Perhaps they can shed light on the significance of these symbols. The trio resolved to venture further into the celestial pillar in search of the Otsutsuki heir. Meanwhile, in the secret base of an underground organization, Black Zetsu was undergoing training with the Otsutsuki clan. His body had fully recovered, and his eyes radiated unwavering determination. A mysterious figure smiled. Are you prepared, Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu coldly responded, I have been ready for a long time. The mysterious figure nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Your first task is to locate those 3 individuals and ensure they do not pose a threat to our plans. Black Zetsu understood that the 3 referred to were Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito. Without hesitation, he accepted the mission. The curtain on this new world had only just risen, yet the undercurrents of various factions had already begun to stir. The Otsutsuki clan's plans were gradually unfolding, and the predicament faced by Naruto and his companions was intensifying. A new crisis was quietly approaching. The return of Black Zetsu. Was it salvation or destruction? All remained uncertain. Chapter 76. The choice of Black Zetsu. The trio of Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito continued deeper into the celestial pillar. After overcoming numerous obstacles, they finally discovered an ancient altar. At the center of the altar rested a crystal orb, seemingly sealed with boundless energy. Obito gazed intently at the crystal orb and mused. This orb appears to be connected to Kagaya Otsutsuki's power. Sasuke scrutinized it through his Sharingan, his expression turning grave. It seems to contain a chakra unlike any we have encountered before, immensely powerful and remarkably pure. Naruto remained alert, scanning their surroundings, when suddenly his senses warned him of an approaching presence. The 3 turned in unison to see Black Zetsu slowly approaching. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. You? Black Zetsu's expression remained unyielding as he calmly stated, we meet again. This time, I hope you will not obstruct my plans. Obito gripped his sword tightly. Suppressing his astonishment, Black Zetsu, what is your true intention? Why are you collaborating with the Otsutsuki clan? Black Zetsu did not respond directly. Instead, turning to gaze at the crystal orb on the altar, you do not understand the truth, nor do you grasp Kagaya's true motives. Naruto shouted in anger. What is the truth? Isn't Kagaya intent on destroying this world? How could we possibly cooperate with her? Black Zetsu took a deep breath and slowly replied. Kagaya's aim is not merely destruction. It is to reshape. She desires to recreate this world, returning everything to its original, pure state. And I shall assist her in achieving this goal. A flicker of confusion crossed Sasuke's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. To reshape the world? That is merely an excuse. Do you not realize the Otsutsuki clan's true purpose? They merely wish to wield Kagaya's power to dominate the world. A momentary flicker of doubt crossed Black Zetsu's gaze, but he soon regained his resolve. You do not comprehend. Only through reshaping can this world be liberated from suffering and pain. I am prepared to sacrifice everything to realize this goal. With that, dark chakra began to swirl around Black Zetsu as he prepared to launch an attack. Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito quickly readied themselves for battle. The prologue of the new world had only just begun, yet their conflict had already commenced. The battle unfolded atop the altar encircling the crystal orb. As Black Zetsu's strength gradually revealed itself, enhanced by Kagaya's influence, Naruto unleashed his Rasengan and Shadow Clone Jutsu in combat against Black Zetsu, while Sasuke's Sharingan continuously analyzed Black Zetsu's movements. Yet, the speed and power of Black Zetsu pressed heavily upon them. Obito silently sought an opportunity, his sword techniques poised for execution. Black Zetsu showed no mercy. His attacks were ferocious, and with a single swing, he shattered one of Naruto's clones. Sasuke quickly intervened to block Black Zetsu's assault, coldly asking, Black Zetsu, do you truly believe in the Otsutsuki clan? Do you not realize they are merely exploiting you? A flicker of hesitation crossed Black Zetsu's gaze, but he swiftly regained his composure. Whether they exploit me or not is inconsequential, as long as I achieve my objective. Finally, Obito discovered an opening. His sword lunged toward Black Zetsu, only for Black Zetsu to deftly evade. Black Zetsu counterattacked, his sword flashing, forcing Obito to retreat. Naruto roared. Is your aim to destroy this world? Do you believe that will resolve all issues? Black Zetsu's voice was deep and resolute. not destruction, but reshaping. Only in this way can the world attain true peace. The battle grew increasingly intense as the clash of swords and chakra intertwined, creating a brilliant spectacle. Obito realized that Black Zetsu had been thoroughly brainwashed by the Otsutsuki clan, his thoughts completely manipulated. A glimmer of sorrow appeared in Sasuke's eyes, knowing that persuading Black Zetsu to abandon his goals was nearly impossible. Yet, Naruto remained undeterred, striving to find an opportunity to breach Black Zetsu's defenses. Ultimately, he succeeded in striking Black Zetsu with a Rasengan, sending him reeling. Black Zetsu rose, the dark chakra surrounding him gradually dissipating. He looked at Naruto, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Naruto, your strength is indeed formidable, but your ideals are misguided. Only my path is the true one. Naruto firmly countered. Your path will only bring more suffering and chaos. We will not allow you to succeed. After a moment of silence, Black Zetsu turned to depart. His figure slowly vanished into the encroaching darkness, leaving only his cold words behind. Farewell, Naruto. When we meet again, all will be concluded. The three stood upon the altar, gazing in the direction Black Zetsu had departed, their hearts heavy with foreboding. They understood that this war had only just begun, and the path ahead would be fraught with thorns. Chapter 77. The decision of the Five Shadows Alliance. Kurizetsu returned to the secret base of the Otsutsuki clan, where Kagaya's ethereal image materialized before him. I have witnessed your battles, Kurizetsu. Kagaya's voice resonated coldly. It appears you harbor some hesitation towards Naruto and the others. Kurizetsu immediately knelt, bowing his head. My lord, please forgive me. I did experience a fleeting moment of doubt, yet I have not strayed from our objective. After a moment of silence, Kagaya responded, I trust you, Kurizetsu. As long as you fulfill my plan, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power. A glimmer of madness flickered in Kurizetsu's eyes. I will adhere to your plan until the very last moment. Meanwhile, Obito, Naruto, and Sasuke returned to Konohagakure to report to the Hokage about the battle. Upon hearing their account, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave. We must thwart the Otsutsuki clan's plan swiftly, or the consequences will be dire. Obito expressed his concerns. I fear Kurizetsu has been entirely consumed by the Otsutsuki clan. His power is growing stronger, and we must be prepared. Sasuke pondered deeply. We need more intelligence to comprehend the true intentions of the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto declared resolutely, regardless of their purpose. We will stop them. Hiruzen nodded and added, I will notify the other villages to collectively guard against the Otsutsuki threat. Subsequently, the Five Shadows Alliance convened an urgent meeting to collaboratively devise defensive strategies. In a distant Otsutsuki base, Kagaya's apparition gradually faded, revealing a colossal array pulsating with mysterious light in the basement. Kurizetsu stood beside the array, his eyes filled with determination. Kagaya's voice echoed in his ears. It is time to initiate the plan, Kurizetsu. You must awaken the slumbering entity using your power. Kurizetsu gazed at the array, slowly extending his hand as a surge of formidable chakra flowed into it. The array emitted blinding light, and the ground began to tremble. A voice, seemingly transcending time and space, resonated in Kurizetsu's heart. I have waited so long. Finally, someone can awaken me. A look of astonishment crossed Kurizetsu's face. Kagaya Otsutsuki, you have finally awakened. Kagaya's voice resounded once more. I am awake, Kurizetsu. It is time for this world to tremble beneath my feet. The ground continued to shake as a powerful energy erupted from the basement, radiating throughout the world. Konohagakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure. Every locale felt the tremors of this energy. The members of the Five Shadows Alliance exchanged glances, their expressions growing somber. Kagaya Otsutsuki's arrival heralded the true beginning of war, shaking the very foundations of the ninja world. Her power had far surpassed human comprehension. Even the Five Shadows Alliance felt unprecedented pressure. In the urgent meeting, the Five Shadows resolved that they must act promptly. We must ascertain Kagaya Otsutsuki's intentions, Inoki of Iwagakure stated calmly. Gaara of Sunagakure nodded in agreement. We cannot allow her power to continue to escalate. We must discover her weaknesses. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen concurred. We must unite all villages to combat the Otsutsuki clan. Minato from Kirigakure proposed. We should deploy reconnaissance teams to ascertain the Otsutsuki clan's strength and plans. After mutual discussion, The five shadows reached a consensus and swiftly organized elite reconnaissance squads. Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito also joined the reconnaissance teams. We must locate the Otsutsuki clan's secret base and uncover their true intentions, Sasuke asserted with unwavering resolve. Obito nodded. Kurizetsu is entirely under the Otsutsuki clan's control. We must proceed with caution. Naruto, brimming with determination, declared, no matter what they intend to do, we will halt them. Meanwhile, Kagaya stood with Kurizetsu on a colossal stargazing platform, gazing down at the night sky. The Five Shadows Alliance has sensed our presence. They will send people to scout. Kurizetsu reported. Kagaya's eyes glimmered with indifference. Let them come. No one can obstruct our plans. Kurizetsu inquired, my lord, what shall we do next? After a brief silence, Kagaya replied, continue with the plan. We must hasten the process. My power is steadily returning, and when the time is ripe, we shall launch an assault on the entire world. Kurizetsu respectfully responded, yes, my lord. On the third day after the reconnaissance team set out, they finally uncovered some leads. The chakra response here is exceedingly strong. We must be near the Otsutsuki clan's base, Obito deduced. Sasuke calmly remarked, we cannot act rashly. We must first understand their defensive capabilities. Naruto concurred, we must avoid direct confrontation and locate the Otsutsuki clan's weaknesses. They decided to conduct covert reconnaissance without engaging the Otsutsuki clan directly. Meanwhile, Kagaya sensed their presence. Someone approaches our base, her voice echoed softly. Kurizetsu remained unfazed. Do not worry, I have set up defensive measures. A glint of amusement flickered in Kagaya's eyes. Let them come. I am curious to see what they might uncover. The reconnaissance team pressed deeper into the vicinity of the Otsutsuki clan's base, but remained oblivious to the fact that they had entered a colossal trap. Kagaya's plan was unfolding step by step, and the future of the ninja world grew increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 78. Secret Alliances. The reconnaissance team cautiously penetrated the Otsutsuki clan's secret base, feeling an overwhelming chakra permeating the air, as if every inch of the ground exuded an aura of danger. Deep within a dark cavern, they stumbled upon a stone chamber adorned with ancient markings. These symbols were imbued with unknown magical power, each concealing perilous secrets. Obito furrowed his brow and whispered, these symbols pertain to the Otsutsuki clan. They appear to be one of their forbidden techniques. We must tread carefully. A single misstep could trigger a trap. Sasuke scrutinized one of the patterns intently. These symbols seemed to describe a ritual, possibly linked to Kagaya's plan. Naruto felt a twinge of unease. We should notify the Five Shadows Alliance at once to inform them of our findings. Just then, a piercing gaze cut through the darkness, fixating on the entrance of the stone chamber. I didn't expect you to find your way here, Kurizetsu's voice echoed, laced with mockery. The three turned in shock to see Kurizetsu standing at the entrance, coldly observing them. Kurizetsu, why do you follow the Otsutsuki clan? Sasuke demanded, his voice filled with fury. Kurizetsu sneered, allegiance to the Otsutsuki clan is the only choice that makes sense. You humans will never comprehend. We will not let you succeed. Naruto shouted in anger. Kurizetsu offered no reply, merely brandishing the blade in his hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards them. Obito swiftly intercepted the attack, but they understood that Kurizetsu's power had far surpassed their expectations. Run! Obito shouted. The three hastily retreated, yet Kurizetsu did not pursue them, instead watching with a cold smile as they vanished into the darkness. Upon returning to the Five Shadows Alliance's meeting room, Naruto and the others recounted their discoveries. Kagaya Otsutsuki's plan is accelerating. We must take action, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated solemnly. Inoki pondered for a moment. Perhaps we can find a way to counter the Otsutsuki clan. Those forbidden technique markings may hold the key. Minato suggested, we could dispatch more elite teams while scouting from multiple directions. Gaara pointed out another issue. Kurizetsu's power has increased dramatically. He has become a formidable ally of the Otsutsuki clan. We must devise a strategy to deal with him. After extensive deliberation, the Five Shadows resolved to deploy additional reconnaissance teams and bolster the defenses of their respective villages. Meanwhile, the plans of Kagaya Otsutsuki are steadily progressing, and her powers are gradually recovering. Under her guidance, Black Zetsu is diligently working to resurrect another member of the Otsutsuki clan. Everything is being prepared for the impending assault of the Otsutsuki family. The world of ninjas has plunged into an unprecedented crisis, with everyone feeling the weight of pressure and danger. A war of unparalleled scale is about to erupt, and the balance of victory remains precariously unstable. Kagaya Otsutsuki's conspiracy is gradually coming to light, intensifying the tension within the ninja world. The five Kage have realized that they cannot defeat the Otsutsuki clan on their own, especially with the formidable enemy that is Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows. Thus, the five Kage alliance has decided to seek assistance from forces they have never collaborated with before. Their gaze turns towards some hidden powers, which, despite their grievances with the major ninja villages, also fear the threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan. In a secluded valley, Naruto and Sasuke meet with a mysterious figure donning a mask. The enigmatic figure speaks slowly. "I know why you have come, and I am aware of who your enemy is. We are willing to offer our assistance, but we also have our own conditions." Sasuke furrows his brow. "State your conditions." The mysterious figure smiles slightly. "There are certain forbidden techniques in this world that may counter the Otsutsuki clan. We are willing to teach you, but you must promise not to pursue us after the war." Naruto and Sasuke exchange glances, each seeing the determination reflected in the other's eyes. Although this decision may bring unforeseen risks, they have no other choice. "We accept your terms," Naruto declares resolutely. The mysterious figure nods. "Then let us begin. The first thing you must learn is how to communicate with the natural world and harness its power against the Otsutsuki clan." Meanwhile, at the secret base of the Otsutsuki clan, Black Zetsu is laboring diligently, a peculiar gleam flickering in his eyes. Though he outwardly remains loyal to Kagaya Otsutsuki, he harbors a clandestine plan within. Kagaya's resurrection is not yet complete. Her power, while formidable, still has its limitations. Black Zetsu understands that once Kagaya is fully revived, he will lose everything. Therefore, he resolves to take action. He discreetly contacts another member of the Otsutsuki clan, one who has betrayed their kin. Together, they devise a plan to strike against Kagaya at the opportune moment. That moment will eventually arrive. It is merely a question of when. Every corner of the ninja world is rife with undercurrents, and a battle involving various factions is unfolding in secrecy. Time continues to flow, and the curtain of war is about to rise, with the true outcome and secrets still shrouded in mist. Chapter 79. The maelstrom of conspiracy. Naruto and Sasuke follow the mysterious figure deeper into the valley, where the air is thick with an ancient and mystical aura. They practice tirelessly each day, striving to master these forbidden techniques. The forbidden arts differ greatly from ordinary ninjutsu. They require profound communication with the natural world, understanding, and harnessing its power. This is a challenging endeavor, yet neither Naruto nor Sasuke wavers in their commitment. Simultaneously, a storm is brewing within the Otsutsuki clan. Black Zetsu has initiated his secretive plot, reaching out to another defector, Kagaya's former disciple, Yui Otsutsuki. Yui, once a follower of Kagaya, left due to dissatisfaction with her ambitions. Her eyes gleam with intelligence. "Black Zetsu, do you believe we stand a chance? Kagaya's power is formidable." Black Zetsu replies calmly, "We need strategy and timing. Kagaya has not yet fully revived. Her power has not reached its apex. Now is our best opportunity to act." Yui Otsutsuki contemplates thoughtfully. "We require more allies. Perhaps some will be interested in our plan." Black Zetsu nods. "We must proceed cautiously, ensuring Kagaya remains unaware. Our first task is to find a trustworthy spy." At this moment, on the other side of the ninja world, the five Kage alliance convenes urgently to discuss the current situation. The third Raikage states, "The threat of the Otsutsuki clan is escalating. We must take action." The fifth Hokage, Kakashi, adds, "Naruto and Sasuke are learning forbidden techniques. We hope for their success." The fourth Kazekage, Gaara, interjects, "We should also be prepared. War could break out at any moment." Their conversation shifts to Obito, who has allied with Naruto, becoming a crucial ally. Kakashi sighs, "Obito's intelligence is invaluable. We need his assistance." Inoki, the fourth Tsuchikage, interjects, "We must remain vigilant. We do not know what tactics the enemy will employ." As the war looms closer, everyone feels the mounting pressure. Yet they understand that this battle will determine the fate of the entire world, compelling them to give their utmost effort. Kagaya Otsutsuki sits upon her throne, her eyes brimming with ambition and desire. She knows that her moment is approaching. However, she remains oblivious to the deeper currents stirring behind her conspiracy. A tumultuous and unpredictable battle is on the horizon. As time passes, Naruto and Sasuke make significant strides in their training of the forbidden techniques. They can feel the power within them growing stronger, with their connection to the natural world becoming increasingly profound. Yet, even Naruto, the eternal optimist, senses a twinge of anxiety. The Otsutsuki clan's actions are becoming more pronounced, and the signs of Kagaya's resurrection are increasingly evident. Time, it seems, does not favor them. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu and Yui Otsutsuki's conspiracy continues to unfold. Black Zetsu has recruited a spy willing to join their cause, a ninja named Jizu. Jizu, a member of the Otsutsuki clan, harbors fear and dissatisfaction with Kagaya's ambitions. He is willing to serve Black Zetsu and Yui to thwart Kagaya's plans. On the side of the Five Kage Alliance, new developments arise. We must take action preemptively, Gaara states seriously. Kakashi agrees. Indeed, we cannot remain passive. We need to locate the Otsutsuki clan's stronghold and launch an attack at the right moment. Obito also offers his suggestion. I am willing to infiltrate the enemy's ranks to gather intelligence. If we can discern their plans, we can gain the upper hand. The third Raikage responds. We support you, Obito. You are a vital member of our team. Obito nods, determination etched on his face. I will do my utmost. In this moment, everyone understands they stand at a historical crossroads. Every subsequent action will shape the future of the entire ninja world. In the shadows of the Otsutsuki clan, Jizu cautiously gathers intelligence, acutely aware of the peril he faces. Kagaya's gaze seems all-seeing. Once discovered, his life will be in immediate jeopardy. Kagaya sits upon her throne, gazing out the window into the distance, her eyes alight with grand ambitions. Her voice resonates coldly. Are you prepared? Our plan is about to commence. Her subordinates bow in response. Yes, my lady. A faint, chilling smile graces Kagaya's lips. Let the entire world witness the might of the Otsutsuki clan. Countless plans and conspiracies intertwine, each individual striving toward their own ends. At the center of this maelstrom, a monumental clash is poised to erupt. Chapter 80. The night of the full moon in the conference room of the Five Kage Alliance. The atmosphere is palpably tense. Each member understands that the forthcoming actions may directly influence the outcome of the war. Obito, are you certain you wish to take this risk? Kakashi inquires, concern evident in his eyes. Obito nods firmly. Only by infiltrating the enemy's ranks can I uncover the Otsutsuki clan's true intentions. This is a necessary risk. The fifth Hokage, Wind, declared, we shall support you. As soon as we receive any intelligence, we will act without delay. Rising to his feet with unwavering determination, Obito proclaimed. Then I shall set forth at once. Meanwhile, Kagaya Otsutsuki was executing her own plans. He sensed her growing vigilance towards him, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. In his clandestine chamber, he activated a small communication device, engaging in a covert dialogue with Gizu. What information have you obtained? Black Zetsu inquired. Gizu's voice trembled with anxiety. The Otsutsuki clan is preparing an operation known as the Star Plan. The specifics remain elusive, but judging by Kagaya's expression, it is a pivotal scheme. After a moment's contemplation, Black Zetsu commanded, continue to monitor them without raising suspicion. We must seize this opportunity. Understood, Gizu's voice faded from the device. Simultaneously, Naruto and Sasuke made significant strides in their training, mastering advanced forbidden techniques and learning a new fusion skill. With a bit more effort, we will succeed, Naruto shouted, brimming with confidence. Sasuke smiled faintly. Indeed, we shall. In Kagaya's palace, she summoned her subordinates to initiate the Star Plan. Our operation must commence on the night of the full moon. At that moment, I will awaken the Otsutsuki Tenji using the power of the stars. We must succeed. No matter the cost. Her voice resonated with resolve. Her followers pledged their loyalty. Yet, suddenly, Kagaya's gaze sharpened as she sensed a familiar presence. Is it him? She murmured, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The situation grew increasingly intricate, with all awaiting the decisive moment, which seemed ever closer. As the night of the full moon approached, tension mounted. The Otsutsuki's Star Plan was poised to launch, while the Five Shadows Alliance prepared fervently. Naruto and Sasuke trained relentlessly, acutely aware that war could erupt at any moment. Within enemy lines, Obito diligently gathered information, skillfully evading the Otsutsuki's surveillance in pursuit of the true objective of the Star Plan. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu became increasingly proactive, stealthily infiltrating Kagaya's palace, determined to uncover the truth. As the moon ascended to its zenith, a satisfied smile spread across Kagaya's face. At last, the night of the full moon has arrived. She stood before the window, Gazing at the luminous orb, Kagaya turned to her subordinates and commanded, "Prepare to initiate the star plan. Ensure everything is in order." Deep within the palace lay a colossal altar, adorned with ancient runes that emanated a mysterious aura. At its center, a massive crystal orb floated, encapsulating a brilliant star. The Otsutsuki elite encircled the altar, chanting ancient incantations as the star within the crystal began to pulsate with life. At that moment, Obito was scouring the opposite end of the palace for clues when he felt a surge of potent energy. What is this? A chill ran down his spine as he resolved to follow the energy. Not far away, Black Zetsu also sensed the same disturbance. The star plan has commenced, he realized, sensing the urgency, and immediately headed toward the altar. Kagaya stood before the altar, a cunning smile gracing her features. "Come forth, Otsutsuki Tenji. It is time for your awakening," she proclaimed, her hands forming intricate seals. The star atop the altar began to tremble violently, radiating blinding light. Obito, witnessing this spectacle, was gripped by terror. "This is bad. I must alert the Five Shadows Alliance," he thought anxiously. Simultaneously, Black Zetsu stealthily approached the altar, his resolve unwavering. "No matter what, I must put a stop to this." The complexities of the battle on the night of the full moon deepened, with everything unfolding toward an uncertain destiny. Chapter 81. Tenji and Black Zetsu. Kagaya's subordinates surrounded the altar, the star within the crystal pulsating with intense energy. Black Zetsu anxiously observed, aware that time was of the essence, and decisive action was imperative. Meanwhile, Obito swiftly activated a communication device to contact the Five Shadows Alliance. "Emergency. The star plan has been initiated, and I require assistance," he implored urgently. In the Hokage's office, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other four shadows heard Obito's desperate call, their expressions shifting with concern. "There's no time to waste. We must act immediately," Naruto asserted resolutely. The Five Shadows swiftly mobilized the ninja coalition, preparing to advance toward the moon. Concurrently, Black Zetsu stealthily approached the altar, planning to intervene at a crucial moment to disrupt the ceremony. However, Kagaya seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly turning her gaze toward him. Black Zetsu's heart raced, compelling him to conceal himself. Kagaya furrowed her brow, but soon returned her focus to the altar. The star atop the altar reached an unprecedented state of agitation, causing the entire palace to tremble. "It is time," Kagaya declared, her voice echoing as a formidable magical array ascended from the altar. At this juncture, Black Zetsu realized he could wait no longer. He surged forth from the shadows, brandishing his shuriken toward the altar. Kagaya's eyes widened in shock as she bellowed, "You dare betray me?" Unfazed, Black Zetsu replied, "I cannot allow you to continue down this path." The blade of energy descended, shattering the magical array. The altar split apart, and the star's energy spiraled out of control. "No!" Kagaya cried in terror. A tremendous explosion erupted from within the altar, shaking the entire palace. In the chaos, an unknown force propelled Black Zetsu away, rendering him unconscious upon impact with the ground. As calm returned, the altar lay in ruins, the star's energy dissipated. Kagaya glared at the fallen Black Zetsu. "You had the audacity to betray me." She hurried to his side, poised to strike, only to discover that energy surged within him. "It is Otsutsuki Tenji." Kagaya's complexion paled. As the star plan was disrupted, the sealed Tenji awakened, merging with Black Zetsu. His form began to illuminate, his consciousness intertwining with Tenji. Kagaya staggered back, realizing the situation had spiraled completely out of her control. On Earth, the Five Shadows Alliance's ninjas raced toward the moon's entrance. As an unknown tempest loomed on the horizon, and the battle grew increasingly enigmatic. Within the palace on the moon, an overwhelming energy permeated the air. The Otsutsuki Tenji within Black Zetsu spread at a terrifying velocity. Kagaya stared in disbelief at the unfolding transformation. She understood that her meticulously crafted star plan had utterly failed, and the Black Zetsu before her was no longer the entity she once knew. "Black Zetsu, you dare betray me!" Kagaya shrieked, slowly rising. Black Zetsu's eyes glimmered with a frigid light. His voice was calm and profound. "Your ambitions are too grand. I can no longer follow you." Kagaya glared fiercely at him. "You are destined to fail. You are merely a tool I have utilized, yet you dare to turn against me." A hint of pity flickered in Black Zetsu's gaze. "You are mistaken, Kagaya. It is you who has deceived yourself all along." Almost losing control, Kagaya retorted. What did you say? Black Zetsu raised his hand, conjuring an energy barrier that ensnared Kagaya. Kagaya, your plan has crumbled. You are no match for me. Kagaya struggled desperately, the barrier's power intensifying. You cannot defeat me. I am Kagaya Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu turned away, coldly asserting, you are nothing. He strode toward the palace exit, leaving Kagaya seething with rage and despair. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Five Shadows Alliance's ninjas had reached the moon's entrance. Obito, Naruto, Sasuke, and their companions gazed intently ahead. Time was of the essence. They needed to swiftly enter the moon and thwart Kagaya's plans. We cannot underestimate Kagaya and Black Zetsu. Their power is formidable, Obito cautioned. A glimmer of sharp determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes. We will not fail. The ninja alliance of the five Kage nodded in unison, united in purpose as they surged toward the moon's entrance. On the moon, Black Zetsu stared longingly at the outside world, inhaling deeply. He understood that his betrayal of Kagaya would inevitably plunge the entire ninja realm into chaos. Yet, he felt no regret, for he knew that all his actions were aimed at safeguarding the peace of the ninja world. In that moment, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him, filling his heart with resolve and courage. He had fully merged with Otsutsuki Tenji, becoming a new entity, Otsutsuki Black Zetsu and Tenji Black Zetsu. He would bear the weighty responsibility of protecting the ninja realm. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, yet he would forge ahead, aware that the true battle had only just begun. Chapter 82. Behind the truth, the battle on the moon raged fiercely as the Ninja Alliance clashed with Kagaya's followers. The moon's peculiar and treacherous environment, with its shifting terrain and dim lighting, posed challenges even for the mightiest of shinobi. Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, and others engaged in combat with formidable members of the Otsutsuki clan, their fierce clashes causing the very surface of the moon to tremble. Kagaya found herself trapped within the palace, ensnared by Black Zetsu's energy barrier, rendering her immobile. Anger flickered in her eyes, yet she could do nothing. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu faced a hidden adversary, Otsutsuki Habarama, a powerful elder of the Otsutsuki clan and Kagaya's trusted aide. With a cold glint in his eyes, Habarama sat upon a massive stone chair and addressed Black Zetsu. Traitor, how dare you betray Lady Kagaya? Black Zetsu's gaze remained steadfast. I have not betrayed. I have merely chosen the correct path. Habarama scoffed. The correct path? You believe standing with those insignificant beings on Earth is the right choice? After a moment of silence, Black Zetsu replied, we should not dominate them. We should coexist. Furious, Habarama retorted, coexist? That is merely the lament of the weak. We Otsutsuki are the rulers of the universe. Why should we coexist with such trivial beings? Black Zetsu shook his head. You are mistaken, Habarama. Strength does not grant the right to dictate the lives of others. Habarama's anger intensified. Then how do you intend to stop us? With unwavering resolve, Black Zetsu declared, I will thwart your plans and protect those insignificant beings. Habarama sprang to his feet. Then let me witness your power. He swung his staff, unleashing a torrent of energy toward Black Zetsu. Calmly, Black Zetsu raised his hand to deflect the attack and soared toward Habarama. Their fierce battle erupted within the palace, the collision of energies causing the entire structure to quiver. Simultaneously, Naruto and Sasuke joined forces to confront a powerful Otsutsuki clan member, the intensity of their fight rivaling that of Black Zetsu and Habarama. Obito and the other ninjas worked diligently to obstruct Kagaya's followers from activating the ancient mechanisms hidden deep within the moon. The conflict continued unabated, with each strike potentially determining the future of the ninja realm. In such a battle, no one dared to be complacent. Everything was far from over. The clash between Black Zetsu and Habarama escalated, evolving into a true contest of mastery. Energy fluctuations, extraordinary skills, intricate strategies, and psychological warfare were all vividly displayed. Elsewhere, Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, and others faced arduous battles, the strength of the Otsutsuki clan surpassing their expectations, compelling them to expend every ounce of effort. In a remote valley on the moon, members of the Leaf Village Intelligence Department, accompanied by elite ninjas, stealthily explored. Following clues provided by Black Zetsu, they sought what might be hidden secrets of Lady Kagaya. One ninja suddenly halted, gazing in shock at a colossal cave before him. Here, he murmured. The others paused and looked toward the cave, one asking, what did you discover? The ninja slowly replied, This may be the Otsutsuki clan's secret experimental base. A collective shiver ran through them. They hastily examined the cave and soon stumbled upon a vast laboratory. The high-tech equipment inside felt entirely foreign to the technology of the ninja world. One ninja, astonished, picked up a notebook and began to peruse its contents. His expression gradually hardened, as if he had encountered something unfathomable. "What's wrong?" the others inquired with concern. He gently closed the notebook, his face betraying shock and fear. This records the Otsutsuki clan's experiments on humans. They seek to create new life through humanity. A wave of astonishment swept through them. They continued their exploration and eventually discovered a massive incubation tank deep within the laboratory. The tank was filled with murky liquid, and something appeared to be developing inside. As they approached, they discerned a vague humanoid form within the tank. One of them stammered, "Is this a human being cultivated?" Another clutched their chest in horror. "This is too terrifying." They realized they had unearthed a potentially monumental secret. What kind of beings did the Otsutsuki clan intend to create through humanity? What truths lay hidden behind this revelation? The battle on the moon raged on. Yet everyone sensed that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true secrets remained deeply concealed. Chapter 83. The Awakening of the Air. The battle on the moon persisted relentlessly, with the clash between Black Zetsu and Habarama reaching a fever pitch, their powers colliding and causing tremors across the lunar surface. Other ninjas on the moon were also embroiled in fierce combat. Within the cave explored by the ninjas, the Otsutsuki clan's secret laboratory was gradually revealing its terrifying secrets. These notebooks contained research on artificial humans. One ninja trembled as he picked up another notebook, which detailed how the Otsutsuki clan attempted to create artificial beings utilizing certain parts of human bodies. A profound sense of horror enveloped the group. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from the depths of the cave, as if something was stirring. The ninjas immediately fell into a state of alertness, stealthily moving toward the source of the sound. Upon delving deeper into the cave, they uncovered a vast chamber filled with advanced technology and screens, alongside numerous incubation tanks. One tank caught their attention. Inside, a humanoid creature was slowly awakening, its eyes flickering with light as its limbs began to move. "It's waking up," one exclaimed in shock. The others were at a loss, as the creature before them was clearly a hybrid of human and something else, resembling humanity, yet exuding an unsettling aura. Just as they hesitated, the creature's eyes suddenly locked onto them, seeming to sense their presence. Anxiety gripped their hearts. "Retreat!" one shouted. They swiftly exited the chamber, sealing the entrance with a barrier technique. "We must inform Naruto and the others," one insisted. "The secrets here are too significant." "What is the Otsutsuki clan truly up to?" another questioned. They understood that everything might be intertwined with the fate of the entire ninja realm. They needed to locate Naruto and relay the information they had uncovered. However, as the battle on the moon intensified, they found themselves deep within its depths. The path ahead uncertain. As they delved further, the moon's mysteries seemed to grow increasingly complex. The Otsutsuki clan gradually reveals their true intentions. They not only seek to control humanity, but also aspire to create it, aiming to transcend human limitations to achieve a higher realm. The dark moon conceals endless secrets, and an unprecedented crisis is silently approaching. The atmosphere on the moon grows increasingly tense, while deep within the caves, mysterious creatures in incubation chambers begin to awaken, emitting powerful waves of perception. Naruto and Sakura, engaged in a fierce battle, suddenly sense a peculiar disturbance. "Did you feel that?" Sakura inquires. "Yes. There's an unusual force emanating from within the moon," Naruto responds. At that moment, an urgent communication crackles through Naruto's earpiece from the exploration team. "Naruto, we've discovered significant secrets. A dangerous artificial creature is awakening. You must come quickly." Exchanging a glance, Naruto and Sakura rush toward the cave. Inside, a sinister aura seeps through the cracks of a sealed door, hinting that the artificial being is striving to find an exit. Meanwhile, the battle between Black Zetsu and Uemura intensifies. "You are so stubborn, Black Zetsu." Uemura scoffs. "What is your purpose? Why are you doing this?" Black Zetsu gasps. "You'll understand when you see the awakening of the inheritor," Uemura cryptically replies. Black Zetsu's eyes narrow. "Inheritor? What are you planning?" Uemura remains silent, merely continuing his assault. At this moment, Black Zetsu senses the peculiar disturbance as well. He realizes Naruto and the others are on their way, yet the situation becomes increasingly dire. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberates through the cave. It's coming out. One of the exploration team members shouts. They turn to see the previously sealed door blasted open. And the artificial creature emerges slowly, its gaze hollow yet resolute, exuding a terrifying aura. I am the inheritor, it states, its voice deep and powerful. Inheritor? The ninjas gaze in panic at this unusual being. I await the awakening to continue the Otsutsuki clan's mission. Its speech is fragmented, suggesting it has just awakened and is still adjusting. What mission? What do you mean? One member questions loudly. I cannot tell you. It shakes its head. I must find the clan leader. With that, it suddenly swings its arm, releasing a powerful wave of energy that sends the exploration team members flying. The artificial creature strides toward the cave's exit, as if summoned by an unseen purpose. The secrets of the moon seem poised to be unveiled, and the Otsutsuki clan's inheritor is about to enter the battlefield. Chapter 84. The tomb of the clan leader. The inheritor of the Otsutsuki clan exits the cave with an unusual gait. His gaze is unwavering, as if guided by an irresistible force. The conflict on the moon escalates, with ninjas battling fiercely against Black Zetsu and Uemura. Uemura's attitude towards Black Zetsu grows increasingly hostile. Upon arriving at the cave, Naruto and Sakura find the exploration team members gravely injured. What happened? Sakura urgently inquires. It's the Otsutsuki clan's inheritor. He has awakened. One ninja struggles to explain. Naruto furrows his brow. The Otsutsuki clan's inheritor? What is that? We are unsure. But we know he is immensely powerful and appears to have a unique mission. Sharing a knowing glance, Naruto and Sakura comprehend the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki clan's inheritor approaches the battlefield's edge, his gaze seemingly piercing through all, gazing into the distance. Black Zetsu feels a surge of ominous energy and turns to see the artificial being. Who are you? He coldly demands. I am the inheritor, the creature calmly replies. Upon hearing this name, Uemura's face breaks into a sinister smile. Inheritor? Inheriting what? Black Zetsu's expression grows serious. The will of the Otsutsuki clan, the being answers. Naruto and Sakura arrive at the battlefield just in time to witness this exchange. The will of the Otsutsuki clan? Naruto questions, perplexed. The Otsutsuki clan is an ancient race that mastered the mysteries of the universe and once ruled over it, Uemura explains. A chill runs down Black Zetsu's spine as he realizes Uemura's intentions. You intend to use the Otsutsuki clan's inheritor to control the universe? Black Zetsu states coldly. Uemura chuckles. You finally understand. The artificial creature suddenly strides toward Uemura, seemingly intrigued by him. Uemura extends his hand towards the creature. Come, inheritor, we share a common purpose. But the creature abruptly knocks Uemura aside. You are not the clan leader, it retorts coldly. Uemura struggles to rise. I am not the clan leader, but I can help you find him. The inheritor remains silent for a moment. Then lead me to the clan leader's tomb. Uemura's smile widens in satisfaction. Of course. He turns to Black Zetsu and Naruto. You should come along. I'm sure you'll find the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan intriguing. Black Zetsu and Naruto exchange a glance. Seeing the uncertainty and resolve in each other's eyes, they recognize that the crucial matter at hand is not to fight Uemura, but to uncover the mysteries of the Otsutsuki clan and discern the true purpose of the inheritor. In a tense atmosphere, the group embarks on the path to the tomb of the Otsutsuki clan leader. The tomb of the Otsutsuki clan leader lies hidden in an ancient valley, imbued with sealing powers that render it inaccessible to ordinary beings. Uemura seems intimately familiar with the layout, guiding the group through a mist-laden forest until they arrive at a concealed cave entrance. The inheritor gazes at the cave, an unusual glint in his eyes, and approaches, gently touching the stone wall of the entrance, as if sensing something. This is the resting place of the clan leader, the inheritor states reverently. Uemura remains silent, observing the scene, aware that his current goal is to earn the trust of the inheritor. Naruto and Sakura, on the other hand, remain vigilant, acutely aware that everything here diverges from the normal world, fraught with danger and uncertainty. The inheritor begins to chant ancient incantations, and peculiar symbols gradually emerge on the cave walls. These symbols seem to possess life, slowly moving, swirling, and ultimately forming a passageway. Enter, the inheritor instructs Uemura. Without hesitation, Uemura steps into the passage. Naruto and Sakura exchange glances before following closely behind. On the other side of the passage lies a spacious underground chamber adorned with peculiar paintings, depicting ancient legends and histories of the Otsutsuki clan. At the center stands a massive stone sarcophagus, surrounded by offerings and wilted flowers. This is the tomb of the clan leader. The inheritor's voice resonates with solemnity. Uemura approaches the sarcophagus, studying the ancient symbols while secretly calculating. The seal of the clan leader lies here, the inheritor states, his voice tinged with sorrow. Seal? Naruto asks, confusion evident in his tone. Yes. The inheritor turns to face Naruto. The clan leader sealed himself a millennium ago to preserve the power of our kin. And I, as his inheritor, must awaken him to reignite the clan's mission. The mission of the clan? Sakura probes further. To unify the universe and restore harmony to all life, the inheritor declares. His gaze resolute. Naruto and Sakura exchange glances, feeling the inheritor's determination and conviction. What do you plan to do? Black Zetsu inquires. To break the seal and awaken the clan leader, the inheritor replies. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yechin's eyes. I can assist you, he declared. The heir gazed intently at Yechin, inquiring, are you willing to aid us? Yechin nodded affirmatively. I am. This decision astonished Naruto and Sakura, leaving them bewildered about Yechin's true intentions. Yet, they understood that whatever transpired next, there would be no turning back. Chapter 85. The clan leader's plan. The heir scrutinized Yechin for a moment before nodding in acceptance of his assistance. The seal of the clan was exceedingly intricate, steeped in the traditions and powers of the Otsutsuki clan that span millennia. Unraveling it will not be a simple task, the heir solemnly remarked. Yechin, maintaining his composure, replied, I possess confidence. After a brief silence, the heir approached the stone coffin, arranging peculiar symbols and incantations. Naruto and Sakura stood by, hesitant to interfere, their anxiety palpable. Black Zetsu moved closer to Yechin, whispering, do you truly comprehend what you are undertaking? Yechin turned to him, softly affirming, I do. Black Zetsu fell silent, anxiously observing the heir's movements. As time progressed, the incantations uttered by the heir reverberated throughout the underground chamber. With each chant, the symbols began to swirl in the air, gradually resonating with those inscribed upon the stone coffin, creating a remarkable harmony. Yechin observed intently, rapidly calculating and contemplating in his mind. He recognized that the essence of the seal lay within those rotating symbols and incantations. Uncovering the key would lead to its dissolution. The heir's incantations accelerated, enveloping the entire chamber in an overwhelming force. Naruto and Sakura felt an invisible weight pressing down on them, making each breath increasingly laborious. Suddenly, a more intense tremor shook the air, causing the symbols and incantations to whirl violently. Everything in the chamber quaked. Even the walls and ceiling began to crack. Hurry! The heir shouted. The seal is on the verge of breaking. Yechin moved to the opposite side of the coffin, swiftly placing his own symbols and incantations. His movements were rapid, even as he recited his spell. Time seemed to suspend, as everyone awaited with bated breath. Finally, with a resounding roar, the seal was shattered. The lid of the coffin creaked open, releasing a wave of inky energy that spiraled outwards, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. The clan leader of the Otsutsuki had been awakened. He appeared ancient, with long silver hair and clad in archaic battle attire. His gaze was profound, exuding boundless wisdom. All present were awed by his imposing presence. I have awoken, the clan leader intoned, his voice deep and commanding. Heir, you have performed admirably. The heir knelt, respectfully stating, Clan leader, we are in dire need of your power. The clan leader surveyed Naruto and Sakura, then glanced at Black Zetsu and Yechin, a slight frown creasing his brow. There are many matters we must discuss, he stated slowly. The clan leader's gaze swept past Black Zetsu, resting on Naruto, where a flicker of complex emotion danced in his eyes. He extended his hand, and a beam of light pierced the underground chamber, transporting them all to an ancient palace. This palace radiated mystery and solemnity, its walls etched with the 1,000-year history and wisdom of the Otsutsuki clan. We shall converse here, the clan leader declared gravely. Black Zetsu regarded him, as though words lingered unspoken on his lips, yet he chose silence. Naruto sensed the potent energy flowing within the palace, a peculiar recognition gleaming in his eyes. The clan leader scrutinized Naruto, as if seeking something within his gaze, before finally saying, "You all understand that the powers of the Otsutsuki clan are being exploited by an unknown force. My seal was one of their instruments. We must identify them and thwart their plans." The heir bowed deeply, asking, "Clan leader, can your power trace them?" The clan leader shook his head. "Their methods are sophisticated. My power has long been suppressed by them. We require more information and a more precise strategy. What should we do?" Sakura inquired anxiously. The clan leader turned his gaze to Yuchin. "I need your wisdom. Are you familiar with their methods and plans?" Yuchin nodded slowly. "I have initiated an investigation, but I require more time." "Very well," the clan leader replied. "We shall grant you time. However, remember, time is not our ally." He then turned to Naruto. "Naruto, you hold a unique position in this world. Your strength and experiences render you crucial to our cause. I need you to undertake a specific task." Naruto gazed at the clan leader, resolutely stating, "As long as I am capable, I shall assist you." The clan leader nodded, seemingly satisfied with Naruto's response. "Excellent. I require you to seek out the lost land of the Otsutsuki. It may harbor the clues and power we need." A flicker of confusion crossed Naruto's eyes. "The lost land? I have never heard of it. It has been concealed for a long time, even forgotten." The clan leader's eyes reflected deep sorrow. "But I believe you will find it." Naruto nodded firmly. "I will discover it." Yuchin and Black Zetsu exchanged determined glances, both recognizing the resolve in each other's eyes. This was a confrontation with an unknown force, and they must give their utmost effort. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the palace, as each heart brimmed with worry and unease. Yet, they understood that all of this was necessary. The future of the Otsutsuki clan, and perhaps the fate of the entire world, rested in their hands. Chapter 86. The mysterious forest. Upon departing the palace of the Otsutsuki clan leader, Naruto returned to Konohagakure, his heart brimming with curiosity and trepidation regarding the lost land. What secrets lay within this enigmatic place? How would he uncover it? He sought out his mentor, Jiraiya, hoping to glean some insight. The lost land. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. "While I have heard whispers of ancient legends concerning the Otsutsuki clan, accounts of the lost land are indeed scarce." Naruto's eyes reflected urgency as he gazed at Jiraiya. After a moment's contemplation, Jiraiya remarked, "However, I recall an ancient tome that contained descriptions pertaining to the lost land. It might offer you some clues." Naruto's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really? Where's that tome?" Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "It resides in the Forbidden Library of Konohagakure. Though those texts are not readily accessible." Naruto's resolve hardened. "No matter, I will find a way." After leaving Jiraiya's abode, Naruto promptly approached Tsunade, seeking her permission to access the Forbidden Library. Upon hearing Naruto's request, Tsunade remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Naruto, I understand your determination. But you must recognize that the books within the Forbidden Library contain perilous secrets and taboo knowledge. You must tread carefully." Naruto nodded earnestly. "I understand, Lady Tsunade." Under Tsunade's guidance, Naruto arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Library, where a stern guard awaited. Tsunade provided Naruto with a special seal as proof of his access to the library. The guard examined the seal before permitting entry, stating, "You may proceed, but remember, the books within the Forbidden Library must not be handled recklessly." Naruto nodded solemnly and stepped into the library. The interior was dimly lit, long shelves lined with books, each sealed with a protective enchantment. Following Jiraiya's instructions, Naruto located the ancient tome that chronicled the legends of the Lost Land and carefully opened it. The book recounts an ancient legend. The Lost Land was once a sacred ground of the Otsutsuki clan, where the strength and wisdom of the clan members lay buried. However, for reasons unknown, this sacred site was sealed, becoming a forbidden area. According to the legend, the entrance to the Lost Land is concealed deep within an ancient forest, where a mysterious temple resides. Only those who possess the pure bloodline of the Otsutsuki and a formidable will can unlock the temple's gates. Naruto's heart raced as he clutched the clues to the lost land in his hands. He resolved to set forth immediately in search of that ancient forest. Leaving the Forbidden Library, Naruto hurried home to gather his necessary belongings. He understood that the journey ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet his heart brimmed with unwavering determination. He confided in no one about his destination or plans, save for Tsunade and Jiraiya, wishing to spare others from undue worry. As night enveloped the world, Naruto stealthily departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, embarking on the path to the ancient forest. According to the ancient texts, the forest lay nestled within the remote mountains at the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning, so obscure that it was not even marked on maps. After several days of arduous travel, Naruto finally arrived at the location described in the ancient writings. Before him stood a forest shrouded in mist, ancient and serene, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Taking a deep breath, Naruto ventured into the mysterious woods. The air was imbued with an ancient essence, the trees dense enough to obscure the sun's rays. Strange plants and creatures thrived within, as if this place existed apart from the world, forming its own independent ecosystem. Following the clues from the ancient texts, he delved deeper, encountering numerous adventures and crises along the way, including attacks from ferocious, unknown creatures, yet he emerged unscathed. Days later, Naruto finally discovered the enigmatic temple. Nestled within a small valley, it was constructed from a seemingly ancient stone, its surface adorned with moss and cracks, yet its overall structure remained robust. As he approached the temple, he could feel a powerful chakra emanating from within. The door was inscribed with strange symbols and characters, appearing exceedingly archaic. Standing before the door, Naruto understood that this was the entrance to the Lost Land, the key to his quest for Kaguya. However, he also sensed a formidable force of resistance, as if the temple warned against any who dared to enter. He recalled the ancient text stating that only those with the pure bloodline of the Otsutsuki and a powerful will could unlock the temple's gates. Inhaling deeply, Naruto concentrated his chakra and will, placing his palm against the temple door. A surge of energy began to swell, animating the door as it resonated with Naruto's spirit. At that moment, the ancient symbols and characters began to glow, whirling and lighting up, forming a complex array. Naruto felt his essence connect with the temple, his will drawn into an unknown realm. A voice echoed in his mind. Who dares disturb the slumber of this sacred land? Naruto resolutely replied, I am Uchiha Naruto, here to uncover the secrets of the Lost Land. The voice fell silent for a moment before responding. Your heart is filled with integrity and resolve. You are worthy to enter. But remember, the Lost Land is rife with peril and temptation. You must remain ever vigilant. As the voice faded, the temple door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark passageway before Naruto's eyes. Gazing into the depths of the passage, he felt a resolute determination. He knew his adventure was only just beginning. Chapter 87. The Rift in Time and Space. Naruto stepped into the temple's passage, his steps firm and resolute. This ancient corridor seemed endless, each footfall echoing heavily. As he ventured deeper, he sensed the chakra fluctuations intensifying around him, an ancient aura gradually enveloping him. He soon reached the end of the passage, revealing a vast cavern. At the center of the cavern stood a colossal platform made of crystal, emanating a mysterious light. Approaching the platform, Naruto spotted an ancient tome atop it, accompanied by a string of unknown bones. He unfolded the tome, which chronicled the history, legends, and forbidden techniques of the Otsutsuki clan. His gaze was drawn to a passage describing a branch of the Otsutsuki clan, known as the power of Kaguya. This power stemmed from a fragment of Kaguya's essence, possessing immense strength, yet being perilous and unstable. The tome also hinted at a secret called the Eye of God, a capability to traverse time and space, though the specifics were meticulously concealed. Naruto felt a surge of awe, as these words revealed the true identity of Kaguya and the deeper mysteries of the Otsutsuki clan. His attention was again captured by the string of bones, a vertebral column inscribed with intricate runes. Naruto sensed that these bones were somehow connected to Kaguya. Just as he prepared to investigate further, a powerful chakra surge resonated from the depths of the cavern. Turning to look, he saw a figure slowly approaching. As the figure became clearer, it revealed itself to be a middle-aged man with long hair, deep-set eyes, and a serious demeanor. Who are you? Why are you here? The man inquired. Naruto replied cautiously. I am Uchiha Naruto, here to uncover the secrets of Kaguya. The man's gaze sharpened. You know of Kaguya? Naruto took a deep breath, asserting, I understand that Kaguya is a part of Otsutsuki's essence. I come seeking a way to save her. The man fell silent for a moment before stating, I am the last descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, known as Otsutsuki Raiden. I possess some knowledge regarding Kaguya. Naruto's eyes lit up. Then can you tell me how to save her? Raiden pondered for a moment before replying. Kaguya's power is inextricably linked to her essence. To save her, one must locate the Eye of God. Naruto anxiously asked, Where is the Eye of God? Raiden sighed. The location of the Eye of God has always been a secret of the Otsutsuki clan, but after our clan's decline, its whereabouts were lost. However, I possess a lead, albeit a perilous one. Naruto firmly declared, I must try, no matter the cost. Please, share the lead. Raiden scrutinized Naruto before finally nodding, recognizing the young man's resolve. He spoke slowly. To find the Eye of God, one must traverse the rift in time and space, journeying to Kagaya's origin. This is a sealed realm, fraught with danger. Only with the Eye of God can the rift be opened. Naruto gazed deeply at Raiden. What must I do? After a moment of silence, Raiden extended his hand. I shall guide you into the rift, but you must remain vigilant. The rift is an exceedingly treacherous place. Be prepared for anything. Naruto grasped Raiden's hand tightly. I am ready. Their palms met, and a powerful surge of chakra reverberated through the cavern. Raiden began to chant an incantation, causing the surrounding space to twist. Naruto felt himself being pulled by an unseen force as the scenery around him rapidly blurred and transformed. The journey through the rift in time and space was about to commence. Traversing the rift was an extraordinarily unique experience. The surroundings morphed unpredictably, oscillating between dark voids and vibrant lights. Naruto felt as though he were plummeting into an endless abyss, a profound force incessantly tugging at him. Yet he clung tightly to Raiden's hand, resolutely pressing forward. At long last, a beam of light illuminated ahead, and the two swiftly traversed the rift, arriving in an entirely new world. The world before Naruto was a stark contrast to all that he knew. Towering peaks soared into the sky, exotic flora flourished, and myriad creatures roamed the land. Everything exuded an air of mystery and antiquity. Looking around, Raiden pondered aloud. This is Kagaya's homeland, a realm long forgotten. We must tread carefully, for the beings and the environment here may pose great dangers. Naruto nodded and inquired, where is the Eye of God? After a moment of contemplation, Raiden gestured towards a distant, enigmatic ancient city. The Eye of God should be within that city. However, its entrance is sealed, and we must discover how to unlock it. The two began their journey along an ancient path, encountering many peculiar landscapes along the way. Naruto was awestruck by the wonders of this world. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient temple. A massive stone tablet stood before the temple's doors, inscribed with ancient characters. Raiden examined the tablet, his expression grave. These inscriptions contain tales and secrets of old. I will require time to decipher them. Naruto, ever watchful, sensed unusual vibrations in the air. Raiden's hand danced over the stone. His brow furrowed as he faced a challenge. Suddenly, a strange, guttural roar echoed from afar. Naruto turned to see bizarre creatures rapidly approaching. Raiden noticed them as well, his expression shifting. We must hurry. These beings may be the guardians of the ancient city. He hastened his reading, while Naruto braced himself for battle. The creatures drew closer, each one distinct in form, some with wings, others with razor-sharp claws. Their eyes glinted with an icy light, clearly incensed by the intrusion of humans. Naruto gripped his kunai tightly, aware that a formidable battle awaited him. Chapter 88. The Secrets of the Ancient City. The monsters emitted piercing roars as they closed in. Naruto felt their overwhelming presence. These creatures were no ordinary foes, each brimming with formidable power. Raiden's gaze intensified, understanding the urgency of their situation. They had to decipher the tablet before the monsters reached them. Taking a deep breath, Naruto swung his kunai, charging forward to confront the beasts. Unfazed, the creatures became even more agitated. One flying monster unfurled its vast wings and lunged at Naruto. He deftly dodged its attack and retaliated, aiming for its wing. The creature let out a pained wail, but another four-legged beast was already upon him, its maw gaping wide. Naruto skillfully evaded its strike, employing years of combat experience. His movements were agile, his mind clear. Each dodge and counterattack was executed with precision. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, and each possessed a tenacious vitality. Despite Naruto's relentless efforts, he could not vanquish them completely. Meanwhile, Raiden had deciphered most of the inscriptions on the tablet. A glimmer of realization crossed his eyes as he murmured, I have discovered the method to unseal the entrance, but we need more time. Hearing Raiden's voice, Naruto understood he had to persist. He continued to battle the creatures with all his might and skill. Though the monsters were powerful, Naruto's experience and courage gave him an upper hand. At that moment, Raiden shouted, I've done it. Quickly follow me. With no time to glance back, Naruto wielded his kunai to carve a path and swiftly followed Raiden deeper into the temple. The monsters seemed to realize their quarry had fled but did not pursue. Instead, they returned to their posts. Raiden led Naruto into an ancient hall where a colossal circular rune lay at its center. This is the entrance to the ancient city. We need only activate it according to the method from the tablet, he explained. The two began channeling chakra into the rune as per Raiden's interpretation. The rune began to glow, slowly revealing a passageway. Raiden remarked, "The Eye of God lies within that city. We must locate it quickly and return to our world." Nodding in agreement, the two entered the passage, stepping into the enigmatic realm of the ancient city. Behind them, in the depths of the temple, ancient eyes flickered in the darkness, seemingly watching their every move. The sights within the ancient city were a stark departure from the world Naruto and Raiden hailed from. The architecture was venerable and majestic, each stone seemingly narrating tales of a bygone era. An air of mystery enveloped them, captivating their senses. Raiden and Naruto moved swiftly, acutely aware of the preciousness of time. The ancient city appeared to have been abandoned for ages, bearing marks of erosion, yet remnants of its former glory still resonated. Naruto abruptly halted, captivated by a mural before him. It depicted a fierce battle between figures and monstrous beasts, a scene that left him awestruck. To his astonishment, one character bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Raiden also noted the mural, contemplating the likeness. This may pertain to an ancient prophecy concerning a hero from another world who will save this realm in times of peril, he mused. Naruto, absorbing Raiden's words, felt a surge of purpose. He understood he must find the Eye of God and unravel all its mysteries. The duo pressed further into the ancient city, traversing numerous forsaken palaces and plazas until they reached a grand temple. The temple doors creaked open, revealing a vast circular hall. At its center floated an immense crystal sphere, radiating an enchanting glow. Surrounding the sphere were intricate runes, seemingly safeguarding something precious. Raiden's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed to the crystal. That is the Eye of God. Naruto too sensed the powerful energy emanating from it, realizing that their efforts were finally bearing fruit. Raiden cautiously approached the crystal, preparing to dispel the protective runes. His fingers traced the air, and the complex symbols began to fade. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from the depths of the temple. "Who dares to touch the Eye of God?" The two turned in shock to see a shadow emerging from the temple's interior. As the figure approached, its features became clearer, a venerable elder clad in ancient robes, his eyes brimming with caution and fury. Both Raiden and Naruto sensed his formidable presence. This elder was not to be underestimated. The elder fixed his gaze upon Naruto, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. You are the hero of the prophecy?" Naruto met his gaze with unwavering resolve. "I have come to save my world. I must obtain the Eye of God." A sly smile crept across the elder's face. "Do you truly believe that acquiring the Eye of God will save your world? That is merely the beginning." His words instilled a sense of unease in both Naruto and Raiden, as they grasped that the secrets of the ancient city extended far beyond their comprehension. Chapter 89. Prelude to the fierce battle. The elder advanced slowly, each step emanating an indescribable power. His eyes bore into Naruto's, as if penetrating his very soul. "The hero of the prophecy," the elder's voice echoed through the hall. "Do you truly believe the Eye of God can rescue your world? Do you understand its true power? Do you know its origins?" Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the latent danger in the elder's words. "I may not know all the secrets of the Eye, but I believe it is the key to saving our world." The elder chuckled coldly. "Save? Perhaps. But it could also lead to destruction. The power of the Eye exceeds your imagination. Wielding it may mean grasping the power of the universe itself." Suddenly, Raiden interjected, "Who are you? How do you know so much?" The elder cast a glance at Lei Lan before returning his gaze to Naruto. "I am the guardian of this ancient city, and all its secrets are intimately intertwined with me." He turned and walked deeper into the hall. "Follow me. I shall reveal everything to you." The two exchanged glances and followed the elder into the shrine. Each step seemed to draw them closer to the truth, yet the weight of their burden grew heavier. Finally, they arrived at an ancient study, its walls adorned with scrolls and shelves brimming with thick tomes. The elder faced them, his expression grave. "The Eye of the Gods is a power that governs space and time. It can open gateways to other worlds and alter the flow of time. However, it is also a perilous curse." The elder's words left Naruto and Lei Lan astounded. "Why is that?" Naruto inquired impatiently. The elder sighed. Because the Eye of the Gods is a force beyond human control. Its origins lie with an ancient evil being, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Leilon stared at the elder in shock. Kagaya Otsutsuki? The legendary primordial creature? The elder nodded. Indeed, the Eye of the Gods was once part of Kagaya's power. It was sealed here to prevent it from unleashing calamity once more. Naruto anxiously asked, then, if I were to wield the Eye of the Gods, would it trigger a new disaster? The elder gazed into Naruto's eyes, seemingly searching for his inner resolve. It all hinges on you, brave one. Your intentions may be to save, but power often lures one into temptation and misunderstanding. You must wield it with utmost caution, lest it leads to irrevocable consequences. Naruto nodded resolutely. I understand. No matter how dangerous the Eye of the Gods may be, I must use it. My family, my friends, and my world await my salvation. The elder remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. I see your determination. Allow me to instruct you on the proper use of the Eye of the Gods. They sat down, and the elder began to meticulously explain the workings of the eye and how to harness its power without inciting disaster. They understood that every detail could prove crucial to their survival. Thus commenced the prelude to a decisive battle. Deep within the ancient city, Naruto and Leilon listened intently to the elder's teachings about the Eye of the Gods. Each word felt like a heavy burden upon their shoulders. This power was immense, yet fraught with danger. The elder finally looked at Naruto. Young hero, you must remember that power is not meant for domination or intimidation, but for protection and redemption. Only through true understanding can you become a genuine hero. Naruto nodded firmly. I will fight for justice with this power. The elder smiled faintly. Then, be prepared. The forces of Otsutsuki are advancing. You must set forth immediately. Leilon suddenly asked, wait, the Otsutsuki forces? You mean the followers of that ancient creature? The elder's expression darkened. Precisely. They are intent on awakening Kagaya Otsutsuki and harnessing her power to conquer the world. They will not allow you to thwart their plans. What are we to do? Leilon's voice brimmed with concern. The elder glanced at Naruto before saying, Naruto will be their primary target. They will stop at nothing to prevent him from wielding the Eye of the Gods. We must be prepared to face them. Naruto stood up, his expression resolute. Let them come. I will not let them succeed. The elder approached a concealed bookshelf and pressed a hidden mechanism. The shelf slowly moved aside, revealing a storeroom filled with various weapons and protective gear. Take these, you will need them. The elder's voice carried an air of seriousness. They quickly equipped themselves, readying for the imminent confrontation. Just then, a series of urgent alarms echoed from the distant borders of the ancient city. The forces of Otsutsuki had reached the outskirts. It is time, the elder said, his voice steady and firm. Naruto and Leilon exchanged glances, knowing the battle ahead would be exceptionally arduous. Yet they also understood that to protect their homeland and those awaiting their salvation, they must fight with all their might. The three departed the study, traversing the secret paths of the ancient city towards the city walls. There, they would confront the Otsutsuki forces head-on. The city guards stood prepared for battle, aware that they were about to face a conflict capable of altering the fate of the world. As night deepened, the moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the ancient city. The distant enemy drew ever closer. The prelude to a grand battle had begun. Chapter 90. The vanguard of the enemy, Black Zetsu's choice. The forces of Otsutsuki surged toward the ancient city like an unstoppable tide. Their singular aim, to seize the power of the Eye of the Gods and realize their ambition of world domination. Among the vanguard of the enemy, one figure stood out, exuding a unique aura, a profound and unfathomable terror. He was Black Zetsu. Although Black Zetsu had once acted under the directives of the Otsutsuki forces, he had never fully submitted. Within the organization shrouded in secrets and ambition, he maintained his vigilance and independence. Upon learning of the Otsutsuki forces' intent to confront Naruto, he silently vowed to protect his former comrade from harm. His plan was to bide his time, and when the moment was right, he would side with Naruto. Meanwhile, the guardians of the ancient city were on high alert. Naruto, Leilon, and the elders stood upon the city walls, gazing at the approaching enemy. The archers on the walls had drawn their bows taut, ready to unleash their arrows at a moment's notice. They come, the elder spoke calmly. We are prepared, Naruto replied. The enemy's vanguard gradually entered range. The archers released their arrows, raining down upon the adversaries. Otsutsuki soldiers advanced through the barrage, some falling under the onslaught. Yet many more pressed forward, the tension mounting. Naruto suddenly noticed a figure among the vanguard. That individual effortlessly deflected all arrows in his path. The sight narrowed Naruto's eyes. The elder glanced over, his expression shifting. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Lei echoed in surprise. Indeed, he is a member of the Otsutsuki forces. The elder's voice wavered slightly. But what of it? Naruto pressed. The elder sighed. I suspect he may not be entirely loyal to the Otsutsuki. At that moment, Black Zetsu reached the base of the city walls. His gaze swept over the walls, landing upon Naruto. Their eyes met, and they understood each other's intentions. Naruto, you should surrender the eye of the gods. Otherwise, more will suffer. Black Zetsu shouted, his voice deliberately loud to ensure others heard. Naruto furrowed his brow. Why do you serve the Otsutsuki? Black Zetsu's eyes flickered momentarily before regaining their composure. I have no choice. Both sides clearly heard the exchange, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Discussion is futile now, Naruto declared seriously. Leave, or we will not hold back. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment before nodding. It seems we must fight. He turned back to his ranks. The battle for the ancient city had officially commenced, and both sides knew it would be a fight to the death. Yet amidst the chaos, Black Zetsu's gaze remained fixed on Naruto, wrestling with an internal conflict. As the battle intensified, the guards on the walls clashed with the Otsutsuki vanguard, sparks flying with every engagement. Each impact sent tremors through the ancient city's walls. The Elder and Lei employed various spells and ninja techniques to repel the enemy's assaults, but the Otsutsuki soldiers appeared inexhaustible, surging toward the walls in relentless waves. Naruto stood atop the highest point of the city wall, intently scrutinizing the enemy's formation, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough. Suddenly, his gaze lingered on Kagaya's shadow, who stood at the rear of the enemy ranks, seemingly orchestrating the battle, yet casting furtive glances in Naruto's direction. Kagaya sensed Naruto's unwavering stare, and his heart began to race. In that moment, he realized a decision loomed before him. Should he remain loyal to the Otsutsuki clan and follow the predetermined course, or heed the voice within, aligning himself with Naruto? This choice weighed heavily upon Kagaya, as memories of past battles fought alongside Naruto surfaced, juxtaposed against the cold, calculating gaze of Otsutsuki and all that had been promised. Just as the tension reached its zenith, Kagaya's inner turmoil found resolution. He abruptly gestured, commanding the soldiers beside him to cease their assault, their eyes turning towards him. Kagaya's voice rang out, "Halt!" His words echoed across the battlefield, leaving both allies and foes momentarily stunned and bewildered. Naruto furrowed his brow at Kagaya, perplexed by his actions. Kagaya stepped forward, his gaze resolute, addressing Naruto. Naruto, we need not fight. The Otsutsuki do not wish to be your adversaries. I come on their behalf to propose negotiations. A profound silence enveloped the scene, all eyes fixed in rapt attention. After a brief pause, Naruto nodded. Very well, a discussion could be beneficial. He turned to the elder and Raijin, instructing, "You shall continue to guard the wall while I confer with him." The elder hesitated, cautioning, "Naruto, exercise caution. Their intentions may not be sincere." With a reassuring smile, Naruto replied, "I understand." He then leaped from the wall, approaching Kagaya. The two met, exchanging a smile reminiscent of old comrades reunited. Yet, both understood that the negotiations ahead would constitute a true test, for this time, they stood on opposing sides. Kagaya's true intentions were about to unfold. Chapter 91. The corruption of dark forces. The venue for the negotiations was a modest cabin beneath the city wall. Kagaya and Naruto sat across from one another, their eyes reflecting familiarity intertwined with wariness. Kagaya initiated the dialogue. "Naruto, I am aware of your animosity towards the Otsutsuki, yet in truth, they do not seek to oppose you. They harbor grander ambitions, plans that would benefit all of humanity." Naruto scoffed. "What are those plans? Destruction or dominion?" Kagaya shook his head. "No, not those. The Otsutsuki wish to unite various factions to collectively resist a more formidable adversary. They believe that internal strife among humanity is not only futile, but also diminishes our strength." Naruto's gaze wavered slightly. "Are you suggesting there exists an enemy more powerful than the Otsutsuki?" Kagaya affirmed, "Indeed, we refer to them as the dark forces, lurking in the shadows of this world, poised to strike at any moment. The Otsutsuki aim to rally the entirety of humanity against them." Naruto fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Then, what is your plan? What do you want me to do?" Kagaya gazed intently at Naruto. I hope you will join us, standing with the Otsutsuki against this greater foe. Your power will play a crucial role in the survival of humanity. Naruto pondered deeply, recognizing that Kaguya was not one to speak lightly. There had to be truth in his words. Just then, a deafening roar shattered the stillness of the room. Both Naruto and Kaguya looked up in unison, witnessing the sky outside engulfed in an abyssal darkness. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended, causing the very world to tremble. Naruto exclaimed, "What is happening?" Kaguya's complexion paled. "This is precisely what I spoke of, the dark forces." Rising to his feet, his gaze resolute, he continued, "Naruto, do you now believe my words? This is not a moment for discord. It is a time for united resistance." Naruto stared into the encroaching darkness, inhaling deeply. "Very well, I believe you." They clasped hands firmly, and in that instant, two formidable forces converged, ready to confront the impending storm. On the city wall, the Elder and Raijin sensed the overwhelming pressure, gazing skyward, aware that an unprecedented war was imminent. The inky black sky enveloped the city, and the populace could feel the palpable unease and fear in the air. On the wall, the Elder and Raijin anxiously scanned the horizon as the dark forces drew nearer, concealing within them countless strange and potent energies. The soldiers within the city had readied themselves for battle, clutching their weapons, their gazes resolute as they stood guard upon the wall, awaiting the enemy's approach. "Prepare for combat." The Elder's voice resonated with authority. In this critical moment, Kaguya and Naruto ascended the wall. Kaguya surveyed the horizon, taking a deep breath. "It appears we can no longer afford to wait. The dark forces have detected our presence, and, as expected, they will soon advance upon us." Naruto fixed his gaze on the distance. "What exactly are they?" Kaguya shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. They are entities beyond human comprehension, both cruel and cunning. We must tread carefully." Just then, a surge of energy erupted, causing the entire wall to tremble. The crowd looked up, witnessing a rift of light piercing through the darkness. As if a tear had formed in the void, the fissure widened, and a colossal arm emerged, adorned with sharp claws and exuding a foul, dark miasma. The spectators gasped in horror as the arm continued to expand, fully breaching the rift. Following the arm was a massive beast, shrouded in darkness, with fiery red eyes and jagged teeth, emitting piercing shrieks. The appearance of this creature plunged the city into chaos. Naruto clenched his fists. "We must fight." Kaguya nodded in agreement. "We have no choice but to engage." The Elder and Raijin solemnly nodded, understanding that this battle was not only for the defense of the city, but for the preservation of humanity's future. The drums of war resounded, and the soldiers atop the wall stood tall, their eyes filled with determination and courage. The curtain of conflict had risen, and the clash between the dark forces and humanity was about to reach its boiling point. Yet, lurking behind the massive beast in the distance were even more formidable foes, watching this world from the shadows, biding their time. A war that would determine the fate of humanity was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 92. The power of darkness. The soldiers atop the wall stood resolute, each aware that this battle would be the most pivotal of their lives. Kaguya gazed heavily at the approaching enemy, observing the varying forms and vast numbers of the monstrous entities, each radiating a potent aura of darkness. A deep sense of dread welled within him. This war was not a mere skirmish. It was a confrontation with true dark forces. "Naruto." Kaguya turned to the young man beside him. "Yes," Naruto replied. "This battle may prove exceedingly arduous. We must give it our all," Kaguya asserted solemnly. Naruto nodded. "I understand. Do not worry, we will surely prevail." Kaguya regarded Naruto with a deep, contemplative look before redirecting his attention to the impending threat. At that moment, the monsters initiated their assault. The ground near the wall trembled violently, with the creature's cries echoing like sounds from the depths of hell. The Elder inhaled deeply, then issued a command. "All personnel, prepare. Do not allow any enemy to approach the wall." The soldiers on the wall nodded in agreement, swiftly establishing defensive measures. Naruto swung his arm, channeling a surge of chakra that erupted from within him, swiftly manifesting into a colossal chakra sword. He wielded his sword, gazing into the distance at his foes. "Come forth. I have long awaited this battle." Black Absolute, with hands clasped together, softly murmured incantations, causing his aura to surge dramatically in an instant. His eyes gradually darkened, and a wave of dark energy surged from within him, merging with the surrounding air. He fixed his gaze ahead, filled with resolve. At that moment, everyone sensed the impending atmosphere of war. The clash was about to commence, with each individual fighting for their beliefs. Meanwhile, in the distance, the monstrous adversaries had also readied themselves. A heart-stirring battle was on the verge of unfolding, the curtain of war having already been drawn. Each person silently prayed, hoping to survive this fierce conflict. In this instant, history was being rewritten, ushering in an entirely new era. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Black Absolute unveiled his hidden dark power, forming a vast dark barrier that consumed the advancing monsters one by one. However, this power came at a cost. Each usage depleted his vitality. He sensed his strength gradually waning. Simultaneously, Naruto launched a frenzied assault. His chakra blade ravaged the battlefield, each swing claiming dozens of monstrous lives. Yet, despite this, the enemy numbers appeared undiminished. On the contrary, as time passed, more creatures surged from afar. What is happening? Why are there more of them? Naruto furrowed his brow. These monsters seem to be driven by some dark force. We must locate the source that commands them, otherwise, they will never cease. Concern etched across Black Absolute's pale face. What shall we do? Naruto inquired. Black Absolute pondered for a moment before responding. We must break through the enemy's lines, find the source directing them, and eradicate it. Only then can this war come to an end. Naruto nodded. Then let us set forth at once. No, rushing out now is too perilous. We need to devise a suitable plan. Black Absolute shook his head. Just as they conversed, a shadow suddenly descended from the distant sky. Black Absolute's complexion paled instantly. It was a dark dragon. An ancient evil dragon that had been sealed for millennia was now awakened. The dragon's appearance shifted the tides of battle unfavorably. It opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of dark flames towards the city wall. The soldiers screamed in terror, scrambling for safety, as the flames threatened to engulf the wall. Black Absolute swiftly extended his palm, unleashing a surge of dark energy that clashed with the flames. With a thunderous roar, the energy collided with the fire, creating a massive explosion. The flames were largely consumed, yet a portion still struck the wall, igniting it and creating a gaping breach. Chaos ensued among the soldiers, and Black Absolute's expression grew grim. At that moment, Naruto exclaimed, "I have a plan." His eyes sparkled with determination. Black Absolute turned to him, questioning, "What plan?" Naruto took a deep breath and declared, "I will use a sealing technique to bind that dark dragon." Black Absolute gazed at Naruto in astonishment. "Are you certain? That sealing technique is exceedingly perilous. Failure could cost you your life." Naruto nodded resolutely. "I understand, but we have no other choice." His eyes reflected unwavering resolve. Black Absolute regarded Naruto, a glimmer of approval flickering in his gaze. "Very well, let us proceed together." He recognized this as their sole opportunity. The two joined forces, preparing the sealing technique while the dark dragon circled nearby, seemingly waiting for something. The war reached a critical juncture, each second capable of deciding life or death. Yet, regardless of the peril, they could not falter. They fought for their homeland, for their beliefs, undeterred even by the specter of death. The battle raged on, yet the dawn of victory seemed faintly visible. As long as they persevered, it would all be worthwhile. Chapter 93. The Return of Black Absolute. The dark dragon circled above, its eyes glinting with malevolence, incessantly spewing dark flames that assaulted the city walls and soldiers. The walls had crumbled, and the soldiers, in a state of panic, faced mounting casualties. Naruto and Black Absolute stood atop the remnants of the walls, jointly executing the sealing technique. "We must be quicker," Naruto urged anxiously. "I know, but this sealing technique is incredibly intricate. We cannot afford a single mistake." Beads of sweat adorned Black Absolute's brow. They needed to lure the dark dragon to the sealing grounds to succeed. However, the dragon was cunning, seemingly aware of their intentions, and refused to approach. At that moment, a surge of dark energy erupted from Black Absolute, forming a colossal dark sphere. The sphere hurtled towards the dark dragon, compelling it closer to the sealing area. The dark dragon roared in fury, struggling desperately to escape the sphere's grasp. "Now!" Black Absolute shouted. He and Naruto simultaneously pricked their fingers, inscribing the sealing symbols. The symbols soared towards the dark dragon, ensnaring it within a vast orb of light. The dragon thrashed violently within the sphere, attempting to break free from the seal. "Hold on!" Naruto cried out. He felt his chakra rapidly depleting, but he could not halt. He understood this was their sole chance. Time seemed to freeze. each second stretching into eternity. Finally, the sealing symbols were complete. The orb of light gradually constricted, fully enclosing the dark dragon. With a resounding explosion, the orb shattered, and the dark dragon dissipated into a beam of black light, vanishing from sight. The sealing was a success. Both Naruto and Black Absolute collapsed, utterly exhausted. They knew the battle was far from over. The monsters driven by the dark dragon continued their assault. However, without the dragon's command, they became disordered and chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers counterattacked, gradually overpowering the enemy. The battle endured for an entire day and night, until dawn of the following day. When the enemy was finally vanquished, the city walls lay in ruins, the battlefield strewn with corpses. Yet, they had triumphed. They defended their homeland, upheld their beliefs. Standing atop the walls, Naruto gazed towards the distant dawn, his heart brimming with relief and pride. Black Absolute silently observed him, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He understood that while the war had concluded, their story was far from finished. They must forge ahead, continue the fight. For darkness had never truly vanished. It merely lurked temporarily in the shadows, and they would forever stand on the side of light, guarding the beliefs within their hearts. Before the joy of victory could fully settle, startling news emerged. The power of Otsutsuki Uchiha Madara had not entirely dissipated. Remnants of his power seemed to linger within Black Absolute. He felt an unusual disturbance within himself, a force he could not completely control, as if something were stirring to life. Naruto and Obito watched Black Absolute with apprehension, fully aware that should Madara's power awaken once more, the consequences would be dire. Black Absolute sat in a meditative chamber, attempting to suppress the anomalous power within him with sheer will. He understood the danger of this force. If it spiraled out of control, it could unleash calamity. He closed his eyes, concentrating, immersing his consciousness in the flow of chakra within him. That strange power resembled a hidden black dragon, prowling through the sea of his chakra. The consciousness of Kurojitsu pursued it relentlessly, attempting to ensnare it. The black dragon emitted a desperate roar, struggling to escape. Kurojitsu sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the dragon, remnants of Obito's will. "You cannot flee," Kurojitsu proclaimed inwardly to the black dragon. His consciousness coalesced into a beam of light, chasing after the dragon. The black dragon darted through the sea of chakra, striving to evade Kurojitsu, yet he drew ever closer. At last, his beam ensnared the dragon's tail. The black dragon thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from its bonds. However, Kurojitsu incrementally pulled it towards a specially crafted sealing array. The array radiated a golden light, progressively entrapping the black dragon. Within the confines of the sealing array, the dragon roared in fury, yet its strength waned. Kurojitsu's consciousness firmly maintained control, denying the dragon any chance of escape. Ultimately, the black dragon was entirely sealed within the array. Kurojitsu slowly opened his eyes, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. He knew he had succeeded. Obito's residual power was completely sealed away. Rising to his feet, he exited the meditative chamber. Naruto and Obito awaited him eagerly. "It's over. Everything has come to an end," Kurojitsu softly stated. The three exchanged determined glances, their eyes shimmering with resolute light. This battle, though arduous, had seen them conquer themselves, vanquish the darkness, and uphold the justice and light within their hearts. They understood that the road ahead was long, with many challenges awaiting them. Nevertheless, they would face it together, for they were comrades, partners who would never betray one another. They believed that as long as light resided in their hearts, darkness could never encroach upon them. They would continue onward, embracing new challenges and embarking on fresh chapters. This was their mission, their unwavering resolve. They were ninjas, and their battles would never cease. Chapter 94. The Alliance Beneath Shadows. The tranquility following the battle was short-lived. Forces lurking in the shadows began to stir, and a new threat seemed to be brewing. In the border regions of the Land of Fire, mysterious phenomena began to manifest. Reports emerged of unidentified creatures roaming the mountains and forests, while some villages were engulfed by sudden flames during the night. The 5 Kage ninjas convened to investigate these anomalous events. Naruto, Obito, and Kurojitsu formed a reconnaissance team, delving deep into the dense forests of the Land of Fire. In a charred village, they uncovered clues indicating that this was no ordinary fire. "These flames are not of the usual kind. They are infused with chakra," Obito noted. scrutinizing the scene with a furrowed brow. And these footprints belong to creatures I have never encountered before. Kurojitsu also felt a sense of disquiet. Naruto furrowed his brow, stating, "We must swiftly uncover the truth behind this. It appears to be a grave matter." They resolved to venture deeper into the forest in search of the unidentified beings. After several days of arduous tracking and searching, they finally discovered the elusive creatures in a valley. These beings resembled prehistoric monsters, adorned with thick scales, their eyes glinting with a cold, merciless light. A cloak of black chakra swirled around their bodies. Naruto and his companions concealed themselves within the distant trees, observing. These creatures exude malevolence. They seem to be controlled by some force, Obito remarked gravely. Kurojitsu felt an unsettling familiarity. This chakra feels eerily reminiscent, akin to that of the Otsutsuki. Naruto suddenly exclaimed, voicing his discovery. The three exchanged looks of astonishment, their doubts transforming into dread. If this were indeed the case, what secrets lay hidden beneath? Had the power of the Otsutsuki truly vanished, or was a new force awakening? They recognized that this investigation was merely the tip of the iceberg. More secrets and threats awaited their revelation in the shadows. A new storm was on the horizon, and the five Kage ninjas would need to unite once more to face the unknown challenges ahead. Their adventure was far from over, with new enemies, new battles, and fresh opportunities awaiting them. For Naruto, Obito, and Kurojitsu, mutual trust and reliance were paramount as they confronted the adversities ahead. The future was fraught with uncertainty and variables, yet their determination remained unshaken. This was their path as ninjas, and they would continue onward, regardless of what lay in wait. In light of the potential Otsutsuki threat, the five Kage convened an emergency meeting. Hokage Naruto, Mizukage Terumi Mei, Kazekage Gaara, Tsuchikage Inoki, and Reikage Darui gathered at a clandestine location. These unidentified creatures appear to be influenced by Otsutsuki chakra. "This is a new threat we cannot overlook," Naruto reported solemnly, detailing the findings from himself, Obito, and Kurojitsu. "If this is indeed related to the Otsutsuki, we cannot remain passive. Their power threatens not only the land of fire, but the entire ninja world." Terumi Mei expressed her deep concern. Gaara added, "In my view, the priority is to identify the controller behind these creatures. Only then can we address the issue at its root." "Agreed, and we must act swiftly," Naruto affirmed. Meanwhile, in a distant and unknown location, a mysterious figure stood before a colossal crystal ball, which emitted a dim glow, displaying the proceedings of the five Kage meeting. "Ha ha ha. It seems they have begun to take notice," the figure remarked with a smirk. At that moment, a dark silhouette emerged from behind. "How is your plan progressing?" the shadowed figure inquired. "Everything is proceeding according to plan, Lord Kurojitsu," the mysterious figure replied respectfully. "Excellent. Do not disappoint me. What shall be our next step?" Inoki questioned. "We require more information, yet we must also prepare for any potential threats. I propose that each nation dispatch elite teams to investigate these anomalies and gather further intelligence," Naruto suggested. The proposal was unanimously accepted. "Additionally, I believe we need tighter cooperation this time. We cannot act independently as we did before," Reikage Darui stated. "You are right. This is a war that could affect the entire ninja world. We must stand united," Naruto asserted. Following the conclusion of the meeting, each nation began preparations. Yet unbeknownst to them, Kurojitsu and the mysterious figure had already commenced their more sinister plans. Chapter 95. Darkness Before Dawn. Elite teams from each nation began their investigations into the unidentified creatures affected by Otsutsuki chakra. The team from the Land of Fire, consisting of Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito, was tasked with the investigation, while other nations dispatched their strongest personnel as well. During the investigation, Obito suddenly sensed a chakra that felt eerily familiar. This chakra sent a jolt through Obito's mind. Could it be him? The mysterious figure stood in his secret base, a place steeped in darkness and decay, where he had long planned and executed his schemes. "It seems you have discovered my presence, Obito," he murmured. "But even if you know, it is already too late." Approaching a large container filled with liquid, he observed a being floating within, strikingly similar to Kurojitsu. "Are you ready?" The dark figure reappeared, this time within the mysterious figure's base. "Everything is prepared, Lord Kurojitsu." Obito and his team ventured into a cave deep within the mountains, discovering it teeming with creatures influenced by Otsutsuki chakra. "Is this their lair?" Sasuke inquired. "It may appear so, yet there is a potent chakra emanating from here. one that transcends that of the mere creatures. Obito furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. What could it be? Naruto inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. It is the chakra of Kagaya, yet it seems more formidable, more pristine. I have never sensed such chakra before. It may even surpass that of Otsutsuki Kagaya. What shall we do then? Sasuke asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. We must obliterate this place and swiftly inform the other Kage. If my instincts are correct, this could be the inception of a grander conspiracy at play. The enigmatic figure observed the crystal ball displaying the Kage and their teams. A smile creeping across his face. Let us bring this to an end. He pressed a button, causing the liquid within the container to boil, awakening beings reminiscent of Kagaya. It is time to unveil your power, Shiro. The container shattered, and a new incarnation of Kagaya, named Shiro, emerged. All of this is for a higher purpose. It is time for the ninja world to witness true power. Shiro and Kagaya stood together, embodiments of darkness and despair. Shiro stood before the mysterious figure, his aura deeper than that of Kagaya. I can feel it. It is boundless power, as though I am capable of anything. A cold smirk played on Shiro's lips. Then let us not squander this power. Go forth and realize our ambitions, commanded the mysterious figure. Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito braced themselves to purge the unknown beings when, at that moment, a dark portal opened in the center of the cavern, revealing a figure. Is that Kagaya? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. No, though eerily similar. He is not, Obito replied earnestly. I am Shiro. There is no need for further knowledge, for you are about to perish, Shiro said coldly. In an instant, Shiro vanished from sight, reappearing behind Obito and delivering a crushing blow. Obito, Sasuke, and Naruto simultaneously unleashed their chakra, preparing to retaliate against Shiro. Yet, Shiro seemed to have everything under control, effortlessly evading their attacks and vanishing once more. Kagaya sensed an unusual fluctuation in chakra. Is this Kagaya? No. It is a presence even more formidable. Kagaya pondered. Shiro reappeared before Naruto, instantly unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Naruto barely managed to withstand the assault, though he sustained significant injuries. How can this guy be so strong? Naruto found it hard to believe. Obito rose, aware that he could no longer remain passive. We are out of time. If we do not resolve this swiftly, the consequences will be dire, Obito asserted. Shiro's smile grew more pronounced. Even if you comprehend it, it would be futile, for all is already too late. Suddenly, Shiro sensed a formidable chakra approaching from the distance. What is? Shiro wondered, glancing in that direction. A figure silently emerged before them. It was Kagaya. I have come to conclude this, Shiro. Kagaya spoke coldly. Chapter 96. The ultimate confrontation. Kagaya stood before Shiro, her gaze revealing a sense of resolve and determination. You have finally shown yourself, Kagaya, Shiro taunted. I have no taste for superfluous dialogue. In an instant, Kagaya vanished, reappearing behind Shiro. A strong sense of danger washed over Shiro, prompting him to evade, yet he was a moment too late, struck accurately by Kagaya. How is this possible? Shiro gasped in disbelief. Did you think you were the only one who obtained power? Kagaya replied coldly. Kagaya sensed a more intense chakra fluctuation, her brow slightly furrowing. So it is he, Kagaya thought. But why? Should we assist him? Naruto asked. No, this is their battle. Our intervention would be in vain, Obito responded. However, trust him. Naruto. Sasuke interrupted Naruto's words. Shiro and Kagaya exchanged hundreds of blows and defenses in the blink of an eye, their speeds rendering them nearly invisible. At last, after this fierce exchange, both felt exhaustion creeping in. Even though you are formidable, you will ultimately fall at my hands, Kagaya. Shiro prepared for the final strike. Just then, Kagaya emitted a blinding light. Shiro was captivated by the radiance, caught off guard. Kagaya seized the opportunity to unleash his most powerful attack against Shiro. It is over. Shiro. Upon being struck, Shiro appeared to lose all strength, slowly collapsing. You have triumphed, Kagaya, Shiro whispered. There is no victory or defeat, only choices, Kagaya replied. Then what is your choice? Shiro inquired with a smile. My choice is, Kagaya abruptly halted, his countenance becoming pallid. Do you feel it? That power. Shiro too grew serious. Both sensed an indescribably immense chakra, one that was not only powerful but also terrifying. That is, Kagaya suddenly realized something, his expression turning grave. It is time to address the true issue at hand. Shiro rose, no longer appearing as Kagaya's adversary, but rather as someone standing alongside him on the same front. They exchanged few words, vanishing from sight to confront the greater challenge that awaited them. As Kagaya and Shiro arrived at a remote platform, a chilling figure materialized before them. "Kagaya," Shiro whispered, "I did not expect you to team up against me. This is quite an unexpected turn of events," Kagaya said, each word laden with extraordinary power. "We have not come to confront you, Kagaya," Kagaya retorted. "Oh, then for what purpose?" "To bring this to an end. To ensure that this world is no longer a chessboard for you and the Otsutsuki clan," Shiro proclaimed boldly. Kagaya laughed, her smile a terrifying sight that sent shivers down spines. "Do you truly believe that with your collective strength, you can thwart me? Meanwhile, elsewhere, do you think they will succeed?" Naruto gazed into the distance, lost in thought. "I do not know, but I have faith that Kagaya will make the right choice." Obito replied, his tone resolute. Kagaya and Shiro acted without hesitation, launching simultaneous attacks at Kagaya. Yet, Kagaya effortlessly deflected all their onslaughts. "Did you truly believe I would be vanquished by such assaults?" Kagaya scoffed. "We never believed we could defeat you, but we have a duty to attempt to stop you," Kagaya asserted. Suddenly, Shiro and Kagaya sensed a powerful chakra surge emanating from behind them. "What is this?" Shiro exclaimed in surprise, turning back to see Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, and several others arriving at the scene. "It seems reinforcements have arrived," Naruto smiled. Now, Kagaya is faced not only with Kagaya and Shiro but a multitude of warriors endowed with formidable strength and unwavering conviction. "Since you have all arrived, allow me to see if you possess the capability to halt me." No sooner had she spoken than Kagaya unleashed a torrent of powerful chakra, shaking the very platform beneath them. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. This will be the most arduous battle of our lives," Kagaya solemnly declared. All individuals tightly grasped their weapons, fully aware that the time had come to alter their destinies and safeguard the world. "Thus, let the ultimate confrontation commence." Kagaya smiled, her expression still evoking dread. Yet each person recognized that this time, they were no longer mere pawns in a game. This time, they were true warriors. Chapter 97. The Turning Point of Fate. Are you ready? Kagaya's lips curled upward slightly, her smile almost rendering the air itself motionless. "We have long been prepared," Naruto proclaimed boldly from the forefront. "Then let us begin." Kagaya raised her hand, and in an instant, a tremendous surge of chakra surged towards them. "Be careful," Obito shouted, swiftly employing a space-time ninjutsu to deflect the chakra wave. "That was close," Sasuke thought, gripping his sword tightly. "This won't do. We need to find a way to defeat her," Chojuro urged anxiously. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu quietly stepped aside, seemingly deep in thought. "What occupies your mind?" Chojuro inquired softly as he approached Black Zetsu. "I ponder why Kagaya is executing such actions. Is she truly willing to obliterate this world for the Otsutsuki clan? Perhaps all of this is destiny." Chojuro remained silent. "Destiny? Destiny can be altered," Black Zetsu asserted resolutely. "If that is the case, let me see if you can change my fate." Kagaya suddenly appeared between them, her tone icy. "We are not here to change your fate. We are here to stop you," Naruto replied with unwavering conviction. "Stop me? Do you possess the capability to do so?" Kagaya's words had barely escaped her lips when she unleashed a fierce attack aimed directly at Naruto. Yet, at that moment, Black Zetsu unexpectedly intervened, shielding Naruto with his own body. "Black Zetsu!" Everyone gasped in shock. "If we are to change fate, we must begin now," Black Zetsu said weakly, his form gravely injured. Kagaya glanced at him and suddenly laughed. "It seems you all possess a certain intrigue. This battle is far from over, Kagaya," Naruto declared, fists clenched. Determination etched across his face. "Then let us continue." Kagaya's body began to ascend slowly, as if preparing to unleash an even more potent assault. "Are you ready, everyone?" Black Zetsu stood, his eyes still glimmering with steadfast resolve despite his injuries. "We have never been more prepared." Naruto, Sasuke, Chojuro, Obito, and the others gathered at Black Zetsu's side. "Then let us together conclude this once and for all." All tightened their grips on their weapons, poised to face the impending ultimate clash. "All right, we shall no longer hold back." Kagaya's body began to emanate a fierce chakra, forming a colossal black sphere. "This is the technique of termination," Sasuke exclaimed in alarm. "Everyone, be ready. We cannot afford any oversights this time." Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, though his body trembled. He stood resolutely. "Listen carefully. This is my devised strategy. Chojuro communicated in his mind with the others. In an instant, a chain of information coursed through their consciousness, each understanding what was to come next. Come forth, you insignificant insects. Kagaya roared, hurling the black sphere towards the earth. Now, Black Zetsu shouted. Obito and Naruto leapt simultaneously into the air, one activating a space-time portal while the other gathered a vast amount of chakra to intercept the black sphere. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto cried, a massive shuriken materializing to collide with the black sphere. I shall assist as well. Sasuke clasped his hands together, reciting a jutsu. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A tremendous flame shot forth, racing alongside Naruto's shuriken towards the black sphere. Then I shall do this, Black Zetsu silently resolved, closing his eyes. Suddenly, a dark halo enveloped his form, marking the manifestation of his utmost power. A final strike. In that fleeting moment, Obito's space-time portal, Naruto's spiraling shuriken, Sasuke's great fire technique, and Black Zetsu's full-powered assault converged upon the black sphere. No, this cannot be, Kagaya exclaimed in disbelief. The next instant, a colossal beam of light erupted skyward, annihilating the black sphere entirely. We did it. Naruto landed on the ground, panting. No, it is not over yet. Black Zetsu slowly approached Kagaya. Kagaya, are you now willing to reconsider your choices? Kagaya regarded Black Zetsu and suddenly smiled. You are indeed an entertaining bunch. Very well. I shall grant this world another chance. That is the right choice, Black Zetsu smiled, then gradually collapsed. Black Zetsu. Everyone rushed over. I am fine. I am merely a bit fatigued, Black Zetsu said slowly. But now, has everything come to an end? No, this is merely a new beginning, Naruto replied, gazing at Black Zetsu. Indeed, a new beginning. Chapter 98. The unknown threat. Naruto and the others surrounded Black Zetsu, watching as he gradually rose to his feet. Kagaya approached as well. You have indeed granted this world a new opportunity. But remember, I will continue to observe. Should you tread the path of destruction again, I shall not provide a second chance, Kagaya stated coldly. Understood. This time we shall do better, Black Zetsu responded. Subsequently, everyone began to tidy up the aftermath. The ninjas once controlled by Kagaya gradually regained their consciousness, and each village commenced repairs of the damaged areas. Obito and Naruto returned to the Hidden Leaf Village to assist in the reconstruction and healing of the injured ninjas. Sasuke returned to his clan, beginning the restoration of the Uchiha family, vowing to refrain from the extreme paths of his forebears. Black Zetsu remained in an undisclosed location, continuing his training. Black Zetsu, do you think we will see Kagaya again? Chojuro asked. I do not know, but regardless, we shall always be prepared, Black Zetsu replied. Suddenly, a shadow stealthily materialized within their sight. Black Zetsu, it is I, the shadow spoke. Obito, what brings you here? Black Zetsu inquired, astonished. I have been observing you. I believe you possess the potential to change this world, he declared. Are you suggesting that you wish to assist us? Black Zetsu asked, perplexed. No. I wish to accompany you and witness whether you can indeed transform this world, Obito clarified. Black Zetsu smiled. Then I welcome your presence, Obito. The two clasped hands, symbolizing a new alliance. Well then, everyone, a new adventure is about to commence, Black Zetsu addressed the others. Yes, a new starting point. Naruto looked on from a distance before turning away. Everything returned to tranquility, yet each person understood that this was merely a new beginning. Months passed, and the reconstruction of the Hidden Leaf Village was completed. The ninjas resumed their missions, and everything seemed to revert to normalcy. Within the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy, Naruto now served as a teacher, guiding the next generation of ninjas. His classroom was always vibrant and filled with enthusiasm. All right, today we shall learn about fundamental chakra control. This is essential for becoming an exceptional ninja, Naruto proclaimed before the blackboard. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu and Obito engaged in intense training within a remote valley. Are you certain this is worthwhile? Obito questioned. I believe that preparation is never in vain, Black Zetsu replied. Suddenly, an unknown energy wave coursed through the entire valley. What is this? Obito asked anxiously. I am uncertain as well, yet I believe we should investigate further. Meanwhile, Obito received an urgent report. Anoki, what is your perspective on this matter? Asked Suna. I perceive this as a new threat. We must act swiftly, Anoki responded. Then we need to convene a meeting of all the 5 Kage, Suna stated. Agreed. Anoki picked up the communicator. Simultaneously, Deep within the underground of Konoha, a sealed chamber began to flicker. Is this energy fluctuation emanating from here? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, remarked while observing the monitoring screen. It appears we can no longer disregard this issue. Sarutobi picked up the phone. All clues pointed towards a new, unknown threat, causing various villages to become increasingly tense as the meeting of the five Kage was imminent. In an undisclosed location, a mysterious figure emerged. At last, the time to act has arrived, he said with a smile. Chapter 99. Seeking answers. You claim to be an entity from another dimension. How can we ascertain the truth of your words? Sasuke inquired, his brow furrowed. You have every reason to doubt me, yet I have no motive to deceive you. My world is dying. Only chakra can save it, Onyx replied calmly. Just as they delved deeper into discussion, Kurizetsu and Madara arrived at the cave. It seems we have missed quite a bit, Madara stated, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Onyx. Who are you? Onyx sensed an unusual aura. I am Kurizetsu, and this is Madara. Now, explain who you truly are, Kurizetsu demanded directly. Onyx reiterated his previous explanation, detailing how he traversed dimensions and why he required chakra. If your intent is to save your world, why did you not come sooner? Kurizetsu questioned. Because the chakra of this world could be a remedy for my realm, yet it might also be a poison. I needed time to study and understand, Onyx answered. Are you implying that we are merely subjects for your experiments? Obito exclaimed, eyes wide. No, I did not conduct experiments. I merely observed how you utilize chakra to comprehend its effects on the world, Onyx clarified. Naruto glanced at those beside him and then asked, if we decide to assist you, what will you do? I will teach you how to utilize chakra more effectively. And in return, you will aid me in preserving my world. It is a trade, Onyx responded. They exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Very well. We choose to trust you. However, should you betray us, you shall face the consequences, Naruto stated seriously. I understand. Your skepticism is justified. Yet, I assure you, I harbor no ill intent. As they shook hands to solidify their agreement, a sudden, powerful energy wave surged forth, as if the entire world were quaking. What is happening? Gaara questioned, feeling uneasy. It seems we are out of time. This is a signal from my world indicating that the situation is dire. Onyx's expression turned grave. What shall we do now? Madara inquired. Prepare for battle. Whatever is approaching, we must confront it together, Onyx declared. Each person gripped their weapons tightly. An indescribable energy coursing through the air, heralding an impending storm. If the enemy is as formidable as you describe, we shall require a strategy, Sasuke stated solemnly. I concur. This is not an ordinary battle, Onyx affirmed. So, does anyone have suggestions? Naruto surveyed the group. Obito broke the silence. First, we need to discern what this impending storm truly is. Is there a way to foresee the future, Onyx? Regrettably, my abilities do not extend to predicting the future. But I can sense imminent danger, Onyx replied. In other words, we can only respond once it arrives, Gaara sighed. Not entirely. We can prepare some contingency measures first, Madara suggested. A few hours later, everyone convened for an urgent meeting. Based on Onyx's descriptions, the enemy possessed significant power capable of annihilating worlds. Thus, they needed to enhance their strength swiftly. Naruto stood at the head of the table, declaring, I propose we divide into groups, one dedicated to studying Onyx's chakra control techniques, and another focusing on security and reconnaissance. Everyone nodded in agreement. How shall we divide the groups? Sasuke asked. I, along with Onyx and several ninjas with potent chakra, will handle the research. Sasuke, Kurizetsu, and Madara can oversee security and reconnaissance. The others may choose whichever group they wish to join, Naruto suggested. That sounds reasonable, Gaara nodded. The two groups swiftly set to work. Naruto, Onyx, and several ninjas concentrated on mastering chakra control, while Sasuke, Kurizetsu, and Madara ventured into the forest to explore the forthcoming threat. Soon, Sasuke and his group detected an intense chakra presence. Do you feel that? This is what I feared. Onyx communicated telepathically. What does that signify? Madara asked. It means our time is running short. Suddenly, the air thickened, filled with a terrifying chakra that enveloped the entire space. Prepare for battle, Sasuke shouted. Everyone readied themselves for combat, just as a beam of light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at them. Now, Kurizetsu yelled. All unleashed their strongest defensive techniques, but the beam remained overwhelmingly powerful, nearly breaching their defenses. In the final moment, Onyx summoned his most potent chakra barrier. successfully withstanding the attack. This is the threat I spoke of. It is far stronger than I anticipated. They exchanged glances, fully aware that they were about to face a battle that could determine the fate of the world. Chapter 100. United we stand, everyone gather around. We must swiftly adjust our strategy, Sasuke said, his expression somber. This attack has revealed a crucial truth. Our current strength is insufficient to confront such a level of threat. Madara added. What shall we do then? Kurizetsu inquired. Onyx pondered for a moment, then suggested, I recommend we temporarily retreat, returning to camp to regroup with Naruto and the others. We require more information and preparation. Agreed, Sasuke nodded. They hurried back to camp, where Naruto and his group awaited. You all appear weary. What has transpired? Naruto asked, concern etched on his face. Sasuke succinctly recounted the events. This is indeed troubling. However, we have made some progress. Onyx stated. What progress? Madara asked. We discovered a potential method to enhance our chakra control abilities, though it will take time to master fully, Naruto explained. Time is the one resource we lack, Gaara remarked. After several intense days, everyone exerted themselves to elevate their abilities. At last, they achieved a breakthrough. I believe we are nearly prepared, Naruto announced. When shall we depart? Sasuke inquired. Immediately, Obito decisively replied. They swiftly moved to the location where they had previously sensed the powerful chakra fluctuations. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could be sliced. Be ready. They are approaching, Onyx warned suddenly. At that moment, the fabric of space began to warp, and a fissure appeared in the air. Subsequently, a colossal shadow emerged slowly from the rift. Welcome, warriors. I am the destroyer, Xaz. What you are about to face is endless annihilation. We shall not let you succeed. Naruto shouted. Xaz smiled. Then let us see if you possess the strength to thwart my obliteration of this world. In an instant, everyone revealed their most potent forms. Chakra swirled in the air, and the overwhelming energy fluctuations made the entire world tremble. Now, Naruto, Sasuke, Onyx, Madara, Black Zetsu, Obito, Gaara, and others moved almost in unison, aware that the impending battle would be the most arduous fight of their lives. Xaz summoned a dark orb of energy in his hand, preparing to unleash it upon the ground. Naruto and Sasuke immediately executed their most formidable combination technique, the wind release, Raisin Shuriken fused with the fire release, Great Fireball, attempting to halt the impending destruction. Now Obito, Madara shouted. Obito positioned himself behind Xaz, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously thrust a specially crafted kunai into Xaz's back. However, this did not deter Xaz from his actions. My power is beyond your comprehension, Xaz scoffed. Onyx and Black Zetsu acted almost simultaneously, employing unfathomable time and space jutsu in an effort to disperse Xaz's energy across different dimensions. Xaz's expression darkened considerably. Gaara now? Black Zetsu commanded. Gaara swiftly conjured his sand shield, ensnaring Xaz within a sphere of sand. This is your final chance. Leave this world, or face our wrath, Sasuke threatened. Xaz paused momentarily before chuckling. You have proven your worth. However, I shall return. No sooner had he spoken than a distorted spatial rift appeared around Xaz, and he vanished. He has fled, but this does not imply that all is over, Onyx remarked. I know, but at least for now, we have more time to prepare, Naruto replied. Yet, from where does this entity, known as Xaz, hail? Why does he seek to destroy our world? Madara countered. These are the questions we must answer next, Sasuke stated solemnly. Let us begin. From this moment forth, we are not merely guardians of our respective villages or nations. We are the guardians of this world, Naruto declared, rising with resolute conviction. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding that although this battle had concluded, new challenges were just beginning. Days later, the leaders and high-ranking ninjas of various villages convened an emergency meeting in the Hidden Leaf Village. We must commence our investigation into the origins of Xaz and his motives, Sasuke asserted. Not just him, but other outsiders as well. If they have reinforcements, we must be prepared, Gaara added. Agreed. But first, we need more information, Inoki remarked. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the conference room. It was Black Zetsu. What brings you back? Onyx inquired, astonished. I have uncovered some useful information, and I have found a method to track Xaz's movements, Black Zetsu replied. Really? That's splendid. Naruto exclaimed. Black Zetsu unveiled an ancient scroll adorned with intricate runes and patterns. This is an ancient jutsu that can connect multiple dimensions. If we master it, we will have a chance to uncover Xa's whereabouts. But such a jutsu will undoubtedly come at a great cost, Obito cautioned. Indeed, it requires several ninjas with powerful chakra to cast it. And there may be unpredictable side effects, Black Zetsu added. Regardless, this is our only opportunity. We have no time to waste, Sasuke insisted. The elite ninjas from the various villages began to gather, ready to cast this perilous yet essential jutsu. They stood within an enormous magical array and began to chant. Are you all ready? Naruto asked, glancing at everyone. Ready, Sasuke nodded. Then let us begin. Everyone focused their chakra, and a colossal beam of light erupted from them. Striking the scroll began to emit a dazzling radiance, enveloping the entire room in a blinding light. When the brilliance faded, a virtual screen appeared before them, displaying multiple dimensions and coordinates. We did it, Obito proclaimed. Yes, but this is merely the beginning, Madara added. Then let us seek the truth, Naruto declared with unwavering determination. Chapter 101. The Absolute Sword. The various dimensions and coordinates displayed on the virtual screen left everyone in awe. It appears we have much work to do, Gaara stated. Indeed. But first, we need to determine which dimension Xa's occupies, Inoki pointed out. At that moment, Black Zetsu approached, holding a device resembling a remote control. I have adjusted this device. It can lock onto the energy fluctuations left by Xa's, he explained. Then let us give it a try, Naruto suggested. Black Zetsu pressed a button on the remote, and the virtual screen instantly revealed the coordinates of a dimension. Several hours later, a team of elite ninjas assembled, ready to traverse into the unknown dimension. They stood within a new magical array, activating the scroll with their chakra. After a burst of blinding light, they found themselves in a strange world, where the sky was purple and the ground lay desolate. Where have we come? Sasuke queried. I do not know, but I sense an atmosphere fraught with unease, Obito replied. They pressed onward, soon encountering a group of peculiar creatures that appeared to be hybrids of machinery and organic life. This world does not seem welcoming, Gaara remarked. Just then, a flash of sword light cleaved through the air, severing the creatures in two. The wielder of the sword was none other than Xa's. How did you find this place? He asked coldly. That is a question we wish to pose to you. Madara retorted. You traverse dimensions to seek me, unaware of the consequences of your actions? Xa's inquired. The consequences are yours to bear. Explain why you are attacking our world. Sasuke pressed solemnly. Well, do enlighten us, Naruto added. Xa suddenly bore a slight smile. You seek answers. Let me see if you are worthy of knowing. He suddenly swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that soared into the sky, filling the air with palpable tension. Prepare for battle, Black Zetsu shouted. Xa's sword energy surged toward the group, and Obito was the first to react, swiftly forming hand seals and exclaiming, Earth release. Earth flow rampart. A massive earthen wall rose instantaneously to block the sword energy. This fellow is immensely powerful. Everyone, be cautious, Sasuke warned. Indeed. I too sensed the formidable energy emanating from him, Gaara concurred. Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then shouted, Sage mode. A halo of chakra enveloped his body, and his expression grew intensely serious. Xa's gazed at Naruto, then smiled. Well, it seems you possess some skill. In an instant, Naruto vanished from his position, reappearing behind Xa's, and unleashed a powerful punch. However, Xa's appeared to be well prepared, effortlessly evading the strike and countering. Time has ceased. Everything around seemed to be suspended in stillness. Xa's ability to halt time ensnared everyone in a predicament, with only Ban managing to move, thanks to his formidable power and keen eyesight. This ability is quite troublesome. We must find a solution, Ban stated solemnly. At that moment, Black Zetsu materialized beside Ban, silently forming a hand seal, causing the entire scene to blur. Time and space are relative. You can control time, but not all dimensions, Black Zetsu remarked. Time resumed its normal flow, yet the surroundings had transformed, and they now found themselves in what appeared to be an endless void. Where are we? Gaara inquired, puzzled. This is a dimension I have created, where both time and space are under my dominion, Black Zetsu explained. Xa surveyed his surroundings and chuckled. I see. It appears I underestimated you. The question remains, why assault our world? Naruto posed the query once more. Xa's gaze became grave. Should you defeat me, I shall reveal the answer. With that, he plunged his sword into the ground, unleashing an energy that rippled throughout the dimension. Prepare for battle, Sasuke shouted. Drawing his own sword, The tension in the air escalated once more, an impending clash on the horizon. Xaz extracted a surge of potent energy from his sword, causing the entire dimension to tremor, as if the very fabric of reality quaked. This power, Sasuke gripped his sword tightly, his brow furrowed. Naruto stood calmly nearby, fully embracing sage mode. Are you all ready? At any moment, Gaara replied slowly, his sand beginning to swirl around him. Then, let us commence. Xaz held his sword aloft, then suddenly vanished from his position. Be cautious, Ban warned in time, having noticed Xaz was preparing to strike at Naruto. Yet Naruto seemed to be prepared, utilizing a sage art defensive technique to successfully block Xaz's sword. You are strong, Xaz smiled. But you have yet to witness our full potential, Naruto retorted. Chapter 102, Back to Reality. Then, allow me to take the lead. Black Zetsu stepped forward, gathering chakra and forming a colossal black hole with his energy. This is... Gaara gasped. This technique can momentarily seal his time manipulation ability. Are you prepared? Black Zetsu clarified. We have been ready, Ban replied with a smile. Black Zetsu unleashed his skill, a gigantic black hole appearing above Xaz, instantly drawing in all energy and the flow of time. Now, Ban shouted. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously appeared at Xaz's sides, one employing a Rasengan, the other utilizing fire release, great fireball technique. Xaz found himself encircled by dual assaults, unable to evade. Then Gaara's sand began to coalesce into a massive fist, striking Xaz with tremendous force. Obito did not remain idle, employing Earth Release, Earth Flow River to bury Xaz beneath a heap of colossal earth blocks. Is it over? Sasuke asked in confusion. Suddenly, Xaz erupted from the debris, his attire tattered but unharmed. You performed admirably, yet it is insufficient. A glint flashed in Xaz's eyes. Now it is my turn. The entire dimension began to tremble once more, and everyone felt an indescribable pressure. Get ready, this battle is far from over. Xaz raised his sword and thrust it violently into the air. In an instant, a rift appeared within the dimension, as if time and space had been cleaved apart. What is this? Black Zetsu expressed astonishment. A space-time rift. I have shattered the foundational rules of this dimension. From here onward, everything shall change, Xaz sneered. The rift began to spread, and everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. Ban attempted to stabilize the space-time continuum with his ocular power, yet the rift merely stalled its expansion temporarily. We must collaborate. Otherwise, this dimension will collapse entirely, Ban stated gravely. I concur. Obito began preparing a large-scale earth release technique. Naruto, Sasuke, are you ready? Obito inquired. We have been ready. Naruto and Sasuke responded almost in unison. All right then, now? Obito bellowed. Ban, Obito, Gaara, Black Zetsu, Naruto, and Sasuke joined forces to unleash a technique beyond description, amalgamating the mightiest powers of each individual. Time seemed to halt, and then the rift began to slowly close. You actually achieved this, Xaz remarked with surprise. But this is not the end, Naruto stated resolutely, turning his gaze toward Xaz. Are you prepared to face your defeat, Xaz? Ban queried coldly. Xaz remained silent for a moment before responding. Defeat is merely the prelude to success. Now, allow me to showcase my true power. Xaz's sword began to radiate with a blinding light, imbued with unfathomable strength. This is the final strike. Are you prepared? Xaz shouted. That depends on you. Can you withstand the combined might of us all? Naruto brandished his Rasengan. In that instant, two formidable forces collided, producing a deafening roar. The entire dimension seemed to tremble at that moment, and then the tremendous clash birthed a swirling space-time tunnel, siphoning away all power and light. The dimension began to crumble. Yet in that fleeting moment of collapse, everyone felt an intense warmth and hope. Is this? Black Zetsu pondered. It symbolizes rebirth, a new beginning, Ban smiled. Then, what of Xaz? Gaara inquired. I am here, a voice echoed from the shadows, as Xaz emerged, his countenance devoid of the earlier arrogance and indifference. You. Naruto gazed at him in confusion. I understand now that war and destruction are not the solutions to our problems. Thank you for helping me realize this, Xaz smiled. For the first time, genuinely. So what comes next? Sasuke asked. This new dimension requires a stabilizing force to maintain it. I am willing to undertake that responsibility, Xaz declared. Are you serious? Obito questioned skeptically. Indeed, from this day forth, I shall use my power to protect this dimension rather than to destroy it, Xaz asserted firmly. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Very well, we trust you, Van stated. Through the space-time rift, everyone returned to their respective worlds, but this time, they carried with them newfound understanding and hope. I believe this experience has imparted much wisdom upon me, Naruto reflected. So do I. Some things are only appreciated after they have been lost, Sasuke replied.